But it's still not enough. He understood clearly. If I want to swallow more relics that I desire, it's better to create more space. Du Hoan still had many concerns, because he slowly finished the miscellaneous tasks. The problem is, we haven't made much progress at all. Ja, looking exhausted, walked in. Boss, did you call for me? Du Hoan smiled leisurely and replied, You're here? That's right. He got straight to the point. I called you here because I'm very curious about your crafting progress. It's been a while, why haven't I heard anything from you yet? Jae-ha awkwardly scratched his head and stammered. Because, for some reason, the crafting isn't progressing. And I've never encountered something like this before, he honestly shared. It's like something is hindering me, and the relic crafting isn't going as I want. Hearing that, Du Hoan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Just like the crow said, this isn't easy. Deja piped up. Sorry? Du Hoan didn't pursue the matter further and said softly, Alright, I'll have someone else do this. The other party was surprised. Someone else? He casually concluded. We still have the company, G Group. They also have relic restorers there. JH seized the opportunity to grumble. He should have asked for their support sooner. Du Hoan leisurely continued. I thought you could do it. He asserted as a matter of course. You're more capable than them, so why would I ask them? Since you said you can't do it, that's why I'm asking them. I don't expect anything from them anyway. Du Hoifin's words, full of trust, left Deja stunned. He slowly stood up, sighing softly. Because they are the ones who developed a new product based on the relic, I can only bet my luck on their creativity. Du Hoan suddenly remembered someone and murmured, I should probably ask for that person's help too. Cut to a classical-style school building. Warm sunlight enveloping the space. Yeon was leisurely strolling around the grounds, happily humming a tune. Just then, her phone suddenly rang, and she casually pulled it out to check. A call? The note on the phone displayed, Damn Oppa. Yeon paused for a moment. The next second, she picked up. Hello, the other end greeted. Hey, little sister, how are you? Du Hoan expressed that he only called because he was curious how she had been lately. The other party clearly didn't believe him. What? Just because you're curious? He calmly smiled and replied. So what if I am? Du Hoan gently asked. Han, you are my only blood relative, so I have to know about your health status, don't I? Are you sick anywhere? Yeon suddenly felt existential doubt, thinking, he has a face like that too? Hard to believe. She thought so internally but still obediently replied, I'm still well, I think. I don't have any illness or anything. The corners of Du Hoan's mouth slightly curled up. Really? I'm glad to hear that, because you're going to be very busy soon. He didn't beat around the bush any further, getting straight to the point. Help me with a few things. Hearing this, Yeon froze solid. When she finally reacted, she angrily yelled into the phone, Was that your original purpose? I almost got emotional. Du-an couldn't contain his anger and questioned loudly. So you have a different agenda? How dare you trick me by pretending to care about how I was living? Du Hoan Tung replied with a faint smile. Pretending to care? You wound me. I genuinely care about you. He calmly uttered the next sentence, making Du-an tremble with rage. Because if I want to use you for something, you need to be healthy and alive first, right? She tried to remain calm, giving a cold snort. Then why did you call me? Du Hoan didn't beat around the bush any longer. He had a sacred relic that needed to be restored. But there were some complications. He instructed directly. I will ask the corporation's tomb researchers. You should go there and assist them. Du Hoan chuckled playfully, concluding with a nonchalant remark. Anyway, that's where you'll be working, so consider it gaining experience. The other end of the line sounded doubtful. Why so sudden? She showed her annoyance. I have my own schedule, you know. Du Hoan replied with an easy smile. That's how this world works. Just accept it. He added. You're near the tomb corporation, so their staff must be around it too. Before Du-an could even flare up, a figure whooshed and appeared behind her. Du-an's two arms were restrained by them. As she stood bewildered, Du Hoan instructed, Just go with them. Du-wo flinched. What? Go with them? Marion immediately pulled and urged her. Let's go. On Du Hoan's end of the phone, an annoyed scream rang out. Let go of me! I'm not a criminal! He smiled leisurely and offered a parting sentence. Well then, work hard. I wish you success. With that, regardless of the other party's reaction, Du Hoan resolutely hung up. That settled the matter. He pondered. While they are conducting research, I can't be idle either. There's still work I need to take care of. The scene switched to the mansion. A doubtful voice rang out. Why the sudden meeting? Du Hoan stated, Because I have something that everyone needs to know. Du-han immediately felt confused. If it was just an announcement, it shouldn't be that important. Chloe happened to be present, and she asked curiously, Is everyone here? What's going on? Du Hoan answered softly, Oh, it's nothing big, he announced leisurely. We need to restore Chairman Kwan's memory. As soon as Du Hoan finished speaking, everyone froze. Jaha jumped up. Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Even Chloe and Sua were confused. They pressed. What do we gain by doing that? Ia impatiently questioned. Why do you want to do that? And can you handle it? Du Hosin silently observed them, and the corner of his mouth curved up. Your reaction is intense. Just as I expected. He chuckled softly. Calm down, guys. I didn't say we'd restore all of his memories. Du Hoan explained in detail. We will use Merlin's camera, not Munin's tears. We will only restore a few fragments of his memory. Julian still couldn't understand. But why should we do that? The other party patiently replied. Because he holds the information I need. He revealed that he hasn't been able to find the activation condition for the heavenly seal, so that's why we have to try this method. Du Hoan emphasized one thing. Because in our past life, this sacred relic belonged to Chairman Quan, so he will know the condition for activation. Sua sounded a bit worried. But isn't that very dangerous? You used this on Dan, and he ended up regaining all his memories. Du Hoan had his own plan. That time I showed him many photos to help him with his training. But this time I will only show him the necessary memories. He gently reassured. Besides, the Raven also helped Dan recover his memory that time. This time, something like that won't happen, so you don't need to worry. At this point, Du Hoan suddenly uttered a cryptic sentence. Aren't you all curious too? Du Hoan slightly furrowed her brow. About what? The other party burst out laughing. Chairman Quan doesn't even know the reason we're targeting him. He doesn't know why a group of troublesome people keeps getting in the way and ruining all his plans. I wonder what face that old man will make when he realizes that it's all because of his own actions. Du Hoan's tone was full of anticipation. Ilya rubbed his chin, smiling with delight. That will be very interesting. I'm sure he'll go crazy. Du Hoan nodded and followed up. Right? I think so too, he emphasized. And I think he should be constantly mentally tortured, a punishment fitting for the crimes he committed. Du Ho stated firmly. This is when he must suffer the consequences. Julian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I agree with the punishment, but we need to be careful with the dangerous parts of this plan. Du Ho. Of course. Chloe had a question. But how do we restore his memories? Even now that the Thusong Long group has weakened, Chairman Quan is still heavily guarded. Du Ho's answer astonished her. We don't need to get involved ourselves, he revealed. We already have a perfect inside man for this. The other party suddenly became curious. An inside man? Du Ho, who didn't intend to hide it, blurted out. I'm talking about Jiang Chen. Scene changed to Jiang Chen's prison cell. Guard. It's mealtime. Receiving the meager tray of food, a soft sigh escaped. Jiang Chen mumbled, head down. How much longer do I have to live like this? I'm so worried I'm not even some kind of snitch. He was about to scoop a spoonful of rice into his mouth when an unusual noise caught his attention. The movement of Jiang Chen's hand froze, his expression full of suspicion. What was that? Am I hearing things? He stood up, walked to a wall, and touched it. It felt like the whole building was shaking. Jiang Chen pressed his ear against the wall, but the noise had stopped. He wondered, did I mishear? Jiang Chen had just turned to leave when a terrifying explosion rang out behind him. Concrete slabs suddenly collapsed. He hurriedly covered his head, screaming in panic. Help me! The tremor stopped, and the dust settled. Jiang Chen cautiously glanced around. As soon as he saw the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. In Jiang Chen's view, the wall was completely destroyed, leaving a huge gap. He curiously went forward to investigate. What's this? The prison wall is completely destroyed. Jiang Chen peered outside to assess the situation below, and saw the other prisoners scurrying away. Other places have been destroyed too. Everything's in chaos. What the hell happened? He suddenly snapped to attention. Wait, taking advantage of this chaos, I can totally escape, can't I? With that, Jiang Chen climbed out of the wall, telling himself that there were many prisoners escaping below, so he could escape without being noticed. A feeling of absolute excitement surged in his heart. Finally, he was free. As expected, Jiang Chen couldn't contain his joy at his sudden freedom and escaped from the prison. But things weren't that simple. He didn't know that he was the cause of the prison riot, and that he had been watched since he escaped. You should know that the facility for imprisoning those who used the Tataro's sacred relics was actually created by the corporation's engineers, so naturally Du Ho's group had connections to it and could get their cooperation in this daring plan. In return, Du Ho must recapture all the escaped prisoners, he thought to himself. But that's what we should be doing. Back to Jiang Chen, he hurried down the street. I need to do something about this prison uniform. Are there any clothes around here? Anything will do. At this moment, their target, Jiang Chen, had successfully escaped. He quickly spotted an object on a bench and excitedly exclaimed, Those are clothes! And even a wallet! Jiang Chen thought. It would be great if there's money in the wallet. And then he actually found money inside. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up immediately. So much money, I don't have to worry about transportation anymore. He was lost in joy, unaware of the footsteps getting closer and closer, as if the whole world was helping him escape. Jiang Chen grinned. How lucky am I? Ilya suddenly appeared behind him. Ilya suddenly grabbed his hair and coldly reminded him, "Hey, take this with you too." He forced Jiang Chen to meet his gaze. "I'll etch it into your brain so you won't forget." Ilya used his memory manipulation skill, slowly uttering each word and implanting it into the other man's head, after changing his clothes and grabbing the money. "Then you must take this picture to the chairman immediately. This is very important, so you can't lose it," he emphasized specifically. Jiang Chen's whole body stiffened, Ilya's voice echoing in his ears. "Because you need to let the chairman know this important information, right?" After conveying the necessary information, Ilya glared and shouted, "Good, now I'll let you go." Then Ilya said coldly, "You don't need to do anything. Just sit tight in the chairman's seat." After finishing up, he immediately called Du Hoan to report. "Hello, boss. Everything's done." Du Hoan complimented, "You did well." A moment later, Ilya spoke again. "Don't worry, I won't do anything excessive." After all, he was planning to go to Shanglong anyway. Du Hoan casually replied, "I understand." He then said, "I just need to mess with his mind a little." He chuckled and asked, "You installed the listening device, right?" Ilya confidently replied, "Of course." Immediately after, Du Hoan suddenly said mysteriously, "Very good, now I'll listen." A moment later, Jiang Chen, holding his head, wondered, "What just happened to me?" He looked down and exclaimed, "Oh my love is scattered all over the place? What a waste." Thinking it over, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. "That's right, I remember now. I was going somewhere after getting dressed and taking the money." He put on his jacket and muttered to himself, "I must get to the chairman's position as soon as possible." Jiang Chen's voice echoed in Du Hoan's earpiece. "I must tell him about this useful information." Seeing this, he happily said, "Everything is going smoothly. He's doing exactly what Ilya told him to do." Then Du Hoan confirmed with Sua, "He started moving. You know your task is to monitor him, right?" She replied, "Yes." Jiang Chen has started moving to the Shanglong, New York branch office where the chairman is. He got there quickly thanks to the large sum of money they gave him. Sua stood on the roof of a building, looking down and observing. If anything unwanted happens, one of Du Hoan's team members will apprehend him for questioning. But nothing happened. Jiang Chen arrived there safely. Now things will get even more interesting. Here. Cut to another scene in the chairman's office. Someone called out to the chairman. Hearing the employee say that Vice Captain Jiang Chen was back, Tae Dun immediately turned his head. He asked in surprise, "Isn't he in prison? How could he get here?" The employee stammered, "I don't know either, but he insisted on seeing you." Then the employee said, "He said he has some very important information that you need to know." After thinking about it, Tae Dun decided to bring him in to see what he would say. The employee obediently bowed his head and replied, "Yes." The sound of footsteps echoed continuously as Jiang Chen walked straight into his office. He knelt down and greeted, "It's been a long time, Chairman." But Tae Dun said coldly, "What is this information that I need to know? I won't grant you parole if what you're about to say is useless." He threatened, "I'll throw you back in jail." But Jiang Chen boldly said, "You don't need to worry about that." Then he said, "Chairman, it may be hard for you to believe, but Du Hoan is actually a member of Shanglong." Tae Dun was stunned to hear that. He blankly continued, "But you ordered me to kill him." Now Tae Dun angrily asked, "What? What are you saying?" Tae Dun slammed his hand on the table in anger and scolded, "How could Du Hoan possibly be a member of Shanglong?" Jiang Chen wasn't intimidated, and continued, "I know why you're so angry, Chairman, but I've been thinking about this for a long time. I think there's something like a parallel world." But Tae Jonan, on the other hand, had completely lost his composure. He stood up abruptly and roared, "You crazy bastard, do you know how absurd you're becoming? A parallel world? Now, you want me to believe in that?" He still didn't give up and said, "But Chairman, I'm just telling you the truth. The thing is, Xiao Du Hoan also knows this." He gradually calmed down as Jiang Chen analyzed. "And does this explain anything? Xiao Du Hoan is always sticking to us and he's extremely good at excavating tombs." After thinking for a moment, Tae Joan asked, "Are you sure he predicted this?" He replied firmly, "I'm 100% sure." Jiang Chen recounted, "Xiao Du Hoan came to tell me that he came to stop the fated emperor. He even confirmed that I knew so much." The more Tae John listened to him, the surer he was that he knew, and this might be the reason he resented them. His face twisted. Then Jiang Chen suddenly remembered, "That's right, it would be better if you experienced it yourself. Here, the relic is here." He handed out the relic and said, "This is one of the places you were. If you use your dominating power on this painting, I will make you experience the scene in the painting." Tae Jontan picked it up and looked at it, then hesitated. "This is a relic?" Jiang Chen confirmed, "Yes, the fated emperor gave it to me." He thoughtfully looked at his own face on the relic, hesitating endlessly. Finally, Tae Jongjan agreed. "Okay, I'll try." Jiang Chen immediately declared, "That's a good decision. Once you've done what I said, you'll know if I'm telling the truth or not." A second later, he condensed his dominating power onto the relic and muttered, Let's see. After entering the illusion, Tae Jopyeon suddenly felt confused. What is this? It feels like I'm in the picture. He happily thought. My beloved treasures. I have to rearrange this pile of spoils. But then Tae Jonyeon picked it up and wondered. But, are these high-end artifacts really mine? We've almost only seen all of them for the first time. Then he added. Not only that, this is a completely different world from the one I know. Tae Joan stuttered to himself. Bandora really rules the world, and the Azure Dragon here has developed into a huge corporation. He couldn't believe it was true, and wondered, and I'm one of the 4 founders? Tae Jongyeon was confused, and almost one of the 4 most powerful people in the world. Is this really what's going on in the parallel world? He began to bring up other possibilities. Or, is that me in the future? It seems like those artifacts have been here for quite a while. Tae Jongyeon thought to himself. It shows me the future, but why does it still look like the past? Everything is also very different from reality. Just at that moment, a voice rang out. Chairman, did you call me? Tae Jomyeon in the past replied, yes. You came at the right time. Seeing this, he wondered. Is that Jiang Chen? He looked so haggard. On the other side, Tae Joseon in the past approached and said, I called you because I have a proposition for you. He asked in surprise. A proposition? Immediately afterwards, he said in a deep voice, I want you to help me wipe out Scene. Jiang Chen stammered, confirming a plan to wipe him out. Meanwhile, witnessing the scene, he was extremely surprised. How is that possible? What's going on? A second later, Tae Jongyeon denied it again. No, I remember now. Seo Do-hoin is really my subordinate. He coldly thought. Now that his time of usefulness is over, I have to wipe him out immediately. Then he explained to himself. Because he started demanding a salary for 10 years of work, which is the restoration of sulfur monosulfide class artifacts. On the other side, Jiang Chen stubbornly asked, Why do you want to kill him? Tae Jonyeon replied arrogantly, Am I obligated to tell you? Then, he suddenly gave a devilish smile. Kill him! Don't you feel your self-esteem is affected when working under him? Seeing his bewildered face, Tae Dun pressed his advantage. If you help me, I guarantee your success. Back in the present, he was clutching his head and screaming bizarrely, making Jiang Chen startled and exclaim, Chairman! Only then did Tae Jun speak. What are these memories? How can they be so vividly real? Hearing that, he wanted to confirm. I'm right, aren't I? What are you seeing? In another location, Du Hyun listened to their exchange. Seems like you weren't lying after all. I'm glad he's finally believing me. Moments later, Tae Jun went crazy and repeatedly wondered, could such a future really exist? A future where Seo Do Hyun wouldn't work with me but would build a powerful empire, yet he chose to mess everything up and make me what I am today, dethroning me right here. Chairman Guan's reaction was exactly as Do Hyun had predicted. Confusion, chaos, and anger. But all of this was karma he had to pay. Seeing Tae Jun's rage reaching its peak, Jiang Chen advised, Chairman, please calm down. Hearing that, he snapped back. You think I can stay calm? Seo Do Hyun, that bastard, he knew everything when he approached me. But he calmly replied, if you keep hurting yourself, you're only going to suffer. Just then, Huksu's voice rang out. What's going on? He burst through the door asking, why is it so noisy? Hyungnim, what happened? Then, Hyuk-do also jumped in to advise. Calm down, do you want to destroy your innocent room too? Afterwards, he continued to wonder. What exactly happened? Tae Dun stiffly replied, none of your business. Just then, the phone rang, interrupting their meaningless conversation. Do Hyun on the other end thought to himself, has he calmed down yet? No way. Let's mess with his mind even more. Tae Jun was so annoyed that he asked as soon as he answered, who's calling at this hour? Hello. He nonchalantly replied, you didn't save my number? How disappointing. He wondered aloud. Seo Do Hyun, why are you? But he was interrupted by Do Hyun. Long time no see, so I wanted to check up on you, he said friendly. How do you like using the memory relic? Looks like Jiang Chen gave it to you. Hearing that, Hyun went crazy and asked, Jiang Chen? That bastard? Did you come here on Seo Do Hyun's orders? He immediately denied. What? No? What are you talking about? Do Hyun helplessly listened to him scream. I knew it! There's no way something so absurd could happen. Oh God, what did he make you do? Give me illusions and attack my mind, is that it? On the other side, Tae Jun cursed and lashed out. I'll make you pay for this stupid act. At that moment, Jiang Chen was being choked, unable to say any words of defense. All that could be heard from the listening device and phone were Jiang Chen's roars. It seems this traitor Jiang Chen is about to die miserably. Crazy old man. But Jiang Chen dying isn't good news either, because he knows what Chairman Guan is plotting. Even though Do Hyun barely accepted his past life, he's now obsessed with the idea that it was all a lie. That up until now, Everything Tae Jun has seen and heard has been fake. And Jiang Chen is the one who showed him those things. That's better. The situation has to be like this. He's definitely thinking that. Did Tae Jun think he'd let him escape reality? Do Hyun needed to let this crazy old man know that it's the truth. Just then, his voice rang out again. You killed him? Oh God, I'm too scared to say anything. By now, Tae Jun had calmed down again. He grabbed the phone and called his name. Seo Do Hyun! Tae Jun said sternly, your tricks won't work. You think this fake future can fool me? Thinking that those words would dampen Do Hyun's enthusiasm, but he replied bluntly, it's not fake. Do Hyun happily revealed. If you don't believe me, then let me tell you some interesting things about the future. If I do that, how about we talk about your business? Seeing him silent, Do Hoen spoke even more enthusiastically. The Sanctity Construction Company is building the new City 20. Shang Long is planning to speed up its progress, right? He listed Turn's plans one by one. He also planned to buy a series of lands in Zone A, and he planned to build a base for Sanctity relics as well. He came up with such a grand plan. Hearing that, he panicked and asked, how do you know? Du Hoen didn't answer the question, but casually said, I told you. I know because I saw everything that happened. You insist that he can only see one scene, but I am different. I remember everything that happened. Then, Du Hoen arrogantly explained, that's why you can't win against me. Not just you, but this whole world. He suddenly asked Turin a question. And you made someone like me your enemy. Why did you repay those who were loyal to you with betrayal? As Du Hoen was speaking, you are just atoning for your sins, and you are far from paying it all off. Then he suddenly screamed. The phone he was holding to his ear was violently smashed down. Teraj stomped repeatedly on his phone and yelled, shut up, shut up! Seeing this, Hai-un stopped him. Hai-un-nim, calm down. Despite this, he kept cursing. Damn it! Damn it! Their call ended just like that, of course. The old man had gone crazy and smashed the phone. Only then did Du Hoen regretfully say, I still had something I wanted to ask him. He should have told me how to use the heaven seal before smashing the phone. Then, he speculated. It seems likely he wouldn't have told me anyway. Just then, Sua appeared and announced, Boss Edward called. I told him you were still busy on the phone. Du Hoen calmly replied, all right, I just got off the phone with Chairman Kwan. Hearing that, she asked, with Chairman Kwan? He cheerfully recounted. The plan was successful. He's freaking out. Sua also brightly exclaimed, great, did you get to ask what you wanted to know? Du Hoen immediately replied, not yet, but there will be another opportunity soon. She didn't ask anything more and just said, I understand. Then, he wondered. More importantly, Edward called? Du Hoi. Give me the phone, I'll talk to him. She agreed, okay, here's the phone. Immediately after, Du Hoen greeted, hey Edward. Hearing that, he exclaimed, you finally answered the phone. He casually replied, I was a little busy just now, you called at the wrong time. Edward readily replied, all right, I know you're very busy. After saying that, he went straight to the point, I'm calling because I have good news for you. The fossilized relic that you gave us, I think it can be restored. Du Ho couldn't believe it and asked again, really? Edward affirmed with certainty, that's right, this time the researchers have found some interesting things. Then, he added, especially student Alan Robb, she played a very important role in this. Hearing that, he wondered, Joey? Edward happily praised, she's very talented in this field, I knew it. My eye for talent is very accurate. Du Ho then corrected, I was the one who sent her there. He immediately retorted, I was planning to hire her anyway, whatever, let's leave it at that. A moment later, Edward seriously asked, can you come to the laboratory for a bit? I think I need to tell you the details about this directly. He quickly agreed, of course. After hearing that, he said, okay, we'll prepare immediately. Thinking about the relic of the Gluttony Sanctity being in a fossilized state, being able to be restored, it really is good news. Not long after, Du Hoen arrived at the Gave Corporation's laboratory. Before long, he got to see that fossilized relic. After observing for a while, Du Hoen spoke up. Before, it just looked like a normal lump of dirt. Edward happily continued. Now it has an aura. Now it clearly has life, doesn't it? Then Dugel also appeared, but it has not been completely restored yet. Seeing her, he praised. Our hero is here. Dunn nonchalantly continued. Recovery is not exactly accurate. Although this relic has returned to its original state, it is still not usable. After saying that, she declared, as soon as it is restored, it will create a tomb. Du Hohe then became very curious. A tomb? Du thoughtfully replied, you need to conquer that tomb to be able to use it. Do you understand? It's not too surprising. He calmly explained how the relic had been like this since before it even created a dungeon. After hearing that, she understood. Oh, is that so? No wonder. Du Hoen, while observing it, said, Just like other relics, they need to create a dungeon to choose their master. Just do what it wants. It'll eventually belong to me anyway. Edward, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but ask. It's good that you're so confident, but what if it creates a dungeon and someone else intercepts it and steals it? Duhoen chuckled and replied, didn't you say we need to restore it for the dungeon to appear? That means we're the ones who can decide when that dungeon appears, right? He explained in detail. We've already completed half the preparation to get the dungeon entry pass. The other half is finding a place for it to appear. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to ask, can you find a place for it to appear? Dugun slowly sighed and replied, yes, I knew you'd ask that. Nevertheless, she answered Juan's question. It's in the Grand Canyon. Duhoen's group had learned where the Greedy Relics dungeon would appear. They could even guess when it would appear. He confidently said, but we've been to even more remote places. It probably won't be too bad, huh? Edward agreed. That's right. Immediately after, Duhoen gave an order. Pause the relic restoration when it's close to being completed. Let you know when we're ready, so we can arrange the dungeon's appearance time. He sternly continued. Understood. We'll wait for your signal. Hearing that, he praised. Very good. I'll head back then. The others, upon seeing Duhoen, immediately wondered. So? We're preparing to conquer one of the 7 greatest dungeons? It's been a while, hasn't it? He cheerfully replied. That's right. The greedy dungeon we've been waiting for is finally about to appear. Ilya, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Is there anything specific we need to prepare? Duhoen nonchalantly replied, of course. Then he began to elaborate. First, we need to restore the important relics to their best condition. Why are you sighing? Duhuang, we also need to build a base near the tomb. The 2 others heard this and dazedly repeated, a base? The scene switched to another location. A voice full of regret rang out. Are we moving soon? Duhoen confirmed. That's right, we can't stay here forever. Rang nodded upon hearing this and replied, that makes sense. Then he tactfully said, thank you for your kindness, but the place we're going is quite far. Hearing that, she wondered, where are you all planning to go? Duhoen did not conceal it at all. The Tam Nam tomb is about to appear in the Grand Canyon, so we might stay there for a while. Finally, he spoke softly. Thank you for your help during this time. Thanks to you, we had a very comfortable place to stay, he slowly shared. It might also be because Chai was in a good environment, that he did very well at the exhibition. She happily responded, I'm very glad if I could help everyone. Immediately after, she dropped a bomb. When are you leaving? I need to prepare too, causing Duhoen to freeze for a moment. What? He dazedly asked. You want to go too? You don't need to do that. But before he could advise her, Iprin excitedly replied, that's right, making him extremely confused. Why are you so excited? It was finally decided that Irin would also support Duhoen's group in conquering the dungeon, but she had things to arrange here, so she would join later. Not long after, they moved to a remote city near the Grand Canyon, arranged their accommodations, and began preparing for the conquest. Duhoen's group is participating, because this conquest seems like it will be quite difficult. While they are leading the tomb conquest, Duhoen's group and others will come to interfere. That is inevitable, because the tomb will be very large scale. In any case, a battle is highly likely, and they must ensure they are prepared. The sacred relic restoration process also had no hiccups. Although Jahai kept grumbling about having too much work to do, he still completed it very quickly. The reason he could do it was thanks to the upgraded power he obtained recently. After the incident with the Hinnal relic ended, while they were cleaning up the exhibition area that was messed up due to the war, Duhoen's group found relics in the rubble, and a valuable relic among them was the Michelangelo relic. It is said to be the relic that Julian possessed, but they have been wandering since his contract ended. Julian, that bastard. It seems he lost his life after that incident. Because the Duhoen group found an unowned relic, they took advantage of it. So the artist's relic naturally belonged to them. But the moment Jeha signed the contract, something unexpected happened. After obtaining Michelangelo's relic, which was far superior to Pieta, David, and a series of other masterpieces, the 3 relics of Renaissance masterpieces were also affected. Now JHA can restore relics faster and more accurately, which is why he can constantly restore the relics after the exhibition. But that's also why he'll be fine if he has more work to do, right? Duhoen smiled as he looked at him. While working in the garage, Dari suddenly noticed Duhoen's attentive gaze. He surprisedly greeted. Boss? He asked. Is everything okay? Daha smiled and replied. Everything's fine. Duhoen nonchalantly continued. Is that so? A second later, he suddenly dropped a bomb. I'm going to give you another job. This made him jump and exclaim, what? Daha grumbled. Why do I keep getting more work? Duhoen casually replied, you can do it, don't complain. Then he pulled out some relic and said, try replicating this relic. Seeing this, Daha hesitated. That is, he looked at it for a moment and wondered, isn't this the relic that helps the boss remember his memories? Why do you want to replicate it? Duhoen calmly replied, I plan to use it on Chairman Huang. Daha exclaimed in surprise. What? Why? He stubbornly replied. I like the feeling of seeing him suffer. After I give him a part of my memories. Wouldn't it be better to give him more memories? Delet, after hearing that, could only exclaim, You're so wicked, boss. Unexpectedly, Du Hoen said, I'm serious. Chairman Huan might also participate in this conquest, so we have to eliminate this issue. Only then did he calm down and ask, Eliminate this issue? I thought we weren't killing him because he has defensive relics. Then he added, besides his life, we can still eliminate this issue if we destroy other things. Du Hoen smiled mischievously and continued, That's why I want you to create a relic with a similar effect but lower efficiency to use on Chairman World. Finally, he concluded. Anyway, it's a waste to use this original relic. You said you can restore it, right? Daha reluctantly replied, Okay, I understand. Cut to a tall building. It was none other than the Azure Dragon. The sound of footsteps, along with angry and helpless noises, echoed repeatedly. Not again? Himyuksugyo stood outside and called out urgently, Xuan Gim, I'm coming in! As soon as he entered, he snapped, Why are you doing this again? If you keep going like this, the company will be ruined. Taejun coldly turned his head and said, I told you not to let anyone in. Hyuksu retorted grumpily, Your room is so loud, what are we supposed to do? The more he spoke, the more annoyed he became. It's been days. You go crazy every 10 minutes. The employees are starting to worry. Himyuksu was utterly confused. Just tell me what happened. What the hell are you hiding from me? Despite saying that, Turn still seemed extremely uncomfortable. I told you, it's nothing. Himyuksu stubbornly argued back. So that's nothing? Do you think I believe that? He just heard him say, I heard this is related to the future, or memories or something. Taejun was furious. He attacked him directly with a stern warning. Shut up! Hyuksu struggled to get up and called him, Hyungnin. But Taejun only coldly reminded him, Stay away from me while I can still be patient. Finally, he declared loudly, This is none of your business. Turn's stubbornness made Hishukso fall into deep thought. A moment later, he had no choice but to compromise. Fine. I won't interfere anymore. Hyungnin, in return, control yourself. After hearing that, he said in a low voice, chasing him away, I know. Get out. Hyuksu immediately agreed. Okay. After leaving the room, he didn't leave immediately but lingered for a few minutes. He Wookyu grudgingly thought, So disappointing. We've been through so much together. He muttered his displeasure. Yet when something important happens, he won't let me intervene, and is even wary of me. He Wookyu coldly sent a message to Taejun. Just you wait. He Ungnim then proceeded to leave. The scene shifts to Duhoen's group. An excited voice rings out. Finally, he cheerily spoke. Preparations for the conquest are done. We will conquer the dungeon tomorrow, so everyone get some good rest today. Duhoen kept repeating. Check all of your relics one more time, causing his teammates to only helplessly reply, All right. Duhoen praised upon hearing this. Good. Then, while his fingers rapidly scrolled on his phone screen, the person on the other end spoke. Hello, he introduced. This is my older brother. Contrary to when he instructed everyone, this time Duhoen only said one sentence. Restore that relic. Finishing his words, Duhoen commanded in a deep voice. Open the greed dungeon. A flash of light suddenly appeared in the blue sky, moving at an incredible speed. A second later, that flash of light landed with a crash in an empty area. This phenomenon quickly became the talk of the town. The breaking news. A high-level dungeon had appeared in Grand Canyon National Park. The television station announced, Pandora's risk assessment in this area is not yet complete. It is predicted to be a high-level and dangerous dungeon. However, everyone still rushed into the streets. Get out of the way! We have to get to that dungeon! They speculated that it was clearly one of the 7 dungeons, and this time, we will claim it. Joy successfully restored the fossil, and that relic quickly generated a dungeon. But the dungeon is predicted to emit a massive amount of aura, and those troublesome people are starting to get greedy. But it doesn't matter, Duhoen's group has prepared for this. In another development, an annoyed sound suddenly rang out. How did this happen? Prometheus wondered deeply. I was the one who sealed the greed relic. How could he awaken that dungeon? Ivy had to explain. About this, one of them was plotting. I guess they dug up and carried the sealed fossil, she added quietly. Then it fell into Selen's hands. Hearing this, Prometheus cursed those incompetent fools. He began to regret. They should have protected their area. But Ivy defended. Initially they were on our side. I didn't expect them to betray us. Prometheus attacked towards her, then coldly warned. Don't make excuses anymore, he fiercely commanded. Mobilize all forces, we cannot lose it. Finishing his words, Prometheus added, I will go this time too. Ivy was immediately surprised and blurted out, You're going? He replied in a grave voice, Yes, I don't trust anyone anymore. I will go there myself. Seeing that she still hadn't moved, Prometheus snapped again. What the hell are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare. It was then that Ivy finally reacted. Yes, my lord. In another development, dozens of cars were speeding out onto the roads to search for that dungeon. A voice suddenly rang in Tae Jun's ear. As soon as we approach the dangerous zone, we will switch to talking via the relics. After that, Hyuk-soo announced. A few people are already excavating there. He replied irritably. Sooner or later that area will turn into a flea market, those annoying bastards. Just then, that voice rang out again. I can see the dungeon over there. After hearing this, Tae Jun looked towards the light pillars and wondered, what is that? After reacting, he immediately ordered the driver, stop the car! The driver quickly replied, yes. A second later, Tae Jun opened the door and stepped out to check the situation. Hee Wook-yu felt completely confused. Why are there so many light pillars? Normally, no matter how large, they only appear around 3 or 4 dungeons. Annoyed, he clicked his tongue. Did something strange happen? We have to keep going. Meanwhile, over on Yu-ho's side, he announced, Boss, the rivals are closing in. Sua thought that wasn't enough and added, Dragon's breath is among them too. But you simply replied calmly, I know, the guildmaster won't sit still in this matter. Yu-hoan slyly asked, are the fake entrances working? She then confirmed, yes, I see some of them scattered in that area. Sua confidently asserted that they would get lost because of those fake entrances. Upon hearing this, Yu laughed and replied, that's good then. Although those rivals felt something strange, a massive amount of light pillars covered the entire dungeon, with each light pillar leading to a dungeon entrance, and there are thousands of fake entrances. Thus the number of light pillars also increased. Yo-hoan's group had been in this area since the dungeon was created. They had plenty of time to create fake entrances before those idiots arrived. With Roseha possessing the holy relic of the 3 great Renaissance artists, it was easy to create dozens of fake entrances. While the rivals are lost, Yo-hoan's group will conquer it through the real entrance. A moment later, Yu confidently asked, Alright, let's start. Is everyone ready? The whole group replied in unison, ready. It was then that Ilya wondered, which one is the real entrance? This is confusing. Too many entrances. Yu immediately reassured them. Don't worry. Yu-hoan casually spoke. The person who made those fake entrances will know. Deha heard that and spoke up. Here, of course. He pointed in one direction and asserted confidently. I remember. The real entrance is right there. But where Dim pointed, there was nothing but countless light pillars. This left him speechless. It was then that Yu-hoan asked straightforwardly. I think there are about 30 entrances there. Which one is the real one? Depera's face turned pale as he stammered. This. A flash of murderous intent suddenly appeared as you asked. Or can't you find it? D immediately pleaded. Boss, calm down, please calm down. But Yu-ho showed no intention of backing down and instead asked, why should I calm down? Choose now. Who are you trying to mess with? Seeing this, he shouted. These dogs came from hell, I'm going to die. Just then, Rope spoke up. Is it your fault? You're done for, you're done for. They heard this and spoke with disappointment. Rope? You too? Finally, he was tied up by Rope. But his mouth kept saying, I'm sorry, I was sure I remembered where it was just a moment ago. It was now Yu-hoan's turn to speak. I can't believe we're being hindered by these fake entrances. It looks like we fell into our own trap. But you were not discouraged, thinking that if so, we will find it with our own skills. If we use something to scout, we might find it faster. But then Yu-hoan suddenly discovered something unusual while using his ability. What? He was extremely puzzled. I can't use my skill, why is it suddenly like this? After seeing the notification that the excavation skill cannot be used in this dungeon, Yu-hoan was completely surprised. What? Annoyed, he blamed. You should have said something sooner if it's so sudden. Why did you do this without warning? Yu-hoan's crow saw that it replied non-committally and cursed. You idiot! Seeing this, Julian asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? He replied. The crow suddenly activated the switch. Yu-hoan stated frankly, I think we need to find another entrance. He suggested, I see, then let's use the relic Facebook. Luckily, there are other relics that can replace the crow. Starting with the relic Similis book. An insect capable of sniffing out relics could also help. The power of these entrances is quite potent, so we'll need a few relics. Finally, Yu-hoan's group found the real entrance. But at this moment, Jin finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief and wondered, Phew, finally found it, can we go in yet? He replied coldly, no. Then Yu-hoan added, there are opponents at 8 o'clock. Hearing this, Julian glanced towards 8 o'clock. The enemy had been watching while they were searching for the entrance. They are watching Jen's group. Seeing this, Julian asked, what should we do? Should we take them down before going in? But Jen believes we shouldn't act rashly unless necessary. He calmly analyzed. Fighting here will only attract more opponents. Then Yu-hoan continued. Then the conquest will be delayed. I'll deal with them in the catacombs. Yu-hoan's group only came to scout. but the people who followed us into the catacombs are from the Azure Dragon. It seems the chairman thought, I didn't know I was being followed. According to what? He was completely shocked when he was attacked by Ilya and Hejin. Then Zhu Hoen concluded, see, you shouldn't follow people like that. The sounds of conversation rang out again. There seemed to be a strange noise. Should we go investigate first? Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. No need. The staff immediately became alert. What is that? The other person replied. Because we came for it. T. Dunn understood immediately. Damn it. It's been lying in wait for us for a long time. Ilya stood in a corner and said, surprise, you idiots. You won't be able to get past this place. Seeing this, they shouted, he's over there. Take him down. Not only was he not afraid, but he even encouraged them. Come on, let's go. Finishing his sentence, Ilya added, and I'm not the only one, you know. Right after he said, let's switch. Woo. The two sides rushed at each other. One side was Hin and the Azure Dragons people, who were fighting extremely intensely. The other side, seeing this, told each other, it's going to attack us again, everyone be careful. Right after that, Ilya said again, that's not the only monster. Tijun stood to the side and sighed. What a mess. Just 2 people can create this. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. Wait, 2 people? T. Dunn exclaimed in panic. Those 2 are just part of Seo Duhoen's gang. They're holding us back while the rest are moving forward. After discovering this, he said, we can't waste time being blocked here by them. We have to split up, avoid them, and go straight in. Tijun told Hyuk-soo that he would be the one to hold them off. He asked back in surprise, what? Me? He continued without wavering, attract their attention and give us some time to get through. Then Hyuk-soo hesitantly said, I understand what you mean, but Tae-jun interrupted without hesitation. If you understand, that's good. Jun-sigu, I have a mission for you too. He immediately replied, yes, Chairman. On the other side, the battle was still going on. Someone was fighting and marveling. These guys are pretty strong. After unleashing a move, he thought, but it's okay, it's a small matter. A little later, Ilya suddenly received a report. Master, the enemy is making very strange moves. He wondered. Go! It's seriously analyzed. They're not fighting anymore and are showing signs of retreating. It's like they'll all pull out of here any minute now. The bewildered Holy Relic asked, aren't we going to call back more allies to block them off? Unexpectedly, Ilya replied, all right, enough is enough. Let them go, leaving it completely puzzled. Listen, he immediately explained. We chose a very ideal place to take each other out. If they want to take a detour, they'll definitely have to pass through those traps. Ilya paused for a beat, then continued. The boss also told us not to push ourselves too hard, because he wants us to overwhelm them with numbers so they fall into our traps. Meanwhile, Seun was extremely smug. I bet they don't know we deserted. Tae Jonghyun cheerfully added. Good. We should get as far away as possible before they realize we're running away. As they were moving, they suddenly stepped on a trap activation trigger. Noises immediately echoed, attracting everyone's attention. A second later, water flooded the area. A panicked voice cried out, what's going on? They exclaimed. It's hot! This is a trap! We can't let that liquid touch us! Everyone, be careful! A second later, a horde of monsters swarmed in, filling them with terror. Monsters are coming! Damn it, too many of them! Tae Jun, upon hearing the battle cry, charge and destroy everything you can, angrily cursed, son of a BTCH. The question they posed was, why are we being held back? After exiting the cave, they spoke up again. Another fork in the road! Let's go left! The other side suddenly exclaimed in admiration, you're amazing! How can you know which way to go without looking at the guidance symbols in the crypt? Duhoen nonchalantly replied, I remember this crypt very well. Hearing that, he asked with wide eyes, remember? Sua then explained, because the archaeologist's relic is inside this tomb. It was then that Den finally understood. Ah, so he's talking about the memories from his previous life. That's the boss's key achievement, right? Yu Hoen admitted. That's right, it was the first and only high-grade relic I ever owned. Thanks to that guy, the excavation of this relic became easier, he said smugly. I can read the directional symbols of the dungeon and even navigate around this place, and I can even avoid traps by opening up new paths. Julian saw him stop and asked, if there were no directional symbols, would you still navigate normally? Yu Hoen, that's right. Immediately after, he exclaimed, I must thank the skills that Crow Guy passed on to me. Thank you, Crow, you're so useful. After reading the message, Yu Ho immediately asked, why is this idiot being annoying? Are you scared? Daha on the other side kept pressing. Wait, so you don't need that artifact? Then give it to us, because it's very useful and we should try to make the most of it. Hearing this, he flatly refused. No way. It's very special to me. He then criticized. What? You're so stingy. Afterward, Du Hoen happily said, that's the artifact that helped me become a powerful figure in the use of artifacts when I had nothing. I'll put it in the most honorable place in my house, even if I don't use it. Seeing this, Chloe spoke up and asked, It's that meaningful to you? I heard it's a pretty risky item. She continued to speak. A greedy archaeologist made you very obsessed with acquiring more knowledge. Right? Didn't you say you read books without sleeping? Chloe gradually shifted into nagging mode. You almost died from artifact syndrome. Every time I remember that time, I feel very annoyed. Du-Hoan could only say, I'm sorry, Dr. Chloe. Then he retorted. Even so, thanks to that, I've accumulated a lot of different knowledge that's very useful in life. Finally, Du-Hoan concluded with one sentence. So that artifact has to be mine. I'm really excited to see me, and it reunited soon. Seeing the door in front of them, they exclaimed, Oh, look what's in front of us. It's a door. Are we going in there? He observed for a moment, then replied, That's right. Seeing this door means we've reached the center of the crypt. A second later, Du-Hoan continued. From here on out we can only pass if we can complete the tasks set by the gatekeeper, but where's the ghost? Before long, astonishment gradually appeared on the faces of JHA and SUA. They stammered, It's opening! While Jen remained unfazed. Standing before them now were the gatekeeper demons. The red demon invited them. Come on in, you arrogant ones. Hearing this, they turned to each other and said, Look, it doesn't even care, and just keeps talking. We will not allow those who are not qualified to approach the master of the tomb. If you want to go deeper, you must pass our test. He calmly asked, What is it? The red demon replied, A physical test. The blue demon and red demon believe that those without courage are not allowed to meet our esteemed master. Du-Hoan and the others questioned. Finding artifacts also has an exercise trend? Then they coldly declared. The challenge is 1,000 push-ups in 1 minute. He was shocked and questioned. 1,000 push-ups in 1 minute? The red demon then added, singing and dancing. If you frown, you lose. They sighed in frustration. This test is truly pushing it too far. While Du-Hoan was pondering and muttering, Oh, it seems like this time is exactly like last time. Quote, Du-Hoan turned to him and asked, What should we do? Seeing this, the red demon said, No chit-chat. I will choose the one to perform this test. With that, it firmly announced the name of the last one to arrive, leaving Du-Hoan stunned. A second later, he saw Hin and Ilya running towards him with greetings. Boss, you've gone pretty far, haven't you? They've fallen into our trap. Du-Hoan didn't answer Ilya, but turned to ask the red demon. Which of the two of them? It laughed and replied, Isn't it obvious? The red demon firmly declared. Of course, it's the white-haired one. Ilya, who had just arrived, had no idea what everyone was talking about. The red demon coldly confirmed. This white-haired guy will perform the task, leaving him completely surprised. Huh? Ilya asked confusedly. What's going on? What is this atmosphere? Why me? What do I need to do? Jote kindly explained. You need to do 1,000 push-ups in 1 minute. After hearing that, he yelled in astonishment. What? Du-Ho was also doubtful. Damn it, the weakest among us. He's given us an impossible task. He thought to himself. Ilya's normal body is already weak. 1,000. I can't. How is that even possible? And the side effects of using the demon's sacred artifact make him even weaker. Jae-ha spoke up indignantly. Why did you choose him among us? You should have chosen someone else. But the red demon stubbornly replied. No, it has to be him. It believed that if the weakest among you could complete the task, there would be no need to test the rest. Finally, the red demon concluded. This is the most profitable task. Du-Ho asked in surprise. Where did you learn that line? Then Julian Beardy said. What should we do? We have no chance of winning right now. He was very puzzled. He said he doesn't have any relics from the past. How can he overcome it? Du-Ho then telepathically communicated. Good question. We will overcome him using the method I used before. Hearing this, Julian said, Why are you using telepathy? A moment later, he telepathically communicated to everyone, frankly saying, We won't be able to pass this task, even if the one performing it isn't Ilya, right? 1,000 push-ups in 1 minute, it's ridiculous. Du-Hoan calmly said. Therefore, we will not perform this task. We will steal the key from the gatekeeper and go through the gate. He began to strategize. While Ilya is attracting the gatekeeper's attention, I will steal the key. Ilya smiled as Du-Hoan said. Ilya, attract as much of his attention as possible. Ilya confidently replied, I'm an expert at that. Seeing them standing still, the red demon snapped. What are you standing there for? Start the task immediately, it brazenly ordered. Those who don't perform the task, stand aside. Du-Hoan pretended to be obedient and replied, Okay, we heard you. Then he muttered, Perfect. Now I'll use stealth. After realizing he couldn't use stealth, Du-Hoan irritably thought, That's right, damn it. If I use the stealth skill, it'll take more than a minute to recover. There's no other way. There's only one thing I can do. A moment later, he telepathically messaged Shua. Send Judo to steal the key from him. She immediately responded, Okay. But the question arises, which one of them has it and where is it? Damn it! To find out, we'll need to use things like the S-book relics. Seeing this, Duhoen reminded Ilya. It looks like things are going to get more complicated, so stall for as much time as possible. He immediately replied, okay. Then Red Devil spoke up. Alright, it's time. I'll give you exactly 1 minute. Just then, an idea struck Ilya. I need to stall as much time as possible, so I'll argue with him first. Thinking that, he pretended to be clueless and asked, what mission? I came late so I didn't hear clearly. It explained again. As I said, do 1,000 push-ups in 1 minute while singing and dancing joyfully. Ilya immediately retorted. How can I sing and dance while doing push-ups at the same time? Hearing that, Red Devil asked back, confused. What? I mean, how can I do 2 things at the same time? After hearing him say that, Red Devil grumbled and explained, you idiot, that's just a figure of speech. I'm asking you to do it happily without showing any signs of fatigue. Ilya deliberately asked again. So, does that mean I don't have to dance, right? Red Devil replied, right, you just need to smile while doing it. A second later, he said again, I have another question. If I finish 1,000 push-ups on time, then I'll succeed? Duhoen and them answered, yeah, that's right. Not exceeding the time limit, he exclaimed. Ilya, you're amazing. Your stalling is great, he thought confidently. We're managing to find the key and send Judo to get it. Judo will definitely succeed. Now it was Green Devil's turn to wonder. Finishing on time is considered a success? It had to explain. No, if he finishes the last one on time, then it's considered a success. Green Devil kept babbling. I think he'll exceed the time limit. Geez, stupid, stubborn. While not paying attention to Judo behind him, she was about to touch the key while they were still talking. What a waste of time. What are the odds of that happening? Oh, you're right. A moment later, Green Devil turned to remind Ye, stop wasting time, do it first. But he didn't listen, and even complained. How can you decide that so half-heartedly? He tried to bring up more topics to ask. If I'm exhausted when doing the first one, then I can't do the second one, right? What will you do if the results become ambiguous? It hesitated, and replied, let's see. If the results turn out like that, he commented unhappily. So irresponsible. Meanwhile, Judo had arrived at Duhoen's place. You happily looked at the item in your hand. Good. Judo retrieved it successfully. We will take advantage of this opportunity to pass while Ku's guards are distracted. Because Ilya's body is being enhanced by the demons of Solomon, he will give up on the mission, and he is making them argue with each other. They will send words of gratitude to the nearby gatekeepers. Even if they notice, Duhoen's group will move very gently, so they can get past all of them. But there was an unexpected problem. It happened when he put the key into the lock. Duhoen blurted out this sound in a panic. But by then, his group was standing in front of the door. Red Devil was the first to notice something unusual. What? What are you guys doing? Duhoen immediately urged, it doesn't seem like last time. Run, everyone! Why aren't these doors lubricated? Seeing this, the devils also quickly ran over, running and shouting, Stop, humans! Seeing that only Ilya was missing, he shouted loudly, Hurry up, Ilya! I'm coming! He rushed over. Coming. Standing in that situation, Heejin asked worriedly, Are we going to prepare to fight? He replied, We should avoid fighting them as much as possible. After saying that, Duhoen angrily cursed. Damn it. We can only destroy the door by destroying the crypt. The notification appeared again. He clicked his tongue and mumbled as he thought. Just then, Red Devil jumped in front of Duhoen, preparing to attack. Die! Just as its weapon was about to strike, Hin swiftly intercepted it. Then he turned back to warn. Please be careful. These guys are pretty strong. Duhoen could only helplessly reiterate. What did I say? Limit your fighting with them. He analyzed seriously. These guys are significantly strong. And there are 10 more gates like this. Each time we go through a gate, fighting them like this will drain our energy. Hearing this, Julian said, There's nothing left here. Let's be more careful in the next room. In the very next second, a surge of light enveloped the red demon's body. Finding themselves at a disadvantage, they couldn't help but curse. Bastards. But Duhoen declared bluntly, We're going to the next room. Other attacks rained down again, causing the red demon immense pain. Before long, it was logged out of the fight, leaving its teammate, the blue demon, completely stunned. Seeing his friend fall, it angrily cursed them. You bastards! Duho didn't waver. He coldly ordered, Now, all out attack. Hearing this, one of them exclaimed, Awesome! Moments later, the blue demon was also ganged up on by Duhoen and his team, until it collapsed. The only demon left was stunned beyond belief seeing its defeat. Impossible. John's voice echoed, One last one. Finish it. They replied, Understood. The pained sound of the last remaining demon resonated throughout the space. Elsewhere, someone suddenly spoke. Can you see those shameful bastards? It was Letheon. She was very annoyed. I carefully designed the gate, yet they passed through it so easily. Lamon mumbled. There's someone who disregards sincerity. I'll keep an eye on him. Her eyes suddenly lit up strangely as she wondered. But this one, I've never seen him before. Why do I feel so familiar? The four of them continued on their journey, having to search for every piece of information. After so long, they finally found the path, having to observe everything carefully. We're here, the second gate. Yu Hoan spoke up to remind everyone. You don't want anyone to be in danger. Be careful as we might sneak in at the right time. Dae spoke up. But weren't we caught before because of you, leader? As soon as he heard Daha's words, he immediately taught him a lesson. Watch your mouth, which made him feel pain. Light gradually radiated from inside. The gate actually opened on its own. It's opening! Duhoken stood still, expecting everything, perhaps about to face something again. Inside was a deep cave, but there was no sound at all. Surely no one has entered inside here, only them. Duhoen observed everything, but didn't see what he was looking for. What? Why is there nothing in this room? Duhoen realized he had been tricked, but he wasn't afraid because of it. A trap? Fine. As soon as he finished speaking, for some reason the ground here became strangely cracked. What if it's a trap? You shameless humans. They hadn't even entered for long, yet they had to endure an earthquake, causing everyone to panic. They all fell underground. This tremor made it impossible for everyone to stand still. If you get through this gate, you can use your tricks again. I can't see any deception. Duhoen was afraid that he would disappear if he didn't have something to protect himself. Rocks and dirt suddenly started falling here, and they were all huge boulders. Lafan was just as bewildered, not understanding how this earthquake was happening. Huh? What is this? But it was as if time stopped. There was no longer a feeling of falling down. Suddenly, all the debris froze like that. Time was frozen, and everything was neatly arranged. Everyone could go down without anyone getting hurt. Duhoen figured out why it was happening, but maybe he wasn't sure yet. I think this is the tomb restoration skill. It's being controlled precisely. Lechon didn't want anyone here, trespassing on her territory. I'll kick you out of here soon enough. Duhoen had learned about the history of this place. It was built by one person. Lemon is the greedy devil that appears in the Bible. She sold land to humans and taught them how to mine. But Lafan was too greedy for profit, not knowing where the stopping point was. She was originally an angel, but the story is that she was too greedy and always eyeing the land to see what benefits she could get. Duhoen had thought about it, but he still didn't believe it in his head. As an archaeologist, I know about her. But is she really a devil? Layman was still furious inside. She didn't want anyone to trespass. You broke the rules and passed through the gates, didn't you? How could you do that when I spent so much effort creating them? Duhoen had to go in and get to the bottom of it. The questions in his head needed to be answered. From the start, you were the one who made it impossible for us to follow the rules. 1,000 supports in a minute. Do you think that's possible? She calmly replied. Why wouldn't it be possible? I don't understand. Lamon insisted that the people serving beside her had to be tough. The goat also came over to listen to the situation, but he didn't quite understand. Then go to hell with that toughness, or what? Wait a minute. Serve? But Goat couldn't believe this was true. How could something like this happen? Humans are the rulers. How could a holy relic like you be the master? She's cursing a bunch of imbeciles. All of you are slaves. Lemion also brought up another case. Or perhaps my concubine. Dia was angry when she heard her call herself that, even though she's just a small human. This concubine brat, seriously. Duhoen was saying things that he couldn't accept. Although I don't like the terms you're offering much, since you're looking for someone to make a deal with, you don't understand what I'm trying to convey. You mean you're willing to be her sugar baby or her slave? You're really serious. He didn't care if these things affected him, he just needed to find a reasonable excuse. What does it matter what she calls us? We just want to skip the whole process so we can get the artifact immediately. There's no better benefit than possessing this fake item. Leia will definitely not let anyone stay here. They must be kicked out. Wake up! Because I'm going to kick you out of here. I only came here to see you because I was a little curious. She was curious about Duhoen's true abilities, a truly powerful person. You, what the hell are you? I saw you just use my skills. How can you do that? Hearing that, he guessed that he could grasp other people's thoughts. You're talking about the ability to restore the mausoleum, right? I don't know why I can do it either. She was still wary. You think I'll believe you? Duhoen also wanted to tell Lamon another thing. It will definitely be necessary. Crow gave me a gift. What is it? Although he didn't want to talk about this, he had to reveal it. That scoundrel, why is he so cranky today? She seemed to have remembered. Crow, as soon as you mentioned him, I felt his presence. Hearing him say that, Lamon really had a lot of questions that needed to be answered immediately. Crow was the one who was sealed. What did that guy do? A gift? Answer me quickly. You're too slow. Duhoen was happy that he had grasped the psychological tactic. Perhaps it would help with his investigation. This could be good in its own way, because it seems like I'm provoking this wicked hag. Lamon seemed to want to beg Duhoen for something, so she offered a condition. What's so important about those things? Think about it. I can use your skills proficiently. Duho kept getting closer, not believing that he couldn't win her over. So aren't we perfect puzzle pieces for each other? Lamon felt that what Duhoen said made a lot of sense. There was nothing to argue about. That makes sense. He had her in his grasp, but she still had a test that he had to pass. Otherwise, there would be no information. But if you don't pass my test, how will I know if you're qualified to be my attendant? Du-hoon didn't care what those things were. To him, those things were extremely simple. Well, I just said that, didn't I? Your test is a load of nonsense. If you give a reasonable test, I'll play along until you want to stop. Lyman liked the way he thought. Du-hoon wasn't like the people she had met before. I can. Right here. Right now. She nodded. You're quite confident, aren't you? Du-hoon was really confident in what he said. He always believed in himself. From the start, it's hard to find someone as good as me among the people out there anyway. Lasan didn't care much. Whatever. She really liked his personality. You're certainly straightforward, but I'm liking you more and more. My husband is ambitious too. I like those with a lot of ambition. And it was time for Du-hoon to complete the test so he could assess his abilities. Alright, here's a test just for you. Lamon started to popularize the exam rules. To let Yu Hotan grasp the real situation, I will gather all the gatekeepers and combine them into one. If you can defeat him, it means you have passed the test. Those gatekeepers are really something. Their mouths are full of fangs. Hey boss, isn't this even more dangerous for us? Dana is really worried about Yu Hoen's condition, wondering if he's stable or not. She makes the gatekeepers look too cunning right now. Those monsters are becoming more rampant. They don't know what fear is. But instead of being afraid like everyone here, Lamon finds them interesting. Isn't it cute? Dusty feels disgusted. Cute where? Praises are given to it. Indeed, this one is huge. It's as big as a house, she even brags. Not only is it big, but it also has no flaws. She wants to see your true abilities, so she doesn't allow you to use any other weapons. And more importantly, you have to do it yourself. Your companions can only watch from the outside. Lemon is really cruel. As soon as they interfere, you will immediately fail the test. Jaeha and Sua are anxiously worried outside. They're afraid he won't be able to handle it. Can he do it? Yu-ho immediately agreed to this. He must endure all the challenges that have been agreed upon. Because I don't need to use much effort to get here either. Everyone, step back. Yeah. Yu-hoen wants to ask for some time to prepare. He needs to practice first to warm up a bit. Yu-hoen only needs one weapon in his hand, nothing else. Go! Xiangdu, she really likes this look. Well done. Lamon sees his brave appearance. Yu-hoen in this image is extremely dignified. You look quite elegant. So should we check if you're as good as you look? Yu-hoen looked up for a long time. He already felt exhausted. That monster is too huge, and he's just a tiny human. Too heavy. It's really not easy. Yu-hoen wants to fight right away. The longer it takes, the more tired he will become. Alright, let's begin. Switching to another scene. At a city building with a clear blue sky. Che is listening to someone's phone call. She doesn't seem happy at all. Why do you keep calling me? The other end replies. Because you keep wandering around. Che is still on the road walking. She doesn't forget to carry out her mission. Everyone, gather at the Great Canyon Mausoleum because we need to stop Yu-hoen. Che needs time. How can she get there if you keep urging her like that? I'm on my way. The other end seems angry. How many times have you said that? Get here quickly. She's already arrived, but the other end seems to be an impatient person. I'm using a different strategy. Don't expect me to participate in your simple and stupid plan. Che-wan has already planned everything from before, even more perfect than anything else. First, we need to eliminate the places Yu-hoen can escape to. Only then can we catch him. You think so, right? So the person calling her is actually Prometheus. He is anxiously worried. Block his escape routes too, got it? Where are you? But Che-wan always maintains a calm attitude, without a hint of worry. I'm at Juen's motel, making him angry. What are you doing there? Che-wan understands him better than anyone else. She has had contact with him. Yu-hoen, that bastard is very cunning. He always prepares an escape route before entering the catacombs. That's the reason he built a motel near the catacombs. So I will ambush here so they don't have a chance to use their achievements. Prometheus feels this plan is very reasonable. He will cooperate with her? Good, remember to come to me after you're done. Quan will follow through. Understood, but don't nag me anymore. But when he hangs up, Prometheus is secretly cursing Che for those actions. If she planned everything in advance, she should have finished the job sooner. Then he asks his soldiers, must prepare carefully for this plan? Are our troops fully gathered yet? The person replies, not yet. He wants everything to go smooth without anything getting in the way. Don't just stand there, contact the units that haven't arrived yet and urge them to get here quickly. Everyone is shouting in unison. Everyone is following Prometheus's orders. Understood. He has hated him for a long time. This time he will definitely destroy him completely. Yu-hoen, when our forces are fully present, that will be your doomsday. Che-wan finally gets upstairs. She feels he's really annoying. That old man is really nagging. Chi is looking forward to this reunion with him, which is why she cooperated. No matter what, I will be able to meet that Yu-hoen after a long time. She also has a conspiracy no different from Prometheus, which is to eliminate him right away. This time, we have to make sure we get rid of him. Yeah, that's what we've been doing, right? Chae-won is almost at Yu-hen's doorstep, but she doesn't know he's not here.
Think about it. We've always been stronger than him, but we always fail to take his life, because he always manages to escape unexpectedly. After all this time, it wasn't too hard for Chae-won to find his house.
That's why we're lying in wait here, so that can't happen again. So this is the place? She deliberately touched the door, but didn't detect anything strange. This room has no sacred protection. Chae gently stepped into the house. She didn't think she'd get in so easily. How careless. Stepping inside, she saw Irin's figure, which startled her. Oh my god, who are you?
Irin quickly recognized this person's identity.
She fought with Yu-hen before. You're Chae, this is his house, but you act like you live here. What do you think you're doing here? Chae-won recognized her. Irene Chu could clearly sense the opponent's power. She's definitely not ordinary. She possesses a pretty strong divinity but still hasn't learned how to hide that power. This wasn't part of my plan. Her friend started to take a defensive stance. She doesn't want him to be in danger anymore. You're here to harm Yu-hen, aren't you? Chae-won confirmed. That's right, to the point that she was angry because of Kruo's stubbornness. How brazen. She's still keeping that attitude. What else did you expect? Did you think I would make up some excuses? She remained calm and responded. Her face didn't change at all. Even if you made up some excuses, I wouldn't easily fall for them. The main thing is that Irene is about to reach her breaking point with these words. She feels like she's being insulted. No matter what you do, you won't stop me until I achieve my goal. Ibrin is determined not to let this happen. She's hurt Yu-hen too much. I will stop you. Chae-won wasn't even afraid, but instead challenged her. Suit yourself, go ahead and try. Chae just let her do whatever she wanted. She will still carry out her mission properly. No matter what, you don't stand a chance. Irin's eyes no longer had a gentle look, but became fiercer. Suddenly, electricity radiated from her body, as if anger had consumed her. Come and get it! Chuo believes that her power is comparable.
She's no pushover either. Have you forgotten that my sacred relic is at the top of all sacred relics? Chell possesses more power than ever.
Iron may get hurt. Just one word from my sacred relic is enough to make your sacred relic useless. Your sacred relic is starting to threaten Iron.
Its power is really too high. Just as she said, from this moment on I will punish any sacred relic that dares to listen to the girl in front of me.
That spider is still threatening. If I catch you, you will be executed. She seemed scared by this, but she had to fight back and not give up. Annoying! Even if Akron gets hurt, she is determined to protect the truth. The power of the sacred relic is slowly disappearing. No, this can't happen. But her abilities are limited, and Irin can't fight alone. There's nothing more we can do. The ranking system is like an absolute command to our sacred relics. Chae-won is deliberately complacent, with an expression of contempt on her face. Look, how are you going to stop me? But she was cut off. A person like Kruo would have a day like this. Shut up. Irin will fight with a determination within herself. She doesn't give up easily. I don't care if that guy's your boss or not. I am your master. Irin is trying to subdue Kwan's sacred relic so that she is no longer arrogant. Obey my orders. The spider is becoming more and more frightened. Human. Why are you doing this to me? Kwan's sacred relic is deliberately threatening Irin so that she no longer has the ability to fight. If you continue to be stubborn, your body will be hurt. Remember, I am a parasite on your body. Irin will disregard everything for Jen and her teammates. She will do everything. I don't care. But her arm is full of wounds, all covered in blood flowing out. Irin is becoming more and more crazy. Not afraid of anything anymore. Losing an arm won't kill me, making it panic. What? Chegi didn't understand where her power came from and she was so confident. What is this girl's power of dominance? Is this girl that strong? Irin's arm is full of wounds, not a single one is intact. Okay, I get it now.
In return, remember to back down immediately if the situation gets bad.
She hopes this fight will end more than ever, but she still tries to fight. I will also be safe if you manage to escape. Irin started negotiating with it. This was the only way to help her. I promise you, the spider didn't expect this disobedient guy. Chenna felt frustrated seeing this, that Irin could actually succeed in conquering it. What do you plan to do? Help that human fight against evil? She will prevent anyone from touching her belongings at all. Ren helplessly. Big bro, this is how things turned out. Ren is afraid it will lose. Impossible.
Chae-woo started reassuring her own achievement again. She would find a way to resolve this matter.
Calm down. Chae-W is confident she can do it. Nothing can stop her power. After all, it is a parasitic type, so it prioritizing its host is still possible. We are still stronger, so it's fine.
Irin continued to use the circle for protection. This was the only way to timely restrain it. She said correctly.
I will send both of you to heaven at the same time. In her mind, she was truly lost, unsure how to resolve things. What should I do next? I am having to fend off attacks from a relic with terrifying power. But how can Du Hoan deal with this guy? Chae-W thought that he would reveal himself soon. She didn't have much time left. I think he will target the host.
Irin was determined to risk it one time.
Nothing could stop her attack. If that's the case, I will do the same. This truly surprised Chae-gwan. She never thought about it. Oh my god! Irin immediately got close. While she hadn't even had time to get into a defensive stance, she also didn't expect this. It looks like you chose to attack instead of defending, huh? Che thought her own power was enough to defeat her because Irin was too reckless. Good try! But you think I'm easy to leave? Irin was truly surprised by this statement. But she didn't quite understand. You can struggle all you want, but you will lose soon. Irin received another slap from Kroan's hand. She always uses any means necessary. Both of them truly wanted to fight. No one was willing to give ground. This blow will wake you up! Irene did not want her life to end like this. There were still many things she wanted to do. No way? And just like that, her body fell, with no idea if she could survive. Che W even turned to say sarcastic words to Irin, which made her very angry. Because of you, the perfectly fine room door was destroyed. She actually wanted to go inside and observe the situation. She would use this opportunity to do it. This room has so many holy relics, exactly what I want. Che Woon thought about the day she would possess them, and was already delighted. I'm sure the relic with the escape function is hidden in this room. All I need to do is find it and destroy it, Irin secretly thought. Fortunately, this isn't the room he's in. This is JHA's office. She had been aiming for Du Hoen's relic from the start. Irin thought of a trick and immediately hugged Che W, not letting her go. No. Che W was angry and intended to turn and harm Irin. She couldn't stand this person. Why does this hateful girl keep getting in my way? Che W wanted to harm Irin because she was too stubborn in her obstruction. It looks like I'll have to take your life for peace. On the desk, there happened to be a piece of paper with writing, but Che W didn't pay attention to it. Warning, do not touch. Daha. Both of them didn't understand why they could feel a very strange energy radiating from the desk. Irin was the one who clearly felt this. But she still couldn't believe it. In Irin's eyes, she was recalling some past memory, but she still couldn't remember that it was creating a vision. At that time, a fire broke out. Buildings had all collapsed, and smoke and dust were flying everywhere. Homeless people escaped outside. They had no place to shelter, but upon recalling these memories, Irin felt strangely familiar. No, I don't think this is just a vision. Here, Irin seemed to sense that this was her past and no one else's. Perhaps it was her memories. Back to the battle where Yu Hoen was fighting with all his might. That beast still fought relentlessly, wanting to corner him to death. Yu Hoen still had plenty of strength to fight. These things were nothing to him. Where do you think you're aiming? Dumbass. In such a chaotic battle, it was still only Yu Hoen fighting. Oh no. Lefion stood outside, worried about the situation. She feared she would lose. What are you doing? Give it your all! If you lose, you're in trouble! Yu Hoen had found many weaknesses of this beast. He could easily see them. What if that ugly bastard blames you for distracting him? Lefion grew even more frustrated. What did you say? He continued. Your monster is truly a brainless brute, with plenty of spots I can hit on its flanks. Leon was even blaming him. Yet at first, she was so fierce. If you ruin my masterpiece, you're done for. Yuho was showing contempt. What masterpiece? This monster? Yuho didn't notice the beast standing behind him. Master! He was struck hard, but this blow wasn't fatal. Yuho was seriously injured, his body almost unable to move, and she gloated. Why so distracted? He didn't expect that bastard to scheme in advance. Yuho thought it was time to unleash his strongest move. This fight had to end. Fine, then I should use a weapon that fits his size. Then he had to summon his sacred relic, which was lightning. I summon you, Set! As soon as it saw the beast, its mouth wouldn't stop complaining. What's this? Fighting this grotesque thing? Yu Hoen's purpose was, that's why I summoned you. Set's body became even more enormous. Truly has real power, but the appearance is a bit different. Lafan showed no fear. You think I'll have trouble with him? Set would complete the mission quickly. It would never disappoint Yu Hoen. Relax, leave this guy to me. Set was ready for this battle. It had been a long time since its last fight. Prepare yourself, you ugly thing. Latian worried about her beast's condition. She felt fear in her heart. He just used a new sacred relic? How strong is it? Latone didn't expect to meet Yu Hoen. Someone with such intense power. That damn bastard, he's stronger than I thought. Lasan felt the situation was unstable. If she didn't stop him, she would lose. When he summoned the lightning god, he could fight immediately. Her job was to divide them. Yu Hoen returned to the offensive, as at the beginning, no longer defending as before, but many powerful creations were brought out, and the battle started to turn around. After a fairly short time, Sen easily defeated the opponent, and as a result, it sighed in relief, and its power was quickly upgraded. Finally, it's over! Yunho thought this was too simple for him. Nothing difficult at all. Leon felt admiration instead of envy. She acknowledged his talent. Truly an unimaginable performance. Oh, human. Yu Hoen was happy that he had completed the challenge. Finally, he could pass. So that also means that I have passed your challenge, right? She agreed. Of course. Yu Hoen sighed in relief in his heart. Finally, he didn't have to leave. What a relief. How much effort did I put in? Levion had to admit. Indeed.
Laron suddenly changed her attitude quickly, no longer contemptuous as before. But I'm actually quite surprised. You're stronger than you look. Plus, you're very handsome.
Yu Hoen became even more complacent. His ability was beyond question. You're just realizing that now? I don't know what the standards for sacred relics are, but according to human standards, I'm quite handsome.
She even laughed. Is that so? Lacan had become more interested in humanity. She would never have that attitude. Good then, I like you.
By the way, Lacan wanted to make a persuasion to Yu Hoen, hoping he could agree. I want to sign a special agreement with you, okay? He seemed thoughtful.
Special?
Lesion was using special rewards to entice him. Yu Hoen didn't care much. I will lend you my strength like other sacred relics, but I want to link with your mind, body, and consciousness. So she had no other purpose than to crave his human self. That's how I'll turn you into my love slave. You are mine, all superior entities are mine, to stop him in time. She didn't want Yu Hoen to be taken advantage of. What are you planning to do with our big brother? Sua immediately stepped forward to protect Yu Hoen. No one will lay a finger on him. She started complaining. What are you doing to me? Trying to make fun of me? I have to do this because of those weird conditions in your contract. Ilya suddenly stood up, offering his own opinion. He wants to contribute. It's not that strange. Making her wonder what. Ilya stated what he knew. Demon relics usually want a strong connection with their master. Jaha also stood listening curiously. Wait, you also have a Solomon demon relic, right? They completely agreed with this, and wanted to provide more information for Yu Hoen to understand. That's right, the signing was a bit more difficult than everyone else's. As a result, my constitution was weakened after the successful signing. He thought about it. What Ilya said was completely correct. Ilya completely understood Lamon's intention. He had been trying to prove it all this time. She wanted a special contract to suit the demon relic. Aren't you going to untie me? Will I have side effects? Will I be as weakened as Ilya was back then? But deep down, he still had some doubts, and couldn't trust anyone. But still, that guy is just like me, right? Yu Hoen agreed. He had thought it through carefully. Okay, I accept your proposal, but for Sua, this felt unreasonable. She couldn't accept it. You dare accept it with such unreasonable conditions? He coldly replied. There's no other way. This relic is very special to me. Sua was really worried about the decisions Yu Hoen had made. She wondered if it was the right thing to do. Ilya is linked to many demon relics, but he's still okay. Right? Big Brother's mind, body, and consciousness aren't something to worry about, are they? Julian kindly reminded Yu Hoen. There's not much time left. If you decide to make a pact, you should hurry before the enemies come to stop us. Yu Hoen understood this clearly. I know. The crow happened to appear at this moment. Perhaps it was also worried about him. No, I can't understand. The crow didn't accept Yu Hoen making a commitment with someone else, as if he was betraying it. You've already signed a contract with me. What if something else happens because of that weird pact? Lamont was surprised to see its form. She had a panic-stricken attitude. A black crow? How did you subdue it? The crow, already confused, heard her, and couldn't accept this. Stop talking about other people's contracts and get lost. She immediately retorted, you should shut up too. The crow didn't agree with what Yun Hoen was thinking. It would prevent it at all costs. If you want to, just make an agreement with normal conditions. You don't even have a contract. Lamont got even angrier. What did you just say? You're dead. The crow started to get angry again. It wanted to eliminate her immediately. I won't forgive you! The crow immediately released Fenrir to attack Lamont to teach her a lesson she would never forget. It started acting according to its master's will, only carrying out the assigned task, biting her and hanging her up high. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Layman would bring out all the relics she had. Layman wouldn't give up easily. This is my catacomb! I'll do what I want. She would teach it a lesson. You messed with the wrong person, Black Crow. Latone immediately rushed towards it. She wouldn't let anyone disrupt her territory. Prepare yourself! A big explosion happened here again. Who knows how many times it has been already. Yun Hoen couldn't understand what its purpose was, suddenly coming here and causing trouble for him. What's wrong, Crow? What are you planning to do? Well, it was trying to explain. Don't you understand? I'm protecting both of you. Lamont dragged others in, wanting only the two of them to fight. Why are you interfering? This cave was no longer as sturdy as before. Dirt had fallen repeatedly. While the two sides were clashing, the area surrounding the room began to collapse. They had to stand firm, or else they wouldn't be able to save their lives. And suddenly, a rock collapsed, revealing a deep pit that couldn't be measured. But in the end, they couldn't hold on. They were all very scared. I'm falling. Stay calm. Does anyone have a relic that can stop us from falling? The crow would help everyone. It appeared to protect Yu Hoen's group. Leave it to me. In another part of the cave, it was still quiet, because no one had fallen down yet. Time seemed to stand still. They seemed to be frozen, unable to move. Then they fell to another place, and their bodies became more painful. Yu Hoen rubbed his head. Even I can't figure out what this is. What just happened? Were we just teleported? Sua had figured out the reason. The crow helped everyone. I guess the black crow protected us. He was very angry. Black crow, that bastard! The moment you mentioned her name, the crow showed up instantly. Yu Hoen didn't wait any longer. He had to give it an earful it would never forget. You 2-bit con artist. You and I have some serious talking to do. The crow pretended not to understand Yu Hoen. What are you talking about? But he knew it was just playing dumb, acting like it knew nothing. I have a lot of things I need clarified. Yu Hoen listed all the things that were bothering him. First off, you said we couldn't use the thief skill inside this tomb, right? Yu Hoen saw that the crow was being deceitful. It wasn't being honest at all. You liar. When we fell into Leon's chamber, you used it to restore the tomb. The crow was just worried about his condition. It didn't want to lie. It's because I was worried you guys would get hurt. It didn't want to argue further. So I'm supposed to bow my head and thank you now? But Yu Hoen still couldn't understand the crow's purpose. It just did things without explaining. Why did you lie to us in the first place? You used the skill just fine. Luckily, they weren't seriously injured, or he would have punished it. You were so uncooperative today, you almost caused a disaster. What's the reason? The crow finally revealed the real reason. It didn't want Yu Hoen to keep wondering about that contract. There are some very unreasonable clauses. He didn't think it was a good idea. Even so, I still have other ways to renegotiate the terms. His goal was actually very simple, but he didn't want anyone to ruin it. If we don't sign the contract, it's like we have to give up everything we've achieved so far. The crow had to tell the truth. It had such a terrible past. Alright, I'll tell you everything. I've been in similar situations before, hoping he could understand a little. The thief skill I gave you mimics the power of the Letheon relic in this tomb. The crow thought it was strong, but it was mistaken. I thought I had the same power as this relic, but he didn't believe it. How could that be? It came up with a plan. The crow feared it would have difficulty resisting her. It was afraid of causing more problems. But if I used that power right here in Lashon's domain, I fear I might quickly discover and cause some other problems. That's why I didn't let you use my skill. The thief skill cannot be used in this tomb. This could lead to some scenarios. After hearing this reason, Yu Hoen imagined the truth in his head. I understand, so when I used the skill, she was extremely sensitive. Yu Hoen had another question that needed answering. He wanted it to spill everything, assuming everything you did was right. Then why did you think we had to abandon Levian? Because of a few clauses in that contract. The crow didn't want to be in danger either. It wanted him to be safe, and that would be doing it a favor. If you sign her conditional contract, you'll be in danger. Sua completely agreed with this. She felt the crow's words were reasonable. That's right. Think carefully about it. Even the relic craves the leader's body and soul. The crow just felt it was very dangerous, and it wanted to come here to remind Yu Hoen. That's even more dangerous than a contract without any guarantees. Yu Hoen understood its feelings better than anyone, but he had to ask the truth. You seem confused. The crow won't let Yu Hoen make a deal with anyone but it. But anyway, you're the one who made a contract with me this year. Can Yu Hoen feel it? You seem jealous? It wouldn't admit that it was jealous. Instead, it turned to blame him. Why would I be jealous of someone like that? Just ignore it. Just assume that's the case. Anyway, what you're doing now makes sense. I'll go renegotiate the terms of the contract. But Yu Hoen didn't know where to find her. Things were getting difficult. I can definitely find Laurent again. How do I find her? The crow was confident that it could lead the way, which surprised him a bit. You know where she is? The crow had been observing the situation. Before it even came here to meet Yu Hoen, she had fallen to the bottom of the tomb. Leon was sighing wearily. She was injured, and her heart was filled with anger. Damn it, I'm so pissed, you deceitful, wretched crow. Lafon really wanted to destroy it. It was such a meddling obstacle to this contract. Not content with causing chaos in people's tombs, you throw its owner to the bottom as well? There's no way I'm letting this go. She didn't care if what was about to happen was dangerous. She just needed to find it. I don't even care about that contract. This is my pride. Lao will definitely find it. She will destroy it with her own hands. You damned crow. Just you wait. The other archaeologists are here. They are looking for something. It was definitely Taijun's people. He's also present in this cave. That's why I can sense the presence of the relic. Something difficult seems to be coming, and they're very worried. What's wrong? His teammate announced. A powerful relic is approaching us. The cave suddenly moved, and the ground became cracked after that statement. It's very fast, and very powerful too. All the rocks fell one after another. They became scared and screamed. They can clearly see that the relic has arranged itself above them. Something just pierced through. It seems the relic just went through it. Taijun expressed his own opinion, but he made everyone feel confused. No, it's coming back! Lamon heard the noise, so she personally came down here to investigate. What are you doing? Lamon didn't expect another group of people to come here. I just fought a group of people. Another group of people came looking for me? There was a group just now. Lebayon saw that someone would be helpful to her. Her eyes became more eager. But it seems like there's a human here who could be useful. Lakion is targeting Turin, who is also the leader of the archaeologists who came in here. Hey, wrinkly old man, you don't look too bad. Your abilities seem to be okay. The person next to him couldn't hold back his anger. She's really too insolent.
How dare you talk to our chairman like that? Taijun shouted.
Quiet, can't you shut your mouth? Taijun thought he was about to get lucky, and didn't even let his teammates speak. That's the relic of greed, the master of this mausoleum. The relic is favoring me. Lemon even felt that this person was great. If she takes him with her, that's right, I like you, you're quite greedy. Taijun, instead of feeling scared like everyone else, was extremely excited. I like people like that. He was even happier.
So Taijun was looking forward to the day when he could make a deal with someone else. He had been searching for it all this time.
Do you want to make a contract with me right away?
Lemon was a little dazed.
What? I don't want to do that. Taijun gritted his teeth in anger. He hates people who don't keep their promises the most. I've built a lot of testing chambers. Pass one chamber and then we'll talk. Lei-san deliberately lied to be retained. She knows this person well. Okay, I'm leaving. He immediately stopped her. Wait a minute. Taijun doesn't have much time left. He wants to have this relic. What? Why are you wasting time? Taijun even introduced himself. He's very proud of this position. Isn't it because you're interested in me that you stopped? I'm a high-ranking official. I belong to the top class of humanity. Lei might consider this statement. She's even paying attention and listening. I'm confident I can pass all the tests in this tomb. So let's make a contract right here. Lacan really doesn't want to waste time on someone who is useless. She wants to find someone stronger. If you're so confident, then just take the test first. I'm very busy. Taijun immediately agreed. Okay. But if we don't make a contract now, who knows if you'll give me another chance? Which made her a little suspicious. What? Taijun is trying every way to convince her. He can't let Lefion just leave like that. You think I only came to excavate this one tomb? I also have to go see what's happening in other tombs. Taijun is really at his wit's end. He has no other way to go.
What if something happens and you make a contract with the wrong person? It's not just tigers. Even foxes can become kings. So it's also possible that you'll mistakenly make a contract with people weaker than me.
Taijun is just lying. None of his words had been true. The story about the other tombs is something I made up. This relic is very greedy, so I might be able to trick it. Lemon has considered this more. Are you telling the truth? Which made him really happy. You actually believe it. Lafon felt that this person was also trustworthy. She could consider agreeing to this. You went to other tombs on the way into this tomb? That's a bit much. Taijun confirmed. That's how outstanding archaeologists are. The words she said made Taijun seem not to understand very well. He needs time to think, so I can do that too. Lemon wanted to use this person to solve the problem, and retained her like this. I have something I need to deal with right now. So it seems I have to take you with me, and have you do it for me. Taijun can't understand what she's saying. What does it really imply? What? Yu Hoen's group is still looking for a way out. They only know how to follow the instructions. Yu Hoen has been walking for a long time but still hasn't seen the notification fruit say anything. How much further do we have to go? The notification fruit reported the situation. Not far now. He can feel the danger in his heart, although it's not clear she's also coming here. Maybe he can see the danger that's about to happen, just don't know when. It's now. A huge explosion continues to occur, and countless caves have been destroyed. Lupo actually managed to track you down. She's so pissed she's spewing nonsense. You brain-dead idiot? You think I couldn't find you here? Yuho wants to discuss things further, even though he already has a different decision in mind. We weren't running away. We were looking for you. Now, let's renegotiate that contract. Luo Meng even acts spoiled. She still hasn't forgiven him. To those who mess around inside tombs and make jokes, I'm not worthy to talk to. I'm here to punish you. Luo Meng starts introducing the person she made a contract with. You'll be surprised. And I even conducted a trial for this one. As soon as Yu Hoen sees this person, he recognizes him. It's no stranger to him. Chairman Chi Ziyu is clueless about where she's taking him, but then he suddenly recognizes him. Where am I? What? Yu Hoen, you're surprised too? Why is this bastard here? Luo Meng deliberately says contemptuous things. Maybe she doesn't think much of him, just brought him along the way. If you can defeat him, I'll make you my slave. She even acts smug. I really want to punch her hard. But if he can defeat the one who passed my previous trial, then he's qualified too. I'll save my strength, and you guys will be punished. Truly, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Luo Meng even orders Qi Ziyue around, but she doesn't know that he's terrified of Yu Hoen. Hey human, did you hear that? Take care of him, and you'll become my slave. Qi Ziyue ignores all the difficulties right now. Ambition is what matters most. So if I take care of Yu Hoen, then the relic of greed will be mine, right? He laughs in a villainous way, with a very sinister look on his face. Then my wish can be fulfilled, but he will never forgive anyone who dares to touch him and his teammates. What a wonderful task. Qi Ziyue wants to eliminate Yu Hoen. He has hated him for a long time. Once I get rid of Yu Hoen, the relic of greed will be mine. What a wonderful task. This time, Qi Ziyu seems extremely determined with his decision.
Suffer, Yu Hoen?
Your whole team will suffer together. Their combined power is too immense. Yu Hoen will never forgive Qi Ziyu. He has the nerve today. You filthy old man? Looks like you've recovered, huh? Too much energy, huh? Yu Hoen immediately signals to everyone for his teammates to join forces. Everyone, get ready to fight.
Both Hichajin and Aya are in their ready positions, just waiting for his command.
Got it. Luo Meng starts to feel anxious again. Doesn't she know if she made the right decision? If they rush towards him like that, this isn't good at all. Luo Meng feels very worried inside, but she doesn't show it on the outside. To some extent, this trial at least has to be balanced. Should we lend him some power? That would be a pain.
Qi Ziyue can clearly feel the electricity running through him.
He can't control this. Fine, I'll give him a little bit. Luo Meng thinks she has enough power to fight. Qi Ziyue is even more confident. Now I'm full of energy. No matter how I think about it, this balance feels weird. It seems like Yu Hoen is thinking about something that makes him immediately change his attitude. Seems a bit off, huh? Chairman Shi was already very strong. He already used a lot of power just now.
He does that for his teammates, taking advantage of the fact that he isn't paying attention and rushes up to attack.
But we're not gonna back down. Qi Ziyue is well aware of this, so he doesn't feel any extreme fear. Take this move. Fruit of confession of his sins to Jen. It doesn't want things to turn out like this. It's because of me that the situation has become like this.
Sorry, the fruit of determination will solve everything.
It won't fight alone, it will take responsibility and try to resolve this. Yuho feels a bit scared. What? What are you planning to do? I feel uneasy, huh? It's targeting Luo Meng and has also come up with a way to control the opponent. I'll erase her memories from just now. Yuho doesn't feel very safe about it. Because Crow has made a mistake once. Because I've been with you for a while, consider it a favor I owe you. He's afraid it will be difficult to accomplish. The fruit feels that he should trust it more. I'm sure it will succeed this time, just like when I restored your memories with your friends. But I need some time. The fruit only has a small condition that it wants Yu Hoen to help with, just hoping he can do it to access the library of the relic. Can you buy me some time? In the end, he agrees. Even though I don't know what you're planning to do, hurry up. Qi Ziyue uses his hand to control the sword. He's really brave. But blood is already flowing out. Qi Ziyu even challenges Hein when he's holding the sword in his hand. This is nothing to me, you little brats. His power is truly terrifying, and no one can even get close to him. Get out of my way! Dia is afraid that they won't last long. Qi Jun is not a simple person to fight. We can't keep fighting like this. Will we lose? Qi Jun can't possibly possess such immense power. Something must be influencing him. Right, he also holds the holy relic of conquest and immortality. What exactly did Lefeng give him? Qi Jun is confident that he can defeat anything, that nothing can stand against him. That's right, you lot won't ever measure up to my power. Accept your fate. Resistance is futile. He's getting more and more aggressive and doesn't regard anyone highly. Kneel before me. Everyone on Du Hoen's team is truly exhausted. Fighting like this is not sustainable. This pressure is coming. The power of the holy relic of conquest.
Lacoman realized the place was shaking, but she didn't have time to do anything yet.
My tomb. Laban quickly spoke up to warn Qi Jun. You can't let something like that happen. Hey, you human. My tomb is about to collapse. Be a little more careful. He's feeling smug. Then you should build a sturdier tomb. Qi Jun is now even discussing a contract. He is doing this simply because he wants to sign an agreement. How's my power? Do you want to form a covenant with me yet? Lemaitre saw everyone below was about to be defeated. She conceded that his talent was acceptable. Du Hoen will try to endure as much as possible. He believes he can do it. This time is different from the previous attack. This strike can still be withstood. Though difficulties are arising, how can they deny the strength of his team? I guess the whole team feels the same way. Jeha and Ilya, the ones who took the hardest hits, haven't completely fallen. Du Hoen cannot allow his teammates to be harmed. Enough of this battle. That's enough, old man. Suddenly, his body couldn't stand firm anymore, having been attacked from behind. Julian is the one using this power. He hasn't given up yet. Did you think we'd be fooled? We're not as weak as we were before. Qin Jun made a look of irritation and discomfort. He never expected this to happen. You dare attack me? They shouldn't be able to move under the gravity of the holy relic of conquest. Right? Du Hoen decides to summon his holy relic. It's time to use it. Hafa Istis. A majestic figure stepped out from within, its colossal form striking fear into others. Hakifa Istis can shatter everything in an instant, just with one strike. Du Hoen is just an observer. He is no longer participating in this fight. Excellent. Advance as far as you can. By my command. Du Hoen is the one who came up with this brilliant idea. Only treasures can help. They mainly attack using artifacts that can strike him from a distance. He is not worried about revenge one day. Only about eliminating him. Because the holy relic of conquest requires every step to be slowed down, making close quarters combat more difficult. No matter how difficult it is, seeing a ray of hope is enough. But being able to attack the chairman, the one wielding the holy relic of conquest, is already a huge step forward. They have been in here for too long, but they still have to find a way to stall. They limited his escape opportunity by alternating direct and rear attacks. Anyway, they still have the crow's wildcard, so they just need to stall for as much time as possible. Chi Jun's archaeological team finally found him, after searching everywhere and not seeing him. But chairman! They quickly ran to help the chairman. He's the one in charge? There you are! Du Hoan was stunned to realize, what? The Blue Dragon excavation team? They couldn't keep their composure when they saw his figure, becoming enraged again.
Du Hoan, you scoundrel, what did you do to the chairman? Chi Jun alone already confused him, and now there's this group. Big trouble now.
That's right, there's no way that old man would come alone. Du Hoan managed to dodge the sword, but he won't be able to hold out for long. The clever Julian directed the battle. Seeing that Du Hoan looked exhausted, continue attacking the chairman with SUA. Hin and I will try to hold off these scoundrels. Got it. Lyman didn't expect such things to happen. Her tomb is full of trouble. Hey, it's getting chaotic. Feeling that things were not right, Lamont immediately issued an order to Chi Jun. Don't act rashly, human. My trial will continue later. He's very annoyed. What the heck? She won't let him act rashly. In this chaotic world, nothing can be done. Is this trial invalid? Don't be ridiculous. Lamont has realized the difficulty. There were 4 pawns coming here only make things more complicated. Layman didn't expect someone to turn their back so quickly. Maybe she chose the wrong person. There are plenty of things that complicate the situation. Quickly take back the power you gave me so we can rebalance everything. Layman doesn't want to be dragged into trouble. She still wants to live. It's not that simple. Her eyes are no longer as cheerful as before. The system has also displayed a notification. Ready to restore the target's memories. Saint Relic storage activated. Yu Hoen, having glanced through a few lines, felt extremely satisfied. Exactly what he wanted. Great. Looks like your crow has figured everything out. Yun Ho-sen was transported back to the distant past. He still doesn't understand what's happening. What's going on? Memories? It seems like very old memories. Yu Hoen has regained his distant past, a time before he was even aware of things. That's right, I remember now. A long time ago I was a slave. He naturally remembers everything, and doesn't even know why he had nothing. That's why my eyes are filled with greed. Yu Hoen remembered the reason why he possesses so many things. It didn't happen naturally. Then that bastard and I met. He began waiting for me like a tiger stalking its prey. I started collecting relics from all over the world. Yu Hoen at that time obeyed everything that Taejun told him to do, not daring to disobey. But the relics I collected would only submit to someone else. He can't forget that look on its face. Clearly looking down on him, even when his life was betrayed by that guy. Wait. Lafon is lost in the past. She doesn't know what she's thinking. Hey Relic, what's wrong? Why are you so distracted? Taejun is having trouble negotiating. He can't keep calm. If you don't want me to back down, then I can continue to fight. Fine, no matter what I do, the result will still be the same. This bastard! Lamont just remembered everything, so her attitude immediately changed completely. He's the damn bastard who killed my slave. She's doing this because the crow is influencing her from the outside. That's why she remembered everything. After Lehaman sided with the army chairman to attack them, the crow tried to resolve the situation by restoring Lehaman's memories. And Yu Hoen also knows one thing. It's very difficult to win her heart. But even if Lamont's memories are successfully restored, it's not certain that she will side with him. Lamont just keeps looking at Taejun. She doesn't say a word. But I think this is still possible. He wondered why she was looking at him with that look. She has realized everything, but perhaps he still doesn't know this. You bastard! You dared to use my servant and kill him? He doesn't quite understand. What? Lamont changed her attitude right after remembering. She's like a different person. He's someone I truly cherished. How will I ever make you pay enough? Lamont immediately rushed over and punched Taejun in the mouth. He didn't even have time to react. Looks like he'll have to pay with his life. Taejun just went through a fight, and now he has to endure more. Are you crazy? What do you think you're doing? Huh? Lamont is completely awake. I just said it. I'm punishing you. Lamont wants to destroy Taejun immediately. She's angry because she was tricked. Shut up and die. He's determined to confront her no matter what. He can't lose to her. But Lafon didn't hesitate at all, biting Taejun's shoulder hard. The two of them went from teammates to opponents, neither willing to give in. Both of them have wounds. They're both attacking each other. Not bad. Taejun is badly wounded on one arm. He's extremely angry about this. You arrogant damn relic. Lamont can't lose to this deceitful person. She was too naive. If that's the case, even if I have to force you, I have to make you surrender to me. There are no more wounds on Taejun's hand. The blood has stopped flowing. Your wound disappeared. Is he using a defensive relic to block my attack? But there's no denying that he really has a lot of treasures. That's right, I'm invincible. Attacking me is useless. Taejun is truly a treacherous person. He can disregard everything to attack anything. Surrender, you relic. Lamont will never give up. She has nothing left to lose. Relic Alit? Let's see if you can withstand this attack. The explosion happened here once again. This time, it was more terrifying than before. Everyone had to stand firm to avoid being swept away. The power of this explosion is too strong, we're about to be blown away. Sua was very worried about Yu Hoen's situation, but he reassured her. He's fine, everyone be careful. This wind isn't dragging anyone away, it's just that its power is too terrifying. It only lasts for a moment. Lakamen gathered all her strength and attacked the army chairman. Lamon has boundless power, which is only visible when she's angry. A giant aura is radiating from her. I thought Chairman Taejun would at most suffer some minor damage, but everyone seemed to see something. They all froze. Duho's eyes, which had been calm, now shifted to panic. Taejun's people couldn't believe this truth. It was only for a moment. Chairman Taejun's head lay rolling on the ground. He couldn't feel his body anymore. Everyone who looked at the chairman's head was terrified. This scene was too horrifying. At first glance, Chairman Taejun's head was separated from his neck. His headless body staggered a few steps and collapsed. Everyone froze. No one dared to move from here. Everyone was stunned after seeing that scene. Just as everyone turned around, they saw things had turned out like this. Or, more precisely, they were waiting for him to recover. But the aura of the Acalis relic was only flickering at the cut part. Du Hoen thought that this was what Taejun had to pay for his actions. It just flickered like that. No matter how long they waited, the head wouldn't reattach to the body. Taejun's people were still standing there watching, unable to leave at this moment. Chairman, can't this be reattached? Du Ho saw a person running frantically towards him, probably very scared. Chairman! But an explosion struck again, even more terrible this time. Stand still. Du Hoen began to threaten everyone. Everything here is mine now. Everything in this room belongs to me. You won't get the army chairman's head back. They were still planning to rush at Du Hoen, but he changed his attitude so quickly. What did you just say? You bastard! Catch him! Du Hoen wouldn't forgive anyone who dared to harm him. Things have come to this, huh? Alright, let them have it. Du Hoen's people continued to charge into the fight. Things couldn't end here. Without the army chairman, you're nothing. A cube shape, no one knows where it came from, was lying on the ground. Du Hoen gently picked it up, because he knew exactly what it was. Du Hoen had to observe this thing carefully, because he knew what it was. While his team was dealing with the Azure Dragon Squad, I seized Lamon in relic form. Did he feel sorry for her? Instead of feeling resentment, Lamon had lost all her strength, so she was extremely weak and easily broken. It seemed she had used her entire life in that attack just now. Du Hokian thought it over carefully. Anyway, this was the most important treasure in this tomb, so he would keep it first. But those people wouldn't let Du Hokian keep it. They wanted to possess it. Give it back, you bastard! Du Hoen immediately turned around and slashed. He had begun to launch an attack. He also helped to deal with the remnants of the Azure Dragon team. After a long time, they had been completely eliminated. No one could stop him anymore. To clear the way to get the second treasure, he had to make sure these guys couldn't get in the way anymore. Du Hoen also had to reattach Taejun's body. He couldn't lose his life that easily. The second treasure was probably the army chairman's head and body. Geez, just looking at it is scary, let alone putting it back on a complete body. Ugh, now that the two are separated like this, it's even more disgusting. He felt interested again. It looks great. Du Hoen could see through his eyes. Even though he was just an ordinary person, it seemed he was still alive but couldn't move. Du Hoen, Taejun was angrily cursing at him. He was suppressing his anger. You bastard! What'd you do to me? He pretended to be innocent. Why are you asking me that? Lamon's the one who did it. He said all the problems, whether he believed it or not, was another matter. I'm just benefiting from her actions. Now then, what should we do with you? Du Hoen also wanted to ask him for some information, so he came up with the idea of restoring him. I also need some information from you. How interesting. He didn't quite understand. Information? What are you talking about? Du Hoen sat down. He wasn't in a hurry, so he could still chat. Thanks to me, you can use the relic's memories. You think I'd let you do that without any motive? Du Hoen wanted to take this opportunity to search for information. He was sure he would say it. I want to know a lot of information from the memories you've restored. His laughter only fueled the guy's anger, yet he was helpless. Will he cooperate? He was seething inside. You son of a bitch! Yu Hoen kept teasing Taejun. Oh dear, if you don't want to cooperate, there's nothing we can do to help. He was sulking. Don't mess with me. Taejun was extremely annoyed by this. He immediately turned to remind Yu Hoen, stop it you dog! Yu Hoen kicked him again. Seeing his hands suddenly twitch made him jump. Can he move? But it doesn't seem like he can move completely. Yu Hoen just wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Those who do bad things must be punished. You started it first, you old fart. Taejun couldn't stand this situation any longer. It was torture for him. Too hot. Stop it. He was feeling confused. Ding! Both parts were moving intensely, not still at all. Unexpectedly, Chairman Jun's head and body could move a little, but as he just said, only a little. Jiaha and Che Gan felt uncomfortable just watching, suddenly witnessing this scene. It was like the head and body couldn't communicate with each other. Disgusting. His body moved as it pleased, while the head couldn't clearly feel the body. Yu Hoan thought it wouldn't affect anything. It's not a big deal, he probably still feels pain, so interrogation shouldn't be a problem. Daha sized him up. You're pretty cruel too. Is that what you're really thinking?
He continued to use the relic, the rope. Now it had a job to do. That's the most important thing. Where's the rope? Tie him up quick. It obeyed the command. Stay still, stay still. Yu Hoan read the information on the notice board and saw warnings about a major impact approaching from outside. A great power from outside is about to destroy the tomb.
What? A tremor startled Jae-ha.
Then, a group of people appeared from behind the protective cage. It was Prometheus and Hyuksu. Those two are here too.
Look at you guys are pretty confident.
Prometheus deliberately asked why Yu Hoan did such a terrible thing. Why are you trying to seize other people's treasures? He was annoyed by this attitude. The way you talk makes my blood boil.
Hi UXXU seemed to realize something. His attitude became frantic. Wait, those guys aren't... Is that my brother? Yu Hen was already here, and he saw his acquaintances. Oh, Hyuksu. I thought you were sleeping with the Azure Dragons. Ilya explained this to Jen, afraid that he wouldn't understand that those guys were the ones trapped at the entrance of the tomb. At that time, the Azure Dragon team split into two separate groups. Hyuksu was no longer lucid, he was about to go crazy. Answer me when I ask, is my brother behind you?
Turn's body still showed no signs of reattaching, and even in his tied-up state, he was pretty smart.
Oh, that's Chairman Jun. He shouted, You dog! What did you do to him? Yu Hoan was deliberately avoiding the issue. This isn't my fault. I didn't chop him up. He growled. You brat. You think I believe you? He scratched his head. So unfair.
Cuoco was warning him about a dangerous situation that wouldn't be easy to overcome.
Humans, be careful. The situation is quite dangerous.
Cuoco also introduced Prometheus's true identity, certain that it would help him.
The one standing in front of you is the leader of Pandora. He already knew this. I know he's Prometheus.
Quacho continued to delve deeper into the issue. Yunho probably only knows the surface. Do you know who he really is? He still didn't understand anything.
Quaco revealed everything it had learned. This is classified information. He possesses a relic that can control other relics. The Prometheus relic is also known as the leader of the Titans. There's also the masked CHW behind him. The abilities of both of them are extremely powerful. There's another leader we also know very well. Huen understood, so that's how it is. The Supreme Spider Leader and the leader of the Titans. It's said that he's not an easy person to deal with. You have to use powerful tactics. Chrometus, a supreme titan of Greek mythology. Legend has it that he broke the ruling order of Zeus, stole the fire, and gave it to mankind. It explained this in great detail. Yu Hen could understand. Zeus flew into a rage and chained Prometheus to a rock, then sent an eagle to devour his liver. The liver that was eaten during the day would be restored at night. And Prometheus had to endure that for a long time. He offered his opinion. I think the crow is explaining the relic more than introducing it. Jen, after hearing the story, was lost in thought. Prometheus actually heard this story, you have to give it to him. Hey, you can hear that? Your ears are sharp, he boasted. If I couldn't even do something this small, how could I dare call myself the chairman of the corporation? Prometheus was completely confident in his abilities. He wasn't afraid of him at all.
Now you know who I am. You'll regret what you just said.
Daring to oppose the leader of the sacred relics?
Prometheus thought that power could defeat everything, and that's how he always thought. Attack! Beat him down!
Yu Hoan immediately turned to inform his teammates. I can't afford to lose. Everyone, go ahead, I'll take them out gradually. Ia and Hin both said in unison, Got it. Yu Hoan will teach them a lesson. How dare they touch his people? Look closely, you stupid Azure Dragons. Yu Hoan directly grabbed the head of a Terun, while others were still afraid. What's this? They've lost their composure. You dog, give me back my brother's head. He was just provoking them and had no other purpose. So eager, huh? Try to catch it. Hey, HYCXU stopped him. You can't do that. Yu Hoan immediately threw the head. It flew deep into the cave. Catch this! HUCU complained to his teammates, looking very annoyed. Damn it, I couldn't catch it. Quickly, catch the head. They immediately obeyed. Yes, they had to go in to find the head because it was their chairman. Yu Hoan also turned to report the situation to Prometheus. Everything he did was calculated. The Azure Dragon excavation team is leaving their position without orders. He felt they weren't helping at all. Useless bunch. Both sides were ready to fight. It was likely to be a fierce battle. I'll deal with them later. Just focus on the battle. Your team is ready. Yes. Neither side was willing to back down. Everyone had real power. Julian only needed to stand from afar and use his power to control the enemies.
Even his people were using the sacred relics to the fullest extent. Good! Bite him to death!
But suddenly, the object he was using stopped for no reason. What? What's going on? Gui immediately spoke up to remind them. His people are too confident. It's difficult.
Prometheus was not as simple as Yu Hoan had seen. You don't know what will happen if you touch him. Ilya began to report the dangerous situation, feeling that things were going wrong. Commander, the sacred relic suddenly isn't listening to me anymore. This is similar to what happened at the king's mausoleum. Yu Hoen probably understood the problem. He would try to pay more attention. Ah, I understand. That could happen here too. Yu Hoen finally imagined the implication hidden deep within the words. Like Quan's spider sacred relic, she must also be the leader of most of the sacred relics. This is a headache. Prometheus was confident in the power he possessed. No one can make things difficult. Cheap tricks don't work. He began to unleash his true power. He's been hiding it all this time. You can't defeat me! Yu Hoen almost couldn't dodge in time, because he wasn't on guard from the start, but he couldn't avoid being hit, because he was careless. Prometheus looked at them miserably like that. In his heart he was extremely faint. I didn't expect you guys to be knocked back with just that. There, he was deliberately mocking Yu Hoen's people, making it so that he couldn't do anything. You're at your wit's end. What are you gonna do now? Try harder. It's only fun that way. Even Julian, who had tremendous power in his hands, couldn't avoid it. He's too strong. Our sacred relics are starting to lose control. Yu Hoen was too tired of this time loop. He couldn't just keep running. Are we gonna run away again? I'm fed up with that. Prometheus didn't care what plans they had, but he had planned to run. Do whatever you want, but what if I don't want you to escape? Yu Hoen still tried his best to resist, as much as he could. Big talk, old man. Do we need your permission to run if we want to? Prometheus was so angry that he issued a warning. This is also part of the plan. The wall might collapse. As Jen placed his hand on the rock wall, something stopped him from destroying the tomb. Immediately, huge rocks fell down. He had no support left. In Yu Hoen's head, there was only running away. This is the fastest way. Let's get out of here. Yu Hoen reminded them as he ran. I don't want anyone getting hurt. Watch out above. I can't handle all this falling rubble. Despite his anger, Prometheus tried to chase after them. You cheap tricks, I'll track you down. For some reason, those people just stood there, and the rocks started flying up. Because you really used your ability. Only you would dare to do that. Oh come on, restoring a tomb isn't that hard. Quo was extremely confident. Of course, thieving hands are my specialty. Quo told him to be very careful. He doesn't want the person he trusts to be in danger. One head can't control Vivo. If you want to find an uncontrollable relic, try Vivo first. Yu Hoen, hearing the good news, immediately thought of his teammates. Why didn't you say so sooner? Listen up everyone, there's good news. This is top secret information. Only those of you on the team know that Vivo will function normally, even when we're fighting the leader. If anything happens, use Vivo. The situation is becoming critical now, so we need to act fast, because it takes a while to choose a relic to use. Prometheus suddenly burst through the rocks before they were ready. You bastards, scaring his people. Things like this have happened before, Commander. Julian panicked, being the first to notice him, and exclaimed, What's wrong with that big guy? You can recognize Prometheus. That's his true form. Yu Hoen couldn't just stand there and watch. What should he do? Commander? Keep going. Hangen will be the one to stop everything. Hoping Yu Hoen is alert enough. I'll hold that bastard off. You can completely trust his abilities. You've also seen the Vivo test I got recently. Yu Hoen suddenly remembered something that might help in the fight. That's right. Hein made a pact with Vivo back then, and it was because of the pact with Vivo that he called in advance to join our side. Yu Hoen felt more worried about Hatian's condition. Will everything be alright? He doesn't have much time to adapt, but will it work? He also agreed. Okay, don't push yourself too hard. Prometheus was getting more and more crazy. He couldn't distinguish anything anymore. Give up, you little brats. Hein was determined to stop this guy, not letting him get close to his teammates. Is that so? Why are you so petty? Hajin decided to use the relic. Everything he did had a reason. Jia was just standing outside watching, and he felt scared. What the hell? He turned around. Oh come on, say Vivo's name right. Hein will personally destroy the enemy. He believed in himself. Bring it on, Titan. Prometheus seemed to be very aggressive. He was full of energy. Die! Prometheus wanted to hit them, but he couldn't. There was a protective circle. Hein was single-handedly withstanding everything. He had to solve it with difficulty. Hold on! You can do it. Hein had to be careful with everything. He couldn't be careless. Even though it's a bodhisattva fish, I'm still just an underwater creature. There. He had to ask him about this. Commander, what is this Vivo? Yu Hoen had to answer this question. He was the one who understood everything. It's the Amitabha Sutra. Jia still felt strange. Amitabha Sutra? Not only is he good at fighting, but he also studies these things like other religions. Buddhism regards fish as close creatures. Peace will come naturally if you want to focus on something. When we focus on asceticism, our eyes will be widened like fish. The image of fish is also often used as decoration in temples. Yu Hoen wasn't too clear, but he understood enough. Buddhism, of course, has anecdotes about fish that have been passed down through generations. The Amitabha Sutra is one of them. He even heard the story from someone's own mouth.
Legend has it that there was a fish that could speak human language and chant Amitabha Buddha, but that fish actually transformed into the Amitabha Buddha. Prometheus was angry while he kept being blocked by others.
Vivo, don't help that human anymore!
He is an accomplice of the dangerous element Yu Hoen that I warned that person about.
He couldn't accept this, and became even more angry. As someone who has made a pact with me, he also possesses some outstanding talents. But that's not the point.
Prometheus will try to use his abilities. He believed in himself. I will observe him for a while before making my judgment.
He turned around and blamed the others again. You guys are useless. What are you doing? Attack! No matter how strong they are, you have to fight back for me.
They all obeyed the orders, so they followed the order and rushed in immediately. Only he could deal with the attack.
Heiken was ready to fight. He always believed in his true abilities.
Yu Hoen was still searching for information. He was the supporting force behind the scenes. The Buddha had finished possessing and begun the process of annihilating all living beings. A dazzling light suddenly radiated from Hejin's body,
causing their bodies to gradually dissipate, no longer as clear as before.
What the hell? What's happening to my body? It seems to be caused by that strange light shining on us.
Hein had to use everything he had, hoping to succeed.
Don't panic. You will be able to reach paradise soon, where there will be no more pain, fear, or death surrounding you. Sua and Ia were still standing outside witnessing everything. They didn't say a word, basically saying, we are about to die.
Prometheus was furious. They couldn't even help. You pathetic weaklings, you're dying one by one from just a few rays of light.
Is that so? It has gathered in his hand, it's time to unleash it? Or do I have to wait until it's my turn?
Hein stood there. He alone would resist everything.
Taste the flavor of thunder. I will send you to paradise. Hein could feel the weight of this power, but there was nothing more he could do. Jae-hao was surprised by the scene before him. He couldn't believe this was real. Commander, that bastard is using thunder.
Yu Hoen recalled the things in his head.
There was no memory of this issue. In mythology, could Prometheus use thunder? Did Quagasa deny this issue? Prometheus was once again provoked to anger. He had to find a way. This is the thunder of the chief god. He imprisoned him in a large prison and seized his weapon, a power that makes others wary. Only one person, Prometheus, not only has thunder, but he also returned with the hawk of very half.
Kwa laughed at everything, so that he wouldn't have to wonder too much. That's how Prometheus could possess a series of weapons of the gods. You have to be vigilant.
Sua had seen everything, so she spoke up wanting to stop it. I think Hein is being overwhelmed. He feels more anxious, but it looks too scary. Julian was determined to help. How could he stand here? I'll go help. You guys continue to leave here. Sua didn't want anyone to take risks anymore. Julian will also join forces. Just need everyone to contribute a little bit. If it's thunder, then it's my specialty.
Prometheus attacked Hertizen more and more fiercely. You're quite good. Let's see how long you can resist.
Hin had to use all the power inside. He believed he could do it. Give up, you impudent human.
Prometheus was also gritting his teeth and enduring. Neither of them would give in. Julian stepped into this battle, still with that arrogant look of his.
It's you again, you damn human. Julian simultaneously took out Hesselate with the purpose of using it instead of attacking. Hesselate, are you going to let that mortal borrow your power? Prometheus couldn't believe it. He was actually betrayed. Didn't I tell you not to help Yu Hoen and his group? We are not that kind.
He struggled to think about everything, really felt a throbbing pain in his heart. But if I don't cooperate with the Covenant person, I will be swallowed by crows. I once considered running away, but I decided not to. Prometheus was trying to convince Hiki, regardless of whether it trusts him or not, so you should serve me rather than those mortals. If you don't listen to them, it will be very troublesome.
Julian heard this. He didn't know, and immediately turned to ask it. You ever thought about running away? Looks like I have to keep a closer eye on you then. I didn't want to admit this.
Hey, who said that? You misheard.
There wasn't much time left. The two had to coordinate smoothly. I will assist. The two of us combined can do it. Hin felt relieved. Thank you, Vice Captain. I feel relieved now.
Prometheus was angry that he had said so much, and they still didn't listen. You bunch of idiots.
Fortunately, he came to help in time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him. The attack just now was too much for Hein if he had to fight alone. But after Julian joined in, they were able to defend again. They had to resist that power with all their strength. But they had to be faster, because the power of both of them was running out.
Prometheus was becoming more and more insane. He never intended to stop.
On the other hand, the enemy was not tired at all, and launched a stronger attack. And the commander is still just a commander. This is also difficult for the captain. Yu. What's the right thing to do? How long will it take for us to defeat these Pandora without having to run away?
Yu finally overturned all the rocks. After so long he used time.
They must get past these boulders to escape outside. Finally, we did it. We've crossed the tomb's wall. Yu happily discussed with Sua. Both looked happy. Now we can go further, without having to pave the way like before.
He quickly announced to the other two so they could grasp the situation.
You two, don't hold him back anymore. Retreat quickly. We've opened an escape route. Julian will stand here to hold him back, and Hein just needs to escape first. Good, you go first. I'll be right behind you. Got it. But little did they expect that Prometheus would suddenly appear from behind like he was tracking them. Where do you think you're going? He won't let anyone escape. If you're in here, you have to fight with all your might. Stop right there. You dared to resist me earlier? Why are you running for your life now? Because they wouldn't listen. Prometheus had to use the most forceful measures. I said stop. Julian and Hin ignored his words. Both just kept running. But when they both turned around, their attitude became panicked. They were hit by his attack again. While they hadn't even escaped outside yet, Prometheus was determined to catch every escapee, not letting anyone out of here. His eyes became more determined than ever, his heart full of hatred. The power was poured into the rocks, causing them to fall down more and more. You thought you could get away just by unleashing lightning strikes. Yu still didn't feel any fear. On the contrary, he found it interesting. Now I see, you're just a fake. Hin stopped him. Commander, you must sacrifice yourself for the sake of the entire team. Everyone has been courageous so far. You two are injured. Quickly get up and run. I can hold him back for one more hit, but I'm not sure about a second one. Prometheus was determined to catch the leader. The person he hated was Yue. Their whole group ran towards the escape route. It was indeed as convenient as he said. From now on, moving became easier, thanks to the passageway being opened up. The retreat was also much easier. He was still full of energy. It seemed like his power had never been depleted. That Prometheus, of course, still chased after them with his lightning, as if the tomb was built to be turned into dust. Just looking at his face is terrifying enough, let alone using his power. If it weren't for the Vivo working effectively, we would have turned into dust already. Du Hoen sighed with relief now that he had escaped from someone like him. That thought was already present in his mind as he returned to the upper floor of the tomb. They had found the familiar rooms and passageways again. After several days in here, they quickly found the way out. And finally, they could see the light. Yue was very proud of his teammates, as well as himself. Just a moment more, and we can get out. Everyone in his team had to try their best to run out. Yue tried to comfort everyone, hoping everyone would try their best. Everyone, try a little harder. The exit is right in front. Ilya was very worried about the situation of the team, not knowing if they could escape. Sounds good. But can we shake off those monsters? Yue immediately turned to remind him. Why say such unlucky things? Why would you say that? He has to think ahead for the team. Think about it. Those relics don't know we're escaping. Will they hear us? He found another way for Ilya. Instead of worrying in his heart like that, you can use those convenient replacements to listen more stably. This phone or car will do. Ilya was a little hesitant, but Yue always maintained a calm attitude, his face unchanged. You guys run ahead and get out first. Yue let everyone run first, while he stayed behind to solve this problem. I'll destroy this path one last time. So his hand quickly threw all the stones away, without a shred of regret, destroying the tomb. Yue just stood there proudly acting, not afraid of anyone attacking. Finally, his teammates all escaped, but were ambushed by the enemy. Yunhuo turned around, his expression judgmental. These guys still haven't left? What's up? Why are they gathering in front of the Tomb of Heroes? Dia reported to him. More archaeologists are arriving. They recognized his true identity as soon as they saw him. Doesn't that guy look familiar? Isn't that Yu Huoen? I knew it. I told you so. They're trying to question Yu Huoen. But why should he answer? You guys got the greed relic, didn't you? Surrender! Yu Huo had an uncomfortable feeling deep down, but he couldn't show it. Seeing the crowd gathered before the tomb entrance like this is annoying. But thinking about it, I understand why this is happening. Yu Huoen only felt a little regret that the entrance was already breached. The fake entrance Jean created has been destroyed. The command relic must have interfered and disrupted things. Yu Huoen knew his teammates weren't happy. They were even upset. Every member was furious. They know none of the relics can be used. They're waiting for my orders. Yu Huoen was thinking through possible paths in his mind to make fighting easier, but no matter what, they can't break through here. They need to restrain the command relic before fighting. He doesn't have anything valuable that they would fight over. So, they need to find a way out of here without fighting them. He cleverly replied. The greed relic? I don't have anything like that. Yu Huoen kept trying to persuade them. But if you guys aren't letting us pass, then come and get us. They didn't seem to trust Yu Huoen, their expressions showing suspicion. What? Give it a rest. You haven't found any relic. Yu Huoen pointed to the tomb cave. There's no sign of it being breached like before. Can't these idiots see the state of the Tomb of Heroes? It's completely intact. If the relic has found its master, the Tomb of Heroes usually looks ruined. He was using this method to lure them and mislead them. I see. So? The relic is still inside? Yu Huoen made up everything without batting an eye. He felt comfortable with the story. Never mind. We almost got it, but that greed relic stubbornly refused. Yu Huoen was accurately describing Prometheus's appearance. According to what he saw, he had a body as huge as a house, and liked to throw lightning around. Who cares? I'll deal with it after exploring. He further instructed his teammates. You guys stay here and make sure those idiots don't enter the tomb. Jia was happy to be given a task again. He loved doing this. Understood. Yu Huowen would go first, and his teammates would just stand there and stop them. Okay, I'll go explore first. Yu Huowen felt this plan was too perfect. It was his brilliant mind. The tactic was so successful. Even though Ming ran away, they're still staring intently at me. They could believe it so easily, without any suspicion at all. In an instant, a ton of false information was spread. The relic is still in the tomb, and our team tried to fight against it. Yu Huowen could easily guess what they were thinking. He could read people's minds. Then the others will think that instead of fighting Jen's side, it would be better to go inside the tomb and seize all the relics. Yu Huowen coordinated with his teammates smoothly, without a single misstep. Then the team members would add fuel to the fire. Ilya started to provoke. Come and try it. There's no way you guys will take a single step into this tomb. They were happy thinking they had succeeded, while they didn't yet know they had been tricked. Let's go! The relic is ours! Julian immediately spoke up to stop them from going inside. No way! What are you guys doing? They became even more interested. Let go, man! Yu Huowen was overjoyed to see them following his plan. The opposing team will ignore our team and run into the tomb like crazy. They'll even fight each other. A chaotic scene would unfold. Jia was even happier than anyone else. He laughed happily seeing them fall for the trap. Keep it up. Our team just needs to add a little flair. Took on the task. Oh no, don't go in. Come back. Fight us instead. They would be even more anxious. Dia immediately reported the situation to Yu Huowen. They're considered a success. The tactic worked. He didn't understand why he'd only now realized he had such a smart captain. How did you come up with such a quick plan? Epic. He calmly replied. I had to do something. Luckily, everything went smoothly. Yu Huowen revealed all his own plans, how he had thought. They will restrain Prometheus. It's truly killing two birds with one stone. They'll think he's the greed relic, so they'll attack him crazily. Yu Huowen had created this plan in just a short time. That's right. I fed them a lot of false information about the relic's appearance in this place, but they couldn't get inside anymore. There was no sound at all. Damn it, the road is blocked. There's no way. We have to clear the way. Chrometus had used his hand to break the wall, and now he had finally escaped. The aggressive attitude of wanting to smash everything made people fear. That bastard Yu Huowen made them scared. What the hell? Run! Those who have entered this place will definitely die in his hands. You think you can stop me with these stones? Prometheus was ordering the people behind him. There are so many people here. Hey, you guys get out here now. When they saw him, instead of being afraid, they felt excited. That's the greed relic, it's mine. This was also within Yu Huowen's plan. Because I said he has a body as huge as a house and likes to throw lightning around, they'll think Prometheus is the greed relic. But they wondered why they couldn't use these powers, assuming the sacred relics would still be there. But no. When they entered the tomb, nothing was left. They were all dumbfounded. My sacred relic isn't working? Neither is mine. Seeing their attitude, Prometheus quickly flew into a rage. You fools dare attack me? Yu Huowen and his teammates had to run first. Then, they'd think about the future. Maybe they couldn't hold him back for long. But every little bit helped. This was already a big advantage for them to escape for a while. After so long, Yu Huowen finally saw the familiar house. This is where I live. We finally managed to escape. And they all returned to the hotel safely. Yu Huowen couldn't help but feel restless inside. Being back in his own home, so tired. But his attitude suddenly changed, no longer as cheerful as before. Yu Huowen looked at the mess around his house, completely turned upside down. What a mess. Ilya, from behind, immediately guessed that someone had been here. Looks like there was a fight here. You think so too? Yeah. Dua continued to investigate inside the room, and seemed to have discovered something. Commander, come look at this room. Yu Huowen saw that his things were no longer intact. They were all over the floor. The door was completely smashed. The fight must have been intense. Yu Huowen now felt worried about Iren's condition. Is she really okay? Is Iren alright? She should have been here with everyone. Participating in the mission, Chloe wondered why she suddenly mentioned Iren. He immediately replied. She was supposed to participate in the excavation. Yu Huowen had told her all the plans, which was what he wanted, but decided to participate after finishing some things. I gave her the hotel address and told her to use it if needed. Yu Huowen really knew that she would never act like that. She wasn't the type to break promises, so it was a bit strange that she didn't come to the tomb. Let me try calling her. He waited for a long time but didn't get any response from the other end. Yu Huowen was very worried. He didn't know where she wasn't answering the phone, she's never done this before. Sua talked about other possibilities. Could she still be in the tomb? We haven't met her either. He felt that something must have happened to Iren for her not to be here. I'm not sure anymore. It would be great if that were the case. But this mess makes me uneasy. Gua appeared from behind at this time, as suddenly as ever. I sensed the commander's aura. He was even more confused. Yu Huowen suspected that there had been a fight here, even a very intense one. It was very faint. But the aura of the spider sacred relic is still here. He guessed. Che Gon, Was she here? In his head, he thought of the worst-case scenarios that could happen if Eren had been here and they had fought. That was the worst situation. Eren clearly couldn't fight back. Ilya didn't think that way. In his mind, he thought differently. But the sacred relic is so big, then the damage here is a bit small. Everything has just been turned upside down, and the door has been smashed. Yu Hoen imagined terrible situations that others hadn't thought of. Maybe she was defeated before she could fight back. Ilya was horrified. Don't say that. Suddenly there was an announcement from Duha. He had discovered something. Commander, we're in trouble! Jaha had examined the abilities here and discovered that someone had used them. I was checking if there was any damage to the sacred relics when I saw that this had been used. Yu Hoen picked up an item and looked at it, wondering. He himself was puzzled. What's this? Dia was surprised by his question. He didn't even think Yu Hoen would ask. Why are you asking? This is a copy of the Tears of Munin that you made me make. You said to use this for its chairman. In his memory, he seemed to remember something, but he still couldn't show the sacred relic. What Yu Hoen found puzzling was this. He couldn't know the truth. That's a copy of the Tears of Munin? Didn't you say it wasn't finished yet? Jaha completely affirmed this, but it still had the potential to work. Yes, it's not finished, but that doesn't mean it can't work. Jaha meant something else, not what he thought. But the problem is that it often works when it's not needed. Because it's not stable, I suggested that we not use it in today's excavation. Yu Hoen remembered what he had given to Jaha before the incident. The side mission he gave to Jaha when they were preparing for the excavation was to create a copy of the Tears of Munin. Jaha agreed to this arrangement, but then he refused. But after a while, he went to Yu Hoen and said that it was very difficult to complete the copy before the excavation. Yu Hoen also clearly remembered that it didn't have this cracked mark, so someone must have touched it. Therefore, they had no choice but to leave it there. But seeing signs that someone had used it, Yu Hoen wanted to understand everything clearly, unable to let something dangerous happen. How long has it been used? Can you find out? He'll do it right away. Okay, wait a moment. Jae immediately recalled and shared the information as soon as it came to mind. It's been used twice. I don't know when it was used, but it was recently. He also discovered the smallest details that could help with the investigation. Oh, and this too. There's a high possibility that the relic activated on its own because it resonated with the surrounding area. Hearing this, he felt it was too strange, never having seen this happen before. It activated twice and can potentially activate on its own? Sounds like Quan and Iron fought, huh? Ja confirmed that what he said was correct. It could become reality. Yes, enough to accidentally activate the relic. He understood. If the two of them fought, a large amount of aura would be released. Yu Hoen didn't know if they had recognized their identities yet. He couldn't even imagine it. Does that mean one of them has regained their memories? This is a real headache. Jaha and he had deduced the problem step by step. They both guessed their moves. Its influence will be much weaker than the real Munin Tears. Yu Hoen cooperated. But the amount of memories restored is still potentially greater than the achievement. Yu Hoen worried that the worst would happen. I'm afraid something bad happened during the shock that restored their memories. Sua didn't think so. Things don't happen that quickly, no way. Sua pondered these things in her heart. She still wasn't sure. Thinking back to when you all regained your memories, you all had to face side effects. She sensed something, probably, that the atmosphere here is sensitive. The greater the difference between the current life and the past, the stronger the shock. Perhaps, Ikren is now living a completely different life. Arin is truly a pitiful person. Her circumstances are more difficult than those here who were taken hostage because their parents discovered the relic syndrome and were then exploited by others to harm the world. Sua was also afraid of the same things as Yu Hoen. Everyone was worried about her. Countless people have lost property, even their lives, because of her. She doesn't know if she can handle it when her memories are restored. But the current Isharin is completely different compared to her past. Now she can't even kill an ant. That's who she is now. Yu Hoen understood that he was very worried. But how many phone calls had he made? Even though he said it clearly, he suddenly felt a lot of anxiety. He tried calling her again but still received no response. Yu Hoen had to go find her himself. Standing here pondering wasn't going to work. Finally, he asked Sua to use her relic tracking ability. Now is not the time to be picky about how things are done. He had searched everything around Iron. Even those who were related. He had called Ricky to secretly find out information, but it seemed that Eren had disappeared without contacting him. Yu Hoen was so worried that he kept staring at the phone screen. Oh my god, what's going on? Julian immediately called his name. Yu Hoen. Julian feared that those people would come here again, and the entire team would be in danger again. Do you think we should postpone the relocation? If we stay in one place, others might discover us. JH also had a question that needed to be answered. He had to ask everyone's opinion. I also want to ask. When I perform relic restoration, should I restore the greed relic that we brought back as well? Yu Hoen had just returned home. He hadn't even had a chance to rest. We need to consider it carefully because we haven't established a contract with her yet. I'm thinking about this too. Yu Hoen would be determined to ignore everything and focus on solving one problem. So, complicated. Kong Zikwai teased. I'll consider that later. He wanted to focus on finding Ivrin. But it wasn't easy. Yu Hoen must keep his mind clear, not allowing others to sabotage him. He has no choice but to do what he can, because he is the leader of this archaeological team. The scene shifts again, to where Turin has been hidden. Finally, that archaeological team found his head. After searching for so long, oh, we found it! They were very happy to see this clue. This is favorable. It's the chairman's head. Get him out quickly. Hyuk-shu just sat down and talked to Taejun's head. He was like a madman. Brother, are you still conscious? I think you're still alive. Please answer me. Even with just a head, Taejun could calmly answer that question. What happened? Making Hyuk-shu extremely surprised. Oh, you can talk. Taejun hated in his heart. He will definitely find him for revenge one day. That bastard Yu Hoen must have cut off my head, right? We arrived and saw it like this. Then he started blaming these people. Why didn't you find me sooner? What the hell are you doing? You should have used the divine medical relics to reattach me. He felt regret about that. Hyuk-shu didn't want to hide it anymore. He decided to tell the truth, shocking him. Your body is still with Yu Hoen. Taejun couldn't let his body disappear like that. He had to find it. Get it back quickly. Mobilize all necessary resources. They had to obey. Understood. Tuan Lich. Suddenly, someone came to ask about their situation while they hadn't had time to move. Are you the Azure Dragon archaeological team? Who is in charge here? Hyuk-shu wanted to ask this person for help, hoping for some mercy. He is injured. You can talk to me. The person didn't beat around the bush. Prometheus is looking for you. Prometheus is in a very angry state, possibly fighting with everyone. He is very angry, so don't provoke him. He began to worry. What? Hyuk-shu was really helpless with everything. He didn't know what to do first, blaming himself for running away. He tried, only to receive this result. What can we do with the chairman of the military industry's head? Turn came up with a good idea. Maybe this will succeed soon. Take him with you. Maybe he will calm down when he sees you in this state. He said this with a true purpose in mind. I also have something I want to ask him. They had to go to a place where Prometheus was waiting. He seemed to have some plan. Prometheus has changed his human form. Don't just silently wait for them to arrive. In his heart, he is very hateful towards you. Wait for the day to take revenge. Yu Hoen, you two finally arrived at the place he called you to. They had no choice but to comply. We are Tun and Hyuk-shu from the Azure Dragon team. You called for us, right? Prometheus didn't want to beat around the bush any longer. This is going to take a lot of time. I think you guys know why you were called. When we attacked Stushin earlier, none of you were present. Prometheus naturally held them responsible. You need to take responsibility for that. Hyuk-shu began to feel confused. Hey, we had to do it for our own reasons. He immediately presented Turn's head to him, showing how pathetic it was. Look at my brother here. His head was cut off. What else could we do but look for him? Prometheus felt this was too trivial, nothing major to care about. We could have looked for it together after finishing with Jen. He was very angry. What? Doesn't this matter to you? Why are you making such a big deal out of it? He thought that finding a way to fight back against the boy was essential. The most important thing. I don't think you understand how serious the matter is. We've lost track of Yuen, as well as the relic of greed. Hatred rose in Prometheus' heart. If we had more fighters before the battle occurred, we might have defeated him. Thinking about that, the rage inside me is pouring out, overwhelming me and making me go crazy. Am I the only one who feels this way? Hyuk-shu promised to resolve everything smoothly. Otherwise, he would struggle to keep his life. We also regret letting him escape. We will cooperate in every way to overthrow him. Taejun had a question that needed to be answered, and wanted Prometheus to be the one to answer it. But first, I have a question. Taejun didn't want him to be here hearing things that were not his business anymore. So he found a way to drive him away, put him down, and leave. But Hyuk-shu still didn't want to. What? He said you had something to talk about with him privately. Even though Hyuk-shu didn't want to, he still had to obey. He was afraid the guy would be in danger. Go. Hyuk-shu had no choice but to let the two of them have some private space to talk secretly. I see. Prometheus gave Turin time to speak, to see if he could provide an answer. So, what do you want to ask? So Taejun went straight to the point. He didn't want anyone else to hear this question. Is there a relic that can restore someone's memories of a past life? The man felt strange. Past life? He had observed the boy's mannerisms very carefully. Yu Hoen must be hiding something. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's a past life or a parallel world, but Jae-do-hen seems to hold some special memories. This was the first time Prometheus had heard this truth. He couldn't even have expected it. In that world, Bandora ruled the world, and I was one of the 4 kings. Even though Taejun was so seriously injured, he could still clearly remember the boy's story. I don't know exactly what he did, but it's clear that he possesses those memories. That's what he did when he planned, and made it difficult for us to deal with him. Turn decided to reveal all of Yu Hoen's strange behaviors, hoping only for his cooperation. To torture me! He intentionally showcased those memories. I am very angry. But he succeeded. Because every time I think about what happened, I am still utterly infuriated about it.
Telekun wanted to thoroughly understand this. The main goal was to take revenge on Yu Hoen above all else. Could such a relic exist?
I want to know that.
Prometheus seemed to have realized something in his mind. His attitude looked different. Parallel world. Memories. Don't tell me. Turin hastily realized this.
He wanted to know if it was the truth or not. What? That relic exists? Tell me quickly.
Prometheus was sure that it exists and is just hidden somewhere.
And he also knew its name. When Turin suggested it, he remembered. The Akashic Records Divine Library. At this moment, Taejun only had his head left. He spoke up and asked, "What? I didn't hear clearly. Say it again." Prometheus replied, "Akashic Records. But it's not a relic that anyone can use." He frowned and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "No. That crow must have used some trick. What is the crow planning? Thank you for the information. I have more reason to seek out Seo Duhonan now." As soon as he finished speaking, Prometheus turned his back and walked away. Seeing him about to leave, Turin urgently stopped him.
"Wait, hold on,"
he asked. "What are the Akashic Records? Tell me the details." Hearing his question, Prometheus turned around. He spoke up. "You don't need to know. I've probably answered everything you were wondering about, haven't I?" Taejun was dumbfounded and didn't understand after hearing Prometheus answer. Seeing his bewildered expression, Prometheus explained. "It is the relic that can tell you about the existence of the parallel world. That's the answer you're looking for. Stop trying to find another answer." As soon as he finished speaking, he bluntly turned his back and walked away. Tekidun could do nothing but scream loudly, "Don't be so stingy! Tell me more!" He paused, then hesitated, and continued. "Seo Duhoen and the crow. What are you planning to do?" At this moment, Prometheus was truly furious. His face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth. Pausing for a moment, Prometheus said to his assistant, "Search the surrounding area thoroughly. I'm heading back to headquarters." He immediately replied, "Understood." In a flash, Prometheus was back at headquarters. A familiar voice rang out. "Placing a bounty on Seo Duhoen and his team?" In the room, IV spoke up, full of questions. "Why did you suddenly do that without discussing it? Please reconsider. Maybe you think it's a good idea." "Bandora will become incompetent and hopeless in the eyes of others. The image we've built will crumble in an instant." Prometheus spoke up. "We're already incompetent and hopeless, but that's something only insiders like us know." Ivy was stunned to hear that. He tilted his head to glance at her, then continued. "Pandora's power won't plummet just because we offer a bounty. Most people are like you. They don't think much." Suddenly, Prometheus' face became incredibly sinister. In front of that reward money, what opportunity do they have to think? Ivy broke out in a cold sweat, unable to help but exclaim. "The reward money is the problem. If we offer such a high bounty, how will we be able to handle it?" Prometheus turned around, giving her a sharp look. "Seo Duhoen must be captured at all costs, even if it's expensive. Why are you so concerned about this?" He turned and walked away, ignoring Evie. "I don't want to hear you talk anymore. I have a lot of work to do." She couldn't help but ask, "What could be more important than this?" Prometheus immediately ordered, "Go to the warehouse." Evie was startled and bewildered by his words. His face became gloomy, his eyes sharp. "It seems it's time for me to use the weapon that's been stored away for so long." Scene change. Los Angeles. At this moment, Duhoen was constantly typing on the keyboard. They had been secretly searching for Irin, but things weren't going as smoothly as expected. Now they had moved their base to LA to avoid being pursued. They could hide in this bustling city while continuing to prepare for the search for Irin. "Here," Chloe said, entering and handing him a glass of water. Dark circles had appeared under Duhoen's handsome eyes. She held the glass of water in front of him. "Have you rested at all? I know you're worried about Aaron, but you need to take care of yourself first." Chloe looked at his haggard face and scolded. "Look at you, you're clearly sleep-deprived. This is serious." Duhoen forced a smile and replied, "Okay. Anyone listening would think you were a doctor or something." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Leader!" Both of them turned around at the same time. Duhoen turned and asked, "What is it? Don't you know we're in an emergency situation?" Jaha said urgently. "No matter how urgent it is, you should still check the news." He held up his phone, showing a news report related to Jen. "Bandora has put a bounty on us, on every member of our group." You see the phone in Bandora's hand? They must be impatient after we looted the Temple of Greed. Duhoen looked at the bounty and exclaimed in surprise. "What? The bounty is so high? Are they just showing off their wealth or something?" Jaha looked at his picture on the news and couldn't help but compliment. "But you look pretty handsome in the photo. I bet your fan club photoshopped it." The news report displayed the information. Jing Duhoen, leader of the archaeological team who illegally broke into the tomb, has been revealed. The bounty has been announced. But Jiha's attention wasn't on anything else but his face. "Why does my face look so plain? Why bother?" Duhoen next to him looked at him helplessly. It's just a bounty poster, Jaha retorted aggrievedly. The whole world is seeing that picture. Julian suddenly entered, speaking up. You guys probably heard. Then he continued. You can tell they're going all out with that bounty. What a bunch of clowns. Your crime is illegally breaking into the tomb. Jaha's is forgery and fraud, and mine is theft. These charges are ridiculous. Du Hoyan smiled calmly, putting one hand in his pocket. Probably because you went to the enemy's temple back then, Julian continued. Chloe's crime is illegal surgery, and Shu A's is being possessed by a ghost, which is just absurd. Behind him, Ilya was shedding tears, his voice full of pain. I have so much to say about this. I'm just a level 8 syndrome sufferer. Level 8 syndrome, you know? Do I look like I have it? Julian was startled and turned to look at him as he yelled. Du Hoyan smirked and said, Well, it's probably because you're always doing weird things wherever you go, but your charges don't matter. Because they're all labels put on you by others. Things have come to this. Why don't we just make a fake and give them the reward money? Chloe said worriedly. You're still thinking about scamming others? That's a great idea. Du Hoyan smiled and looked at Julian. Just kidding, I don't have time for that because I still need to search for Erin, he replied. Then paused when speaking about Erin, and Julian continued, They've put a bounty on her too. Her bounty is second only to yours. Du Hoyan heard this and said, In this situation, that dirty news is just going to bother me even more. Before he finished speaking, the entire room began to shake. Rays of light shone throughout the room. Du Hoyan turned in surprise and asked, What's going on? A holy relic's aura? Jaha exclaimed in shock. Damn it! He continued. The holy relic of greed has awakened. I'm still in the process of recovering, and it's already appeared. Hearing this, Yu Hoan gritted his teeth and glared at Jaha. He said to him, Figure out how to restore it without destroying our base. Jaha, heading towards the door, replied, Okay. Yu Hoan entrusted the task of restoring Lamon to Jaha. Since Lamon was in a depleted state after severing the chairman's head, he asked, Are you awake? Seeing how she attacked the chairman right after recovering her memories, Yu Hoan had a feeling she would form a contract with him as soon as he retrieved her. It would be troublesome if things didn't go as Yu Hoan calculated. But Lamon wondered, asking him, What happened? I was in the tomb. Yu Hoan immediately explained everything. You fainted after using all your strength to attack the chairman. I had someone retrieve you. Why did you make such a fuss? Lamon teared up after hearing this. She rushed forward and hugged Yu Hoan tightly. You're still alive. Yu Hoan coughed violently, in pain from Lamon's embrace. She continued. I thought you were dead. Your legs were chopped off, and your body was scattered everywhere. Yu Hoan reassured her. Calm down a bit. Yu Hoan was sweating profusely. We're currently in the past compared to that time. I'm fine, but I don't know what happened either. Pausing for a moment, he asked again. But what about forming a contract with me before? At this moment, Lapon suddenly remembered. Huh? Should we? Why haven't we formed a contract yet? Yu Hoan thought to himself. It seems she is confused with memories from the past, but she finally understood the current situation. He wondered. There won't be any weird conditions, right? Lasan immediately replied. Of course not. Why would I set conditions with you? Jaha on this side was equally delighted. Fortunately, everything went well, but you haven't fully recovered yet. Yuho looked at her and asked, Do you have enough strength to form a contract? Lamon immediately replied, I can do it. That's how Yu Hoan safely completed the contract with Lamon. After that, I let her rest to recover. Lamon, looking like she had stabilized after recovering, wandered around our base. It seemed she was looking for something, and after she walked around without finding it, she started asking me. Lafon tilted her head and looked at him, saying, Human, let me ask you something. She stepped forward to ask, I heard that you formed a secret relic contract with a crow, right? Yu Hoan replied, Yeah. Lamon immediately voiced her question. Isn't that the one imprisoned in the Grand Prison? He immediately answered, That's right. She asked again, And you died after going into the Grand Prison, right? Yu Hoan truthfully replied, Yes. Damn it, Lamon, how could that be? Yu Hoan dragged her out of the room while saying, It's no problem at all, so calm down. I'm very busy these days, so go out and play. Then he slammed the door shut, ignoring her constant yelling outside the door. Yu Hoan sighed deeply. Although he closed the door, he could still hear Lamon's voice echoing. Human, open the door. This is not a problem we can ignore. Lamon angrily pounded on the door. You could be in danger. She bit her nails, her face full of tension. This isn't good. It's obviously not him. She must have found something she was dissatisfied with. A faint voice echoed, constantly calling, Crow, Crow, aren't you coming? The crow appeared, rebuking. Why are you so agitated? Everyone is sleeping. Are you planning to wake them up? Lafion stammered. What are you plotting? She spoke accusingly. Isn't forming a secret contract with the relic that was taken a scam? What if my human is in danger? At this moment, Yu Hoan was sound asleep. The crow suspiciously asked, Why is Seo Yu Hoan your human? Lamon fiercely retorted, Do you know how long we've been together? Of course, he's my human. She angrily raised her voice. I'm the one who brought that idiot back from the abyss. Even though he's a bit immature, his heart is still very kind. You think I can abandon him when I know you're deceiving him? The crow scornfully looked at Lamont. Has your memory been restored? I mean, it's true that you always win against Seo Yu-Hoen. And she angrily shouted, What the hell are you talking about? Trisk, the crow said reassuringly. Don't worry, those things you're thinking about will never happen. Even though I've been imprisoned, my abilities are still intact. Lamont couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The crow continued. Besides, I'm trying my best to help Seo Du-Hoshen become king. How else would Lamont do it? I'm sure the other treasures wouldn't agree. The crow replied matter-of-factly. I've brainwashed them to my side. Well, almost all of them. Startled, she exclaimed in shock. What? What are you planning to do? Are you planning a rebellion? The crow calmly continued. This started a long time ago, by those who hold power in their hands. Lamont was again dumbfounded, the crow continued. And I'm trying to fix that. She couldn't help but be bewildered. Are you crazy? Immediately afterward, the crow began to gradually disappear. I'll think as I please. Lamont frantically tried to stop it. Hey, where are you going? She paced back and forth anxiously around the room. What should I do? I can't let things happen like this. Seemingly remembering something, she suddenly cheered excitedly. That's right. That's it. Early the next morning, Lamont suddenly pushed the door open and excitedly called out, Human! Because of the loud noise, Du-Hoshen was startled, completely flinching. He turned to ask her, What's wrong? Bursting in here so early in the morning, I told you I was busy. Lamont immediately said, I'll become your secret sacred relic. Du-Hoshen didn't understand, asking in confusion, What are you talking about? Lamont pointed directly at him and said seriously, I want to become your main treasure. Choose me instead of that crow. She placed her hand on her chest and said emphatically, Moreover, I can help you more than that bird, so please switch. Du-Hoshen frowned, annoyed, and said, You think you can just switch whenever you want? Lamont was stunned. What do you mean? Suddenly the crow appeared, and Du-Hoshen glanced at it. You're here? You heard everything? Lamont pointed at it, and declared boldly, Hey crow, from now on I'll protect this human. Sua, standing next to them, interjected, That's not possible. I mean, Iron's original sacred relic was a fox named Thousand Year Chi. She recalled the past and continued. However, not long after forming a contract with it, it changed its mind. At that time, the nine-tailed fox looked at Iron and said, Master, I want to transfer the responsibility of being the secret sacred relic to someone else. Iron was startled and shocked. What? Why? It calmly replied, It's simple. Someone like me should be flying in the sky instead of being in charge of your treasures. The nine-tailed fox imagined Danji and praised her happily. Dan is strong, noble, and has 9 tails. She's definitely more suited to hold this responsibility as the representative of the sacred relic fox. Alright. But that means if you agree. Before he could finish, Danji angrily interrupted. Stop it, she shouted angrily. What the hell? You're really going to swap us? The nine-tailed fox happily replied. Come on, we're foxes, not wild dogs. The nine-tailed fox continued. You also know the rules. Subordinates can't possibly take on roles as big as what the seniors are in charge of. Danji angrily scolded. Why is this little rascal suddenly making trouble? Pausing for a moment, she winked coquettishly. I'm very busy. I have a lot of things to do. I can't sit still all day waiting for work from a human. The nine-tailed fox panicked. What are you talking about? Dan expressed her wish. I want to absorb the energy of Su Honker. The nine-tailed fox immediately replied. Ah. Listening to those two's conversation, Iron smiled on the outside but was burning with anger inside. Trisk, she said cheerfully, looking at them. All right, I agree to change the secret sacred relic, so Dan will go with me, right? The nine-tailed fox immediately replied. That's right, to make you stronger, the two of you must go together. Irin exclaimed happily. How wonderful! On this side, Danji was bursting with anger. Wonderful? What's so wonderful? I don't want to. What about me? I hate this. Trisk, the nine-tailed fox said. Well, don't you need to absorb human energy? You shouldn't act like that, right? It seriously continued. Anyway, we're all here, and the agreement is settled. Let's do it. Danjanji shouted in despair. Wait a minute. You can't do that. That's not fair. I don't want to do it. Sua finished recounting. After listening, Du-Hoshen stroked his chin and pondered. So that's why Danji kept quiet? Wait, so it's possible to swap sacred relics, even if only 2 out of 3 agree? He looked towards the 2 sacred relics over there. So ultimately, it's up to me to decide? The crow angrily spoke up. That's absurd. It's not that easy to swap sacred relics. Lassman then retorted. What's so absurd about it? We can totally do it, right? Layman smiled triumphantly. It seems like many people are ignorant about this because it's rarely used, but I'll take full advantage of this turn. The crow stammered. She, then continued. What?
You got a problem with that? Isn't this fair? You used my people for your bizarre plans.
Pausing for a moment, Lahan looked at Yu Hoen and continued. While he didn't even know a thing. Come on, choose me as your relic. He hesitated and replied, no. But she raised her voice. If you do, I'll bring you many rare artifacts. Yu Hoen flashed a bright smile. Artifacts, huh? Should we turn back? Shua Ama, standing next to him, smiled helplessly. You're so easily tempted. Yu Ho raised his hand and said, well, I don't mind since I have nothing to lose, but I have a condition. Lamont wondered, what condition? He smirked and replied, that's right, bring me the artifact first, and then I'll see if the value of what you bring is worth it. She replied, oh, is that so? Immediately after, Lathion happily and excitedly ran out of the room. Awesome, I'll bring you the best of the best, just wait. The crow behind couldn't help but watch in astonishment. It hurriedly called after her, wait! Yu Ho looked at the crow in confusion. What's wrong? Do you want to go too? Shua chimed in. They seem so enthusiastic. He crossed his arms and glanced at them. Whatever, this benefits me. Pausing for a moment, he continued. I wanted to get some things done, but they're making such a mess. I can only concentrate now. Time passed quickly, and to become a secret relic, the two of them began to hunt for artifacts again. Yu Hoen was busy again with research. But since that day, all sorts of artifacts and relics began to scatter in front of his apartment. Yu Ho picked one up and looked at it with satisfaction, probably brought back by Lam Mon and Crow. Experimenting with them one by one is quite fun. Scene change. On this side, a pair of slender legs are hurriedly running. It turns out to be Lamon with a dirty face, holding a pile of relics in her arms. She couldn't help but laugh happily. I found another one. Sooner or later, this pile will be the best of the best. My human will be on cloud 9. Suddenly, a phantasm appeared, blocking Lamon. Stop there, she asked in surprise. Crow? Standing opposite. The crow. Lamont said irritably, don't block my way. I need to find more artifacts and relics, but of course you'll never defeat me. The greedy crow advised. Stop it, this isn't helping us. Lamont heard that and stared at it silently. Lamon's bewildered voice rang out. What we're doing isn't beneficial? Quan replied. As I said. Then he continued. We're just wasting our energy by fighting to become his relic. Lamont. Wasting energy? We've already earned so many relics for our side. That's our victory. Are you still so confident when you know that we won't get anything back from collecting these relics? The crow looked at her and said, even if it's just a light wound, look at you, all wounded everywhere. Now Lamont suddenly remembered the countless wounds on her body. Kwai added, if our stamina decreases just because we're looking for relics, it will ultimately only harm Seo Yu Hoen. Lamont pondered for a moment, then stubbornly said, you're saying that because you're losing, aren't you? Then, as if suddenly enlightened, she said loudly, I knew it. I've collected a lot of relics, and you have nothing. Looking at the crow floating in the air, Lamont continued. The thieving skill you let that human use is just a skill you stole from me. Even if you're very cunning, don't try to deceive me with those pathetic tricks, the crow retorted angrily. What I look like has nothing to do with it. Lamont pointed to herself and said smugly, put yourself in his shoes. Wouldn't you feel better if your main relic was as cute as me? Now he looks like he's haunted by a three-legged spirit, you poor human. The crow was now truly enraged. It growled, oh, then it said, you think I don't transform because I don't know how? As it finished speaking, a dazzling light emanated from the crow, causing Lacomon to cover her face. A human form appeared, with long black hair and fair skin. I can do simple things like mimicking appearances. It's just that they're unnecessary, so I didn't do it. Quom, with a sharp gaze. Why did you abandon your original form and take on a human form and act like them? A gloomy girl with an exquisite body and a stunningly beautiful, cold face appeared before her eyes. Quant said coldly, you're not the only one who knows how to use these cheap tricks, so shut your mouth. Lao felt unwilling and sobbed, and in the next second she burst out in anger and shouted, don't imitate me. Why did you transform into a female form? Are you copying me, aren't you? Gua immediately retorted sharply, what are you talking about? But I've had this form for a long time. Lecyon scoffed. Liar, as if I'd believe that. She was bursting with energy, ready to charge into a fight. Gua gritted her teeth and growled, I can't take it anymore. Leon didn't back down either. With a fierce look on her face, she yelled, you want to throw down? Fine, come at me. Instantly, the two of them lunged into a brawl. All that could be seen of the two figures clashing were flashes of black and white. Hearing the loud commotion, Julian startled in bewilderment. Immediately, he shouted loudly to wake everyone up. Emergency! Signs of aura eruption. It's an emergency! Everyone was jolted awake by Julian's yelling. Everyone groggily gathered in one room. Yi awkwardly ran over and asked, what's going on? Julian replied, there's an aura eruption nearby. He glanced at Yu Hoen and said, this is serious. Another tomb must be appearing. He replied, Got it. Let's go check it out. Pausing for a moment, Yu-Ho smirked. This is my chance to test out the new relic. More importantly, we need to deal with it before it attracts the enemy's attention. The group rushed down to see the situation, sacrificing their sleep as they headed straight towards the aura in the early morning. But the closer we got to the aura, the more familiar it felt. Yu-Ho looked up in confusion. Hey Julian, what's going on? This is… After clearly seeing the two familiar figures fighting, he continued. It's not a tomb appearing, it's our relics. Yu-Ho looked at the unfamiliar girl in question. But what relic is that? Julian responded. Can't you guess from her aura? It's Crow. He couldn't help but be astonished. That Crow? As soon as he understood the situation, Yu-Ho shouted, You two, stop it right now. Have you forgotten that we're hiding to avoid being chased? The voice was so loud that Du had to shield his ears. The two who were fighting looked over at the sound of that voice. Overwhelming power. Human, what are you doing here? The two immediately stopped fighting. Yu-Ho looked at the two and said, Nice. Did you two think we wouldn't notice after making such a commotion? Stop it now. If the enemy comes here, you'll be self-destructing. Pausing for a moment, he crossed his arms and asked, Why are you two fighting? Shouldn't you be collecting relics? Not competing like this? Lemon immediately retorted loudly. That's what I said, but this Crow likes to deny it because she's losing to me. Guaya helplessly glanced at her. At this time, Crow lowered her head and said, The more relics we collect, the more our durability decreases, and then we have to go and recover. What if there's a sudden problem? We're already in a situation where the enemy is chasing us. Yu-Ho smiled and said, That's not wrong either. All right, I'll make a decision. First, let's go back to base. After Crow and Moore returned to base, Yu-Ho and everyone else stayed behind to clean up the traces of the battle until dawn. The group went into the apartment one by one. Yu-Ho sighed tiredly. I'm so tired. As soon as he walked in, he saw the two culprits who caused all the trouble rushing towards him, causing Yu-Ho to be surprised. Lamon rushed over, constantly nagging. Why are you so late? We've been waiting for so long. Now choose. Who do you want to become the relic? Yu-Ho sat down on the chair and replied, All right, I get it. You're not letting me breathe, are you? Okay, so you want me to choose who becomes the relic, right? My choice will be… Pausing for a moment, he said the answer. I won't change my relic. Lamon shouted unwillingly. What? Why? Immediately afterwards, he explained. Didn't you realize when you were fighting Crow? She's clearly stronger, and there's also a prophecy that Crow is the most powerful relic. Lamon gritted her teeth and glared at Crow. She shouted unwillingly. But you could be putting yourself in danger. She seems to be plotting something. Yu-Ho spoke up. If she wanted to harm me, there would have been countless opportunities to do so. So many, but she has saved me many times. Lamon silently stared at him intently. Yu-Ho continued. If you still doubt her, then stay by my side and monitor her. How nice would it be if you two could get along? After hearing his words, the two said angrily in unison, As if we could get along. What are you talking about? Du was surprised. What a violent reaction. He continued. Anyway, that's my decision. If you understand, then stop fighting and get along a little. The two uncomfortably looked at each other at the same time. Lamon, annoyed, had no choice but to accept. Fine. Crow, closing her eyes, prepared to transform. Finally, some peace. In the next second, Crow reverted to her original form. Yu-Ho looked at her inquisitively. Do you want to keep the transformation? You look beautiful in that form, Crow replied. It's just that I'm not used to it. As if sensing something, Crow suddenly spoke. Master, outside. Lao also looked at her in surprise. All three turned towards the window. Yu-Ho and Layamon asked, puzzled. What is it? What's wrong? Crow immediately answered. I sense an aura. Yu-Ho looked in the direction Crow indicated. As Crow said, something that looked like a relic was glowing and hurtling towards them. He suddenly felt worried. Although their fight ended quickly, their brief conflict could still alert their enemies to their location. That strange feeling was the same as when that light was speeding towards us. Looking at the blinding light, Yu-Ho couldn't help but wonder. But what is it? Upon seeing it more clearly, it turned out to be a spear. The sun had risen high, illuminating the entire city. At this time, at the Pandora headquarters in front of the warehouse, Prometheus and his guard, Ivy, leisurely walked to the door. She asked, Are you sure? You want to use these relics? He warned her curtly. Don't bother me. Avai tried to dissuade him. We keep them here because no one can control them anymore. You want to make them work for you, but what if the plan backfires? Prometheus gritted his teeth and affirmed. Shut up. I will do everything to control them. Opening the door, the warehouse door slowly slid open, and the sunlight seeped in, illuminating this dark place. Inside, a dozen chains were tightly wrapped. A gloomy voice echoed from Prometheus. What's going on? He ordered impatiently. Get these chains out of the way now. Too noisy. Prometheus stopped in front of a treasure being held captive and said, I'm here for this. Odin's spear, Gungnir. It seems this weapon possesses an extraordinary power, which is why he covets it so much. Prometheus looked at it intently and said,
A spear that never misses its target. It's exactly what we need. Even if we don't know where Seo Duhoen is, once a target is set, this spear will rush straight to him. Gusinya retorted sharply. Who said you can use me? You are not my master. In fact, you are my enemy. Because you are the enemy of my master. I dare you to touch me. I'll stab you through the heart. Really, go ahead and try. Hearing its challenging words, he said, You think I can't do anything? Then he reached out to grab Gungnir. Its energy suddenly erupted powerfully. Prometheus tightly gripped the spear. It roared angrily. Huh? What? You'll pay the price? He warned loudly. You don't feel anything? Pain? It's nothing yet. But if you don't obey me, you will writhe in pain tenfold. See, it's the same for the others. Your masters will never be free. So you must obey me, because I am now the ruler of this world. The other treasures angrily cursed. This crazy bastard! Gungnir couldn't take it anymore and had to beg for mercy. I know, stop it, just stop it. What do you want me to do? Prometheus took a deep breath and replied somberly. You'll know soon enough. He quickly left, taking the spear Gungnir with him. Prometheus recounted. Seo Duhoben, a human. He is the mortal enemy of my holy artifacts. Standing on the rooftop, he coldly ordered. Find him, kill him, bring his corpse back to me. All right, time to watch a good show. With that, Prometheus smiled excitedly and swung the spear. He wound up and threw Gungnir like a rocket into the distance to carry out its mission. Ivy narrowed her eyes, exclaiming in delight. He actually left! You did it! He actually listened to you! Prometheus, his facial muscles still tense, asked with concern, But don't you think you went too far? I mean, your hand? His hand was dripping with a strange, black liquid. Prometheus calmly looked at his hand and replied, I didn't climb all the way here for nothing. Besides, it's already working. We did it. I'm looking forward to seeing that Seo Duhoen. With that, he clenched his fist, a smug smile spreading across his face. Prometheus confidently declared, This time, I'll definitely take your head. The Gungnir's spear soared like a rocket across the city sky, causing passersby to look up at the strange object. Its speed was terrifying, cutting through every street to find Duhoen. The crow thoughtfully announced, It's closer now. I think I can guess which relic it is. Duhoen asked back in surprise. Huh? What? They observed through the window together. The crow spoke up to explain. It is Odin's spear, Gungnir. Duhoen calmly said. Ah, I've heard a lot about it. That's the spear that always pursues its target, right? The crow reminded him. Exactly, and it's coming for you now. Duhoen was curious. How can you be so sure? Lamon suddenly appeared behind them. The crow quickly answered. Because Prometheus is behind this. Didn't I tell you he has many high-level relics stored in his vault? That spear is one of them. He was sent here to kill you. Duhoen curled his lip into a smile and muttered a curse. That damn giant. He expressed his annoyance. If he can use those things to find me instantly, what's the use of hiding and scurrying around? Lamon anxiously warned. This is no time for idle chatter, you human. Gungnir is getting closer and closer, Duhoen calmly expressed. I think the crow can handle it. She immediately scolded him. Do you think that spear is a joke? No way. No matter how strong one is, stopping it requires taking serious damage. Duhoen exclaimed in surprise. Really? What do you think, Crow? It replied with some hesitation. I will do my best. He wondered. Are you scared? The crow tiredly explained. I've spent a lot of energy looking for relics recently. Duhoen frowned, stroked his chin, pondered for a while, and then spoke. In that case, Lamont suddenly spoke up zealously. Let me stop it. So in the meantime, he said in astonishment. Huh? You said you'll stop him alone? I've never seen a relic willing to risk its life like that. She yelled in frustration. Don't try to act cool. This is an urgent situation. Duhoen helplessly lamented. Good grief, when was I ever like that? He then announced. I must first activate the relics that can help create defensive power. Then Duhoen turned to ask the crow. How long until that spear arrives? She bluntly replied. Less than a minute. At this moment, Gungnir was still cruising through the sky, eagerly seeking him out. Duho immediately ordered. Let's move! Rope Relic quickly appeared and replied, deploying now. He thought the first line of defense was to tighten it. Ropes were sent out first to restrain it. This will wrap around Gungnir, increasing the surface area in order to reduce its penetration. Of course, it would be best if it could be stopped completely. But the rope's endurance was nearing its limit. It tried its best to wrap around Gungnir and suppress it to some extent. Gungnir continued to hurtle forward, causing the rope to cry out in panic. It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Duhoen could see the light of Gungnir. He thought to himself. It's true that Odin's spear isn't easy to stop. Duhoen said calmly and cheerfully. No problem, I can still use the defense shields. Let's go, guys, let's do it! Gradually intercept it, attack Gungnir, and try to deplete its energy as much as possible. Aya replied without hesitation.
Okay, we're going up. With that, they rushed up together and collided with it with tremendous force. Du Hoen's group exclaimed, "It's closer. This old thing is quite strong." They used the shield relic to try and block the spearhead. Yu-Ho quickly ordered, "Protect the Hammurabi code. Absorb as much of its power as possible when it attacks." A voice rang out, questioning, "What are you planning to do? Trying to stab me?" He disdainfully retorted, "You think you can stab me? Even if you could, it wouldn't matter, because I'm prepared." Yu-Ho smiled confidently. He continued to challenge, "Come on then, try me." The first shield was pierced and shattered by Gung-Nia. Yu-Ho widened his eyes, drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might. The ropes coiling around Gung-Nia also screamed in alarm. "No, no!" Gung-Nia, with terrifying speed and power, pierced through the glass, piercing through Yu-Ho's barrier and stabbing straight into his abdomen. After that attack, Yu-Ho's body was stained with fresh blood. He exclaimed in shock, "It's really strong." Even though Gung-Nia was bound by ropes, the demonic relic Indra still blocked it, and even used the Hammurabi code for protection. Gung-Nia tried to pierce through Yu-Ho's heart with enormous power, like an electric pole. No, like a train or a meteor crashing into him. At this rate, Yu-Ho is surely dead. Of course, he didn't intend to die like this, because Yu-Ho had prepared in advance the phoenix feather relic that Jae-Ha had given him before. Yu-Ho's memories flashed back. Jae-Ha cheerfully held up a vial and instructed, "Captain, use this." Actually, its name sounds even more terrifying. It's a feather plucked when the phoenix had cried all its tears, holding the vial in his hand. Yu-Ho asked confusedly, "What is this? What did you do to the phoenix? Did you physically torture a relic?" Jae-Ha awkwardly defended himself. "There was no other way. I only did it because I was worried about you. If you use this, nothing can hurt you for a while. You saw that I was still alive, even after being slashed, right? It'll definitely work." Yu-Ho sat down, smiling in satisfaction. "Okay, that's exactly what I'll need." Jae-Ha then replied, "But it's best if we don't have to use it." Even though he said that, Yu-Ho knew for sure that he would have to use it. Back in reality, flames were erupting in front of him. Yu-Ho was stunned, his face full of bewilderment. He thought to himself, "My wound is healing. Great, I can save some of this to use for defense later. With that power, I can use it to attack." Immediately, Yu-Ho grabbed the spear. He tried his best to restrain Gung-Nia, who exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? Why can't I stab you?" He confidently asserted, "How could you stab me? You think I'm weak?" A voice suddenly echoed, "Give it to me." Yu-Ho attacked by firing his dominating power in one shot. Gung-Nia angrily cursed, "You bastard! If you keep doing that, you'll turn it into your own relic." Julian hurriedly shouted a warning. "So Yu-Ho, finish this quickly. The effect of the phoenix feather is limited. Each feather only lasts for about 10 seconds. Hearing that, he quickly replied, "Right, I forgot." Yu-Ho turned back, smiling excitedly as he announced, "Then before I try to force you to submit, I'll try to weaken you first." Gung-Nia panicked and questioned, "What the hell? What are you doing to me?" Yu-Ho didn't hesitate to say, "Even if I can't tame you, I'll still consider it a success to have stopped you. Plus, I can also throw a spear. Let me take you back to your place." Gung-Nia, though trembling with fear, still tried to challenge. "You're gonna throw me away as you please? Ridiculous. There's no way you can do it," he coldly retorted. "Shut up, tit for tat." With that, Yu-Ho took a stance, preparing to send it back to where it came from. He used a mighty force to hurl Gung-Nia into the sky and said, "Go back to the one who threw you like when you came here." The others stared after him. Julian, dumbfounded, exclaimed, "Gumia!" Ilya, with a similar expression, asked, "He flew?" Having finished everything, Yu-Hoen suddenly collapsed, gasping for breath. His teammates rushed over anxiously, shouting, "Captain!" He reached out wearily, saying, "I'm fine. I just threw too hard and lost my balance a bit." Sua still asked worriedly, "You don't look okay, are you alright?" Yu-Hoen forced a smile, replying, "Me? I'm perfectly fine." He stood unsteadily, exclaiming, "Why am I so dizzy? Did I use too much strength?" Julian calmly speculated, "It seems like you used too much dominant power." Yu-Hoen confessed honestly, "Yeah, I used it all up. I had to get that spear back. There was no other way." He cheerfully reminded, "But never mind, I'm sure this thing will be a success. We should also leave a scar on Prometheus, especially because of an attack he won't expect. This is a good opportunity for us to inflict more damage." On Gung-Nia's side, the rope was still wrapped around him. Gung-Nia's scream echoed in the air. "Whatever, I don't care anymore." This time, the speed Yu-Hoen threw him at is more demonic than before. Scene change. Prometheus was still sitting peacefully on his throne. Isivy beside him spoke. "According to the report, a sacred relic is rushing towards us?" Her expression now looked tense. Prometheus immediately said very confidently, "It's Gunjia. He must be returning after completing the mission. Maybe he's bringing Sehoen's corpse like I asked." He felt satisfied just imagining that scene. Suddenly, the wall in the temple exploded, and Gungia seemed to have appeared.
He flew straight like a rocket towards Prometheus, with no sign of slowing down.
He stared blankly, his eyes wide, his mouth agape, exclaiming, "Holy shit, no way!"
Prometheus didn't have time to react before Gungnir stabbed the spear straight into his heart, causing him to cough up blood. Irvi frantically dodged away from Gungnir, causing the documents to fall and scatter everywhere. Prometheus's eyes were drained of blood. He coughed repeatedly, a black liquid gurgling out.
Gungnir still didn't stop. He was pushing the spear deeper and deeper through Prometheus's heart into his body. He gritted his teeth, holding onto it, questioning, "Gungnir, you bastard, what the hell are you doing?" The rope frantically shouted, "Let go of him! Let go of him!"
Prometheus widened his eyes in shock, because he had recognized what was wrapped around Gungnir. He exclaimed, "The sacred rope!"
The rope suddenly struggled violently. "Take it! Take it!" Ivy could only stand frozen in place at the scene unfolding.
It began to emit a source of energy around the body, not knowing what the rope was about to show.
A blinding light emitted from Prometheus's place, along with the tremor of space. Ylvi shouted in panic.
She was pushed over, falling to the ground. Irvi still tried to call Prometheus's name.
Only now was the truth about his smugness revealed. When Youngwen returned Gungnir to Prometheus, Jen didn't just return that. From the beginning, he had used the Hammurabi protection and code to absorb Gungnir's attack. Among the two sacred relics, Yuan sent the Hammurabi code along with Gungnir, because the Hammurabi code can reflect the damage it has received. It can inflict more damage than it has received. Ivy's face was now extremely disheveled. She lowered her head and softly called out, "Prometheus." The moment Iravi raised her head, she immediately received such a shock that her mouth dropped open. On Yu Hoen's side, Julian expressed his doubts. "How long are we going to stay here? We still have things to do down there." Yu Hoen replied, "We have to fight until Gungnir comes back." Julian was stunned and exclaimed, "What? Didn't you throw it back to Pandora HQ?" Yu Huo grinned cunningly and replied, "I haven't tamed it yet, so there's no way it'll come back." Sua exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the sky and shouting, "Look!" They immediately turned their attention to her. What's shining in the sky is Gungnir, along with Yu Huo's rope. Gungnir struggled and yelled loudly, come here, let me go, you despicable thing." Yu Huo then explained, "That's why I kept the rope with it. Captain, it's to bring Gungnir back after the mission." Julian asked curiously, "Didn't you say you used a lot of energy? Isn't this too much?" He retorted sternly, "Are we just going to let the opportunity slip away? Gungnir, you know, the ultimate blade of Odin. A legend of Norse mythology. There's no way I'm going to miss the chance to make it mine." With that, Yu Huo immediately rushed off like a gust of wind. Yu hurriedly reminded him, "Be careful." Yu Huo happily called out, "Come here, rope!" Seeing him, the rope excitedly shouted, "Master, master!" Yu Huo quickly grabbed the spear Gungnir, which the rope had worked hard to bring back. A strong light emitted from him, accompanied by a piercing scream. Yu Huo frowned, clenching his teeth, thinking, because I used too much dominating power, this time will be tough. But it could also be because Gungnir has flown back and forth between Los Angeles and New York 3 times. It must be exhausted too. So it's not a problem for me. Yu Huo tensed up, focusing intently to tame it. New news has been released. Pandora's New York headquarters was just attacked. We suspect this was caused by a powerful relic, Pandora's spokesperson announced. We know everyone is curious about which relic it is and what the damage is, but we at Pandora will refrain from answering that question. Even Director Rotai, who frequently handles these situations, remains silent and is changing many requirements. Many people are predicting that he may have been attacked this time. Seeing this news, Prometheus roared angrily, "What the hell is this? Who came up with these theories? You arrogant, wretched humans, do you want to die? I'll go kill all those damn bastards." "Don't!" Ivy frantically ran to stop him. "Are you trying to make things worse? I'll ask them to put pressure on the media. You just need to focus on recovering." He gnashed his teeth, his face grim, retorting, "Recover? I'll only recover when someone fixes this. Isn't that right? Why isn't the fixer here?" She explained in confusion. The 2 people behind are the fixers, but they don't know how to fix it, and are trying to find a way. Prometheus went berserk and yelled, "What? These incompetent fools dare to call themselves fixers?" They panicked and knelt down, their voices trembling. "We're sorry," he irritably ordered. "Get rid of them all and find better fixers to come here." Ivy quickly informed him, "There's no one better, sir." Prometheus roared in frustration, "I told you to recruit more fixers." She then argued, "The exhibition we organized was attacked, so the recruitment failed. The reality is that we lost someone." "Damn it," he questioned angrily. "Why is nothing going smoothly? Try getting the king's fixer." Irvi immediately replied, "That's right, we can do that." "Yes, sir." Prometheus took a deep breath, grimacing and gritting his teeth as he looked down at the hole in his chest caused by Gungnir. He lowered his head helplessly, cursing, "Damn it, this is miserable." Ify quickly ran off to do her task. Cut to Yu Huo, who was still in a daze, with only darkness in front of his eyes. Yu Huo suddenly stirred. Slowly opening his eyes, the figure of Chloe immediately caught his eye. She happily and hurriedly asked, "Captain, are you awake?" Yu Huo blankly sat up, wondering, "What's going on? Why am I lying here?" Chloe immediately stopped him. "Don't sit up. Just lie down and rest," she reiterated. "You fainted when you tried to tame Gungnir. Don't you remember?" Yu Huo suddenly remembered, asking, "That's right. What about Gungnir?" Chloe helplessly scolded him. "Even after all this, you're still trying to find the relic at all costs. We left it over there. You were trying to tame it before you fainted." Yu Hoen quickly stood up and walked towards it, replying, "I knew I could do it." She then advised, "Admire it later. Rest first." He excitedly picked up Gungnir and said, "Enough rest." It struggled, yelling, "Let go! Let go! You bastard! How dare you touch me!" Yu Hoen immediately reprimanded Gungnir. "Why are you being so rude to your master?" It retorted, "You're not my master. We haven't fought fairly yet. I haven't created a dungeon, nor have I chosen a master yet." He chuckled, saying, "You're the type to hold grudges, aren't you? I've never seen a relic negotiate like you before. I know how to deal with a relic like you." With that, Yun Hoen gently placed the spear back in its place. He happily turned to Chloe, requesting her to make sure this relic wasn't recovered. "I'll train it later when I'm better." Chloe had no choice but to agree. "Okay." She helplessly thought, what is he planning to do now? At this time, the moon had risen high above Hualei City. Inside Yu Hoen's familiar house, Lamont, with a surprised expression, asked, "So, what do you want me to do with it?" Yu Hoen immediately instructed, "Use it when you're cleaning. This is a broom. I remember you always having your servants clean for you." She replied, flustered, "It's because I like a clean place, but this doesn't seem like a normal broom." The broom suddenly spoke. "Of course not, because I'm not a broom." Lamont couldn't hide the shock on her face. She pointed at it, exclaiming in surprise, "Is that Gungnir? Did you change forms?" Yu Hoen quickly replied, "I'm training it to listen to me. If I make you become a broom, then you have to become a broom." Lamont pondered, hesitatingly saying, "I don't know if it's usable or not." She summoned a red demon and assigned it the task. "Clean according to orders. Use it whenever you want to." The red demon stammered. It worriedly said, "Isn't that a god-tier relic? I can't control it." Gungnir excitedly exclaimed, "See? I knew it." Yu Hoen lowered his head in thought. What to do then? A rope emerged from nowhere, enthusiastically declaring, "Master, let me help, let me help." Before he could reply, it had already clung tightly to Gungnir, controlling it. "All right, let's clean, let's clean." Gungnir complained in annoyance. "You again? Let me go." The rope energetically chanted, "Sweep, sweep." Gungnir could only scream in despair. "No!" Yu Hoen admiringly exclaimed, "It's perfect when done with me." After that, Gungnir was dragged around by the rope, cleaning everywhere to tidy up Yu Hoen's group's place. They were even cleaning the whole building. They did it for half a day. And Gungnir resisted less and less, eventually getting chained. Finally, the two of them stopped. Yu Hoen praised with satisfaction. "All right, well done." He suddenly had an idea. "Let's change forms, shall we?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hoen used magic on Gungnir. It questioned in confusion, "What are you doing? You're so cruel, turning Gungnir into a toilet plunger." It struggled and screamed, "Why am I so short? Return me to my original form, you damned bastard." Yu Hoen picked up Gungnir, laughing gleefully as he lectured. "How dare a bastard call their master that? I'll definitely have to train you for a long time." In this form, do you know what you're about to do? Among the important things for humans, there's something called a toilet, and now it's clogged. You know that? Now's the time to unclog it. It panicked, jumping up and down, begging, "Please don't, anything but that. I give in. If I return to my spear form, I'll listen to you. I'll do what a spear should do." The rope exclaimed in surprise and excitement. "It's surrendered! It's surrendered!" Gungnir disregarded its pride, using every persuasive word. "I surrender. As a spear, I'm more useful to you. I can pierce through any armor, no matter how hard it is. I can also stab any enemy, no matter how far away. Use me as a spear, please." Yu Hoen attentively looked at it and broke into a satisfied, wicked smile. He said, "Mecha armor?" Just hearing that it could pierce through armor, no matter how hard, Yu Hoen thought with satisfaction. That's what I'm talking about. An idea suddenly dawned on you. Yu Huo just got a piece of armor to pierce. The rope behind you squirmed, asking curiously, "Master, where are we going? Where are we going?" You quickly commanded, "Chloe, go get the Chairman Jun's corpse out here." She immediately turned and looked at Yun Huo. Chloe asked in a puzzled voice, "What do you want to do with that monster?" Yu excitedly replied, "I just had a great idea." Yu Huo turned to instruct, "The two of you take his corpse out to the living room." Jia immediately answered, "Understood." Yu then spoke up to answer everyone's question. The reason I couldn't kill Chairman June even though I wanted to is because of the Achilles armor relic he's wearing. But now we have the spear that can pierce through any armor. The rope reminded you in confusion. Wait, Achilles is a bit tough. Yu Huo turned his head back and asked in disappointment. Is that so? So, it can't be done, huh? Jia took a deep breath, confidently asserting with high spirits. It's a piece of cake. You complimented with satisfaction. I really like that attitude. I will return you to your original form so you can try. It shuddered with joy and exclaimed, Finally, I'm back! Getting back to the main point, Yu Huo voiced his hesitation. Where should I pierce first? I think this spot is the best, huh? Achilles' heel couldn't reach the divine river because Tessiji was holding it back. Achilles' weakness is, of course, his heel. You immediately ordered Jian to flip him over. He said, dizzy and pale, I don't want to touch him anymore. Despite saying that, under Yu Hu's pressure, Zishe still had to flip the guy over. You began to raise the spear. Alright, move it. Yu Huo demonstrated his masterful spear skills. He twirled Gungnia around, causing Terun's blood to splash everywhere. Yu Huo looked at his body in surprise and commented, He must be in terrible pain. Is that his weak spot? Right? Chloe suddenly exclaimed. The wound is healing. You calmly said. It looks like normal recovery to me, isn't it? I think he has moved his weak spot somewhere else. Would he ever let his weak spot be this obvious? Ilya asked blankly. What do we do next? Yu Huo nonchalantly replied while thrusting the spear. As long as we haven't found the weak spot, we have to keep stabbing. Jaha shivered and sighed. Truly a devil. The system suddenly announced. The Achilles armor has just detected a formidable threat. It has quickly switched to defense mode. The Achilles armor has gotten stronger, and Turn's body suddenly emitted a strange energy. The room was immediately shaken. Chloe frantically yelled, This place is about to collapse. What the heck is this? Yu Huo still calmly pondered, I didn't expect the Achilles armor to have this function. If I have to stab him like this every time, that'd be absolutely miserable. Hoi is right. The house will collapse at this rate. You then turned to ask Gungnia. Wait, no matter where I hide, you will still fly to me, right? It replied immediately. Yes. Yu Huo asked again. Then don't you also know how to find his weak spot? Gungnia confidently asserted. Of course I do. Who do you think I am? I am a famous spear. Once thrown, I can pierce anything. I am Gungnia, you know. You voiced softly with satisfaction. I see. After that, Yu Huo placed his hand on Taejun's body, executing some intention. You flashed an excited smile. Instead of making it difficult for Gungnia, you will focus on calming down the armor's aura. Because according to what Gungnian said, Yu Huo had found the solution. A blinding light emanated from Taejun's body. You quickly commanded. Jaha and Ilya, take the corpse to the rooftop. His radiating aura will soon fade. They immediately replied clearly after hearing that. The scene switches to the rooftop of the apartment building. A groaning sound went up. So heavy. Yu Huo stood on one side, holding Gungnia and directing. Tie him tightly so he can't escape. They immediately followed your order. Chloe expressed her confusion. You've tied him up. What are you planning to do? If you stab him again after tying him up like that, will it be like before? Yu Huo smiled maliciously and said, I'm not planning to stab him. I plan to throw Gunjia so it pierces through him. Gunjia is known as the spear that destroys its target at all costs. This is a good opportunity to fully utilize that ability. When it was chasing me, it flew just like that. Sua then said, If you say so, then fine. He excitedly recounted. According to what it said when I tamed it, Prometheus doesn't know where we are either. This guy found me himself and attacked me. So if we do that, it can unlock its full potential and find the weakness of the armor immediately. Yu Hoen decisively raised his spear, ready to experiment, and he loudly reminded, After you're done blinding him, get out of his way. He was brimming with momentum, smiling excitedly. Let's do this! Gungnia, pierce the weakness of the Achilles armor. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hoen immediately threw the spear forcefully towards Taejun's body. Jaha and Ilya had to run like dogs to avoid getting hit. At that moment, something unimaginable happened. Yu Hoen's expression immediately turned blank. Taejun's body was tightly tied to the coconut tree with ropes, unable to resist. Gungnia rushed in with terrifying speed, but it went off course and passed by the president's body. They exclaimed in confusion. What just happened? Then Gungnia flew away, gradually disappearing from their sight. Chloe gasped in astonishment. What's going on? Shua, with an expression akin to shouting, asked, Did it run away? Suddenly, Yu Hoan became unusually serious. He stated somberly, No, I don't think so. I'm sure it's flying to its target. Zhua froze, questioning, What? But why? Yu Hoan calmly explained. The weakness of the Achilles relic probably isn't on his body. That's old news. It seems he's already thought of this. He then instructed everyone. Anyway, Gungnia is pursuing the target now. We just need to sit and wait for the results. Night had fallen on the city, And at this time, the Shanglong building was still brightly lit. Taezun's head angrily roared. "Seo Yu Hoyan, that bastard! What is he doing to my body?" Si Unun rushed over and asked, "Are you all right?" He snapped back irritably. "Does it look like I'm all right? That bastard is stabbing me all over." Taedun smirked, saying, "He's probably trying to find the weakness of my armor, right?" Sikun exclaimed in panic, "Isn't that terrible then?" He immediately reassured him. "There's nothing to worry about. He can stab wherever he wants, but my weakness isn't there." Seun bowed respectfully, replying, "I understand." Taegdun happily recounted, "I've hidden the weakness in an unexpected place in case of emergencies like this." His head suddenly glowed abnormally. Taejun shouted in panic, "What is that?" Guanya unexpectedly appeared in his mind at rocket speed. Seun hurriedly called out, "President!" Taezun's expression couldn't hide his confusion. He frowned and muttered, "How is this possible?" Taezun urgently ordered, "Get me the phone now." Seun flusteredly responded, "What? Right away, President," he thought, sweating profusely. I can feel a powerful relic approaching my weakness, but how? How did he find it? Just as Taedun sensed, Gung Nia was still flying rapidly outside. Shu Yu discovered the strange movement and looked outside through the glass window. He frowned and observed with a puzzled expression. Gung Nia was about to fly straight in. Just a second later, it flew into the building, searching for its destination to complete the mission Yu Hoen had assigned. Tran Gung Nia flew swiftly toward a large house. Inside the room, Shu Shu looked out the window, seemingly sensing that something was coming. The light from the Gung Nia shone on Huxu's tense face. The next second, a loud explosion rang out, followed by a dazzling light shining down. At this time, on Yu Hoen's side, the system announced that he had struck the enemy Achilles' weakness. Achilles. Armor began to lose its power. Yu Hoen smiled, a hint of surprise in his voice. It went through? I actually succeeded. He glanced at Sejun's headless body, still pinned to the tree. The armor on his body flashed. He shouted, "The relic is being destroyed!" The holes in the armor glowed with red light. Yu Hoen calmly stated, "Truly, a historic moment. I tried everything, but Achilles' armor wouldn't budge. And now, here we are, the chairman's life is in my hands." The armor on Sejun was gradually disappearing. He tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips, and asked, "But does Crow know what weakness Gung Nia struck?" Looking at the system panel that appeared, Yu Hoen's eyes widened in shock. What? That's a scene change to Haiyu Keisu's side. The house was in ruins after the earlier impact. He knelt down on one knee, coughing violently. Haiyu Keisu stood up, shouting angrily, "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. He glanced back, his wife frantically supporting their blood-soaked daughter, yelling, "Haiyu Kei!" Yu said with extreme worry, "Damn it, she's bleeding so much. What just happened?" Looking towards the Gung Nia tree that had struck, "It was due to that relic," she recounted. Yu reflexively attacked to slightly alter its course. Otherwise it would have hit one of our vital spots. Haiyu Keisu narrowed his eyes and said, "But it's strange. It definitely wasn't flying towards you. It's like it was chasing Zeon from the start. Why would it?" His wife said in fear, "Could it be that your enemies have found where we live?" Haiyu Keisu held Gung Nia in his hand, refuting, "Impossible. I made sure no one discovered this place." He shouted urgently, "We'll talk about this later. We need to call an ambulance." She responded distractedly, "Right, oh God." Suddenly, the Gung Nia tree glowed, startling Haiyu Keisu. He stared at it in shock. He gripped the Gung Nia in his hand, shouting, "It's okay, keep going, I'll hold it back." Haiyu Keisu's wife thought to herself, "The spear is moving on its own. Wait, the direction it's heading in is..." The Gung Nia aimed at Zeon, wanting to rush over and stab her, who was covered in blood and crawling on the ground. Suddenly, it emitted a blinding light. Haiyu Keisu was utterly horrified. "It's actually chasing our daughter! This damn relic!" Gung Nia suddenly cried out. He braced himself, holding it back, not allowing it to attack his daughter, cursing incessantly. "It injured my innocent daughter, and now you dare to stab her again? You bastard, who sent you here? Ku!" He also yelled out because of it. Haiyu Keisu glared and shouted, "I'm asking, who was it?" Gung Nia yelled back, cursing, "You vile bastard," it said annoyedly. "Whatever, I don't care anymore. I've finished what I needed to do, so now I'm going back." Immediately after, it shot out of the house, also pulling Haiyu Keisu along with it. Gung Nia cheered joyfully. "Mission complete." He clung on, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You crazy thing!" Gung Nia shot through the air. Haiyu Keisu gripped it tightly, unable to hide his shock. "What the hell is this?" He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "It seems like it's returning to its master. If I keep holding on like this, I might be able to find the one who attacked." He thought with anger, "How dare you target my family? I don't know who you are, but I'll make you pay." At the same time, on Yu Hoen's side, a notification suddenly appeared. "You have successfully stabbed Kuan Zeon, and the Achilles armor has been affected by it." He was shocked when he saw that notice. The weakness of the Achilles armor relic isn't the chairman but someone else. What a vicious old man. Du Hoyan was certain that he had heard the name Kuxian Xian before. He looked towards the two girls and asked, "Who is Kuxian Xian?" Du Hoyan continued, "I've heard that name before." Shua Aka replied, "One of the chairman's secretaries," she added. "She's the daughter of Quan Hyuk-soo." Hearing that, he suddenly remembered. "Right, now I remember." Du Hoyan stroked his chin, suddenly wondering, "Wait, does that mean he chose his brother's daughter as his weakness?" Iya also spoke up. "That's kinda shocking. To think he would figure that out, thinking Kuxian Xian was just a normal secretary, so she wouldn't be targeted by his enemies." Du Hoyan gradually realized. Strategically speaking, that's a good move, but if it were her, before he could finish, from the sky, Gung Nia swooped down towards them. "Jia is back!" Jaha looked at it, and suddenly realized something was wrong. But I think something is following it. After seeing it clearly, he shouted in shock, "It's Kuan Hyuk-soo, he's insane!" Seemingly unable to hold on any longer, Hyuk-soo let go and fell to the ground just as he was about to land. Du Hoyan caught Gung Nia, smiling smugly. "I didn't expect you to think of using Gung Nia and following all the way here. Impressive! Long time no see, old man Kuan Hyuk-soo," he roared angrily. "Say Du Hoyan! What do you think you're doing, you sneaky bastard? How dare you target my family?" He reassured him. "Calm down, we're just as surprised as you are. Let me explain what just happened." Hyuk-soo roared, "I don't need your explanation." Du Hoyan continued. "The thing is, your daughter isn't my target," he exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Looking towards the headless body of Taejun, he explained, "Do you see the corpse of the chairman tied up there? I simply wanted to remove the Achilles armor from him." Du Hoyan smiled and asked, "You know how sacred relics only have one weakness, right?" Hyuk-soo asked, puzzled. "I know that." "Then what?" He held Gung Nia in his hand and continued, "I couldn't find where that weakness was, so I let Gung Nia find it, because it will seek out and attack any target it has been assigned to. So I was just trying to hit the weakness of the Achilles relic, and I had no idea what it was." Then, Du Hoyan suddenly became serious. "I only found out it was your daughter after Gung Nia hit the target. I was just as surprised. Anyway, I apologize for that. How is your daughter?" The two girls on the team looked at each other in silence after hearing that. Hikaksu narrowed his eyes, his body trembling as he mentioned his daughter. "She's badly injured. If I hadn't attacked that thing, she would have died." Du Hoyan suddenly spoke up. "I see." He smirked and continued, "I figured she was still alive, since the armor didn't break apart." Du Hoyan deliberately slowed the pace of the conversation to wait for him to calm down. Up until now, based on his actions and words, he doesn't know that his daughter is also the weakness of the Achilles armor. There are two scenarios about how Kuchan Xian became the weakness. 1. Quan Hyuk-soo and Kuchan Xian both know about this and agreed. Or 2. She was chosen by the chairman but doesn't know about it. But looking at his reaction, it might be the latter. If that's the case, this conversation is going to be tough. That's because when the anger subsides, and he starts thinking, he'll understand. Hyuk-soo also gradually realized, stammering, "Did my brother just betray me?" "But wait a minute," Hyuk-soo continued. "Is the weakness something chosen by the owner of the sacred relic?" Du Hoyan paused after hearing that, then gave a sly smile. He thought smugly, "Gotcha." He smirked and explained, "That's why the Achilles armor is one of the best sacred relics out there. If it wasn't for that, anyone could kill its owner by hitting his Achilles heel. But I can't imagine that old man putting his weakness on someone else. I'm honestly very shocked too." "Damn," Du Hoyan asked. "But why are you so surprised too? You didn't know about it either." Then he smiled brightly. "The chairman's joke is a little too much, isn't it? You agree, right?" Hyuk-soo said through gritted teeth. "Stop talking nonsense." Du Hoyan smirked triumphantly. Although that's not the reaction he wanted, he's definitely wavering. Yu Hoyan added, "What? Am I wrong? I mean, think about it. Yu Hoyan thinks if you just go with the flow, you can turn him against Chairman Jun." Yu Hoyan stirred up the brotherly bond. "Do you really think that old man is trustworthy? I mean, he snuck behind your back and did that to your daughter on the side." Jen and Sua widened their eyes, watching their boss manipulate others. Hai Shukshu yelled angrily, "Shut up, I know myself." Yu Hoyan continued, "I'm saying this because he did the same to me before." He smiled and said, "I can't just stand by and let the same thing happen. Do you really think I hate him for no reason? I'm doing all this just to avenge him stabbing me in the back. Is that what you said?" Before Yu Hoyan could finish, Hai Shukshu roared, "You don't understand because he's not your brother." Suddenly his phone vibrated, and he finally received a call from Chairman Jun. But Kwon Hinuk's reaction also peaked. His attitude did a complete 180 after hearing the phone call. Desperate, while talking to his brother, and discovering that he had actually been betrayed, Jemha whispered, "Jep, why did you do that? What do you want from him?" "Ah," Yu Hohan replied. "First, I want to break the relationship between those two. He has been betrayed by his own brother. But the important thing is that he loves his family very much, so now we just have to wait for him to collapse." At this time, Shukshu was talking to Taejun. "Brother, what's wrong? From the other end of the line he asked, "His daughter, is she okay?" He immediately replied, "She was quite badly injured, hit by a falling door. If I hadn't arrived in time, she would have been with her ancestors." Tail Dun added, "I'm very glad she didn't die. Make sure you take her to the hospital and give her the best treatment." After hearing those words, Hai Shukshu gritted his teeth and glared at the phone on the other side, with his subordinate holding the phone up for turn to hear. At this moment he questioned, "Brother, did you use her as a weakness for the Achilles armor?" On this side, Hinukshu gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably as he spoke these words without saying a word to me beforehand. Tang Dun calmly replied, "Because it's very difficult for me to find a suitable position that no one can find. Besides, I know you're strong enough to protect her, so I didn't think it was necessary." At this moment, Hai Shukshu shouted in extreme anger, "What if I can't? What if she is hunted down by someone or something?" Singkun, holding the phone in his hand, was sweating. Taedun said leisurely as if nothing was wrong, "But did something happen? Didn't you save her? Is there anything else? Look, I think none of our enemies expected it. I need to get the body back as soon as possible. We need to invest more manpower and resources to find it." After listening, Shukshu said, "Okay." Taejun praised from the other end of the line. "Good." Then he suggested, "Also, don't forget to take good care of your daughter." He replied, "I will take good care of her, so don't worry." He was a little surprised and astonished after hearing that. From the other end of the line, Taedun wondered, "That brat, what's with his attitude?" Shukshu's face became gloomy after hearing that. Yu Hohan couldn't hear their conversation, but just looking at it, he could guess that it wasn't very good. It's going exactly as he planned. With just a little more impact, Yu Hohan can create a crack between the two of them. Yu Hohan smiled and asked, "Have you finished your call? If so, let's continue our unfinished story." IUC, startled, turned to look at him, threw something over to him, and continued. "First, take this." Hai Shukshu asked in confusion, "What is this?" He replied, "A healing relic. It is a type of ointment used to heal wounds caused by relics." Behind him, Chloe called out in panic, "Boss!" Yu Hoan ignored her voice and continued, "It's a special product created by the relic doctor." Hai Shukshu asked, "Are you trying to threaten me with this?" He replied in an innocent tone, "What? Why would I give you healing medicine to threaten you? This is for your daughter. Treat her with this." "Even so, I'm sorry, it might not be much," Yu Hoan continued. "But I have a proposal." Shukshu wondered, "Proposal?" He then replied, "That's right, let's join hands and cooperate. Or do you still want to cooperate with Chairman Jun? I'm a good ally, so I hope you'll think carefully about it." Behind him, Jin gaped in astonishment after hearing that. Even without looking at their faces, Yu Hohan could still tell that his teammates were expressing as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Yu Hohan knew he might have gone too far with this offer. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. The harder you try, the better the result. Especially at this moment, while he was thinking about everything. Hai Shukshu looked at the medicine box in his hand, lost in thought. Then he spoke up and asked, "Sounds ridiculous, why would I do that?" Yu Hoan replied, "Because we have a lot to gain from each other." He added, "If we become allies, I can help you safely remove the Achilles armor's weakness from your daughter. I can't say it will be easy, but I have the best people on my side." Shishu thought for a moment, then asked, "In return, what do you want from me?" He further explained, "You said we need a lot from each other, so there must be something you want from me." Yu Hoan praised, "I knew you were quite shrewd." Pausing for a moment, he made his offer. "I want you to help us break through Kang Long's defenses. Or better yet, give me that coconut head, the one he used to take his brother's head." "You want me to betray my own brother? You don't need to give me an answer right away. You can take some time to think it over. After all, you have nothing left to lose." After hearing this, Xin Yu looked at his brother's headless body. He then immediately said, "I'll consider it." Yu Hoshin smiled, unable to hide the smugness on his face. "Great!" Xin Yu had barely finished speaking when he added, "I'll be back soon." Xi Lian walked past Yu Hoshen. He glanced at him and replied, "Sure, go take care of your daughter." After Ji Shu left, Ilya exclaimed, "Boss, what are you thinking? Are you really planning to team up with him? Why would you do something like that?" He spoke up, "What? Isn't it a good opportunity? We don't lose anything, even if this fails." He hesitated and stuttered, "That's right, but it's still." Shu suddenly chimed in from behind, "Wouldn't it be better if we took the old man hostage? If he refuses, we'll lose the chance to catch him." Yu Ho then replied, "No, he'll agree." "I know it. Can't you see?" Even though he saw his brother's body tied to the tree, he just left without looking back. Yu Hoan smiled triumphantly. Kang Long is currently searching for Chairman Jun's body in vain. It's right here, yet he just passed it by. Then he glanced at Ilya again and continued, "Clearly, they have some discord between them, and in this case, hasn't he implicitly agreed to my offer?" He spoke up, "After hearing you say that, I think it makes sense." Suddenly, Yuma rushed in from the door in a hurry. "I found it." Yu Hoan remained calm and asked, "What is it?" He gasped for breath, "Iron." Then he shouted, "I've found Iron's current location." Hearing this, he suddenly froze. knowing the location of the person he missed. Looking at the map of Iren's location, one of the sacred sites we once used to find Iren's hiding place, we finally found her. She currently lives in a small town in the suburbs. Luckily, it seems like nothing has happened here yet. Yu Hoen spoke up. I don't know what she's doing there. How about we set off right away? Julian calmly instructed. A battle could break out. We need to be careful. Irene has now regained her memories of being the Destroyer King. It's been a long time since she contacted us again. That's really strange, he replied. Okay, I'll be careful. As time passed, the next morning, just in case the worst happens, Yu Hoen went there with 3 other people. Because he used the demon code that Ilya summoned, it wasn't difficult to find the destination. Although he was well prepared, he believed Irene wouldn't act. Although there was no basis for it, she wouldn't return to her former self after knowing the past. Suddenly, Shu pointed to a building and blurted out the words, "That building? At least that's the only thing Jen knows about Irene." Looking in the direction that Xu was pointing, a grocery store, I guess she pays a lot of attention to daily meals. Yu Hoen ordered, "I'll go in with Sua first." She immediately replied, "Got it, boss." He earnestly instructed, "Even if we find her, we need to quietly observe everything." Sua responded, "Okay." Even though we don't want to cause trouble, Du Hoen seemed to notice something, and he suddenly stopped. Facing him was none other than the person he missed, Irene. Du Hoen spoke first. "Irene." She stammered in panic. The bag in Irene's hand fell to the ground, and Du Hoen shouted in alarm, "Irene, wait!" Irene ran immediately after seeing Hoen. He had never seen her run so fast. The plan was to do everything silently, but now we have to chase after her. We've successfully attracted everyone's attention. The only good thing is that Irene isn't using holy relics to run away. It seems like she's actually a bit flustered. She has many holy relics she could use, but she isn't. After running for a while, Irene became tired, and she slowed down, panting. Because she didn't use any holy relics, it was easy to catch up to her. Irene said breathlessly, "I can't run anymore, please let me go." Du Hoen stepped forward and said, "Irene, don't be like this, let's talk for a bit. I think I know the reason you've become like this is because of your memories, right?" After hearing this, Irene was shocked and horrified. She turned around and stuttered. How? How did you know?" He said reassuringly, "Take it easy, calm down." Du Hoen, sweating, continued, "I know because I've experimented with it myself. Not only me, but the entire team standing here has tried it." After hearing his explanation, Irene couldn't hide the horror and disbelief on her face. She hesitated, her voice trembling, and asked, "Really?" Julian, standing next to her, immediately replied, "Yes." Suddenly, Irene shouted, "But I'm different from everyone else." He called out, "Irene," she said, her voice strained. "You guys don't know what I've done." With that, Irene hurriedly turned to leave. "I'm not fit to be a member of the team." Du Hoen stepped forward and called out, "Irene!" He grabbed her arm and said, "That's already in the past. It happened when the world was in chaos, not like now." He continued to persuade her. "Think about your family. Will they be okay? Besides, you never used the Myas relics to do anything bad. On the contrary, you faced them, trying to control everything to help others. That's the real you. Don't live forever in that not-so-good past." Upon hearing this, Irene finally turned around to look at him. Du Hoen whispered softly, "Come here, I'll explain everything slowly." Behind him, everyone smiled at her. Thankfully, Irene was willing to listen to them. They went to Irene's house and explained everything to her. From the story of Du Hoen meeting the crow before he died, to the creation of the Tears of Munin replica. He retold the story of the memory she lost that wasn't related to the present. Irene, holding a cup of coffee, wondered, "So, what happened?" She sadly continued, "Even so, I still don't feel good. I could still become a sinner." Du Hoen smiled gently at her. "It won't happen again, because Kira, who destroyed your family, no longer exists. With these very hands, you only need to change little by little like this." Yu Hoen slowly picked up the cup of coffee. Because so many things had changed. The current world compared to the past is completely different. And we are the ones who can create those transitions. Yu Hoen smiled gently at her and said, "It won't be long, just a little longer, and we can seize the chairmanship." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Bandora is still a little damaged." Irene blankly said, "Bandora? The chairman?" "The chairman is a member of the Pandora Round Table." Yu Hoen was surprised to hear that. "The Round Table?" he said in astonishment. "This is the first time I've heard of it. Tell me the details." Irene replied, "As I see it, I know some information that others might not. The board of directors forms the core of Pandora, totaling over 100 people. The Round Table includes 30 members, the most special among them. They can receive relics from the Round Table. It was born from King Arthur." Yu Hoen stroked his chin with interest. "King Arthur, huh? What else?" Irene continued. "King Arthur is a famous mythical figure passed down in England. He became king after pulling out the sacred sword. He sat with his comrades around the round table, and everyone at that table was equal." Yu Hoen thought to himself. An achievement born from a famous story, Potentially very powerful. Pandora. So that's what's going on in their organization. Yu Hoen calmly voiced his thoughts. I guess it's highly likely that 13 of them hold real power.
Irin immediately replied, correct.
They are the ones who make the most important decisions.
Then she sadly lowered her head and continued. They really hold the whole world in their palms. Pandora at that time was invincible, and I was one of their tools. There was a time when I was allowed into the meeting room.
As if remembering something, she suddenly stopped. Come to think of it, they did mention your name. Yu Hoen was surprised.
Oh.
Irin hesitated. Yes, it might be because of the chairman.
Yu Hoen, sweating, wondered.
The chairman. What is that? What happened?
Suddenly her whole body trembled, and she hugged her head in panic. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! Irin is panicking again.
Yu Hoen leaned forward to comfort her, worried. What did those people say to Irin to make her like this? I don't know what it is. But pausing for a moment, he looked at Irin, who was in extreme pain, and secretly made a decision. I have to find out at any cost.
Yu Hoen spoke up to reassure her.
Irin, calmly look at me, breathe evenly. Whatever you remembered, it's no use right now.
He patted her head comfortingly. You just need to use the information you've remembered to help us. That's fine, right? Don't force yourself too much.
Yu Hoen sat down and revealed his doubts. But strangely, no matter how I think, I can't guess what the round table said about me. I'm just a simple tomb robber working for the chairman. Irin hesitated. That is, pausing for a moment, she continued.
The round table members said that they had to make everyone choose their kings. Damn it, the crow spoke up. I think they were talking about the king. He continued sternly. So that's... Pausing for a moment, Yu Hoen stroked his chin thoughtfully.
It seems that they rely on power in both the past and the present. Something is happening on Earth,
Irin replied.
But I think because no one can be a candidate for the throne, the process of finding a suitable person for the Golden Throne is quite difficult within the Pandora system.
She recalled the memory between the candidates being found, and he was among them. The chairman flew into a rage the moment he saw it, to the point that the meeting had to be suspended. At that time, Turn angrily slammed the table and roared.
Why does it have to be like this, damn it?
Prometheus calmly replied.
That's because the Pandora system chose him. He pointed to a holographic image of Yu Hoen and angrily shouted, Get him out of here immediately! Aren't there still many people left? Why should I create trouble for myself by making my subordinate king?
Prometheus glanced at Turan and said, It seems that your judgment is affected by that damn arrogance. He stammered. You, what did you say? He continued. I say, with our current position, we must create a wiser king than the others. Prometheus disdainfully stated, There's no need to feel envious of a candidate who we can't even be sure will become king. Ikarin stood not far away, witnessing this entire argument. Tekun, realizing he was losing the argument, could only grit his teeth and sit down. Even so, if he really does become king, he might use the treasure. Prometheus looked over at him. The king's power is ultimately just to protect us, but if it still doesn't satisfy you, then... He smirked dangerously. You really shouldn't be here. It might be better for you to become a throne candidate. Think about it. Taedun abruptly stood up and shouted, Either way, I've warned you all. We better not let him become a candidate. Prometheus couldn't help but laugh and then stopped him. All right, that's enough. Irin on the side coldly and silently watched them, cutting off the memory. Although the meeting continued afterward, the military chairman looked very displeased. Not long after, news of Du Hoen's death was revealed. Thinking back, I guess it might have been the military chairman. Sua, seemingly sensing that Irin was unwell, interrupted to reassure her. Calm down, Irin. Du Hoen, after hearing everything, crossed his arms and said, That old man did kill me. But based on what I've heard, it seems like Pandora also had a hand in it. Those people took advantage of me for a long time. It feels pretty uncomfortable. He calmly smiled and said in a cold voice, They're the kind of people who make me worry no matter the timeline. Seriously, I guess we need to do the things we did in the present. We confronted Pandora. Anyway, thank you for telling us this information. We need to rest a bit before setting off. Then Du Ho looked at Irin and asked, Irin, do you want to come with us? Hearing him ask, she was suddenly surprised. Immediately afterward, Irin happily agreed. Okay, let's go together. He also exclaimed happily, Great! At this time, in the kitchen, water was constantly running from the faucet to wash the glasses. Irin awkwardly said, I should do that. Although Sua smiled and replied, It's all right. You cook something for us to eat first. Sua suddenly recalled the scene from earlier when the three of them played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would wash the dishes. Meanwhile, we'll decide who will wash the dishes. Then, Sua said, Go rest. Or maybe pack up and leave. At this time, Irin looked at her, feeling touched. Damn it, Irin said. I'm sorry, Sua. Hearing the apology, Sua turned her head in surprise. Irin continued. You were also close to Juen in the past, right? Sometimes I doubted how you treated Jen.
I was just thinking you were trying to squeeze between us, but it seems like I was the third wheel. Sua, after hearing this, panicked and stammered, "No, that's not it." Sua said angrily, "No one knew things would become like this. Everything somehow turned out this way." Then Sua's face suddenly darkened. "If I think about those things, it's too complicated for me. Many times, I thought not seeing him would make everything easier for me," Sua said while washing the glasses. "But the important thing is to focus on now, Shanglong and Pandora. If we can somehow punish Jin Quan, she really left me and my family too much pain." Sua turned her head to look at Irin and continued. "All right, I think she attacked you at the house in the canyon," she replied. "That's right," Irin recalled. "She was also affected by the memory relic, but when I woke up, she was nowhere to be seen. I'm worried about what she's plotting after regaining her memories." Sua, sweating, looked at her. Right now she's quite if she really has a conspiracy then. Scene changed to the next morning in China. Che-Wu slammed a stack of papers hard on the table. Everyone in the meeting was startled. "Professor Jin CHW, are you serious? What are these ridiculous proposals? If we just follow you, our organization will completely change. Why are you suddenly doing this?" Che Gun said seriously. "Because I just learned an important piece of information." Someone questioned, asking, "Important information from where?" The other person continued, "What's the information?" She replied impatiently, "It's too long to explain now, but it's solid intel, so just shut up and do it." Everyone in the meeting room was dissatisfied. "Come on, how can you do that?" Chegon cursed inwardly. Even though she was the one proposing them, "We can't proceed with such a large-scale proposal without any basis." "Damn it," the spider grumbled. "Looks like it's impossible to do." Ever since she was affected by that unknown artifact in America, she's been acting pretty aggressively. It wondered, "What's the reason?" Chegon replied, "I saw the future." The spider asked, "The future?" She immediately answered, "That's right." Suddenly, Chan's eyes sharpened. A world where humanity vanishes. Cut to Los Angeles. In a mansion, Yu Hoen entered the room, smiling and asking, "Is everyone all right?" Inside, Chloe surprisingly asked, "Boss, you're here!" And Jean cheered excitedly, "Iron, you're back!" Iron said, "Sorry for making everyone worry." He immediately replied, "It's okay, it's good you're back." Yuko Sen smiled, "I'm hungry. Let's eat first and then talk." Zehao eagerly said, "Shall we have dinner together?" Hearing that, his phone suddenly rang. "Who is it?" Looking at the phone, Kuan Haiyu's name was plastered right there. An unexpected call from Kuan Haiyu. Yu Hoen immediately picked up. "Hello, Kuan Haiyu," he said. "How have you been lately? How's your daughter?" On the other end of the line, Haiyu replied, "She's gradually recovering, thanks to the artifact you gave her." Immediately after, he said seriously, "I'll get straight to the main point about your proposal." Pausing for a moment, Haiyu continued, "I accept." After the call, Yu Hoen and Hiyu decided to meet, because the logistics needed to be discussed thoroughly. In a room, the two sat facing each other. Yu Hoen spoke first. "All right," he smirked and said, "Let's get to the main issue. First, I want to discuss how to infiltrate the Azure Dragon system." Haiyun narrowed his eyes and agreed. "That's not difficult at all." Haiyun suggested, "We can evacuate the guards there, because they will use as many people as possible to find my brother's body. We can reduce a large amount of manpower this way. I'll tell you the easiest route to infiltrate it." He listened while stroking his chin, a cunning smile appearing. After listening, Yu Hoen immediately replied, "All right, I'm very willing." On the opposite side, Hyun's face turned gloomy. However, he requested, "Take that artifact out of my daughter's body first." He then objected urgently, "Sorry, but I can't do that." Haiyu exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Yu Hoen said, "Just listen to me." He smirked, pointing at him and explaining, "Once the link between your daughter and the Achilles armor is broken, there's a high chance the armor will lose its effect. If that really happens, the headless military president will definitely die." Speaking to this point, Yu Hoen's face suddenly turned dangerous. "But I want him to live!" Haiyu, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Damn it!" Then he angrily shouted, "You want me to be in danger for such ridiculous reasons? No way!" Haiyu pointed at him and yelled, "You're planning to wash your hands of this after I help you. Or, what if my brother finds out what happened? Only I'll be in trouble then." Yu Hoen looked at him, burning with anger, but still calmly reminded him, "You're worrying about trivial things. Right now, I think you're just a scaredy cat." Haiyu, hearing this, shouted, "Put yourself in my position. Wouldn't it be better for you if my brother died? Why are you trying to keep him alive?" Yu Hoen replied with a wicked smile. "So I can torture him," he continued. "To atone for the mistakes he made against me and my team, he must be tortured to a miserable death." Immediately after, Yu Hoen's face became sinister and malicious. "To let him die completely without him ever knowing he's going to die. A peaceful death is too much of a privilege. I'll never let that happen." Hai Yu Si-do couldn't help but be stunned seeing him like this. What's wrong, Yu-hoen? Yu-hoen then continued, regardless of what he is to your brother, why go so far? He wasn't involved in my life. That's why you can't understand what we went through. After saying that, he silently watched Hyusi-do's reaction. Suddenly, he spoke up. Wait, we can only talk about what happened to him, right? Yu-ho asked. Hey, old man. So you won't do what I ask? He replied. That's right. He held the Munin relic in his hand and smirked. Then how about using this? I bet you'll change your mind. Juliet immediately snatched Munin from his hand, angrily shouting, What are you doing? He yelled. You want him to regain his memories? Are you crazy? Yu-hoen curled his lip into a smile and said, Getting all worked up. You became furious. Of course. What if he changes after remembering the past? Don't do things that are disadvantageous to us again. Yu-hoen whispered so only the two of them could hear. Don't worry, it's diluted. Julian, surprised, also whispered. Diluted? He continued. Isn't the copy still unstable? JHA has been trying to figure that out and created this byproduct, a low-grade product that isn't that effective. Yu-hoen whispered, asking, Isn't testing on this person a great idea? He was dumbfounded. It still is even. It was Hyusi-do, who, seeing the two of them whispering back and forth, asked loudly with curiosity, What is it? He laughed loudly and said, Don't tell me you guys understand but won't tell me. Is it a relic? Yu-hoen replied amiably. That's right, a special relic. He thought to himself, You'll know what it is soon enough. Yu-ho held Munin in his hand and explained. If you use it, you'll know what happened in the past. You can also use it to see the future. Hyusi-do raised his hand and said, I'll try. Yu-hoen couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'll take the chairman, as requested instead. What? That is, he smiled triumphantly. You'll understand. Why would I do that after using this thing? Alright, give me your hand. Yu-hoen dripped a drop on his hand and said, Just one drop. Immediately, a ray of light shone from Hyusi-do's hand. They wondered. If the Munin tears are activated correctly, General Hyusi-do's eyes lost focus and stared into space. However, he didn't shake like the previous test subjects. It's as if we only know a part of his memories, not including his death. Sua, standing behind, asked, Is it really okay? Leader, even if we regain the memory for General Hyusi-do. He looked at Hyusi-do and said, The chairman will regain that memory anyway. It's okay. I'll be easier to subdue if anything bad happens. Yu-hoen added. Besides, not much of that memory is regained, but it's enough to convince him. Moreover, he must have some key memories about Azure or Pandora. He'll give me useful information that I don't know yet. In Hyusi-do's memory, looking at the city that was nothing but rubble, he panicked inwardly. What are these? Hyusi-do was standing in the crowd. He thought to himself, This is my memory. Everything is clear. Relics appeared on Earth. We're stuck with Pandora. And the world is gradually being worn down. But there are a few differences from now. This isn't the future but the past, but it seems like two different worlds. Tun in front turned his head and glanced at him. Focus. Hyusi-do thought. Brother. He smirked slyly. We need to make as many connections as possible with Pandora. This party is the perfect opportunity. Hyusu, watching his brother's back, chuckled to himself, finally understanding everything. I get it. He let out a dangerous smile. So, this is what you were aiming for? You're making me sad, brother, he thought, trying to hide those disgusting deeds. Memories flashed back to when Shizuyu was furious. He yelled, None of your business! He mused. I guess it is. Standing behind his brother, Hyusu looked at him with disdain. If I find out the truth, you'll be in trouble if I learn you've been using my daughter. Now, his face was filled with utter resentment. But no matter what, I'll find out. Seeing the streams of energy emanating from Hyusu's body, Yu said, Looks like it's done. His face suddenly contorted, his eyes widened, and he screamed. Hyusu panicked, fidgeting, clutching his chest, and exclaimed, What? What just happened? He asked softly. Awake? His voice still trembled slightly. What did I just do? Was I dreaming? Yu replied cheerfully. Just a little glimpse into the past. Seeing the holy relic in his hand, he spoke up. Right, I just used it. That relic is pretty good, isn't it? Hyusu laughed in satisfaction. I've remembered the Kasaka thing. Yu continued. Good, I guess it worked fine. So, do you understand why I'm meeting with the military chairman? He admitted without hesitation. Yes, because of my brother, and everyone in Tartarus. He got straight to the point. Okay, so can we start where we left off? You understand why we need the military chairman to live, so we're the ones who decide the Shanglong's attack method, right? We'll succeed at any cost, so rest assured, I'll take care of your daughter's problem. Yu stated firmly, I promise. Hyusu frowned, thinking about the offer, then he agreed. Okay. He was quite surprised by his quick decision. Hyusu said in a low voice, I know your skills are excellent, and I also see how terrifying you all are. Moreover, I just received something amazing. so it's hard to refuse your offer.
Successful cooperation, he shook hands with him. Yu Yue responded politely.
Okay. Perhaps it helped Hyuksu realize a part of the past, because their negotiation ended without major issues.
Afterwards, he seemed quite interested in his memories. But Hyuksu suddenly spoke. The memory stopped halfway.
Is it good like this? Is there a way to know how that memory continues? He sighed helplessly, thinking, I guess people are all the same.
Yu Yu then explained.
Relics usually work like this, he clicked his tongue, exclaiming, Is that so? How embarrassing. As Yu Yu saw Hyuksu off, he carefully reminded him, I'm sure you'll do your part, right? He replied, I understand. Don't worry too much.
Yu Yu smiled excitedly.
We finally meet. Military chairman, it'll be soon, before time goes back.
Soon, everything will come true.
Scene change. Back to Shanglong Group headquarters. The door opened. Hyuksu stepped in and said, Chi Ziyu, it's me. Chi Ziyue poked his head out, wondering, What's wrong? How's my body? Did you find anything more? Hyuksu fell into contemplation. After all the crimes he committed against his daughter? Yet the first thing he asks about is that damn body. You'll pay for what you've done, brother. He then lied. I think we'll find it soon. Chi Ziyue exclaimed with delight. Really?
Hyuksu quickly explained.
That's right, but we're short on manpower right now, so, Shinjun replied urgently. You can use all those people, so what's the problem? Shiyuksu then explained. I've mobilized all the manpower we can use. But we need more than we have now, so we have to use manpower from other departments.
Shijun, without any doubt, instructed casually.
Don't worry, just use them. Prioritize the important tasks first.
Shinyuksu, having achieved his goal, immediately said, I understand.
Shinjun smiled with satisfaction. I'm counting on you.
Shiyuksu turned away with a smirk.
Yes, sir. Trust me.
Shang Yu Huyen received a call from Shiyuksu immediately afterwards. He concentrated all the security forces from Kenglong and mobilized them with a fake mission.
According to plan, a group of employees has now gathered in full force.
Shiyuksu sent Yu Hoen the location of the chairman's head and a secret passage leading to it.
Everything is set in place. He gathered the group together and announced, It's our turn. Everyone understood tacitly. We're breaking in. Can I say we're committing a crime? So, focus. Don't do anything meaningless. That could very well be an opportunity for the chairman to slip away. Everything will be for nothing. If that's the case, we all know what will happen. Everyone understands?
After presenting the plan, Yu Hoyen immediately ordered, Then let's go. At the Kenglong headquarters,
one of Shiyuksu's employees, equipped with a bulletproof vest, walked around the building. A mysterious figure was lurking right behind him. The figure moved like lightning, unexpectedly hitting the employee on the back of the head. The figure was Hin. The employee, struck by his blow, opened his mouth and fainted. Yu Hoen and Yu Lian immediately seized the opportunity and rushed forward quickly. JHA's voice suddenly spoke, causing them to stop. Just follow the plan. We'll split up from here, right? We have 2 escape routes, one for V and the other for Amigo.
Julian eagerly asked. Interested. Sounds good. What are those options? What do you mean?
Amigo, he explained quickly. We'll create a path for you. Boss just needs to go to the chairman. Yu Hoen replied coldly. Got it, you don't have to keep reminding me. Okay, everyone get out of here safely. Julian smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, head back there. Leave it to us.
With those words, he turned into a beast, rushing forward like lightning to attract the attention of the employees. Shi Jun, inside the room, noticed the strange noise outside, and he became panicked.
Ji Jun asked in confusion, Jun Sigu, what's all the noise outside? I had just dozed off for a bit and you woke me up. The door of the room opened slightly, and a ray of sunlight shone on his face.
Shi Jun immediately turned pale, his face changed color, and his mouth dropped in surprise.
The person who opened the door and walked in was Yu Hoen, with a bizarre smile. Long time no see, old man. He stuttered in fear. How, Yu Hoen? How did you... Getting closer and closer, Yu Hoen said. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you think we'd meet again so soon? It's over, old man. He laughed loudly with satisfaction at what was about to happen.
Yu Hoen grabbed Shi Jun's head. He screamed in panic. Isn't there anyone outside? Come quickly, he reminded coldly. I said it's over.
On Julian's side, he and Hein were dealing with the employees to buy time for Yu Hoen. The scene became chaotic. The 2 sides charged at each other non-stop.
Si Unun pointed and shouted loudly, Attack! What do you think you're doing? Idiots, protect the chairman!
Seeing the 2 still fighting fiercely, Jean hurriedly reminded, We're getting ready to leave. How long are you planning to linger? Ilya immediately retorted. We have to buy time for the boss to finish his work. Z anxiously advised. I'm sure he's done by now, that's enough time. He suddenly gasped in astonishment. Over there, damn it! They're sending reinforcements. Let's go. If we don't use the sacred relic to escape, we're in big trouble. A hole had been dug in the floor. Dia frantically shouted, Okay everyone, get in! After crawling in, it transported the 5 of them to an empty clearing in the forest. They gathered in a circle. Julian announced, This raid was pretty noisy. Z exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's here? He started counting on his fingers. 1, 2. Zine suddenly exclaimed in a panic. We're all here, but boss, no way! Yu Hoen suddenly appeared behind them. He spoke up. I'm here. Ja turned around in joy and called out. Boss! He asked in confusion. What took you guys so long? I've been waiting forever. Julian explained helplessly. Because I had to buy as much time as possible. Ja asked curiously. Where's the chairman? Yu Hoen replied. Oh, he's here. I was just messing with him because I was bored. Turn's head was submerged in water. He angrily struggled to breathe and cursed. I can't breathe, Yu Hoen, you bastard. He calmly watched and then told his teammates, I'm helping to cool his head down. It seemed a little too hot. Z gasped in amazement. That's water torture at its worst. The operation was a success. They obtained the chairman's head. Everyone returned safely. Now Yu Hoen should fulfill his promise to Hai Yu Ke-du. Returning to the familiar room, Yu Hoen said cheerfully, You've arrived, Kuan Hai Yu Ke-du. He retorted without hesitation. If I had arrived late, would my daughter still be alive? He turned away and announced, I guess not. You're just in time. We're almost done with the preparations. Hai Yu Ke-du asked in confusion. Preparations? You need preparations? Yu Hoen quickly explained. We need to verify all the sacred relics we need for this. If one of them has its durability destroyed, we'll have to restore it to its original state. Let's begin. Go to your daughter. He immediately agreed. Okay, this is the first step. They will perform a reboot by pushing Achilles' body onto her. Then, they will make Kwan Hilyu's daughter not suppressed by the weakness. She'll be able to remove the chairman's contract. Although it's not easy, we must try to fuse the heel of Achilles. If the separation succeeds, Chloe will use the sacred relic of medical art. Also prepare the sacred relic of surgery. She won't die. Yu Hoen signaled to Chloe. If it works, that chairman will only be able to breathe. Perfect for starting a torture session, he said excitedly. So let's try. Streams of electricity began to gather in Yu Hoen's hand. Without hesitation, he used magic on Turn's headless body. Inside, the body began to convulse, unable to settle down with Yu Hoen's magic, angrily yelling, What the hell? Stop it now! He gave a sinister smile and ordered, Get out of that body! The soul panicked and quickly affirmed, I promise to take good care of it. Yu Hoen then questioned, Is that so? We're holding your weakness. The soul exclaimed in confusion, Wait, that is? He didn't listen to the nonsense and said coldly, Shut up, and turn back into armor like I told you to. On Taejun's side, he frowned angrily and shouted, What? What did you do to my body? Turn pleaded in fear. Stop, tell Yu Hoen, I'm willing to negotiate, Julian retorted. Don't you understand the situation now? You have no right to demand negotiations. Just shut up and wait. He desperately gritted his teeth, powerless because he only had a head left. Taejun began to tremble, his voice stuttering as he begged, Don't do this. His head was throbbing, a constant stream of electricity running through him, causing Taejun to scream in agony. The weakling gasped, I can't breathe. Julian froze, thinking, He's dying. You did it, Du Hoen. This is a history-making moment. Achilles' body, made from the chairman's flesh, would be better after a contract, but it can wait. Now, for the next step in the plan. Julian hurriedly brought Turn's head and reported, I brought the head. Du Hoen quickly took it and immediately ordered, Good. Open the door. A massive pit opened in the room, causing the others to fall, while Du Hoen and Julian stood safely on a rock. Shi Yuxu and his daughter fell, exclaiming in confusion, What is this? The hole led to a barren desert. They each landed flat on the sand. Du Hoen stood tall and calmly before them. Shi Yuxu asked, puzzled, What is it, Du Hoen? This place. He coldly introduced. Hell, created by the Osiris relic. Familiar, isn't it? You've been here before. We will leave the chairman here. He will suffer what he deserves. I think I was a little hasty bringing you two here with us. Now I will send you back. Let's go home. So, our deal is done, right? He was given a heart-stopping reprieve upon hearing Du Hoen's words. Shi Yuxu then reassuredly replied, Right. As he was taking Shi Yuxu with his daughter and Julian back, Chloe was also preparing the immortal relic. The miracle of the divine physician is to always keep those on this bed alive. This isn't sulfur monosulfide rank relic. The patient won't die until the surgery is over. Chloe reported. Completed, boss. Du Hoen smiled in satisfaction, praising. Excellent. He quickly ordered. All right, you may begin. She immediately responded. Understood. Electric currents gathered around Turn's body, a powerful beam of light shooting straight into the sky from him. Qin was nearly exhausted. He groaned in despair. Said Du Hoen, let's talk. It doesn't have to be like this. He silently watched his current state. Qin resentfully questioned, unwilling to accept his fate. What did I do wrong? Du Hoen finally spoke, retorting. You seem unwilling to accept this? Although I guess you're here without knowing why you're here. I'll send you off with that curiosity. He pulled a relic vial from his pocket. Chi Dun stammered in confusion. What's that? He gave a mysterious smile filled with schemes. Du Hoven softly uttered this. Before he could tell him, he dripped a drop onto Chi Jun's forehead. Each small drop slowly fell. Du Hoven seriously reminded. Wake up, old man. Chi Dun sank into a stream of tangled thoughts. How could this be? The image that Jiang Chen gave me. That memory can't even compare to what I'm seeing now. Everything is clearer, more horrifying. Scenes of collapsing, overlapping buildings flashed back, and then even more sinister. He was so terrified he wrinkled his face, his eyes widened, his mouth gaped. Chi Jun could have had everything in his grasp. Gold and jewels piled high before his eyes, never wanting for anything. Power, fame, and even luck. He held everything he needed for success in the palm of his hand. And Si Hoen, the pawn that Chi Jun was targeting for exploitation. But he never expected that the boy would turn him into his current state. Yu Hoen suddenly asked, out of curiosity, Are you crying? Then he burst into a loud laugh. I didn't think you'd be so disgraced. Just think. A powerful military chairman is bawling in front of his enemy. You must have had a difficult time. That's a bit pathetic, but it's all your fault. You shouldn't have stabbed others in the back like that. Yu Hoen banged on the bed and asserted resolutely. I will never grant you a comfortable death. Maybe 10 years or 20 years, you will go mad recalling that glorious past. Enduring and groaning right here, until I take pity and decide to end you. He flashed a mesmerizing smile. Chi Jun panicked and shed tears in despair. He stammered. No way. Yu Hoen immediately cut him off. Listen to me. I'm not going anywhere. It's not over yet. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man's face turned even paler. He continued to speak. You must have memories of the past. You must have some information, right? Right? Talk fast. Starting with how to use this sacred relic. I'm warning you. You'd better cooperate a bit, because I have tons of torture methods I want you to taste. Alright, shall we begin? In the bustling urban area with many buildings popping up everywhere, the sun was slowly setting. Julian was seated in the room, and in front of him was the hole that was dug earlier. Julian looked at his phone in surprise. Jen and Chloe were flying together. He immediately asked, Done? That took a while. The boy immediately explained. We had a confession. Me and Chairman Jun. Julian suddenly spoke. Confession. Before he could finish, Yu Hoen interrupted. Jun Hai Yu Ke Shu, how is it? Did he return safely? He quickly recounted. He ran for his life out of this place. Everything went according to plan. Right? He immediately announced. The plan was successful. I left him in the underworld. Before I left guards to watch over him. Osiris really worked hard to create the underworld. Julian wondered and asked, So, what did you get from that conversation? Du Hoen quickly replied, I did. First, the seal of the heavenly artifact. I know how to use it. It's not that special, just have to approach it in a slightly different way. The system sent a notification. You have met the requirements and can use it normally, Du Hoen said. Achievement? The barrier has been broken. It can transform into 3 different forms, mirror, bell, and mirror. The system appears. You have been recognized as a king. He laughed helplessly and asked, I don't care what I get. Can it find the location of the king's treasure? The system quickly searches for the king's treasure. Du Hoen was satisfied with what was before him and said, That's right. That's what I want. A ball appeared in the air, with bright spots indicating the location of the treasures. He looked at it once and exclaimed with delight, Look! 1, 2, 3. Quite a lot, full. The ball suddenly appeared next to Du Hoen and asked, Is that why the king always has so much to do? He frankly replied, Well, to operate better is equivalent to having a few new goals. It instructed Du Hoen, Don't forget to get me out of that prison. He had to promise. All right, I won't forget. Du Hoen became pensive. He expressed his opinion. But I'm a little worried. The only thing left is the gluttony artifact. Is it receiving a god? Right? The moment I saw it, our artifact didn't listen anymore. The ball immediately said, There's a lot around it. Du Hoen immediately asked curiously, What is it? It seriously explained. The top bosses and those who possess power over the artifacts, it's no longer what it used to be. Originally, it was the relationship between the artifacts and humans. If it suits, it can be considered freedom, but if viewed one-sidedly, it is a mess. And the king was the one who stepped in to mediate. But now that he's gone, a strict secondary system has emerged within the sacred site. Those are the things you should strive to become. It's a simple task. You just need to convince the sacred site to side with you, end the boss's rules, and show them that you'll directly restore the old order. Yu Hoen had some doubts. So, I'm the future king, or is it alright to side with me? The seed immediately exclaimed, That's right, that's it. He pressed further. Sounds good, but I need proof to convince them. Do you have anything I can use? It requested. Didn't you monopolize the secrets of the sacred site? Talk about it. Yu Hoen. I've distorted them. And still working, the seed only responded with a simple sentence. The sacred site doesn't need to know the details. He smirked, commenting. So basically, deceive them. Yu Hoen returned to his serious demeanor, continuing to inquire. But based on what you said, if I become the king, there will be a lot to do, right? Why is such an important position vacant? Ran away because there was too much to do? I might do that. This crow seems very tight-lipped, as if her mouth is sealed. In a moment of silence, she can hide a lot from you. It's strange that she's not very interested in the truth, only believes in the emotions in this moment of silence. Yu Hoen told himself he should end the conversation and change the subject. Then he spoke up. So, there is. Yu Hoen thought he should ask again later. He brought everyone back to where they belong. Yu Hoen felt she would ask again if he did that, although it was just Yu Hoen's assumption. In his cozy room, Yu Hoen curiously spoke up. Hey, crow girl. He was lying on the bed, awkwardly questioning. Why are you ignoring me? The seed had to show up and speak. Are you calling me all the time? Yu Hoen proposed that they should continue their interrupted conversation. It wondered and blurted out. When? He went straight to the point. Why isn't there a king right now? You know, don't you? The crow lowered her head in contemplation, not saying a word. Yu Hoen then pleaded. Tell me, I need to know why. As a successor, I need to know, right? Yu Hoen expressed his thoughts with some discomfort. You always stay silent when I mention the past, saying the conversation has gone too far or something. You think I wouldn't notice? I just didn't say it, because I always had other things to do afterwards. But now we're working for President Crow, so I want to know. Tell me why there isn't a king. The seed looked at him with a pensive expression. He continued to press. It seems like there are too many things to do for one person, so tell me, why is such an important position vacant? It hesitated for a moment before finally saying, the king was murdered. This statement from the seed immediately startled Yu Hoen, who exclaimed, What? It continued. I once said that there was a dispute between the sacred sites, right? Those sacred sites with current power will delve deeper into sin. They were one of the people who murdered the king. Of course, those who opposed the rebellion were all thrown into prison, he confusingly stated. Wait, so the reason that position is vacant is because of the king? Because he died? The sacred sites are behind it? It immediately explained. The king enacted human-friendly policies, and there were sacred sites that were not happy. One of them was Prometheus and Horus. They directly served him, but some betrayed him. A bunch of rebels formed within. They started a coup, saying they didn't want a human king. I also kept an eye on them, strengthened the forces, so they couldn't touch His Majesty. But those bastards separated me from the king and killed him when I was off guard. Yu Hoen was curious. You're the king's protector? Like a bodyguard or something? Crow immediately snapped at him. Bodyguard? Nonsense. I am also his powerful left hand. My previous contract was with the old emperor. It asserted once more. That's right. I will turn you into the next emperor. It happened one day. A slave boy was running for his life. He was attacked by thieves nearby and was constantly gasping for breath from exhaustion. The boy was running with just a cloth wrapped around his hips. His body was thin, and his legs still bore iron chains, covered in wounds and dirt. Due to his haste, he tripped and fell forward. The boy lay on the ground, groaning in pain. It hurts so much, those damned bastards. His voice trembled as he lamented. What is there to take from someone poor like me? And Crow witnessed it all. It suddenly laughed and spoke, so noisy. The boy was surprised and immediately looked up. Crow quickly continued. You could die from losing too much blood from those wounds. What should I do to get rid of you? If you want to die, please go somewhere else. Saying this, it sharply turned its head away. The boy angrily cursed. How could you say that, you stupid bird? Why should I die? Crow was stunned and blurted out. You can hear what I'm saying and understand it? I thought humans were all weak and foolish, so they couldn't understand anything I said. Turns out there are some people who can understand. The boy happily replied. Other relics said the same thing. I guess I have a special ability, let me ask you. I heard there are reinforcements sleeping around here. It admitted. You found the right place, but it's useless. I don't work with humans. Finishing its sentence, the crow flapped its wings extremely hard. The boy looked confused and said, Huh? So what I'm looking for is in the shape of a snake? It instantly froze, stopped flapping its wings. Their eyes met, and they stood still. Crow awkwardly spoke. Ah, if that's the case, then it must be the mountain range next door, right? The boy irritably turned away and muttered, Damn it, coming here was for nothing. There's no sacred relic here, just a stupid, nosy bird. His words touched its ego, making the crow shake with anger. It lost control, charged forward, pecked the boy's head, and shouted, You bastard! How dare you say that? I'm clearly better than that stupid snake. The boy agonizingly covered his head and pleaded, I know, so stop. The boy humbly asked in a soft voice. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have provoked you. Madam, may I leave now? Crow's expression was still tense. The boy laughed helplessly and mumbled, "The mountain range next door. I will never come back here again. I thought there would be a place to rest yet." The boy once again fueled the burning fire in its heart.
Crow continued to fly and relentlessly pecked at the bare body and loudly questioned, "Why didn't you choose me?" The boy frantically cried out, "What?" It angrily bit a piece of flesh off the boy's arm, shouting, "I said I was stronger!" The boy screamed in despair, "You said you didn't want to see me. What else do you want?" Crow immediately retorted, "Even if I said that, a foolish human like you should beg." The boy desperately pleaded, "Don't peck anymore. I'll have holes in my head." Back to reality. Crow spoke up. "So? We made a contract." Yu Hoen mused. "Basically, you made the contract in anger, but that's not a painful story to recall, is it?" He honestly shared his feelings. At first, it was quite pathetic. But he truly became a king. Even though he had nothing, he had the ability to listen. He heard all the advice from the sacred relics, including me. His ability chose him as emperor. A good emperor. I'm very proud of him. Crow spoke of him with a very happy tone. It continued to tell. He encountered unnecessary regrets, because he listened to even those who sought to destroy him. If it weren't for that, he would have ruled this world for a long time. I'm absolutely sure of it. The room suddenly fell silent. Crow's mood dipped slightly. Yu Hoen stared blankly at it, then asked, "So that's why you always try to change the subject when we mention the past?" Crow didn't hesitate to admit, "That's right." Yu Hoen suddenly offered, "Wait, I'll take you out of the prison when I collect all 7 achievements. So now I'll sleep and think more when I wake up." It remarked, "The human body is not comfortable at all. They have to do one thing, which is to sleep." He immediately retorted, "What are you saying? Rest is very important." It had to listen to Yu Hoen and said, "All right, good night." At this time, only a few lights remained in the city. Immediately after, Yu Hoen began to persuade the sacred relic as the crow suggested. But before that, he made a pact with someone to transfer ownership. The sacred relic body exclaimed in surprise, "You want to become my master?" Yu Hoen quickly affirmed, "That's right, Achilles. Body made a pact and protects me." It breathed heavily in annoyance, stating, "I hate treacherous humans like you. Do you think I forgot how I was forced to leave my old body?" An incomprehensible sacred relic asked, "What? What is it?" "I guess the master is trying to make a pact with this human. It doesn't seem right. He listens to you." Yu Hoen smiled softly at them. He persuaded all the sacred relics here and continued his plan in front of them. The plan to show them how he would subdue Achilles and use it to gain their loyalty. It would be easier to persuade them after showing them his power. The sacred relic body exclaimed in surprise, "What? The dominating aura you're using wants to fight?" Yu Hoen immediately affirmed, "That's right. I have no other choice, but I have to use them if you still resist. See whether I win or you win." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in the room, causing Yu Hoen's clothes to flutter. It also carried a strange aura. They surrounded the sacred relic body, and a shrill scream immediately rang out. The other sacred relics exclaimed in admiration, "Master, you're quite strong." "He's still strong, it's just that we've forgotten because we haven't seen him in so long." Yu Hoen confidently smirked and challenged, "How is it? Will you be able to hold on forever?" The aura continuously enveloped the sacred relic body, causing it to suffocate, helplessly accepting, "Stop it! I will accept you as master, so stop." He then smiled with satisfaction. The right thinking, but it's still not enough. Yu Hoen ruthlessly continued to torment, to intimidate the sacred relic. He announced, "You must swear that you will accept all my requests in any situation." The sacred relic was stunned and replied, "What? I just told you, I will." Yu Hoen interrupted without hesitation, "I know. Even objecting to the commander must listen to me." It panicked and stammered, "What? I can't." He reminded, "The same goes for you here. You must promise that you will obey me, even if you oppose the commander." They all shouted in unison, "What?" The sacred relics on the ground trembled and whispered to each other, "So scary, that no, my life is very precious." Yu Hoen thought to himself, "Indeed, they will refuse." But predicting, he preemptively warned, "Look at how worried you are about your lives. Do you guys think I'll lose?" "Don't worry, the commander will also be under my control." They all flinched and exclaimed, "Huh? You're going to be even higher than the commander? Don't be ridiculous. Absurd." Yu Hoen confidently pointed at himself and declared, "Absurd will have a king, and I'm that king." He then advised the holy relics, "So think carefully, it might backfire if you side with the commander." They disdainfully replied, "Oh Lord, how ridiculous." The holy relic's body also chimed in to mock, "A king? You think just anyone can become one? Where are the guards if you become one?" Yu Hoen turned his head and smirked, arguing, "No one is against me, so who do you think will be by my side?" It was stunned and asked back, "What did you say?" He had to explain, "I hold everything here. They could have chosen a candidate, but did, so I naturally became emperor without a single dispute." The holy relics hesitantly admitted he was right. Right?
Yu Hoen continued to present. No, I like requesting the commander. If that's right, is it really okay to scare the holy relics? I will redo this case, and you guys will help me. What do you think? They immediately caused a stir, each one wanting to stand up and speak. Rope stepped forward to lead the charge. I want to help. I offer my whole loyalty. I will follow you to fulfill your request. The holy relics were noisy and rowdy again. You idiot! This guy is a huge fan of the master. So Sebok suddenly rushed forward and spoke with certainty. Me too! Rope couldn't help but be surprised. Zabok flew onto Yu Hoen's shoulder and said, That's my answer after carefully considering it. He smiled contentedly and praised. Good to know. It's not like Yu Hoen prepared this situation without a plan. The first step is to recruit the holy relics that are quite easy to persuade, starting with this Rope who doesn't really listen to what the commander says, and Lafan who always listens to him. Next is this person who is easily persuaded if they see profit before their eyes. Their mouth only utters the sound of money. For example, Yu Hoen persuaded Sebok's holy relic by promising to give money. He believes that if one person agrees, the other holy relics will also follow. That is Yu Hoen's plan. Scroll asked in confusion. What is this atmosphere? Should I follow you guys, right? Then it reluctantly declared. I also offer my whole loyalty. He smiled contentedly, adding one more holy relic to his basket. Next, Silverkite jumped up to enlist. Yu Hoen immediately praised a few words. Silverkite, I know you made the right decision. Finally, the first holy relic was persuaded according to the plan. He curiously asked, Golden Axe isn't coming together? It quickly replied, he's coming! Silverkite hurriedly urged, Hey Golden Axe, hurry up! Golden Axe thoughtfully replied, I don't know if it's the right decision anymore. Silverkite immediately turned his head and reminded, Our master is very strong, so let me tell you, you don't need to think too much. Golden Axe continued, He is also strong. Then the other holy relics also clamored. Then me too, except me too. Scroll made a condition. I'll help you, you must win, understand? The atmosphere was as expected. The holy relics all agreed, not all of them, but Yu Hoen was quite satisfied with this result. Because he is sure they will all be persuaded, it's very beneficial to know who will listen or who won't. Yu Hoen decided to give them a chance to rethink. After he persuaded half of them, Yu Hoen called the holy relics to use magic to persuade them. The higher the rank, the more afraid they are of touching the commander. But it is necessary to persuade. Until he gets the magic power, Yu Hoen needs time and effort. Fortunately, a large number of low-ranking holy relics all listened to him, helping Yu Hoen persuade the rest. Stone Statue Holy Relic asked, Have many holy relics agreed? He happily replied, Yes, I think it's okay. It sighed a breath, thought for a moment, and then suggested, I'll help you too. Yu Hoen exclaimed excitedly. Perfect. A wise decision. Sua suddenly approached and reported, Boss, I have something to tell you. He immediately turned and asked, What is it? She recounted. A faction of Pandora is causing trouble. Their people are very strong. We are losing ground. Many sacred relics and equipment have been stolen. It seems that the mastermind behind this rebellion is Jin Chun. Yu Hoen was stunned by what he was hearing. Sua continued the story. Jin Chun was spotted near the scene of the skirmish. Apparently, she was with her subordinates. He chuckled and asked, What is she thinking? Are a few of them collaborating with Pandora? Kwa Chui chimed in. Doesn't sound too strange. Jin Chun, along with China and Russia, are all influenced by the Spider Commander. Moreover, Pandora is ruled by the Giant Commander. It's highly likely they'll attack. Yu Hoen countered. But they would also work together to prevent us from entering the king's tomb. Guazhan responded. Perhaps they've already prepared for the worst-case scenario. However, the Spider Commander and the Giant Commander have different views, different perspectives on controlling the world, so they have no choice but to fight each other. An employee was physically impacted to the point of coughing up blood. His voice trembling, he pleaded, Don't do this, save me. Che Guo coldly ordered, If you want to live, talk. Where is it? The Pandora research facility. She looked at the employee with a murderous gaze and a chilling threat. Che pinned the employee against the wall, threatening, If you want to live, tell me, where is Pandora's research facility? He panicked, trembling, and stammered. The research facility, maybe the executive director and above, no, but you've already killed them all. She angrily gnashed her teeth and cursed. Damn it, what a mess, Che Guan said coldly. So, you don't know? Then there's no need for you to live any longer. The employee exclaimed in fear. Huh? Wait! She turned abruptly and walked away, ordering his execution. The subordinate quickly said, What? Professor Jin Chong, is it okay to kill Pandora's people? She asked, confused. Why are you hesitating? You just killed a large number of them. Of course it's not okay. But if we don't, we'll be one of those who get wiped out. We might find something good if we rummage through the equipment here, kill them, and let's get to it. The subordinate understood and immediately took the order. The employee sitting on the ground trembled and groaned. Wait, Please spare me. His desperate, miserable screams echoed throughout the building. Please. Scene changed to Prometheus, his face grim, he said. What do you mean? 3 divisions are under attack, and it's possibly Jin-chan. She's the master of spiders. Spiders are attacking us. Ivy held a file and reported. We're still figuring out the details of what happened, but we have victims pleading for help now. Prometheus clicked his tongue and said, I have to go see what's happening. She hurriedly stopped him. Your body can't handle it all. Let our subordinates go. We will gather the elite of the essence to come and assist, he expressed. That makes sense, but I can no longer trust human subordinates. I will send a sacred relic. A perfect sacred relic for this mission. The sun was high in the sky, shining on the tall buildings, which were densely packed together. Inside a building, Edward was already waiting to greet her. He said politely, Hello? Sua replied. Sorry to keep you waiting, Julian anxiously inquired. Where's Seu Hen? He said he'd stop somewhere. Do you know anything? Sua gently informed him. He said he was going to the other relics, and mentioned a few things he needed to check. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the building, throwing several employees. Julian exclaimed in confusion. What was that? A foot slowly stepped in from the hazy smoke and said, Hey, you crazy jerk. I said stop, not crash through. The relic instantly retorted. Damn it, you said crash first. You clearly told me to crash. Roze Haduhoan smiled affirmatively. I certainly didn't say that. Zen cried a river in distress, complaining. Boss, how would you take responsibility if you actually stabbed me? Seeing him appear, Edward quickly asked. Long time no see, so did you create another incredible miracle at the Tomb of Greed? Duhoan replied truthfully. If you ignore the fact that it took longer than expected, then yes. He then affirmed. But it doesn't affect the outcome much, Edward excitedly said. So what did you bring? He immediately threw a wet blanket on him. What do you think? I came here to give you a job, to create something from this relic. With that, Jen took out the body relic he had just subdued. Edward exclaimed in surprise. What's that? He immediately introduced. Achilles' body relic. The former military chairman once possessed it. He took the relic and examined it, unable to hide his shock. Edward hastily asked. So that rumor is true? He asked in confusion, what rumor? He then recounted, the Azure Dragon unit went to the tomb in the Grand Canyon, and everything there was stolen, and the military chairman also disappeared. The rumor is, Azure Dragon is still trying to cover it up. Everyone on the internet is saying that the military chairman is dead. Duhoan laughed and exclaimed. They know quite a bit, that's the truth. Edward said in shock. So it was you? He cheerfully admitted without hesitation. Yes, I did everything myself. He shuddered slightly, expressing, I'm a little scared of you now. Duhoan laughed and clarified. When have I ever done anything like that to anyone? Edward yawned and said, Oh well, let's get back to business. You want me to create something good from this relic? Are there any specific instructions? He then presented his idea. I want to create armor for the team members, helping other relics that are rare. He quickly replied, Ah, I understand. Then I'll start right away. Duhoan suddenly raised a finger and requested, One more thing. Is there something between Jin Chegon and Pandora? Edward exclaimed in surprise. Jin Chegon. He empathized and comforted. It's okay, there's nothing to apologize for. He pondered for a moment and then said, Oh right, we found some information. Duhoan stopped him. Okay, we'll talk about this later. At this time, the night moon had risen high, illuminating the bustling metropolis. Crew's voice sounded. Isn't the data analysis finished yet? The employee fearfully explained. I'm going as fast as I can, but there's still a lot to process. She impatiently urged. Hurry up! The employee frantically replied, Yes, I understand. Che W frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, Nothing will be resolved if I keep staying here. She quickly turned around and announced, I can't just wait. I'm going to investigate further. The subordinate then offered, We'll go with you. The door to the room suddenly opened, catching Sean off guard. That person objected. No, you must stay and talk to me. Her people were all simultaneously bewildered by what they were seeing. Horace smirked and reminded, You seem to have a lot of complaints about Pandora. Then listen carefully. Upon hearing that name, the employee immediately widened his eyes, gaping his mouth and exclaiming, Pandora. He chuckled at his reaction and asked, Why so shocked? You annihilated my people and stole our assets. Did you think no one would come after you? Because of you, my friend was furious. If he could, he would have taken care of you himself. But Horace flashed an excited smile, introducing himself. Instead, he summoned me. Horace, that is. Che-gun widened her eyes in disbelief, muttering, If he's Horace, a divine tier relic, she urgently yelled, ordering her subordinates to prepare for battle. Everyone, he coldly stated. It's too late. A surge of demonic energy began to emanate from Horace. They grew increasingly powerful, charging straight towards Che-gun. She stood frozen in place, unsure of how to deal with it. A massive explosion erupted from the building. It was unlikely anyone inside could escape unscathed. The room was destroyed by the earth-shattering explosion, collapsing into rubble. Che-gun struggled to prop herself up. Horace leisurely strolled closer and said, "What's this? How boring." He smirked at them. "I guess that's all you've got. You people misuse this ridiculous power everywhere." She glared at Horace with resentful eyes. He scornfully questioned, "You, the leader, dare to go behind Master's back? You've been secretly doing these things behind his back. Where did Master get you? I need to talk to him. Do you even realize what you've done?" Che-gun steeled herself, yelling out the order to attack him. "Subordinates! On my command!" Immediately they readied their swords, nodding in acknowledgement. He did not hesitate, and rushed through Horace's behind. He simply calmly spoke. "You want to fight to the very end?" Horace, a little disappointed, said, "Really?" Che-gun's subordinate already stuck close to him and prepared to strike. Horace gloomily asked, "Did you act so rudely right after my guidance?" He instantly unleashed his power, sending the subordinate flying backward before he could even touch him. Horace calmly summoned a sword into his hand and reminded, "Train harder." At this moment, he had shifted to his true form, wondering, "Still trying to attack after knowing I'm Horace?" He gave a bit of sarcastic praise. "I commend your courage." Horace tightened his grip on the dart-like blade in his hand. He rushed forward mercilessly, slicing through the subordinate who had overestimated his abilities. He fell to the ground, his body drenched in fresh blood. Che-gun angrily clenched her fists, but was powerless against Horace. She gritted her teeth, glaring at him, cursing under her breath. "Damn it, I need to conserve as much strength as possible." Horace quickly turned his attack towards Che, who fortunately managed to create a barrier to protect herself. He commented with satisfaction, "Indeed, the humans that Spider chose must be at least this good. Even so, you're still just a human. Let's see how long you can last." Horace attacked more and more intensely, as if he were playing with a toy. Che had to struggle with all her might to withstand the barrier. She focused her observation, thinking, "No, Che doesn't want to be defeated by Horace. I have to think of some kind of solution." She immediately yelled, ordering, "What are you standing there for? Attack him now!" They frantically hoisted the cannons and managed to respond. Horace's weapon is incredibly powerful, pressing down on the barrier and warning, "It's useless. Quan might be able to withstand it." He ruthlessly drew his blade and swung a strike that threatened to destroy her barrier. At this moment, she finally couldn't withstand Horace's terrifying attacks anymore. The barrier shattered, and she flew backwards. He swung his blade, preparing a finishing blow, and said, "I've come." Che-geun sat on the ground, rooted to the spot, unable to resist. A surge of incredible power suddenly appeared, forcing Horace to stop. He froze, staring blankly at the thing appearing before his eyes. Horace growled, "You die, Lord Spider." A gigantic spider monster appeared opposite him to protect Che-geun's life. The woman tried to get up, frowned, and cursed under her breath. "Damn it, the seal has been broken," Horace questioned. "What is this? You dare to attack me? You really don't know anything. Your people attacked Pandora? I came here to resolve this before it's too late." "That means your subordinate was the first to break the peace treaty." Spider frantically exclaimed, "What the heck is this? I have no memory of." He then explained to it, "She sealed them. You managed to get here. Perhaps because she fought me, she didn't have enough power to maintain the seal." Spider couldn't believe its ears, asking in confusion, "Sealed? These kids sealed me?" Che-geun, whose face was now scarred and battered, could only stand aside silently, observing the situation. Spider angrily scolded Horace. "Don't talk nonsense." He was stunned and asked back, "What did you say?" "I'm talking nonsense," it retorted. "It's impossible for an ordinary human to seal me." "Are you lying to excuse the foolish things you've put upon me?" Horace said sourly. "Huh? Wow, that's confusing. I'm just telling the truth." He pointed at the spider's face and wondered, "Why haven't you changed at all after all this time? There are also special humans in this world. Didn't you choose a human for that very reason?" It couldn't stand it anymore and immediately roared, "Shut up." Horace felt his ego was bruised and spoke without hesitation. "You dare to chastise me? I will teach you a lesson." The power and blinding light emanating from the spider's body made Che-geun bewildered, asking, "Wait, what are you doing?" Seeing the spider's extraordinary power before him, Horace muttered in frustration, "Damn it, it shouldn't be like this." That terrifying power emitted a light that pierced through the building, reaching the top of the night sky. On Yu-hoen's side, he saw the light through the glass door. Julian cautiously called out, "Hey, Yu-hoen, what's happening on Earth?" Ilya yawned and came out, saying, "I was woken up too." Yu-ho-he commented, "I just dozed off. I think that's Ling Mu's energy." The other two stated, "I think so too, but it seems a bit different." Yu-hoen stroked his chin thoughtfully, speculating, "It was created by the boss." Julian exclaimed in surprise, "Boss?" He then recounted, "In the past it destroyed my house and other buildings next to it. Not only that, that madman also turned Lin Jin into tombs. I'm very familiar with this energy." In that situation, Yu-hoen's expression was very tense. He continued to explain, That means he's attacking someone, because that guy uses the tomb as a weapon to attack his opponent, but that could be a good opportunity. Jae-ha and Sua were sitting in a corner, intently listening to Yu Hoen. He suddenly laughed very confidently and affirmed, "I can ambush that spider when it's careless. I can't let this opportunity slip away." Scene change. Ivy's feet are running extremely urgently. It seems something big has happened. She just stepped to the door of the room. Before she could adjust her breathing, she hurriedly reported, "Sir, something's happened." Ivy suddenly froze, her face blank, her eyes wide with shock at what she was seeing. In front of Prometheus is the news program playing on the TV. He turned his head with an angry look and gritted out, "I already know." She calmed down, stepped forward, and announced, "I didn't find anything related to the things that happened before coming here, but it doesn't seem like it's exactly a perfect tomb." Prometheus replied in silence, "Maybe so, that's the characteristic of Spider. Summoning a tomb, and then fighting in it. The only thing worth noting in that useless information is that the spider attacked very seriously. That's a good opportunity for harass. I'm sure it's just warning that spider. What will that case turn into? Incompetent humans and sacred relics only do what they want. No one can be trusted." He gritted his teeth angrily, turning his head towards the TV. Ivy looked up at Prometheus, a little scared, and her hair stood on end. He expressed his thoughts. "We should probably add a..." Prometheus glanced at her with murderous eyes and ordered, "Call the best people here, don't disappoint me." Back to the confrontation between Horus and Spider. Horus expressed his opinion. "Hey, don't be so serious, I just need you to manage your subordinates well. You really want to break the peace treaty? You're the one doing that," Spider angrily retorted loudly. He continued, "That peace treaty is just something that weakling begged to implement, but I don't like it." They were suddenly locked in a strange, closed space. Realizing the move unexpectedly, Horus didn't have time to react and was immediately tied tightly by his arms. He gently pulled out his sword and chopped off the thing wrapped around his arm and suggested, "Anyway, I don't care anymore, let's end it here." After saying that, Horus rushed up like a savage, wanting to fight a life-and-death battle with his opponent. Looking at the chaotic scene unfolding, Chaegon thought, "No, if it happens, my contract, whether the master wins or loses, will still be disadvantageous to me. What should I do?" Horus and Spider had already pounced on each other, unleashing all their essences. The aura that Spider emitted at this moment covered the city. Lightning flashed continuously in the night sky. The people below immediately became chaotic, extremely panicked with this strange phenomenon. They fearfully ran away in disarray, only hoping to keep their peaceful lives, overcoming this natural disaster. Yu Hoen's group appeared on the street to assess the situation. Yu Hoen remained calm, saying, "What a mess, that spider. It created a tomb bigger than the previous one." Julian quickly reminded, "If we don't deal with them quickly, it will become very complicated." He then showed an interested smile, replying, "Yeah, let's go." Their group had gathered fully at the scene of Horus and Spider's battle. Around it was surrounded by extremely bizarre cells. Yu Hoen stepped forward and said, "Okay, I will use tomb destruction to create a hole for us to pass through." Julian urged, "Hurry up!" He was a little worried, asking, "But is everyone okay?" "Boss Spider will definitely neutralize the sacred relics." Yu Hoen sincerely advised his teammates, "I will persuade the sacred relic to go in with me, but I'm not sure about you guys. It might be better if I go in alone." Julian retorted uncomfortably, "What are you saying? We can't help in defeating Boss Spider, but we can help with a few things like dealing with traps." JHA also expressed his opinion. "That's right, in the worst case scenario, we can still use the sacred relic to resist. We can do that." Chloe then used a provocative trick. "Are you trying to act cool by going in there alone? Open the tomb quickly." Yu Hoen helplessly explained, "I only said that for everyone's benefit, but some people still have to stay here. Make sure they won't go inside and disturb." Hai quickly spoke, taking on this responsibility. "I'll stay behind." He was satisfied with his arrangement and excitedly asked, "All right, should we head in? Looks like they've made it inside the body. This spider is exactly as I remember. Hasn't changed much." Yu Ho coldly warned, "Those things above us are unavoidable. They're not just ordinary giant insects, but giant scorpions." Chloe paled, darting her eyes around, as she broke out in a sweat, announcing, "There are some behind us too. They're all around us." Dia exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice. "It's a trap. Is it really?" Yu Hoen stated, "I don't think so. These are different from the rest. It's like it didn't expect humans to get in here. There aren't any traps, nor hieroglyphic symbols for entry. It's not a tomb, but was created to choose its master. There's even a skeleton in here." He continued to analyze, "but to attack someone or something that intrudes. Because there's no tomb with hieroglyphic symbols, it's hard to predict the attack. We can only break straight through." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hoen charged forward like a wild beast, without hesitation. Scene cuts to where Spider and Horus are fighting. He seemed to have been defeated and flung far away by Spider. Horus confidently stated, "Are you done yet? Fool, it will end soon, according to your wishes." Spider couldn't hide the confused expression on his face at his scheming words.
Horace clicked his tongue with amusement.
Looks like we have another guest. It's to serve you, because you created this tomb.
Right, now I have another reason to get rid of you early. Spider could no longer restrain himself with Horace's nonsense from earlier, and stabbed at him, yelling, "Die! Are you crazy?" Horace tightened the glowing spear in his hand and declared,
"You think I can be easily defeated just because I fell once? Who do you think I am?" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged up without hesitation. Spider also fearlessly retorted, "You're the one who should die."
Before Horace's spear could even touch his opponent, it was held back by its spider silk.
The silk began to spread, wrapping around his hand completely, causing Horace to freeze. Spider stated bluntly, "How meaningless. This is the end for you. I will crush you without a trace." Horace desperately begged, "Spare me." A sudden shout rang out.
"Stop!" Spider, confused, awkwardly looked towards where the sound came from. It immediately questioned, "Human, what do you think you're doing?" Che-gun hastily stopped him. "Don't kill him, he's still valuable." Spider paused, turning to ask,
"Valuable how?" she asserted. "I'm sure he knows the secrets of Pandora that I've been searching for." "Really? What he said is true." "What? I attacked Pandora without your knowledge."
It was confused, questioning, "You said you really sealed me, why would you do that?" Che-wan loudly admitted.
"I know the future," Spider exclaimed in surprise. "The future?" She began to recount. "That's right. Although we are equal to Pandora because we are allies, China and Russia, in the future, Pandora completely dominates the world, and instead of letting that happen, why don't we change it? No matter what I suggest, you are never alone."
It spoke.
"Are you sure what you saw in the future is the truth?" Che-woo immediately replied, "Look, I know what you're about to say. That's why I did it alone." "Everything happened like that," it angrily shouted. "Answer my question. Are you sure that's the future?"
She gritted her teeth and said, "Very specific and detailed. It can't possibly be an illusion. I'd rather believe it's an illusion."
"Because that means the ship I'm on isn't a sinking ship." Spider immediately warned, "Sinking ship! Watch your mouth." Che continued to persuade it. "If we want to stop them, we have to change. Right now we need to know how Pandora gained the upper hand. If we question this person, we might find out." Horace huddled in a corner, blurting out in shock. Che anxiously reminded, "I just caused a disturbance at Pandora. They'll definitely tighten security. This might be our last chance." Silent Spider spoke. "Am I going to lose to that Prometheus? Unbelievable. That mediocre guy only needs a few petty tricks. I'm sure you saw wrong." The woman hurriedly explained. "What are you saying? Did any of what I said get through to you?" It yelled in annoyance. "I don't want to hear anything else," Che-gun earnestly advised. "Don't be so stubborn, you'll regret it." The spider looked at her with murderous eyes, not wanting to argue further, and reiterated, "Enough. I said I don't want to hear anything else." Finishing speaking, the spider shot like an arrow straight towards Che-gu. On Yu Hoen's side, he fought fiercely, dealing with every big and small monster that flew at him, while Julian activated flames to completely incinerate those insects. As for Sua, she also didn't hesitate to charge in, using her knife to finish off the small monsters. After finishing up, Exxon quickly reported, "I've finished up here! Yu Hoen too!" Suddenly, the ground where Yu Hoen's group was standing shook violently, causing them to lose their balance. Ja, covered in sweat, held his head and said, "It's quiet again. What's going on?" Yu Hoen speculated, "It seems like something happened to its master." "Good, let's go." They entered another space. Dehao looked around. "Wow, it's huge," Julian carefully reminded. "It could be a trap. Be careful." Yu Hoen countered, "I told you, there are no traps in here. This isn't a tomb. It takes a lot of effort." He suddenly stopped, exclaiming in surprise, "Dead end! The path ahead is blocked." Yu Hoen stroked his chin, reasoning, "Until now, there hasn't been a fork in the road, just a straight path, which means..." He immediately summoned, "Rope, help me get to the top." It appeared instantly, responding to its master. The rope began its task. It crawled and wrapped tightly around Yu Hoen, who then jumped up. Yu Hoen said in satisfaction, "I knew it. This is the path we need to take. Rope, pull me down and bring everyone up together." It quickly acknowledged the order. Okay. While lowering himself, Yu Hoen carefully observed his surroundings and thought, "The inside of this monster is just like a body." He began to use his brain to speculate. These types of insects inside this tomb could be. Yu Hoen landed in front of a cave entrance and said, "Just as I thought, we can go further through this path." Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed and said, "Not so fast." He immediately became alert. A boss named Tao Wu appeared, saying smugly, "You've set foot on my territory. You think you can leave so quickly? Don't even dream about it." Its huge and grotesque appearance was enough to make people uneasy. But Yu Hoen was still calm, facing Tao Wu head-on. He even bluntly criticized, "So ugly! Who are you?" It, touched to its pride, couldn't help but yell in anger, "Ugly! You bastard! I am the wild overlord." Is Dao Wu showing off his golden teeth while yelling like a maniac?
Dao Wu even ordered, "Apologize to me now." Yu Hoen, looking at his face, thought in annoyance. Dao Wu? Meaning he's one of the 4 fiends that appear in Chinese legends: Chongqi, Hundun, Dao Wu, Taoti. The 4 fiends, the 4 divine beasts, are Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, Xuanwu. In contrast to the 4 divine beasts, because they are fiends, they hate kind humans and only like evil people. He immediately became tense, wondering why it appeared here. It's not of the level to be a gatekeeper of other sacred relic tombs. Jaha suddenly emerged thanks to the rope. He panicked and screamed loudly. "Oh my god, what the hell is that?" The leader looked at Dao Wu's grim face. Even Dia Haha had goosebumps and exclaimed, "That looks so scary, I'm gonna have nightmares." He was annoyed at being insulted twice in a row, and roared loudly, "You bastard! You will pay for insulting me!" Yu Hoen stared blankly at his body. He was extremely confused, sensing that something was wrong. Dao Wu smiled very smugly when he saw Yu Hoen's appearance. He exclaimed, "Today's snack sounds rich." He angrily gritted his teeth and said, "He's absorbing spiritual power, the power of control." Jia painfully hugged his body and shouted, "I feel my power draining away." His teammates were all present. Yu Hoen said seriously, "If we don't deal with it, we will lose even more energy, and we will be poor when we excavate this place." Dao Wu was very proud of his own strength and affirmed, "It's a bit difficult to fight me as a group." Yu Hoen didn't hesitate at all. His will was further increased. Yu Hoen rushed up like a fierce tiger, holding a weapon in his hand, and challenged, "Really? Let's see." Back on Che-Gu's side, Spider lost control and shouted at her, "I said I don't want to hear it. How dare you defy me? If you were someone else, you would have died a long time ago. Be thankful that you're still here, because you are my subordinate." Che retorted strongly, "It's all meaningless. We are living like a bunch of failures because of your stubbornness." The space here suddenly shook violently for no reason, which surprised even Spider. Che lost her balance. Horace, even though he was tied in a corner, confidently spoke up. "You just wait and see, you fool. I will send reinforcements to crush you." Che Guan immediately shouted loudly, grabbing him, "Don't let him escape." Spider turned to say, "Did you hear what he said? He will come here with reinforcements." Another war broke out. "Why are you so confused? You are the one who caused everything." "I need to summon all the sacred relics to prepare for this war," she worriedly confirmed. "Are you really fighting? That's not what I intended." He replied in silence, "I have nothing to do with you. The war between me and Prometheus is only a matter of time. That war is only temporarily suspended, not completely stopped." Spider asked helplessly, "How many more sacred relics need to die for this war to end?" He recalled the past. Prometheus questioned loudly, "The era of human kings' tyranny is over. Are we starting a war between sacred relics?" Spider immediately retorted to him, "I don't think that should come from you, you stupid giant. You betrayed your own race to save humanity. That's why you are in that position." Prometheus unwillingly tried to defend himself. "I have never betrayed anyone. Our purpose is to take down His Majesty, not to destroy humanity." Spider continued to criticize him. "If you keep coddling humans, maybe a new king would have been born already. Killing them all will prevent that from happening." Prometheus didn't give up, arguing even more fiercely. "We sacred relics are all born from the stories of humanity. But how can we be sure that circle repeats if we just blindly kill them like that? We just need to take down the king and then follow what was said." Spider bluntly replied, "It's useless. Humans cannot be spared." Prometheus indignantly questioned him, "How would you know if you don't try?" Spider immediately replied, "Those things are obvious. No need to try." He was too desperate and had no choice but to give up powerlessly. "Okay, do it that way." Prometheus pointed and clearly separated. "Half of the world is yours, and the rest is ruled by me. Try to manage your territory in your own way." Spider silently looked at him, sighed, and was not happy at all. They made an eternal agreement. "All right, a trade-off. If you send in your mole or any of your subordinates, the war will break out again. You too, make sure you keep your word." And that is why Pandora and the Sino-Russian alliance were born. Back to reality, Spider asked Kwaswan again, "Now you understand why I did that, right?" She hesitated. But Che suddenly spoke. "You also have human reinforcements, don't you?" It coldly replied, "I only use them as tools to kill their own kind." After observation, there is no better weapon to kill humans than by getting them to devour their own kind. The reason I exploit them will never change. Ultimately, humanity must perish. Now the time has come. I will destroy everyone in my own way." The girl furiously gritted her teeth and muttered, "Truly insane." Spider continued the story. "To do that, I must clean house a bit to receive guests. I say, these uninvited guests, how dare they enter here?" It had long detected the presence of Yu Hoen's group in this place. Yu Hoen's imposing figure had completely caught the spider's eye. It growled, "I will make you regret it." At the sight of the battle between Yu Hoen's group and Tao Wu, it spoke mockingly, "Foolish. Yu Hoen laughed in rebuttal. Who said you were too arrogant? Even if it absorbs our power, I'm sure it won't be able to do anything. Julian anxiously reminded. We should finish this soon. We are already using twice the power compared to normal. He immediately replied, I know. Let's end it here. Yu Hoen, quick as a flash, flew up with his sword, intending to attack Tao Wu. It immediately sensed him, and confidently asserted, I can avoid things like this. While Tao Wu was preoccupied with Yu Hoen, his rope did its job well by tightly wrapping around its legs. Yu Hoen swiftly seized the golden opportunity and plunged his sword into Tao Wu's body. He smiled, turned back, and signaled, Right now, treat this as the last chance and unleash maximum energy. Yu Hoen fought against Tao Wu to buy time for his teammates behind, to use all their power to destroy the barrier. It could already guess their plot, and spoke disparagingly. Foolish, these cheap tricks. Yu Hoen suddenly froze, stopping his attack, and looked up. Yu's face couldn't hide his astonishment. He gasped with wide eyes. Holy relic! Sua announced in panic. Our holy relic has stopped working. I think it's because of the holy relic's master. Tao Wu suddenly struggled and roared. That spider is coming here, that crazy spider. Yu Hoen wondered aloud. Aren't you his henchman? It immediately denied. Henchman? Why would I be? No. I was imprisoned here by him, I'm not exaggerating. But this tomb was created to trap the relic, he said. Regardless of that, I've wondered why one of the 4 great fierce beasts would become a gatekeeper. Yu Hoen was suddenly tightly wrapped around the abdomen by Tao Wu, which expressed, You have good eyes. I get very angry whenever I mention him. Having said that, Tao Wu, without mercy, flung him hundreds of meters away and growled. Sua rushed over and called out, Boss. Before she could ask, Yu Hoen quickly affirmed, Fine, I'm fine. He bluntly showed his disdain. You use that flexible tail, but for fighting, it's useless. Tao Wu exclaimed in shock. What? You can say something so dumb, without the holy relic usable because of that spider? How can you defeat me? Yu Hoen did not hesitate to introduce. About that, we have a secret holy relic. Immediately after saying that, he ordered, All right, attack! Their entire group used all their strength and simultaneously rushed at it like rockets. Tao Wu cursed helplessly. You bastard! Its body gradually ran out of strength, so dilapidated that black energy was escaping from its feet. Yu Hoen laughed contentedly. We took good care of it. Julian glared at him uncomfortably and said, It took me a lot of time to tell you. We used twice the usual energy, and we didn't get anything done because it sucked us dry like mosquitoes. Unlike you, our relics are no longer usable. Yu Hoen replied, Put it aside. Tao Wu said many relics had been trapped by the spider. He called out, Let's go! Lamon, who was standing with her arms crossed leisurely, widened her eyes in surprise at Yu Hoen's call. He had nothing but to ask. I heard that spider has a lot of relics. Find out where they are, she excitedly said. Come to think of it, this place contains a lot of diverse relics. It will be very interesting. Yu Hoen turned his head and reminded. Move carefully. This place might be more interesting than sitting there and waiting. Then he went ahead to lead the way for his teammates to follow behind him. Deha suddenly shivered with a cold spine. His face was pale, not knowing what had happened. Yu Hoen stopped, looked at the scattered debris under his feet and exclaimed, Wow, that startled me. Seriously? Julian speculated it looks like fragments of something. There's another big path here. There must be a lot of things here, right? He smiled and instructed. Don't worry, it's very useful in finding the relic's master. Julian curiously asked, Do you know what the relic's master is and what it is? Yu Hoen smiled excitedly and said bluntly, It's Gu poison. Julian asked in surprise, Gu poison? It is one of the dark magics used in ancient times in the East. It can be snakes, scorpions, or any kind of animal with venom. Let them kill each other until there is only one left. They collect the venom of the survivor to curse people to death. The purpose of using it is like an assassin. The process is very cruel. Those who use black magic will receive appropriate punishment. He continued to explain why this tomb looks like the inside of a living object. Perhaps it is a product of magic where the battle took place. These animals are necessary for magic. Moreover, it can also be for decoration, and the relic's master looks like a spider. If it's a poisonous spider, then Gu poison can be used. A gloomy voice suddenly came from inside the tunnel. You know a lot. Aya was stunned and immediately said, The road, it's tilting, we're slipping. He quickly clung to the porcelain nails on the wall. Yu Hoen frantically warned, Damn it! That damn spider is here! Everyone be careful, Daha said in a trembling voice. We even tried to be careful, a scream rang out. Falling! They fell together into the deep pit, luckily landing safely. Yu Hoen then tried to get up. The spider has now appeared, slowly crawling toward him and saying, Well, Yu Hoen, this time I will surely finish you. He laughed contemptuously and replied, Long time no see, you stupid spider. And that Jin Chw also appeared. Chugon's body was radiating an extraordinary amount of energy. The spider, self-satisfied, mocked him.
Having a hard time? See how long you can last. You are in the area where the relic is sealed. It immediately cast magic. Yu Hoen had to grab a shield as a temporary shield to protect the team from the spider's destructive power. It asked in confused surprise, "How did you block my attack?" He smiled frankly and recounted, "I made some preparations before coming here. The sacred relics will only obey me." Looking at the mediocre sacred relic Yu Hoen was holding, the spider questioned irritably, "You, how can you use that inferior shield to face me? That's not right." It desperately tried to convince itself that it was the strongest. He stated powerfully, "I said, what will I become in the future? Who do you belong to now?" The sacred relic shield stuttered in response. "The king, the king." The spider panicked, not believing its ears, and asked again, "What? You will become king? Absurd. How dare you dream of such a thing? You think I'll let you be?" Beneath the surface, strange cells suddenly emerged. Dozens of spiders appeared with eyes full of murderous intent. A stammering voice spoke up. "What is that?" "Spiderlings." The spider boss immediately ordered, "Attack! Devour those delusional humans." Yu Hoen asked his teammates for their opinion. "Is everyone ready? Are all your secret relics okay?" He set a common goal, each person killing at least 30 spiders. Ju Ming shuddered and lamented, "Too many." Tens of thousands of spiders with glowing red eyes advanced towards them. Yu Hoen and his teammates were also well prepared to greet them. "Ready? Warang sword. Don't be manipulated by the sacred relic boss." The sword emitted a blue light, signaling, "Okay, I hear you." Yu Hoen charged forward, decisively swinging his sword at the spiders. Instantly, ichor sprayed out, dyeing the area red. Seeing one rushing from the left, Yu Hoen quickly moved Yisi to the side, blocking the surprise attack from them. Behind him, a spider was waiting to pounce. Before it could act, he had already stabbed his sword straight through its body. While Yu Hoen was busy with the spider in front of him, another one silently crept up from behind. It bared its sharp fangs, intending to bite him. Fortunately, a lightning bolt arrived in time, saving his life. Seeing that it was Julian who had struck, he smiled and praised. "That was a good lightning strike, wasn't it?" Julian, hearing this, reminded him, "Focus on what's ahead." He continuously used lightning to strike the spiders, while a disapproving voice rang in his ear. "Yeah, weak." Hai Te, standing behind him, continuously mocked. "You think I'm controlling lightning just to destroy these guys?" Julian stared intently at the spiders. He replied, "Shut up, focus." On the other side, I was angrily yelling, "Hey Ja, why aren't you fighting?" He joked with Fongsic, casually answering, "My secret relic is the phoenix. How can I fight with the ability to regenerate?" Without bothering to say more to Jin, I had directly reported to Jin, "Boss, he can't fight, can he?" Jin then became frightened. He shouted loudly, "How can you treat me like this?" Yu Hoen looked at the two and then instructed, "You guys have to deal with at least 30, otherwise you'll become meat shields or something." Ignoring Jaeha's astonished face, Ilya seemed very interested in this. "That's good." He immediately rushed into the spiders like a whirlwind, saying, "Come here, I'll let you have your fill. It will still hurt even if I regenerate." Having resolved the internal issue, Yu Hoen stared at the spiders and said, so in front of him at this moment was a giant spider. Perhaps it was the leader. Yu Hoen fearlessly issued a challenge. "I'll give you a full and cozy welcome, just the two of us. Let our subordinates fight each other." Being the leader, its appearance was also a bit different. The fangs on its mouth were as red as its terrifying eyes. The spider was a little impatient. "You bastard, why are the secret relics on your side?" An overwhelming power suddenly enveloped the space. "I told you, I prepared a lot of things before coming here," he commanded loudly, summoning all the powerful sacred relics. Immediately, the sacred relic spirits gradually revealed themselves. Yu Hoen cleared his throat and continued, "A joint attack alliance." Seeing them, the spider exclaimed in surprise, "Set, Osiris, you?" Set looked straight at it, his eyes seeming to contain an unavenged feud. "Long time no see." Looking at the group of sacred relics standing in front of him, he couldn't believe it and questioned, "Didn't you swear to destroy humanity with me?" Set hesitated in response, his tone somewhat mocking. "Ah yeah, I guess we used to be like that before." Looking at its dumbfounded expression, Sete asked, "But have you ever tried it on chickens?" Not giving the spider time to prepare, it immediately lunged forward and helped it broaden its horizons. "It's like this." The spider, caught off guard, exclaimed in shock, "What the hell, you bastard?" Sete grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and said, "Humans on chickens are so delicious, it's really impossible to eliminate them." In the midst of the fight, Sete casually joked, "I suggest you don't touch those cute people on chickens." Yu Hoen stood aside, smiling wryly. "Don't give humans such a weird nickname." Those teasing words provoked the spider's fury. It rushed forward madly and roared, "You idiot! Just for that reason? Pay for this betrayal with your life." Suddenly, the spider paused. "But that's impossible." Looking at Yu Hoen's unwavering figure, it wondered, how is he still okay? After using so many relics at once, it let out mocking laughter. "How does it feel?" "I want a real fight with you." Yu Hoen spun on his heel and darted towards the spider. Not bad, huh? He charged forward confidently, saying, I think I can do it. The spider immediately spat out deadly poison, yelling, ridiculous. Yu Hoan managed to raise Yisi in front of him in time. Looking at the familiar faces of the relics, it sneered. You think you little fishes can take me down? Just by ganging up on me? The spider angrily lashed out at Set with its pincers, roaring, Dream on. As the relics busily fought the spider's troublesome pincers, a voice rang out. I don't think it's going to be easy. Sua observed the situation and concluded. Although we don't overwhelm them, we also can't push them back. Looking at the swarming spiders crawling towards them, she realized that the speed of these spiderlings had slowed down, proving that Che and that crazy spider had fought hard with the boss. Miller immediately boosted the morale of his other teammates. That's right, we just need to focus. Never mind that Jay has being chased around by those spiders. Ilya calmly replied. Oh God, are you still afraid we'll call you stupid on the job? In the quiet city sky, the guardian bird Horus spread its wings and circled. Looking down at the ground, it was startled to recognize those people. Below, the excavators also noticed the light that had just flashed by. Its massive body landed on the ground amidst everyone's surprised cries. Horus looked around, and as soon as he landed, he realized. It seems Prometheus sent you. Have you been to that spider's tomb yet? One of the crowd replied, Yes, we have. Everyone reported in a clamor. Prometheus N is really angry. He said to get rid of the tomb as soon as possible. Hearing this, Horus felt a chill down his spine and realized, I'm sure I'll hear enough when I get back. Standing in front of the crowd, he affirmed, I will help you. I transferred support as soon as I heard the information. It seems both problems have been solved. Let's go. It's not far. They shouted, Yes, sir. Nearby, a hole with a mysterious darkness gradually appeared. Horus pointed in the direction of the hole and said to the group, The hole I made is still there. Let's go in from there. They immediately obeyed without the slightest hesitation. Everyone prepared to enter. Suddenly, a figure appeared, causing them to scream in surprise. Captain, look! After observing for a moment, they immediately recognized the man, a human. It was him, one of the excavation members of Swen. The man turned his fearful gaze towards them and introduced himself clearly. I am Hin. You alone are receiving us. Do you think it's possible? He slowly drew the sharp sword in his hand, and Hein affirmed in a cold voice. I don't care whether it's possible or not. His sharp eyes began to glow red. Streams of killing intent surrounded Hin's body. I'm just doing what I'm told. Seeing that decisive attitude, Horus clicked his tongue. This human doesn't seem to intend to back down. Faced with this situation, he helplessly ordered the troops behind him to attack and finish him off as quickly as possible. Hein suddenly froze, a sense of anxiety welling up inside him. Too many, how long can I hold out? Thinking this, he threw himself into Horus's army, trusting that the leader would raid the tomb quickly. It began as a chaotic and brutal battle. Amidst the hazy, crimson space, desperate screams rang out, along with a small figure constantly rushing forward. He's been paying attention to it up there. Against the massive army, Heffron still firmly overwhelmed them, turning the tide of the battle. Facing him were relentless attacks. Very quickly, the shield of the person in front of him was shattered. Just then, a spear suddenly came flying, and Hejin couldn't dodge it in time. A large gash opened on his shoulder, spraying blood. Once he regained his footing, Hein immediately knocked the spear out of the other person's hand. Very quickly, another group of people ran up. They even reminded each other. He's alone on this side. It's finally gonna start. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, a holy relic slowly appeared. Looking at the group in front, she smiled softly and said, I see there are many things that need protecting. Horus, standing on the side, was also slightly surprised. He exclaimed, A secret relic! He made a contract with a secret relic! Without hesitation, Horus immediately unleashed his aura and began to threaten. Secret relic! Stop! If you continue like this, I won't be gentle with you, even if you are a secret relic. The secret relic didn't flinch at those empty threats. She threw herself forward and challenged. Come on, I'll do the best I can. Horus immediately struck a powerful blow against the protective shield. He was surprised. Seriously protecting, huh? You're complicated. When his attack caused the relic's shield to crack, she calmly said, You underestimate me too much. Horus, a tremendous power blasted the holy relic away from the protective shield. He growled, I am a holy grade relic, you know. Immediately after, continuous tremors occurred, throwing the crowd into chaos. Even Hein was caught up in its power. When the storm passed, he directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Looking at the desolate scene, Horus said dejectedly, Is this how it ends? With everything settled, he continued to instruct everyone, Go straight into the tomb. One of them replied, Understood. Horus looked. It seemed things weren't over yet. A hand slammed hard against the ground for support. Seeing him shakily get up, he asked in confusion, You're still trying in your current state? Without hesitation, he looked straight at Horus. Hein affirmed, You cannot go inside. Seeing that stubbornness, he calmly said, You brought this on yourself. Don't blame me, go die. Sensing that he couldn't hold on much longer, Hein looked at the soldiers, wondering, Leader,
Are you done yet? He furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with anticipation. My endurance has its limits. Just then, a force rushed over, causing the wall behind him to explode. Along with it, a decisive voice rang out. Stop! Hearing the familiar voice, Hein was a little surprised. He immediately turned around with expectant eyes. Irin appeared with a cold expression and a hint of worry. She stood in front of Hein, slowly saying, "It seems I'm a little late." With that, she handed over a small bag and instructed, "These are the fruits of the immortal flora refinement. Eat it and take care of the rest." Jane, relieved, replied, "Thank you." Seeing his work being impeded again, Hor angrily unleashed a huge surge of energy and shouted, "Who are you people? No, it doesn't matter." At this moment, Irin also got into a ready stance. He continued to yell at her. "I will crush you all into pieces!" Back inside the tomb where Du Hoyan was, the defeated spiders lay scattered on the floor. On one side, the boy, with a smeared face, was still relentlessly provoking them. "What do you think, you stupid spider? I am not the type to go easy on my enemies." Just as he expected, the spider was provoked into a frenzy. It lunged forward with furious eyes. Seeing its madness, a hurried voice reminded him, "Stop showing off, you're in a mess." As the voice trailed off, Du Hoan's sharp sword plunged deep into its body, like penetrating hell itself. He smiled excitedly, lightning sparks spreading from the sword across the spider's body. "I am still full of energy." Beside his ear, the voice urged again, "Hurry up, we need to resolve this quickly." When distracted, the spider immediately created a shield that pushed him down. Du Hoan was stunned, wondering, what's going on? Everything was about to get more interesting. The mysterious voice then revealed that Pandora's troops were outside the tomb. The spider continued to attack him with deadly blows. Meanwhile, the voice kept informing him, "Your colleague is trying, but it's uncertain how long she can hold up." Seeing that the boy remained unconcerned, the voice directly threatened him. "If this continues, Pandora will actually get inside. You will lose the chance to defeat the spider." Hearing this, Du Hoan finally expressed his worry. "This is tough." Grasping the basic situation, he turned back and said to those behind him, "Should we change tactics, use a few tricks? What I need in this situation?" Looking back, a figure with a composed, motionless back appeared. He said mockingly, "Even if the spider boss does anything, it is still just a parasitic relic." Seeing that she did not reply, he turned to instruct the two relics. "All right, Semat and Osiris, continue the attack. Make sure that spider targets me." Upon receiving the order, Set laughed cunningly. "Seems like you're planning something." Osiris immediately obeyed. "Very well, leave it to us." Immediately after, a golden flow of energy surged around the two relics. Feeling neglected, the spider angrily roared, "Where are you looking, you bastard?" The continuous surges of energy successfully panicked the spider, which screamed in offense, "Set, you bastard!" From one side, Set's playful voice echoed, "I'm over here." The spider stood shielding Crew's small body, a mocking voice ringing in its ear. "I've always wanted to hit you, even when I was your subordinate." These words drove the spider mad. It yelled, "What did you say, you traitor?" At this moment, Du Hoan's voice rang out from behind, causing her to immediately turn her head. It seemed things were not going her way. He decisively brought his sword down in a slash. Chw Guo quickly dodged it. Seeing this, Du Hotan exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you dodged it? That's quite good. You look so cold now." Krau's energy began to show. She looked at him with eyes full of hatred. "Don't interfere in my business, see Du Hoan." Hearing those words, he asked in confusion, "Interfere in your business? What did I do?" Seeing her angry attitude, Du Hoan became more amused and teased her. "You were able to infiltrate the Pandora system, but ultimately failed." Che Go froze. Catching that expression, he continued, "Why are you surprised? Did you underestimate my ability to get updated information? You also left a lot of traces, which isn't like you at all." After successfully making her angry, Du Hoan seriously asked, "Let's talk about the main topic. Why did you do that? Why did you act so suddenly?" Facing his barrage of questions, Sue could only silently lower her head. She tightly clenched her fist, and the blade shone as if empowered. Chigon lowered her voice and questioned, "You probably know I have perception because of your relic." A purple energy enveloped her body. Che revealed, "I saw the future." Beside the two, the spider and Se were constantly fighting. Che Guo continued, "And I don't like what's going to happen, so I have to change it. It doesn't affect you, so don't meddle." Standing before Du Hen's cold face, she asserted that this was a matter between Pandora and the Central Russian Alliance. Hearing this, he could only wonder, so what is it? Hen seemed to have completely understood Sean. When she saw the memories of her past life with Irene, she misunderstood them as the future, instead of the past. She did not receive any explanation about what she had seen. That was why she came to such a conclusion. Remembering her cold back, he was not surprised by Chu's choice. The past of Pandora and the Central Russian Alliance. Pandora is truly strong. Che Gon, who hates failure the most, could not let things be.
Therefore, she caused chaos within Pandora just to change the future and create the current situation. Thinking of this, Duhoen subconsciously smirked, an idea flashing through his mind. If I exploit this thoroughly, I can easily finish that spider. Upon understanding all this, a meticulously calculated plan gradually unfolded in his mind. Currently, Chu is confusing the past and the future. If I seize this moment, defeating that spider will be a breeze. It seems she hasn't mentioned anything to the spider and is acting on her own accord. Observing Set fighting in the rear, he gradually realized that her plan was in disarray, and the outcome was heading in an unexpected direction. A conflict might erupt between her and the spider boss. With these thoughts in mind, he initiated his plan to manipulate Chu. Unrelated? Of course it's related. Yu Hoen wore a sinister smile as he stared directly at her. He continued, if the relationship between Pandora and the Sino-Russian alliance shifts, it will have a tremendous impact on achievement users. While he was executing his plan, Set and Osiris were still diligently cooperating to subdue the spider. Therefore, that's why I must intervene in this matter. Saying this, Yu Hoen suddenly paused, hesitant. But, witnessing what has transpired, I believe you'd be better off lending me a hand. He didn't stop there. Noticing Chu's surprise, he continued to manipulate her. There's no time to care about the current situation. Didn't you say that foolish spider can't be controlled? Wouldn't it be better if I helped you suppress it? Chu Wan was slightly wavering, but of course she couldn't fully trust him yet. Anticipating that, to quell her suspicion, Yu Hoen said, we need to split up to minimize losses. The sword in his hand gradually became transparent. Yu Hoen continued, it's very feasible. If you cooperate, I'll completely lose out once the achievement is obtained. With a determined gaze, he gradually broke down Chu's defenses. I have no intention of meddling in the affairs between Pandora and the Sino-Russian alliance. Really, I also dislike the prospect of Pandora single-handedly taking everything in the future. Yu Hoen lowered his voice, expressing his sincerity to persuade Chu. I prefer you all to do your jobs, keeping everything under control. As he said this, she questioned him with some doubt. The spider achievement is our core fighting power. Do you think we'll fare well after you take it away? Yu Hoen wasn't surprised at all. He even directly countered. Is core fighting power valuable when it doesn't follow your will? Amidst the chaos of the battle, Yu Hosen spoke a truth that perhaps even Chu hadn't realized. Perhaps she had let him do whatever he wanted. Perhaps she had compromised and let the plan go too far from the initial intention. As he was doing his best to manipulate her, Set on the other side seemed to be barely holding on. But now she knows what the future holds if she lets that spider have its way, right? The spider spat out white silk, tightly binding his hands. The spider laughed triumphantly. Got you! Set angrily cursed. You're playing dirty. His words drove the spider even more insane. It sneered. What's the point of those useless things when you're ganging up on me? You'll never escape my web. Prepare yourselves. Seeing the bewilderment on Set's face, it became even more gleeful. The spider cleared its throat, reminding him. The more you try to escape, the tighter you'll be bound. Looking at the dense silk wrapped around his hands, Set couldn't help but exclaim, damn it! But suddenly, his fingers easily tore through the tough silk. The spider was momentarily startled. It asked, why did you tear it so easily? Wait, you guys? Looking at the stunned faces in front, the spider immediately realized. There's a damn freeloading parasite running rampant in my tomb. I'm losing my power. Upon realizing the abnormality, it immediately plunged its claws into the tomb's shell, spewing red fluid. Laon appeared with a dirty face and a cheerful smile. She just screamed, there's so much to dig up! Recalling the scene inside the tomb's shell, Lefion shuddered slightly. She said, but it's also a little gross digging up this mushy stuff. While digging, she constantly reassured herself. Relax, keep going. That parasite is working very hard. At this moment, the spider completely erupted. It roared, don't pretend you don't know anything! Bastard! Seeing the powerful energy erupting from its body, Osiris exclaimed in surprise. What? You still have energy? The boss beside him was also extremely surprised. He frowned, reassuring everyone. Looking at him, he seems very confused. He must have been affected. Hang in there. On this side, Yu Hoen was still diligently persuading. Chu, I think that invitation isn't bad. As he was still thinking about what to say next, she replied, all right. But Chu still didn't fully trust him, so she set a condition. Conversely, if you do anything stupid again, I'll deal with you. I know you're full of tricks too. Yu Hoen was satisfied. Ah, Chu Wan. She glanced at the mark on the back of her neck with cold, purple eyes. She gently touched it and softly said, I'm only allowing you to do this because of the current situation. Okay, I am preparing to eliminate the achievement. Without hesitation, Yu Hoen immediately began eliminating the achievement for her. In his heart, he secretly admired himself for being so amazing. I lured her into cooperating. I separated her from the spider boss, and then sealed it off again. While doing it, he thought of a plan. In an instant, Yu Hoen had an idea. I'll conquer it after having more time. Just like when I received the Ali's achievement before. His face couldn't hide his joy and smugness, along with the growing power, Yu Hoen thought to himself. Although it's stronger than Alice, it will be greatly affected when it separates from its master. After all, it's a parasitic achievement. A surge of power instantly erupted from beneath the spider's body. Along with it, his thoughts surfaced. That means we can completely defeat it. Sensing something bad, the spider immediately exclaimed, "What's happening again?" Looking to the side, it angrily yelled, "Seo Yu Hoen, you bastard, since when? Chu Wan, what the hell do you think you're doing? Attack him back." Hearing its commanding tone, Chu Wan cast a disgusted glance and replied, "I don't want to." Facing the spider's fury, she bluntly explained, "You've been kicked out of the Sino-Russian alliance. I'm just looking for an artifact that can replace you." The sharp pincers began to lose control. The spider angrily roared, "Don't pour anymore!" As it was about to lunge, a shield was quickly deployed. Outside the shield, the spider incessantly screamed, "It hurts!" While Che-gun was starting to lose patience. "It's taking too long, hurry up!" The skin on the back of her neck began to bulge with grotesque lines. Yu Hoen reassured as he worked. "Just a little longer. Almost done." Soon after, a spider was forcefully extracted from her by his power. Holding out a jar, Yu Hoen proudly said, "I happened to pick up this jar on the road. Perfect, isn't it?" Without hesitation, he slowly put the spider inside the jar. "Come on in, you're useless now." The spider was now completely out of control, constantly screaming at Yu Hoen's actions. "No, you bastard, stop!" He quickly ordered, "Crow, seal it!" Very quickly, the crow responded, "Understood." As the jar closed, the spider's resentful voice echoed, "You filthy criminal! You dare imprison me!" To everyone's astonishment, the aura gradually dissipated. Only desperate threats remained. "I'll kill you! I'll tear you apart from the inside out!" On Yu Hoen's side, the giant spider was lifted high, directed straight into the jar's mouth. Seeing it disappear before his eyes, he rejoiced inwardly. Success! Standing in a corner, Stein and Osiris curiously asked, "What was that? What's happening?" Yu Hoen didn't answer them, turning back with a triumphant smile on his face. Before everyone could regain their composure, the surroundings suddenly shook violently. Che-gun exclaimed in surprise. The tomb. Sua and Luen also panicked, quickly warning, "It's collapsing. Boss, we need to get out immediately." At this moment, Yu Hoen turned to look at Che-go and instructed, "I'm going now. Be careful getting out." She also replied, "Okay." Outside, Irin had been defeated, lying flat on the ground, coughing incessantly. Facing the two of them, Horus angrily said, "You can't stop me anymore. Just think, I've wasted too much time with these weaklings." As he finished speaking, a blinding light emanated from behind him. Immediately after, an explosion occurred from the tomb's gate, causing Horus to exclaim in shock, "What?" Horus waved his hand, creating a shockwave that struck directly at him, yelling, "What's going on? Why is the tomb like this?" Horus's face was slightly panicked, his expression full of doubt. "That damned spider! What the hell is going on?" Yu Hoen created a protective barrier for Julian and Sua. His body was covered in dirt, but his face remained cold. Yu Hoi said to the Special Forces soldiers, "I'm tired. Go back and rest." One of them stepped forward, holding his weapon defensively, and suddenly a metallic sound echoed. "Sao Yu Hoen. Are you inside there?" He smirked, glancing over, and replied, "That's right, you fool." Then, Yu Hotai sarcastically asked the soldiers, "You guys should have come sooner. What's the point of bringing so many people here? It's too late." Those people trembled with anger but could do nothing. "Damn it, you bastard." They angrily yelled and rushed towards Yu Hoen to capture him. He had a confident expression, turning to Daha and saying, "Prepare the artifact to escape." He happily replied immediately, "Okay." Then he ordered, "Rope, bring Irin and Jan out here." The rope flew out quickly as lightning, replying, "Okay." The rope quickly rushed towards the two and wrapped around them. "Come here!" Irin cheerfully called out. Whoosh! The string quickly wrapped them both into a cocoon and lifted them before the special agents could pounce, chasing after them, not letting anyone escape. Another special agent lunged towards Du Hoen, only to be kicked in the gut, followed by a sarcastic retort. "Futile. I prepared the escape plan from the very beginning." A blue aura emanated around everyone, enveloping them. He looked back and said, "Even before setting foot in the tomb, a man tried to run." No. In a flash, Du Hoen's group vanished, leaving the special agents stunned. "They disappeared! Damn it, I saw it too." Horus, observing the situation from outside, cursed. "Damn it! Looks like they had a plan all along." He raised his hand and ordered, "Search the surrounding area now." "Yes, sir." Horus's eyes were heavy. Unable to believe the reality, he muttered to himself, "I'll check the situation inside." No way, that just happened, right? It can't be. At this moment, in a clearing not far away, blue lights flickered from within a bush. Du Hoen's group had teleported outside. Jae excitedly looked around and asked, "We made it, right?" He sat down, moving closer to Iren, asking with concern, "Iren, are you all right? Are you hurt?" She quickly replied, I'm fine, still okay. Jin seems more injured than me. Jiang spoke up at this moment. I'm fine too. I ate the immortal herb. Du Hoen comforted them. Endure a little longer. The rope loosened, and he continued. When we get back, I'll have Chloe give you a thorough checkup. Jiang happily agreed. Thank you. Du Hoen summoned a monster. He used the power of Basin, one of Solomon's monsters, to move around. But with the current situation, he said, they'll at least offer some help. Their plans had changed a lot. In the dark night, accompanied by a faint moonlight, leader Diha, with an annoyed expression, grumbled, Why are we going up the mountain? Why not stay home? We usually stay there. It's much more civilized here. Meanwhile, Du Hoen was happily humming and moving forward. Seeing his nonchalant expression, he became even more agitated. Because we need a place as secluded as possible. Why are we being followed? Exactly. Nero, summon the Golden Palace. Ja continued. Simple is still the best. So, how about summoning something underground? At this moment, Nero appeared, angrily asking, Underground? He angrily asked loudly. An underground palace? What kind of palace is that? Why not a tomb? Du Hofan and Jaehae looked at him, both surprised and helpless. He said softly, Didn't think this situation would happen. He walked over to Nero, patting his chubby figure. Nero, listen, a good design includes how good the building is. Hearing that, he was immediately persuaded. Jaehae also praised. Nice one, boss. After being persuaded, Nero decided to summon an underground castle. On the contrary, he would decide its proportions, while Du Hoen stood beside, observing. While his teammates rested and recovered, he had a few things to do. He slowly walked out of the building's gate. A wisp of black smoke suddenly approached Du Hoen's back, asking, Aren't you being too hasty? The raven Jiang, its wings drawing near, asked softly. I see you haven't fully recovered yet. His steps gradually halted. He answered the raven, just loud enough to overpower that spider. I need to resolve this thoroughly to rest comfortably. Du Hoen created a wisp of white smoke, took out a small bottle, and said leisurely, All right, come on out. The bottle fell to the ground, the cap popped open, and a cute little spider fell out with a thud. It slowly stood up. Du Hoen provoked. You and I need to decide who wins. Want to fight? It stared intently at him. Du Hoen suddenly disappeared, creating a streak of red lightning. I will kill you. The stones began to shift, merging together. He chuckled, saying, You're creating a body that way? Those stones merged into a giant spider standing before Du Hoen. He mocked. To think you have to rely on these stones, so pathetic for a parasitic relic, the stone spider angrily retorted. You're the pathetic one. The stone spider's eyes glowed red. It chuckled mockingly and provoked. For being born in that weak form, Du Hoen took a fighting stance. He smirked and said, Say that again. Scene changes to a large, magnificent house. A powerful voice resounded. That foolish spider is being suppressed by Swen. Prometheus was extremely angry, scolding Horus. You never complete any task assigned to you. He pointed at himself, angrily yelling. Oftentimes, it's better if I do it myself than have you do it. Prometheus continued, worried. That spider is the last of the 7 sacred relics guarding the prison. If Seo Du Hoen gets involved, he'll definitely obtain all 7. He gnashed his teeth, his face grim. I'm sure the spider was subdued, that's why we've been so calm. If it's lost, Ivy down below would be sweating bullets. We have to prevent that from happening, do everything to find them. Only then did she slowly speak up. We've searched all over New York, and mobilized forces to search the headquarters. He clenched his fist and ordered, Continue searching deeper. That's not enough. The scene zoomed out on the city, along with words filled with annoyance. Do everything you can. This is a major crisis. At the headquarters, a thunderous explosion suddenly rang out. A scream was heard. Stay where you are. We are Pandora. Where is Seo Du Hoen hiding? An assistant hurriedly ran up to Edward, panicked. Chairman, you need to escape immediately. He whipped around, sweating profusely, and urgently said, Damn it, what's the chaos about? Dugon asked with a suspicious look. What's going on? Did Seo Du Hoen do something to provoke Pandora? The other person quickly replied. He stole a very important sacred relic. He needs help from us. All kinds of fully equipped weapons, from guns to swords to axes, were neatly arranged. They are all quite powerful combat relics, Duleon angrily yelled. Didn't it only ask us to exist in some way, right? At this moment, the Special Forces team broke through the wall and stormed in. This side stopped there, and the other shouted to Duan. We'll hold this side. Seize the opportunity to run. Damn it, what a mess. While running away, she worried. If we're attacked too heavily, how will Seo Du Hoen be? Nothing will happen to him, right? On this side of the forest, light filtered little by little through the dense foliage, accompanied by dying curses. On Seo Du Hoen's side, he was still using his bare hands to block the relentless attacks. However, His face remained cold and emotionless. The spider lunged forward, its eyes radiating a formidable red aura.
I said you'll die!
It used its leg to stab towards Seo Du Hoen. He still used his bare hands to block the immensely powerful aura released.
Seo Du Hoen hadn't even touched the spider's leg yet, but the aura from his hand had already blocked it.
The spider, which was full of power, suddenly froze when it heard Seo Du Hoen say,
"Stop." He wore a triumphant expression and cracked a vile smile. "It's useless. In fact,"
he then threw a sudden punch with immense power, causing the spider's head to be knocked sideways. The sandstorm that boss used when refusing and demanding to buy him fried chicken was much stronger than this. The spider took a hit and collapsed at Seo Du Hoen's feet. He propped himself up and slowly said, "I'm not the same as I used to be. It sounds arrogant to say, but I've become uniquely powerful."
Seo Du Hoen began to entice, a little provocatively. "Admit it, you've lost and follow me. Don't be so stubbornly pathetic anymore." The spider, lying on the ground, still tried to curse. "Shut up, I won't accept it."
Its aura began to fade and weaken. "That's because I don't have a master. If I was decent, then—" Seo Du Hoen immediately jumped in and said, "Sorry."
Looking at the spider that had transformed into its original form, he leisurely asked, "Even if you're right, no one can interfere in the battle between us, right?"
It still stubbornly cursed.
"Damn it."
Suddenly it paused for a moment, secretly scheming. "Wait a minute, I have a successor. It's Seo Du Hoen. If he's my master, I'll be able to control him to a certain extent." Suddenly, it began to turn into wisps of smoke, surprising him. "I can turn the tables."
It disappeared, and moved continuously around Seo Du Hoen, leaving him a little bewildered and confused.
He paid a little attention, and then swung a blade of energy this way. A hole cracked open in the ground, and smoke billowed up. Seo Du Hoen said, "Where are you, you damn spider?" Suddenly, it appeared right behind his neck. "I told you, prolonging this fight is useless."
The spider opened its mouth and bit into his neck. "I've got you!"
It sucked in Seo Du Hoen's blood with force. "Now you are my master." Suddenly, it widened its eyes in shock. And then the spider was blown away downwards. "What the hell? What did you do to my body?" "Its whole body is emitting a blue light." Yu Hoen slowly replied, "I don't know either. Something, I guess, like garlic left for 1,000 years. A blood saint's tear that even demon lords fear. But the filthy, disgusting thing."
Yu Hoen's face wore a smug, sarcastic smile.
"Why do you call them filthy? Holy relics are protecting me. Of course, I only choose the rebellious ones."
He looked at the spider struggling on the ground and said,
"Because you are a parasite, one of Glaston's holy relics. I was hoping you'd try this attack form." Hearing that, the spider angrily cursed, "You cunning bastard." Yu Hoen taunted, "You should say, Master, why did you scheme against me, instead of cunning bastard?" His eyes turned chillingly sharp. "Looks like I need to give you a good lesson." The spider was in excruciating pain, trembling, and unable to move. Suddenly, a sky-shattering explosion erupted in the courtyard. Yu Hoen used his domination ability, aiming to end everything in one go. The spider screamed and struggled, unable to withstand it. It shook the entire palace, alarming even its master, who rushed to find him. At this moment, Nero frantically ran over, yelling, "Say, Yu Hoen, are you planning to destroy my house? Remember, this place is underground. If it collapses, you'll be buried along with it." He shouted in panic. "It will really become a tomb, not a palace buried underground." But Yu Hoen just smirked and ordered, "Make sure it doesn't collapse." While he used even stronger techniques, he didn't forget to tease, "If it collapses, isn't it because your architecture is too flimsy? Why blame me?" Nero trembled with anger. "You didn't tell me you would use it like this." Even he was overwhelmed by this power. While Yu Hoen continued, "Whatever, start rebuilding the palace or something. Why are you still standing there? You should renovate it, and make sure not a single ray of light gets out." The spider angrily cursed while struggling to get up. That bastard, ridiculous domination ability. Unknowingly, a lot of objects appeared out of nowhere, floating in the air. They clattered as they fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yu Hoen asked, "What are those things? Why are the holy relics here?" "Oh my god." Those objects started to wriggle and talk. "Damn it, where are we? We are free. It seems these are the holy relics that the spider swallowed." He remembered Magion's image. Magion had excavated many holy relics in the spider's tomb. But he guessed this guy was holding a lot more. They were released because the spider was weakening. It was exhausted and couldn't stand up. "No, damn it, get back here." Yu Hoen smirked with greedy eyes, grabbing them. "I can let these holy relics be free, right? Not a bad idea." He called out all his holy relics, startling them. "Dogis, Rope, Mamon, Xianggu, and all the rest of you, come out!" Yu Hoen smirked and tilted his chin, ordering, "Seize all the holy relics right now." Set's jaw dropped, utterly shocked. "Is that it? There are so many." As soon as they cornered countless holy relics, all hell broke loose in the Golden Palace. It was because the holy relics had opened a door, hoping to find a way out. One side chased after them. "Stop!" But not a single holy relic got out. "We are underground. The only exit is guarded by Nero. One side ran for their lives. Damn it, run! The holy relics were trapped by the arrest team I sent to prepare. Set angrily gnawed on the magic book, while the rope coiled around a piece of paper. You bastard, I said, stop. The objects began to panic. They were scared and worried. How could this be? We've all been caught. We're going to be imprisoned again. I won't let that happen. Right. We will do everything we can. They started gathering in groups to plan. If we can't get through that door, then the only thing left is to smash the walls to escape. Oh, not a bad idea. Nero, hearing this on the side, was startled and panicked. He shouted with an angry face. You rotten, stupid things. You want to dig holes in the walls of my palace? Do you know how much effort I've put into it? The objects suddenly revealed their true forms, their eyes greedy and full of hope. Is that our problem? That's right. Let's find somewhere we can use our power. They started picking up their equipment, frantically rushing to smash things, then smashing them to pieces. The quiet sky was suddenly broken by rumbling sounds from above, echoing down into the serene green forest. The ground shook violently, as if a heavy object had crashed down. A powerful explosion sent rocks flying everywhere. Inside the palace, 4 strangely shaped creatures that had fallen from the sky were gathering. An annoyed shout erupted. Damn it, it's all dirt and rocks on the outside. Nero, enraged, hurled fire at someone. You dare make holes in my palace? I won't forgive anyone. The fire blazed fiercely, engulfing the room, and screams echoed. Fire! Fire! The monsters panicked amidst the sea of flames. One shouted, We're gonna burn to death here! Run, it's getting hot! Another one panicked. Water? Anyone got water? Put out the fire! A decisive voice rang out. Ah, let me! The monsters sneered. We have plenty of people here. We can easily handle any situation, Nero said through gritted teeth. Bastards! Lightning immediately appeared. There are plenty of relics here too. Come out now, he asked, frustrated. Why are you so late? Where is Yu Hohen? He continued, confused. Huh, why are you acting like this? We're busy collecting other relics. Master is still fighting the spider boss. Nero frowned. He's still there? The voice of lightning spoke. His opponent is a relic boss. I think he's quite impressive to have gotten this far. The scene shifted to another room, where Yu Hohen was fighting the spider. His expression unchanged, he blurted out, It's really over, you damn spider. Why waste time when you already know the ending? It screeched in rage. No, not so ridiculous, I won't accept it. Yu Hohen raised his hand, energy erupting. Stubborn? You're the most obstinate of the 7 relics. Seems like I need to teach you a lesson in manners once in a while. A fruit flew over and landed on Yu Hohen's shoulder, whispering, You seem to have mastered subduing it. When can we open the jail cell? His head was full of question marks. Listening to him continue. Wait a bit. We have to proceed one step at a time. Yu Hohen dashed quickly through the long corridor of the palace. The moment I subdued the spider boss, I immediately chased after the fleeing relics. More chances to obtain tons of relics. There's no other way. I have to get through. He saw Julian in front of him, shivering from the cold, giving orders. Line up neatly, no disorder. At his feet, the captured relics were muttering softly. We've been caught. A few were even sobbing. Yu Hohen walked forward with a bright smile, somewhat amused by those things. Oh, Julian, you've caught so many. Do you know where the fleeing relics are? He answered immediately. They're all gathering at the entrance. I think Nero went to deal with them. Yu Hohen replied briefly. I know. He knew very well that he could move the palace entrance to wherever he wanted. That meant this place would really become a disaster. Yu Hohen shouted loudly, calling someone. Lemon! She was fighting someone, and immediately flustered. Anyone, come help me! Ah, there you are. He looked at the chaotic scene before him and said coldly. Seems worse than expected. Lemon dragged the sluggish crocodile under her feet, walked over to Yu Hohen, and sighed. Ah, it seems so. She stood up and shouted, complaining with a bit of annoyance. The fleeing relics formed a resistance group. It was very difficult for us because there were too many. A group of tall and strong monsters appeared. According to Lemon, the leader was a burrowing monster. Yu Hohen shouted in panic. Huh? Lemon continued to explain. And Nero got angry and started burning this place. We suffered a lot of damage. Everything here has become chaotic. He was sure. His eyes narrowed as he smirked. All right, we just need to smash them up as quickly as possible. She turned to look at Yu Hohen in a panic. Isn't that too difficult? You've used too much power already. He gave a confident smile. It can still be done. Heading straight towards the group of monsters, Yu Hohen declared, Hey, you bunch of idiots. I am your master now. One of them muttered. Bluffing. Got it, let's make a tunnel. The bull-headed monster paused. They said, The tunnel is completed. Let's get out. He saw that the situation was not good, far from the plan, and suddenly cursed. Damn it, what the hell is going on? All of them didn't waste a second. They all rushed into the tunnel in unison. Yu Hohen yelled, looking at Nero standing right next to him. We have to chase after them. Nero, open the entrance, he replied awkwardly. Okay, damn it. How did it turn out like this? He gasped for breath, sprinting up the stairs towards the outside. Once outside, it seemed the situation was as bad as he'd predicted. Many relics had left the tunnel and were now flying upwards. Tons of relics scattered across the sky. Catching them would be a problem. But a bigger problem was that it was attracting a lot of enemies. Yu Hoan looked up at the sky, frowning. What a headache. I'll summon the relics that specialize in flying first. Ropes immediately appeared, trying to stop the relics. Stop! Stop! Sweat dripped down his face as he watched the rope shoot into the sky and shouted, Hey rope, don't overdo it, I'll summon better flying relics. Energy burst from it, and the powerful rope shot up instantly. I don't want to, I will help. It wrapped tightly around a relic, which struggled violently. Let me go, you damn thing! The rope was trying its best to catch the chaotic flying relics in the sky. Filthy, stay away from me, stop! But because there were too many, and they were flying too fast, a mocking laugh echoed. If you only catch a few, then give up. No matter how much you stretch, you can't catch us all. It started to get angry, its whole body coiling tightly. Ugh, so annoying, I want to catch them all! The rope coiled tighter and tighter. If I was just a little stronger! The relic was shocked. Why are you glowing? Yu Hoan was a little uneasy, and immediately ordered Crow. Damn, is that rope serious? Gather reinforcements to help, as fast as possible. She quickly acknowledged the order. Understood, he continued, sweating, but suddenly the space brightened up several times over. Use her soul and head, they fly well. As soon as Yu Hoan finished speaking, a strong light burst from the sky, and both of them turned back in surprise. What? After a burst of strong golden light, the rope suddenly evolved. A huge surge of energy made it let out a painful roar. Just moments later, the rope exploded and split into many golden tendrils, reaching out across the sky with superior speed and power. The relics that were flying around in disarray were caught by the tendrils before they could react. What the hell? Run! The rope stretched out countless versions of itself. Now it was full of confidence. I'll catch them all! Seeing the scene before him, Yu Hoan was both surprised and tense. Hey Crow, what's wrong with the rope? He also couldn't believe what was happening. How is this possible? The rope's level is actually increasing, he replied in disbelief. Why is it increasing again? Isn't it still at level S? Crow continued. Don't be surprised! Listen to me. The rope is currently a secret relic. Yu Hoan, hearing this information, was both excited and stunned, jumping back in shock. The rope continued to evolve once more. Based on what Crow said, it was now a secret relic. Yu Hoan exclaimed in confusion. Wait, how can that be possible? How can a rope become a secret relic? Crow, flapping his wings in front of him, was also full of doubt. I don't know either. I've never seen this happen before. Lemon had also come up here, his mouth agape in shock. I saw it too. That kid is really a secret relic right now. Immediately afterwards, the rope reached out and touched his shoulder, calling out eagerly. Master! I caught them all! Yu Hoan turned to look in a daze, exclaiming in surprise. Well, that's great. He smiled gently, reached out, and stroked the rope lightly, and praised. You did a great job. It blushed and repeated in its thoughts. I just got praised. Extremely excited, it immediately wrapped tightly around Yu Hoan, laughing gleefully. I did well! He glanced at the rope and sighed. She's still as excited as ever. Everyone was surprised. A contract with a secret relic was unexpectedly added. It was so surprised that its true form flew out. A contract? But my contract is still valid. You currently possess 2 contracts. Yu Hoan only uttered a few unintelligible sounds. Is that possible? It stated with suspicion. This is definitely not normal. I need to examine what has happened. Just then, Lafon cried out in a fluster. I'll go with you. Something must be wrong here. Based on what Quo and Lafon investigated, I decided to interrogate these captured relics. DHA gaped in awe. So many! I think this is the most I've ever seen. Yu Hoan smirked smugly, spotting a few small relics hiding. Because there were so many, I mobilized the whole gang to help, but it's quite a problem. A bizarre creature roared. Yeah, let you possess me? I'd rather you kill me. No, I will kill all of you. Someone complained with a hint of weariness. Ugh, this relic is causing trouble again. Yu Hoan frowned, watching. So noisy. A thought crossed his mind. It's as if they're affected by that spider's personality. Most of them are hot-tempered, starting to resist fiercely. He stood in contemplation, hand on his chin, eyes thoughtful. Even if I try to persuade them, they're still demonic relics. There will be many times I have to use them. Yu Hoan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I need to do a few things. These guys are just wasting my time. I'm thinking of imprisoning the useless relics. Sua Kwong raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked again, puzzled. Imprison? Jia chimed in. He stood with his arms crossed, full of doubts. A prison for relics? Is that possible? Yu Hoan stepped forward decisively. I have to do it. I'll put the relics that don't obey in there, and when they start to submit, they'll be released. Sua worriedly cared for him. But shouldn't you rest a bit? You must have used a lot of power in this battle. Yu Hoan glanced to the side, deliberately avoiding eye contact with her, his eyes half tired, half cold. Yes, I should sleep for a while after that. Picking on them isn't an urgent matter. I trust you guys. She could only smile in response. Sleep well. Yu Hoan also responded. Sleep well. With that said, he changed the subject, speaking to someone else. What's the situation? Have you found anything yet? It appeared, and replied in a low voice. We don't have anything yet. In the first place, it's difficult to improve the level of the relic, and it's not easy to find any other precedents. Yu Hoan stepped forward, grabbed the handle, and gently opened the door in front of him. The door creaked open. He stepped inside and said, It's a rare occurrence. Another voice spoke with a tense expression. There you are. The human Yu Hoan calmly addressed the matter at hand. You're in my room? How far along is the investigation? Lamoni looked worried. I don't see anything. Searching the history of all the relics hasn't turned up any case like this kid's. Kuo slowly looked at Yu Hoan, trying to analyze. I'm just guessing, but the string was temporarily stripped of its position as a secret relic. Her essence is that of a secret relic, but for some reason it was stolen and degraded. Yu Hoan exclaimed. Oh ho! Lam Mon pointed in confusion. But if there was such a case, it should have been recorded. She stared at Kuo, utterly confused. A secret relic being stripped of its power and becoming a normal relic is a huge event that should be documented. It didn't know how to explain it either, whispering softly. Could it have been lost? Lam Mon faced Yu Hoan and pointed. I have another perspective. The string isn't really a secret relic. She somehow became stronger than sulfur monosulfide rank and was given the name secret relic. She had doubts and clear evidence. The evidence is that not all secret relics are elevated. He nodded in response. That sounds convincing. Kuo stepped forward and immediately argued in rebuttal. But we still don't know how she climbed to sulfur monosulfide rank, she admitted. That's right. It's just a hypothesis anyway, it said with determination. You can't explain why she suddenly appeared, can you? Lamont uttered in a subdued tone. I will start searching. Yu Hoan happily offered an idea. He was utterly nonchalant. Then nothing certain. Continue the investigation. I'll take a nap in the meantime. Lam Mon was so shocked that she shouted. Huh? You can sleep in the current situation? She continued to scold angrily. You don't even know what kind of fiend that string is. In response, Yu Hoan only smiled with his eyes closed. Even if it's some kind of fiend, it's still an arm of mine. I haven't had a break since that battle in the mausoleum. Good luck. While resting, Yu Hoan pondered with doubt. What exactly is that string? Lamon said. It's different from other secret relics, and it can also conceal its identity like Kuo said. But the question is, why it's so powerful? I think only the Northu legend of Garenia, an extremely powerful troublemaking god in Northu lore, that is between the descendants of Loki. It was prophesied that a wolf named Fenrir would destroy Odin. It wreaked havoc in heaven. Finally, the dwarves were ordered to create chains to bind Fenrir, and they made GPIA. The chain is as soft as silk, very flexible. It can bind Fenrir so it can't move recklessly for a long time. But the appearance of the string is just a little simple compared to GPN. Thinking to this point, Yu Hoan's eyes could no longer open and he dozed off. Sleep. As sleep came, he muttered to himself, I'll think about it more after I wake up. The scene switches to Pandora headquarters. The weather is currently a sunny morning with golden sun and blue skies. A man stood at attention and shouted, Ah, Prometheus, hello! But he replied with annoyance and coldness. We don't need such careful greeting rituals. Open the door. That gatekeeper replied loudly, Yes, sir! Prometheus majestically, his whole body seemed to emit an aura. Looking at the door in front of him, slowly opening, he frowned and ordered, Is anyone here? A young staff member standing nearby immediately stepped back, a little flustered, and said, Okay, see you later. As Prometheus entered a space covered in vines and soft light filtering through the foliage, a voice suddenly spoke. Oh my, who is it? It's been quite a while. Prometheus. He looked up, smiling brightly as he greeted. How are you, Mother of Life? Prometheus stopped before a massive statue. It was surrounded by branches and flowers. He grandly called out the name solemnly. Grr. Geyer tilted her head, her lips curving into a smile as she said, A peaceful life is natural. I still live my life while visiting and nurturing achievements. But then, her face suddenly became expressionless. Her eyes glancing over and asking, What's wrong? Prometheus looked up at her and suggested, I want you to be able to add more new relics to the Pandora army as quickly as possible, if feasible. He tried to persuade Gur. The situation outside is currently not optimistic. There is a problematic human that we need to eliminate. Prometheus continued to offer reasons. If things get worse, he could open a prison.
We have mobilized the entire Pandora force to find him, but that's still not enough, he exclaimed in a sincere voice.
We need more relics, a large amount, Gay asked in confusion. That's impossible. The 7 great relics are probably guarding the prison. How could a human? Prometheus helplessly replied. That's because the 7 relics are all in his hands. Once the last relic submits to him, the prison can be opened immediately.
She paused for a moment and said, a serious problem, but sending out relics is unstable. You know that, right? Artificial relics nurtured with seeds are unstable. Gur explained to him in a low voice. You should know it well, because you are the one who gave them the undefined names. They must go through a stabilization process before being used as allies. What will you do if you send out relics when they are not ready, and could harm your allies?
Prometheus stammered after hearing this. That is, G tried to suggest some options to him. We can find another way, see how it goes. What about the precious relics? They are gathered at the headquarters, like the Emperor's throne, or the round table. Finally, she lowered her voice and said, or, I step out myself. Prometheus suddenly raised his voice and asked, You want to step out yourself?
Gayer saw that he seemed to disapprove,
and asked, What's wrong? It's also good for me to go out and see the world after a long time. Prometheus immediately refused strongly. No, it's all right, stay here, he firmly said. I accept that you do not suggest using the Emperor's throne or the round table. Relics should do what is really appropriate for them. Then Prometheus made a request to Gersai. In the event that it can give birth to new relics, please support us by staying here. He was still trying hard to change her mind. It is very dangerous in the first place for relics to form the foundation outside of Pandora. I'd rather send out undefined relics and seize the opportunity. But Gayer then rolled up the vines and said, That's a pity. The vines wrapped around the huge body gradually contracted, and she made a decision. I thought I finally had a chance to escape this boring life and get out there.
Gayer walked brightly and said to Prometheus,
Follow me. I'll take you to the room where I care for the newly born relics. Prometheus quickly followed behind, looking around as he walked, and asked, What do you think about taking them out now? G cleared his throat in agreement. Yes, I think I should. Arriving in front of a large gate, Gayer immediately said,
Try selecting a relic that has gone through the stabilization process. Prometheus, upon hearing this, immediately replied, Understood. Together, they entered a greenhouse filled with flowers.
He observed the surrounding flower plants, and looked questioningly. This process doesn't seem much different from giving birth to new relics, does it? Gayer explained. But they have to go through this process so they can be useful. Prometheus looked around and imagined wicked thoughts, smirking as he said, That's good enough. While Yu was sleeping, a voice called out, Boss! Ja urgently reported, Those Pandora bastards are surrounding this place. He looked very flustered as he said, Pandora can evade Sua and Baowai's search. Our location is very secret.
Yu frowned, his voice slightly lowered to correct, meaning they didn't find us during the search, but instead located us beforehand and approached us after strategizing. What's the situation now?
He hurriedly got out of bed and divided the tasks. Everyone goes out to fight. I'll take charge of getting us to escape, but the escape relics aren't working. Do you think it's because the enemy got their nose into this? At this moment, while the soldiers were fighting, a beam of light flashed, and one of them angrily said, They probably used a relic that can nullify teleportation. When they saw Julian appear, everyone exclaimed. It seems they prepared very thoroughly. A few soldiers reported back to him. I'll go take care of the relics interfering with teleportation. When you see them, think of a way to get them working. Julian approved, and reminded everyone, Okay, be careful. Sua ran in from outside, shouting loudly, You bastard! From inside the underground came a voice, Surrender, and hand over the 7 relics. What do you say? Yue, come out. It seems they've been watching you, and warned. We know you can't escape.
Seeing the soldier standing on Horus's side, Julian immediately said, We saw him at the spider boss's tomb. A bunch of liars. Horus lowered his voice, threatening, I won't let you go anywhere. That's Horus's relic?
We saw him a few days ago. At this moment, Yu ran up behind Julian, gently saying, There you are. In contrast to his calmness, he urgently announced, I guess because you have the head of a hawk, your eyes must be very good at finding us. You two floated in the air, wondering, My head is joking? Horus replied somberly, I don't need to use these eyes. I heard about you from the relics that escaped the forest. At this moment, Yu also recalled those relics. He was talking about the relics he lost, but in his heart he immediately rejected those taunts, not really surprised because there were so many. We were caught because of me? Because of me? A relic suddenly appeared behind, startling Yu, who exclaimed, We were caught because I lost the relics.
Horus immediately corrected his statement, saying, That's not it, actually. You captured a lot of the relics that we lost. Yu stammered in response. Really? This Horus softly replied.
That's right. This tone was somewhat ambiguous, causing him to be suspicious. Are you kidding? Because of his helplessness. He's saying, whatever now.
Horus suddenly swung the hook in his hand and roared, Anyway, you'll be trapped like rats. I'll take back everything I lost in the past days. Before he could do anything, something hit him right on the head, causing him to ask vaguely, who was that? Sishu smiled triumphantly, saying, isn't it little whore? Seeing him appear, Yue immediately exclaimed, Set, you ran over, wondering, why did you come out? I clearly didn't call you. He roared while releasing energy, grumbling. There's something that needs to be settled between me and him, Set said in a hateful voice. Every time I see him, I want to tear him into 100 pieces. Hearing this, Yu thought helplessly, oh, I guess this is a normal reaction. In Egyptian mythology, Set killed Osiris. Horus is the dead son of Osiris. He was furious after discovering he was born and sent snakes and scorpions to kill him. But Horus survived and challenged Set when he grew up. Finally, after an 80-year war, he won. Seeing him angry, Yu Hoen pondered for a moment. In mythology, they are depicted as mortal enemies, but sacred relics probably also become contradictory. But Set definitely has many enemies. Horus, while patting his head, mocked. Set, you're siding with humans? Aren't you ashamed? He cleared his throat and asked again, what's shameful about it? Then he calmly said, I'm just a pragmatist. Humans are more useful than imagined. Set looked at the other sacred relics and said, you think it's just me? All the other Egyptian relics are here too. Hearing him say that, Horus flared up and exclaimed, how am I your son? Then he turned to the soldiers and shouted, what are you doing? Attack! He pointed at the sacred relics and said, destroy them and bring the 7 sacred relics here. Saiki scoffed upon hearing this. Oh my, you're so easily fooled. Yu Hoen curled his lip helplessly as he listened to Set saying, let's see if you destroy or get destroyed, you easy son. He watched them fight, thinking in his head, the Egyptian sacred relics somehow got caught in this mess. No, that might be better for us. While Yu Hoen was plotting, and that Horus was distracted, he would find the sacred relics blocking our escape route. Yu Hoen curled his lip as he charged forward, muttering to himself, if I take care of them, we can escape from here. Horus held onto his scythe tightly, aiming at Set with murderous intent. He was drawn into Set's extreme antics, and started fighting like crazy. Although Set was doing these things voluntarily, he had given himself an opportunity. Yu Hoen rushed forward with a smug smile, because he could distract Horus. He glanced at Crow to give the order. Crow swept the sacred relics around us. He hesitated a little. I can do it. But Crow appeared from behind with glowing eyes. There are a lot of sacred relics around, so it might take us a while. Yu Hoen interrupted. Never mind, just do it. We have to find the sacred relic blocking our way. The guards appeared again, blocking his path. Stop, we can't let you go. You can avoid Horus's attention but not ours. Standing in front of a crowd of people who wanted to capture him, he paid attention to something else. Horus Nim, isn't the hierarchy here a bit strange? Yes. A sacred relic has a higher status than a human? Yu Hoen cursed directly at each of them. Do you have any pride left? Are you stupid? The guards could only grit their teeth in anger. Damn it. Ashamed, they lunged forward, swinging their weapons at him. Catching them, the rope appeared, striking 2 of them repeatedly. You dare attack, master! You dare! It kept hitting one of them, making him scream. This rope is so strong, the rope really likes this game. Here, take this. He also charged at the crowd, pointing guns along with Igis. My sacred relics are doing well today on their own. All the firearms converged, aiming accurately at the shield to fire. A large explosion erupted. Towering flames obscured everything. From within the fire, Yu Hoen rushed out like an arrow, catching them off guard. He slashed twice at him. He quickly used the shaft of his spear to block. In just a split second, through the dark glass, his eyes met something. He fired a fireball. Yu Hoen agilely leaned to the side to dodge. Taking advantage of this moment, another person sneak attacked from behind. Die! He jumped to the side and they fired again at that spot. Die! Yu Hoen aimed accurately at the target and ordered, focus the attack on him. Hwoarang sighed a little. Master, I am very grateful that you chose me. Wouldn't it be better to choose another weapon? The guards kept firing bullets and fireballs at him. There are so many, and they are equipped with long-range sacred relic attack weapons. Even while busy defending, Yu Hoen heard it rambling. Use something like Xiang Yu, for example. He is stronger than me, and can attack a wide area. He couldn't help but tease it. Oh my, are you a strategist? Hwoarang lit up, as if thinking of something. Or maybe change my appearance to look like a spear? Yu Hoen easily blocked every attack. No, you're better like this. His gaze was fixed in one direction. My goal isn't to take them all down, but to find a way to escape. The guards kept coming in droves, forcing him to think of another plan. To do that, I need to neutralize the relics interfering with our path. It'd be best if I could create some distance between us, and get out if needed. Igis, feeling wronged, finally complained after enduring for so long. Create some distance? When are you planning to do that? I'm getting beaten up here. Yu Hoen ignored him, offering a perfunctory consolation. Just wait a bit. How's Crow doing? Find anything yet? In a gray, hazy space, only a few indistinct figures could be seen. I found some strange relics. It seems like the names of these relics are unclear.
There are several names overlapping each other.
Crow looked at Yu Hoen helplessly. I can't clearly identify their names, can't know what they do. He glared at them angrily. These bastards must be using a lot of tricks.
Its eyes were still wide with worry. No, that's not the problem. The names of those relics are very unique, and we can't change them as we wish. Yu Hoen, noticing Crow's confusion, also became tense. Neither humans nor relics have enough power to change the names of other relics. I need to investigate further. What exactly is this phenomenon? He blocked a guard's sword strike and shouted, "Wait a moment." Sweat dripped from his brow. He couldn't believe it. So you mean you still haven't found the relic? It affirmed without hesitation. That's right, you could say that. Damn it. Warang in Yu Hoen's hand gradually disappeared upon command. Sword Warang, return. He pulled out a weapon covered in green, changing his plan. Oh. Yu Hoen skillfully twirled the spear several times in the air, making it equally excited. Where are all my enemies? Zhang Yu, come here! He slammed the spearhead straight into the ground, causing rocks and debris to fly everywhere. The green rays of light slowly approached the guards, much to their bewilderment. The next second, an earthquake occurred, blowing away the guards along with the rocks and debris. Xuan, exhausted, struggled to support himself with Zhang Yu. From this moment on, I decided that this escape wouldn't be easy. I started to act more proactively. The blown-away soldiers struggled to get up, dazed. We have no way to escape the current situation. There's no choice but to fight the enemy. His feet momentarily left the ground. I need to do something as soon as possible. Yu Hoen tore through the wind as he charged forward. Faced with this unprepared battle, we were really suffering heavy losses. Thinking of the Ophelia members still fighting out there strengthened his resolve. The members are fighting on the edge of life and death because they trust me. They believe that I will find a solution. Yu Hoen thrust the spear forward forcefully. But I don't really have a perfect plan at all, because of the strange appearance of a relic that cannot be found. He was still lost in thought when a flash of light appeared behind him. While I was dealing with these things, Yu Hoen glanced back with a bad premonition. Things were getting worse. Set clutched his shoulder in extreme pain. Damn it, no way! Seeing Horus still unharmed in front of him horrified him. Right now? Is this the power of the sun god? Horus held a circular object in his hand, emitting light like the sun. So you must recognize this, Sen asked curiously. How did you get it? Set, exhausted, sat down on the ground, listening to his story. Have you ever heard of Ra Horkakti? It is where Ra and I merge. Horus slowly put the object into his own chest. Even so, we are not really complete yet. I can borrow the power to dry you out. Then his whole body lit up, blurring the surrounding scenery. Now look here. This is the power of the sun. Horus reached out a hand, tightly gripping Set's neck. It's over, you stupid bastard. He raised his hand high, creating a fireball, preparing to throw it. The orb in its hand was like a miniature sun. I will burn you to ashes. Consider this the price for your delusions of grandeur. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, causing it to turn back for a closer look. How dare you destroy another sacred relic like this? Yu Hoen slowly walked towards the battlefield. Get back here. Horus was astonished to see him. Yu Hoen wasn't pleased seeing such a small person daring to stand in its way. Are you planning to resist? Yu Hoen calmly replied, Why wouldn't I? It spat out a foolish curse. Surrounded on all sides by soldiers, Horus raised his voice to remind him, I'm not your only enemy. The elite of Pandora will deal with you together. He lowered his voice, carrying arrogance from on high. You can hand over the 7 sacred relics and beg for your life. Why so tense? What a disappointment. He continuously criticized Yu Hoen, even though he didn't react at all. How dare you open the prison at the very beginning? It's not just me who will have a headache if you open it, but all of humanity will be in trouble too. The final reminder made Yu Hoen's eyes widen in alarm. The moment it appears, a terrible earthquake will occur, along with volcanic eruptions. It won't be a normal event anymore. Horus spread his arms wide, seemingly excited. That's right, a great prison. Those sacred relics floating in a separate space have a huge role. Now gathering all 7 sacred relics will allow us to open it, as the legend says. And we are here to prevent this from happening. Yu Hoen revealed a sly smile. Should I open it right now, and then maybe hide inside? Yu Hoen's face was now smudged. He glanced around. Anyway, we're in a closed space. I think it's better to open the prison. Horus lowered his head slightly, looking silently. They're trying to stop me from doing this, which makes me really want to do what they don't want. He spoke out. Then it will become a disaster for humanity, understand? Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, he shouted, How dare you ignore me when I'm talking to you? Yu Hoen, holding a large dao in his hand, calmly replied, You startled me. Who said I was thinking of something else? Horus, furious, rushed towards him, raising his voice. Answer me. Tell me. Give me 6 reasons why the prison is harmful to humans. He was puzzled, not understanding what he was saying, and replied in a feigned voice, Who knows after 6 reasons? He guessed they shouted, See? I knew you weren't listening. Horus leaned over, raising his hand to create a dazzling source of power. He said impatiently, Talking to humans is such a waste of time. Die! Hot flames emanated, and he ordered everyone to hide in the nearby house. Get out of here! The third little pig's brick house. The house was scorched by the fire, but it was completely unharmed, he exclaimed. I haven't been hit at all. He cursed in annoyance. Damn it. He went crazy outside. This caused rocks and soil to continuously fall inside. Sua worriedly asked, Let's see how long you can stay in there. What should we do now? Yu Hoen was holding something, examining it. He spoke out to tell her, causing her to jump. I'm summoning the prison. Seeing her astonished, he glanced over, smiled slyly, and said with some confidence, If it's a big prison, it can turn the tide. We can create an opportunity to escape or hide inside. Sua not only didn't lessen her worry but became even more anxious. She came over to advise him. But isn't it too dangerous? What if we can't get out? Fighting them head-on is still better. He looked down, stopped smiling, and replied, We could suffer great losses because we're in a disadvantageous situation. Yu Hoen looked up, and he commanded the shaking house. Hey, brick house, create a staircase going down to the basement. It asked in confusion. What for? Now, the huge fire outside was swallowing the house. He and Sua were hiding, wasting time making a request for a staircase to go underground. Nero's golden palace is below, create a passage down there. We need to have Jae restore some of the sacred relics. The house then responded to his request. I only know how to build houses. I don't know how to do those things. Yu Hoen said, Oh, then make a door on the top floor. He calmly mentioned someone. I'll have someone else dig the ground. Before he could mention her name, Lamont appeared with a scepter on her shoulder. Did you call me? That person, he approached her, looking. Even though I didn't call you, but okay, you are the best in this area. She held the scepter tightly in her hand, confidently raising her head. Of course, no sacred relic can dig better than me. A small door underground was opened. He worriedly asked, Is it going to be okay? Yu Hoen turned to explain to Sua, while Lamont was constantly digging diligently. It's not like I'm going to open a big prison immediately after opening it. I'm just using it to get rid of them. Don't worry. He then reminded her. Sua, turning her head to look. Remember to pay attention to Horus. Tell Julian and Ia not to stray too far from us. In the magnificent underground room, strange noises continued to echo. Suddenly, on the ceiling, a scepter dug through the wall, stabbing straight down. Seeing this, Nero was utterly horrified. He yelled, Who's there? What insolent fool dares to damage my beautiful palace? Yu Hoen suddenly jumped down from above, conjuring flames in his hands as he scolded. Say, Du Hoen, why are you arriving like this when there's a perfectly good door? He disregarded the question and asked urgently. Where's Aro Genha? It's urgent. Tell me quickly. Genha widened his eyes in shock, his mouth gaping open as he let out a scream. Standing opposite him, upon hearing such absurdity, he raised his hand and exclaimed, You want me to restore that mad spider and open the grand prison? The hell are you talking about? He grew anxious, his face full of anticipation as he asked, What about our escape? You told me to prepare for it. Yu Hoen didn't explain further, replying simply, Right now, it's too difficult to find the relic manipulating teleportation. His face was smeared with dirt, his eyes full of thought, as he said, Instead of doing that, I want to open the prison to create an opportunity, Horus said. Once the prison is opened, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions will occur. Yu Kosien looked down at Jen, who had his arms crossed. You keep trying to persuade me I can create chaos with this surprise. If it's not feasible, we can hide in the prison. Nero, upon hearing this, interjected. That's dangerous. His face turned menacing, his eyes blazing as he pointed directly at him. The grand prison is enormous. If we get isolated while trying to hide inside, things could become very dangerous. He raised his hand near his chin, rethinking it, and turned to Lamont beside him, saying, But I think the shock of the prison appearing sounds good. She immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I agree. Jean was now drenched in sweat from fear. He trembled in anxiety at Yu Hoen's words. So once the prison appears, we have to run immediately. Understand? We'll use anything we can to escape. So prepare. He helplessly clutched his head, turning to examine the table, muttering, Okay, wait. Escaping relics, restoration relics. Damn it, I should pack the restoration relics together. Yu Hoen stood with his arms crossed behind him and spoke up, causing him to turn around with a weary, sweaty look. Just restore them to the point where they're usable. If you restore them too much, they might do some ridiculous things. Genha hesitantly replied, Okay, give me half an hour. Yu Hoen raised his head, flashing a quick, businesslike smile as he ordered, 10 minutes! He shouted in alarm. What? Are you kidding me? Outside at this moment, the house was still under constant attack, causing it to crack quite a bit. Clouds of smoke kept rising, and even though it was confident, it had to be cautious. I'm confident in my fighting skills, but it's too tough. How much longer do I need to hold out? Horus tempted it. Doesn't it hurt? Just release Xiao Du Hoen and we'll end this. It started, correcting him. It doesn't hurt. He narrowed one eye, his tone softening manipulatively. Don't make it so hard on yourself.
Suddenly, it was distracted by something. Small ghosts kept appearing, hovering around it and attacking. What are these little ghosts?
Sua slowly opened her wings, peeking her head out and repeating. While he was busy dealing with the ghosts, she secretly ran elsewhere. On this side, Julian was struggling alone, fighting the soldiers. They yelled, "You bastard! You said you were fine, but you look exhausted." His whole body was covered in mud, and bolts of electricity kept firing as he retorted, "Who said I'm tired?" The soldier sneered, "I can see it in your eyes." They didn't wait any longer, and rushed forward to attack him together, continuing their assault. Suddenly, Sua came charging in from somewhere, pushing back the soldiers. Julian was a little surprised, but he quickly regained his composure and attacked alongside her, asking, Yu Hoen, what about him?" She replied, "He's in the Golden Palace, preparing to open the Grand Prison." Sua then relayed the message he asked her to pass on to Julian. "So, don't go too far." He didn't hear clearly and asked again, "Wait, what?" He blasted a soldier with electricity, not forgetting to curse him. "Damn it! What does he think the Earth is?" She also attacked on the other side, saying, "We have to return to the Golden Palace first." After pushing them back a little, the two of them ran away together. "Okay, let's run." The soldier suddenly yelled, "You two, stop!" Suddenly, a massive explosion appeared. The two of them were thrown back by the force. "What are you doing again?" Horus suddenly appeared right next to Julian. He still held a threatening flame in his hand. "Where did Sidu Hoen disappear to? Speak, or be crushed to dust." He sat on the ground in pain. Suddenly, rays of light appeared from the cracks in the ground. "It looks like I'm seeing stars." He looked at those lights, and immediately realized. Julian muttered his name. Yu San Du Hen. Horus was struck by the light it emitted. He was startled and jumped back. An explosion occurred again around that spot, throwing everyone away. In a room, Du Ho, covered in grime, stood with his arms crossed, watching Dehe meticulously trying to restore an artifact. Deha was working on the restoration as quickly as possible. He could restore the artifact to a usable state. "And now we're ready to open the Grand Prison." He smiled brightly, holding the artifact firmly in his hand. Deha leaned in for a peek. "All right, let's begin." Duho turned away, not forgetting to glance back, reminding him, "Remember, when we open the prison, it's our only chance. Use the relic to escape as soon as we can." He quickly responded, "Got it." A surge of divine power emanated from the bottle. He was incredibly excited at this moment, raising the artifact and exclaiming, "Okay, come on!" The space around them seemed to transform into another dimension, the source of divine power creating a massive vortex. I thought opening the prison would be like summoning a mausoleum, but it wasn't like that. Duho was immediately sucked into another dimension. He floated inside that space. I was immediately sucked into an undefined space. He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, constantly looking around, wondering, "What's going on? My head is spinning." Nero suddenly appeared from within that space. He crossed his arms, looking bored as he told him, "You're in." Immediately, he exclaimed in surprise, "Nero!" Lamon appeared next to him. Nero turned to look and said, "Looks like there are many others who disagree with opening the Grand Prison." She put her hands on her hips, constantly yelling, "Who is following the humans' orders?" Ramesses also appeared at this moment. He proudly admitted, "That would be me, one of the 7 relics. Isn't our mission to seal the Grand Prison? I can't do it alone." The giant spider appeared behind him, blurting out. Ramesses crossed his arms and glanced up at it. "I'm not cooperating either. Who said you could open the Grand Prison?" Its gaze was intensely menacing, constantly uttering words of criticism. "Don't pretend you're my master. If I were you, I'd rather bite my tongue and die. As long as it's your opinion, I'm against it." Duho slowly approached it, a threatening smirk on his face. "I guess I'll have to teach you a lesson." The spider wasn't scared at all, challenging him back. "You want to fight? You're always welcome." "You bastard!" Lamon hurriedly intervened to prevent the impending fight. She spoke up and asked, "Come on, don't argue. The current vote ratio is 2 halves. What's left?" He raised his face, chuckling with a hint of fear. "We have to decide by vote?" Dan suddenly appeared behind him, saying, "The conditions for my vote." Before Duho could react, she rushed forward, pressed close to his ear, and resentfully shouted, "I agree, so please take me back. How long have you been by that ear inside?" Lamon angrily and fiercely fought over him. Duho could only stand silently, letting them argue. "Hey Dandy, why are you like this? Stay away from my human," she said in a fake, coquettish tone. "Oh my, are you pursuing this guy's soul? Get in line." He, bored by now, broke out in a sweat, glancing back slightly fearfully, telling Donnie, "Okay, hurry up and vote." She excitedly put her hand up to cover her mouth, exclaiming loudly, "Really? Then I agree." He pondered. "Open the Grand Prison first, then deal with everything later." Ramesses stood with his hand on the shoulder of the person in front, looking towards him, saying, "Tutakan of Wrath is like me, so the current score is 3. Duho was stunned. He gritted his teeth, regretting it. Damn, 3. If I had known this, I would have tried to befriend them. At this moment, everyone surrounded him. The spider approached, asking, "Whose is the final vote?" Lamont shook her head repeatedly, yelling, "I don't know who, but it's his turn to go." Saliori appeared behind him with a happy grin. "Did someone call me?" She turned back, calling softly, "Salieri." He frowned, showing goodwill. "I don't really care. I also don't care if it's open." Layman stepped forward to look at Ramesses. She said smugly, "Then we win, 4-3. He began to panic at this moment, constantly turning his head, exclaiming, "Damn, look at him, saying he doesn't care. Wouldn't it be fine if it wasn't opened?" Saliori turned to look at him, he asked, causing Duho to look back. "But his master wants to open it. Our mission is to protect the prison, not necessarily to block it, right?" Lamont excitedly understood what he meant. She shouted loudly, "Does that mean you agree?" He answered in an uncertain tone, "I guess so." His face became happy, a smirk on his face, thinking, "It's good that Saliori is friendly to me and Jay." Suddenly, the spider, who had been silent for a while, went crazy. It rushed in front of him and Saliori, angrily roaring, "Master, agree with Master? I don't agree. This vote is invalid. Someone isn't allowed to be requesting the opening of the Grand Prison in the first place." Nero stepped forward, pointing directly at its face, scolding, "Are you saying that because you lost? Forget everything and just fight." A fierce argument began to erupt around them. Duho could only stand there and endure it. "No, the vote is invalid. You losers. We're opening the prison with 4 votes. Do you think it's possible? Let's try. We have to try." Seeing that the situation was starting to get out of hand again, he hurriedly reached out to stop them. "Everyone, talk calmly." Suddenly, the purple power that created the gate earlier, sucking him in, now reappeared. Everyone began to worry. "Damn, what's happening? We're in trouble." Duho still held the bottle tightly, teleporting his whole body back to that room. His sudden appearance startled Duho. That's how we instantly purged. Everything remained the same, as if time had rewound. He blankly didn't understand what was happening, looking down at the vase he was holding. "So what happened to the prison? It wasn't opened. The moment I thought of it." But cracks began to form. He widened his eyes in horror. It started. What he was holding began to crack clearly. The large cracks created a blinding light throughout the room. It affected everything. Jaehei, frightened by the light, had to raise his hand to shield himself, gritting his teeth. That power seemed to want to blow everything away. Yu Hoyen was also greatly affected. After cracking for a while, it suddenly exploded, creating a huge explosion. Not far away, the soldiers were also affected by the explosion. Cracks began to appear on the ground. "Damn it, what is that?" Horus was strongly affected by the dazzling light. He quickly raised his hand to block it, and the aura shattered everything. Everything, including the Golden Palace, was destroyed. Yu Hoen, standing close to the sphere, was greatly affected. He tried to raise his hand to shield himself, maintaining his balance. I tried not to lose my mind, while standing in the center of the aura. The goat, on the edge, kept shouting loudly at him, "Boss!" He still looked calm in the face of everything, raised his hand to look at him, and suggested, "I can use the sacred relics to escape now. I will use them right now." At this moment, golden circles suddenly appeared under their feet, surrounding them. Yu Hoen didn't hear him clearly, and asked again, "Huh? What did you say?" The same was true on the other side. Julian, who was with Sua, was also affected by the power. Ilya, on the other side, also began to be teleported away. He suddenly glanced at the entire city at that time being affected. It shook violently. Rocks from the buildings began to fall. Everyone there was screaming and running around. "Earthquake!" Cromitius stood rooted in front of the door. He seemed to ignore this earthquake. He angrily gritted his teeth, his face darkened. "So this is what is going to happen." Ivy came to his side, anxiously calling, "Prometheus." He didn't turn back, and replied, "I know." Chromatus was extremely angry, gritted his teeth, and said in a harsh, murderous tone, "But something is very strange." She hesitated a little. "You mean the house is still shaking violently?" He looked and guessed, blurting out, "It seems like the great prison, but something. Why does it feel like it only opened halfway?" Prometheus said to her, "I have to go and check it out." Ivy replied a little worriedly, "Okay." Outside in the sky, the moon shone down on the vast sea. Yu Hoen sat up with difficulty. He raised his hand to hold his head and lamented, "My head. What happened?" Suddenly a loud voice rang out, "Boss, it's a success. We have used the sacred relic to escape." Everyone there stood up at the same time. He was helped up by Daha, who said, "Move to the residence first. Right after we get reorganized, we have to destroy the great prison." A low voice sounded, "I don't think it will be that easy." He turned around and exclaimed, "Crow." The crow flew through the black smoke. It looked straight ahead and announced, "The great prison has only summoned half of it." Yu Hoen exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Not done yet?" It gave him the information. Yu Hoen and Jay could only listen in silence. The exit of the Great Prison is in a completely different world. To open the Great Prison is not just opening the door, it is much more complicated than that. The crow then gave an example to illustrate for easy understanding. A bridge is built across the earth and another planet. For easy understanding, it is like creating a road to another world. Images of Ramesses, Tutamen, and the dangerous spider appeared, but almost half of the sacred relics oppose this idea, so the road was not completed, and it is impossible to know how many exits there are. It then looked down at him and said, Yu Hoen blankly didn't understand. Created the prison, and where are they? His eyes gradually became blank. He tried to smile, his voice trembling slightly. Is there a bit of a problem? Morning returned to the city. The earthquake that happened yesterday didn't cause any serious damage. Okay, let's find out carefully. Yu Ho sat on the bed, looked at the crow, and asked, Is there any way to enter the Great Prison? It quickly replied, Of course, according to the results, natural disasters are happening all over the world. He was silent in contemplation, and Dam Zhao's eyes heard it say, I can feel my body is in the prison. I am sure that there is a connection between the earth and the Great Prison. The crow slightly lowered its head, its eyes narrowing slightly, and said, The problem is that the complete entrance wasn't successful because some of the 7 sacred relics aren't helping. It then gave him information. Right in a vast forest, if everything goes normally, you can summon the Grand Prison. In the forest you were in, it has a deep, stable section. We should do it there. Images of trees being chopped down and uprooted appeared, showing the oddity, but only an explosion occurred and nothing appeared. The Grand Prison and the path to it have probably been shattered, the path unstable, scattered. Yu Hoen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. We don't know where the entrance is. It replied, right, seeming to sense something was off. He quickly asked with a bit of hope. Is there no other way? The crow calmly extinguished his hope. There isn't any specific method except searching one by one, he complained to the crow, dejectedly. Damn it! Just then, Jean pushed open the door to his room and entered. Boss, have you made a list of the sacred relics that need prioritized restoration yet? Yu Hoen took out a stack of papers and gave it to him. Here's yours. He approached his bed, asking meticulously, Is anything wrong? He showed him the stack of papers, waited a moment, then stated his intention. No. What we need to do now is focus on reorganizing. He picked up the paper and examined it, not bothering to look up at him, and replied, Okay, I want some time. Yu Hoen threatened annoyedly. You want to get beat? Being threatened by him, Ji scoffed and criticized him. You scumbag. Yu Hoen didn't pay attention to what he said. His mind was still constantly calculating. The entrance to the Grand Prison. How can I find it? I don't want to lose the initiative. At a towering skyscraper, Pandora's main headquarters, a sudden loud noise resounded. So, Yu Hoen opened the Grand Prison. Horace nodded slightly to announce, It seems he tried but failed. Perhaps he couldn't open it. Prometheus stood opposite him, his hands clenched tightly, and said, But a few fragments leading to the Grand Prison have appeared. I guess it wasn't ready because he resolutely opened them. He suddenly paused when he heard him and raised his hand, teasing. It's because I forced him to open it. He gritted his teeth, angry at being teased, and pointed directly at his face, snarling, If you don't want me to go crazy, shut your mouth. Horace coughed lightly, avoiding the topic. Ahem. He then presented his plan. In the first place, all you need to do is prevent the Grand Prison from being opened. Maybe the aura emitted from those places is weak. Prometheus's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with determination. It probably won't be easy to tell them apart except for normal tombs, but we can use the Pandora system to find the entrance. Little Ivy stood on the ground, trying to crane her neck to listen to the conversation between them, and sent someone to relay the message. We need a chance to seal the Grand Prison. We need manpower to do so, he then said. I've told Ji, and may send some new sacred relics. Hearing this, Horace drew out his voice in surprise. Prometheus brushed past him, still turning his head to instruct as he left. You have to make sure everything goes in the right direction. No mistakes are acceptable. He quickly walked out of the room, the door closing. Ivis hurriedly ran after him. She called out, Prometheus, wait a moment. Prometheus stopped but didn't turn to look at her. Ivy asked, puzzled. Are you not going to monitor scene anymore? Jokers. We can't solve the problem at its root by bringing the 7 sacred relics back to prevent the situation from happening. Yagervi was stunned in place. He hesitated a little before saying his consideration. Maybe sweep all entrances and hunt down his location. His expression became extremely angry, gritting his teeth with murderous intent. I don't believe it happened. Should I have used the Pandora system sooner? I should have kept them until I really needed them. Prometheus then continued walking. The door opened, and he left. I can't use until I've got the king I want. In a dark room, the table was filled with high-tech tools operating with buzzing electrical wires. Prometheus stood in front of a system array. He faced a person sitting on it and ordered, Pandora system, start searching. The king was sitting still on the chair, a spear impaled in his chest. Around him were electrical wires attached to his body.
He requires that I need someone to find.
The scene of the dense forest appeared. The trees around it were very lush. It's not easy to find the entrance to the Grand Prison. That's why we have to search each one. But then, a stone gate appeared right there. Red lightning constantly emitted from inside. A voice full of surprise rang out, "Another gate." Julian turned around, picked up the phone, and called to inform him. "Hey, Sao Yu-Hoen, there's a gate here. It's just a normal tomb." Yu-Hoen picked up the phone and listened. He pondered and said, "Really? It seems like the most likely place. There's no other way. Move to the next location or dig up the tomb." Hearing his words, Julian on the other end was shocked and yelled into the phone, "Huh? Are you kidding me? There's so much we need to check." His scream hurt my ears. I quickly moved the phone away a bit.
"Okay, I'm just kidding."
At this moment, Yu Huang had already set foot on a small island in the middle of the sea. He then said, "You too. You should search too. Are you going to enjoy yourself alone? Enjoying a vacation?" I put my hands in my pockets, slowly walked on the sand, and quickly denied.
"What vacation? I didn't come here to play."
Yu Huang slightly closed his eyes and smiled. "If I want to enjoy myself, I have to go to a place worth enjoying. Why come to such a remote and desolate place?" He choked on the other end of the line and continued to yell at me. "What are you doing there?" I stepped forward and stood in front of Osiris and Set, exclaiming, "There are some important things, which is taking care of these uncontrollable psychological relics, and wasting resources to control them." Yu Huang, and it slowly approached Jeha, who was diligently doing something. I said into the phone to let Julian know. "I have built the first relic prison in the world." I stood leaning against a nearby coconut tree, glanced at Jeha who was working and said, "Looks like it's almost done. The quality is no joke. Made from the Von relic." He immediately shouted in response,
"Whatever. Just finish them and continue searching."
Yu Huang stood and shouted at him, dissatisfied. "Julian, unfair. He's so impatient." Jeha stood up, raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead and asked, "We can lock the relic in an emergency? Want to try it now?" I took out the vase that caused the incredible explosion and asked, "Really can? I'll have to try it later." He immediately replied as expected. "It should be the #1 relic." I frowned, my eyes full of hidden meaning looking down at it. My tone was quite gentle, making it in my hand quite scared. "You could say I made it for you, Tartarus." At this time, the familiar black smoke slowly appeared. A deep voice rang out, causing me to glance up. "I'm not sure about it. I think there will be trouble if we leave him here."
Yu Huang leaned over, tilted his head slightly, looking at the raven in confusion. "What do you mean?" It replied, "I'm sure he will be used in the large prison."
I asked back a little confused. "Is the large prison ready to open, right?" It replied, "Not only because it's opened. The combined action of all 7 relics is called the Key of Power." I was a little incredulous, my face a little dazed, muttering, "The key?" The raven leaned down to explain. "It's used to open a certain area of the prison." I understood and complained to it. "You should have told me this sooner." My hand tightened more and more. Tartarus, lying on my hand, kept sweating. "I don't know you want to put the 7 relics first." Yu Huang ruthlessly dropped the vase. The lid opened. A small purple light leaked out. I said, "I will do that. Come on, PPY, from now on that's your chamber pot." Osiris, Set, and Anubis were horrified when they saw it. They all shouted, "What?" Osiris immediately looked up at me worriedly and said, "It used to be the leader of the relics." Yu Huang waved his hand. His face didn't care much. "Who cares? When I fought him, were you all around?" His face was full of sweat. Worried, he looked down hesitantly. But Set still shouted in disagreement. "Hey master, we have a lot of problems." It worriedly gave various reasons for me to understand. "How could you let us aim at such a small pot? Will you take responsibility if it overflows?" Tartarus lay silently on the ground, constantly complaining.
"Are you really going to pee in here?" Yu Huang reached out his hand towards it, creating a downward force and said, "Don't worry, just change the shape a little, right? I'll make it bigger." Set shouted unhappily, "Who said you can change my body as you please?" Jeha stood watching the situation without being able to do anything. He could only frown looking at me messing around. "Master, you like this size? It's just right." All the relics I had were all thrown into the burning fire. In the end, I couldn't arrange the 7 relics as I wanted. The door closed. Yu Huang and Jeha stood far away looking inside. But I felt a little more at ease when I put the relics that didn't obey my suggestions in the cabinet. It consumed my energy just to possess them. I was silent, my eyes focused straight ahead, contemplating. I feel enlightened after leaving these useless relics in there. While I can't focus on the large prison again, I stood with both hands in my pockets, still with some other hope. The main problem now is to find the entrance. I wonder if there's another way. On a nearby branch, in the dense foliage, another small creature was staring intently. It looked towards me not far away, musing. "There he is, Sei Yu Huan." Its face darkened.
its eyes full of calculation looking at me. I need him to understand. The relics that Yu Huang threw into the fire began to complain. They kept yelling, "Master, I know I was wrong, I won't do it again." I stood outside watching them scream inside, a little elated. I can't believe they're calling me master. Although I don't understand what they mean. It quickly replied, "That's what it means." Jia stood next to me, embarrassed, raised his hand and scratched his head saying, "You know I always complete the task, right?" Black smoke slowly came and clung to my shoulder, announcing, "Yu Huang." I startled and looked over. Something is coming. I turned around and looked up at the sky. A large eagle suddenly flew over. It circled a few times and then slowly landed on a small branch nearby. I asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" It spread its wings wide. Yu Huang looked and said, "An eagle." The raven quickly told me, "Not a normal one, Rot's eagle." He put his hands in his pockets, slowly walked up to it and said, "That name that Prometheus always carries around? The falcon?" The falcon replied, "You know about it?" "That's right." The crow looked at the falcon with unfriendly eyes and asked, "You're a spy under Prometheus' command. What are you doing here?" The falcon immediately stated its intention. "I'm here to negotiate." He was quite surprised to hear that. Negotiate? It then proposed a reasonable condition for negotiation. Hearing this, he was stunned and widened his eyes. "I'll help you get into the great prison, if you agree to my condition." Yu Hoan cautiously probed. "What condition?" It replied, "As soon as you get into the prison, immediately release Zeus." His expression gradually became interested. Yu Hoan crossed his arms and said loudly, "You're betraying Prometheus?" The falcon retorted indignantly, "Betraying?" Oddly. "I don't think that's the right word." It hesitated slightly, lowered its head, and said sadly, "From the very beginning, I was taken hostage. I'm more like Prometheus. Trophy." It then pictured Prometheus holding the lightning bolt, and itself perched on his shoulder. "Both myself and the lightning bolt, Zeus, symbol, have become his tools. What could be worse for me?" It looked at him standing there and made its observation. "But you've made him pay for the lightning and everything." Yu Hoan smiled and asked, "So what? Are you Zeus or the falcon?" The falcon started sweating profusely. It bowed even lower, its voice full of grievance. "So what? Am I forced to do as I'm told? What else can I do when I can't resist him alone?" Yu Hoan, who was smiling as if watching a play, suddenly paused at its unexpected words. "But I see that you can. For the first time I see hope." It then recalled images from the past. He was furious with Ilya for ruining his plan. "I've never seen his plans so messed up like that. Look at what happened. You guys opened the prison." The falcon looked somber, its eyes shining with a mixture of surprise and hope. Witnessing it happen, that thought came to me. With my little help, you can save Zeus. It raised its head, looked at him, and asked tentatively, "That's why I came here. What do you think? Do you agree to my offer?" Yu Hoan hesitated slightly, raised his hand to rub his chin, and glanced at the crow to ask for its opinion. "What should I do?" It looked down at him and replied, "It could be a trap." Being suspected, it became angry, its neck stretched out as it cursed. "A trap? Who do you think I am?" The crow calmly replied, "We don't trust you unless there's evidence." He nodded in agreement. "That's right." Yu Hoan said dismissively, "It may take time, but I can still find the entrance without your help." It paused at his words, and said cheerfully, "It seems you still don't know, which is understandable." As the falcon spoke, Yu Hoan was startled and worried. Prometheus knows where the entrance is. His men are watching it. It continued to tell him everything it knew. Moreover, he built a barrier to prevent the halo from radiating outwards. You'll never find it so easily. The falcon seemed to see through him, its eyes looking straight ahead confidently saying, "That's why I took it upon myself to come here and find you. Because I know you can't easily find the entrance." It turned its head away, its voice somewhat pleading. "If you guys can do it without my help, then I can only stand by like I always have." He blurted out, "I was just assuming." It kept begging him to believe it pitifully. Yu Hoan raised his hand to his chin, pondering carefully. "Believe me please, I just revealed important information. I'm simply making a real negotiation, that's all." After a moment of deliberation, he agreed to its offer, causing the crow to jerk its head around. "All right, I accept your offer." It was so angry that it almost jumped, repeatedly reminding him, "At least find out if he's telling the truth." Yu Hoan smirked back and said, "Even if I do things in a different order, I don't think there's anything to lose." He raised his head and demanded of the falcon, "Although I accept, I'm still keeping a close eye on you. You send the message first. We'll act after verifying whether it's true or not." Achieving its goal, it said reassuringly, "Deal. I understand." He replied, "Okay." The lush green forest appeared. The falcon quickly did as he asked. Afterwards, the falcon immediately provided all the information about the places that could lead us to the entrance of the great prison. The soldiers there were always highly focused, craning their necks to look around. They guarded the forest carefully. The criteria for a suitable route depended on the number of troops being monitored in the area. or whether it was a place where we could launch a surprise attack, but everything it gave was still not enough for him. No, I need information on every place. The falcon flew up in anger and shouted at him, standing there with his arms crossed. You want me to tell you everything about all the entrances? Yu Hoen raised his hand near his chin, his eyes scrutinizing with a dubious expression. You keep saying that we should infiltrate the reconnaissance forces. You might be luring us into a trap, right? He expressed his thoughts. What if there's an entrance without the reconnaissance squad? It went crazy, yelling to make him understand. There isn't. They're at every entrance, no matter what it said. In the end, Yu Hoen still made it give out all the information. Whatever. Tell me everything. I'm the one who verifies your information. The falcon cried out helplessly. Damn, what a waste of time. Okay, I understand. After doing everything he said, it gave out all the information, and then spread its wings, and flew away. The crow grumbled and said, I know the location of the entrances. He said if he's gone for too long, it means Prometheus has become suspicious. Then he'll come back to receive the necessary information. He took out his phone to join the report, but since there was no reason for me to act until I met the falcon, I immediately gathered the members who were searching around the world. As evening descended upon the city, Yu Hoen wanted to verify the rumors with his teammates. We need to check if the information we received is reliable. I'll have them do the reconnaissance and confirm. Everyone was gathered in a circle around the table. He stood in the middle, pointing and planning. First, focus on the nearby area. Yu Hoen looked at the plan drawn up, chuckled, and said, check the routes that Eagle has chosen and not chosen. That's the only way we can prepare, got it? Sua raised her hand to chest level and asked, after the reconnaissance, we'll meet at the next base, right? He replied slowly, right. If base A is discovered, then go to base B. Yu Hoen became serious again, pointing at everyone and instructing. The important thing is not to get caught. We can't let them know the information we receive. Ilya chuckled confidently, turning to him and saying, it's just a reconnaissance, so there's no danger. Yu Hoen immediately emphasized, right, I'm just being careful. He picked up the plan and read it, then raised his hand to stroke his chin as he pondered. Now decide where we're going. Suddenly, something flew in and attacked him. Luckily, Aegis blocked it in time for him. Jiha suddenly stood up. He asked worriedly, what's happening? He turned to look behind him and exclaimed, an attack! A crowd of people suddenly rushed into the building. They eagerly ran in to attack. They're from Pandora IV. Following that, she looked around and ordered the soldiers not to leave anyone out, and to pay attention to the safety of Shoen and the 7 sacred relics. One of them kicked the door open, causing it to fall down. He replied clearly, understood, ma'am. He stepped in and was stunned by the scene before him. A large hole had been created in the ground. Huh? A golden rope was connected down. They looked in and saw Yu Hoen climbing down, and they panicked. They broke through the floor and jumped down. The rope stuck to them and pulled them up. He gripped the rope tightly as he reached his destination, not forgetting to mock them before going down. Seriously, when we just wanted to live in peace with your attacks. Just wait, you evil people. They tried their best, each pulling the rope up with force, but the more they pulled, the longer it became. The more we pull, the longer it gets. Yu Hoen shouted loudly, causing them to freeze on the spot. Look behind you! Golden rope shot out from behind them. It attacked them and shouted, don't even think about bullying my master. Yu Hoen enjoyed the sight, a bright smile spreading across his face, remembering the moment before the incident, when Eagle gave him the information. When Eagle returned to Pandora headquarters, he gave us some important information. Prometheus has sniffed out this base and will attack soon. Ev was furious at missing out. Everything was going smoothly. Once again, they used the relic to prevent relic teleportation. We would have been hit hard if we hadn't known this information. Yu Hoen quickly ran out of the building. He dashed off excitedly. That bird seems trustworthy. Yu Hoen and Jin Hei kept running to escape from the crowd. After a while, he said, all right, we've lost them. He ran behind him, running and raising his fist to scold him. If you knew they were going to break in, you should have prepared to stop them first. Yu Hoen replied calmly, that would be too tiring. Then he explained it to Jin. He turned to look at him. If we did that, they would definitely know we were warned. We have to pretend like this to be safe. Yu Hoen ran beside him, his eyes fixed ahead, amused by his plan. This raid is good too. We distracted them with a hair. We need to confuse them. Ilya, out of breath from running, leaned against the wall. Yu Hoen stopped, propped his hands up, and looked up at the sky, saying, everyone got out safely, so it's a success. Now everyone split up and scouted your area. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face, happily exclaiming to himself, thanks to the eagle, we handled the crisis. +1 reputation point. At this moment, Ivy angrily clenched her fists and shouted, what happened? The soldiers fearfully stammered, I think we lost track of them. She gritted her teeth, raised her hand to smooth her hair, her eyes darting elsewhere, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I'm going crazy. I thought the plan would proceed perfectly, yet we can't track the location again. She turned to vent her anger on the soldiers. Evie pointed and scolded them.
Do you think the Pandora system is easy to use? The other just bowed his head in fear and apologized. I don't know, I'm sorry, ma'am. From anger, she turned to a state of anxiety. Ivy fearfully raised her hand to bite and mutter. We prepared so carefully, I can't believe this happened. But Prometheus will chew my head off. She looked up at the hole everyone used to escape, loudly ordering the soldiers. I can't go back like this, find them quickly. In the silent forest, sunlight filtering through the green leaves created a peaceful space. A voice suddenly echoed. They're really here? A pair of binoculars in the distance looked towards the soldiers standing guard, softly muttering. The Pandora power within him continuously emanated a dark force. Yu Hoen, holding binoculars and kneeling on a nearby cliff, said, The information about the raid is accurate. He even pointed out the exact entrance to the Grand Prison. He looked down at the smoke around him, firmly stating, I guess we have to rely on that bird. From the smoke, a voice arose. You've decided that? Yu Hoen immediately stood up and left that place. As he walked, he said, We need to check the reconnaissance results provided by Team 4's member. It replied, Got it. A large house located in the center of a small street. That's the new location. I'm moving to another base as arranged. While I rested, each member arrived in turn. In a room, Yu Hoen was holding a tablet brought by Ilya. JHA tried to peek in. He was quite surprised when he looked at it. We looked at the results of each reconnaissance. They match what the bird provided. As expected, he smiled faintly, achieving his goal. Now it's clear. We can trust and work with each other. One day, the falcon spread its wings and flew to the balcony of his base. I decided to negotiate further details on a day when I met him again. As soon as it landed, it immediately asked about the situation. Is the reconnaissance finished? He stood there waiting for it to raise its hand to announce. Although not all, we've reached most of them. Yu Hoen continued to inform it of the next plan, moving on to the next stage. It nodded slightly, its eyes fixed as it spoke. I'm glad to hear that. He crossed his arms, listening intently to it. If you've completed the reconnaissance, then you must know, it's very difficult to launch a sneak attack. Confronting him is unavoidable. The falcon continuously voiced its opinions. If we launch a surprise attack, it will be advantageous. The important thing is that we mustn't let them inform the main force of our presence. That dark power appeared once again. He heard this and agreed with its viewpoint. After getting past the surveillance, we must open the gate. The falcon mentioned the gate and suddenly realized. It craned its head and said, The key is ready. He stood opposite when he heard it mention the key and said, The key? If you're referring to the 7 relics, they're ready. It raised its eyebrows and asked, Have you awakened and made the key yet? He was confused and subconsciously asked back, Awakened? The crow then appeared, perching on his shoulder. It replied, There's no need to go that far. The falcon hurriedly spoke up. No way, they must be. The conditions for entry have been changed. Kwang was shocked when he heard this. Seeing that they didn't seem to understand, he explained. After successfully placing the contrasting relics into the Grand Prison, Prometheus changed the entrance and exit conditions. After hearing the explanation, the crow anxiously turned to look at him and said, Damn it, I don't know anything. Yu Ho still didn't understand what was going on, glanced up and questioned, What's wrong? It replied, He said you have to awaken the 7 relics before entering. He heard a somewhat serious tone from it, tilted his head slightly, worried. We just need to awaken it, then what? The falcon immediately interjected, exclaiming, It's not that easy. It looked solemnly towards him, telling Yu Hoen what it knew. We need to sacrifice a lot, and it also takes time. Moreover, you can commit the 7 sins of the relics. He was very shocked at this point. Hearing what he could commit, he shouted, What kind of rules are these? The crow standing beside him emphasized the statement. In the first place, there is no intention to open the Grand Prison. It turned towards him, presenting everything for him to understand. He wants to lock it with harsh conditions to seal it. It hesitated slightly and said, It's just that preparing the key will take a lot of time. The falcon also began to worry and exclaimed, Damn it, we can't let that happen. It then remembered the image of the soldiers guarding, emphasizing everything that could happen. If we waste too much time, if it takes too much time, Prometheus will seal the entrance to the prison again. The falcon seemed to see something from him and suddenly stopped. So no matter what, before he does, hearing being interrupted, Yu Hoen asked Han, What's wrong? It stared at him, feeling something different and exclaimed, You can use something else to replace it. That's it. Yu Hoen was still confused, constantly. Don't understand what's going on. What am I doing? He leaned over, reached into his jacket pocket, rummaging and asked, Do I have something? The falcon spread its wings wide, excitedly shouting, The Eden Seal! He pulled out a round emerald green object from his pocket, in which reflected his face, in disbelief. This can replace the key? It then excitedly replied. The whole house was very quiet at this moment. The voice of the falcon echoed out. You have such good stuff and don't know how to use it? That's the royal authority relic. That proves you are authorized by the king. Yu Hoen held the stone firmly in his hand. He raised it,
and looked into it absent-mindedly as he heard it say, "If you use it, you can enter. That's salvation. We can continue to carry out the plan." The night scene is quiet between the dense cornfields. In the distance are the red roofs hidden under the moonlight. We decided the entrance to attack, planned, and how to implement them. The leaves competed with each other in a cramped field. Soft noises continued to be heard, the main target being inside the U.S. Southern Guard. Zhu Hoen looked towards the small house, which was being heavily guarded. "They're using a granary as their garrison," Jaeha exclaimed, confused. "No one's asleep, and it's the middle of the night." The two slowly hid in the cornfield. He went ahead, speculating. "I'm sure someone's resting inside. What do you think? Julian, is anyone inside?" He was hiding on the other side, and upon hearing him, used his power to look inside and reported, 3 inside, 6 outside, and holy relics all around in other places. Now inside that house, there are other soldiers sleeping. He quickly assigned tasks to everyone. "All right, Aya and Jaeha will go inside. Julian and I will handle the outside." Sua on this side was also hiding like them. Receiving the order from him, she replied, "Sua, you take care of the holy relics on the other side." His expression was determined and excited. Du Hoyen reached out and pushed aside a corn cob, affirming, "Don't let them have a chance to report back to headquarters." "All right, let's go." A soldier on patrol heard a strange noise. Startled, he glanced back. He quickly swung hard towards the cornstalks, yelling, "Who's there?" Another soldier rushed out in a panic to see, "What is it? What's wrong?" The other one, sweating profusely, replied, "I heard a noise." The other one quickly reassured him, saying, "Maybe it's just the wind?" he exclaimed, disbelieving. "Really?" A third one approached at this moment, asking, "What's going on?" Suddenly, not giving them a chance to react, a dark figure quickly jumped out of the cornstalks, mocking, "Wrong, you idiot!" The 3 of them turned back in a panic. What? The surprise attack created an explosion. A bright light flashed intensely in the field. Everything happened in a flash. An explosion rang out. A stream of bright smoke flew out and blew everyone away. The guard tried to struggle up, yelling, "We're being ambushed!" Seeing someone appear, he said, dazed, "Sao? Du Hoen?" He replied arrogantly, "That's right, it's me." Du Hoen raised the dagger in his hand, activated it, and said, "I want you all to die silently." One of the group yelled, "That maniac, hold your ground, we have to attack back." Not letting them attack, he stabbed the dagger down hard, creating a strong wind with aurora rays, and yelled, "Time's up." The guard said with difficulty, "Damn it, we need to inform headquarters. He's here for the grand prison for sure." Du Hoen replied, "Sorry, but you won't be able to." With that, someone released electricity into him, causing him to scream in pain. Julian came up from behind, reminding, "You should be careful. If you do that, more will escape." Du Ho turned back and said, "I intend to kill them after chasing them." Jaeha, on the second floor of the building, called out loudly to him, "Boss, we're keeping an eye on everything inside the building too. It seems you're doing the same." He was still focused on charging forward, announcing without noticing Ilya standing behind him, "I'll come down after I'm done with all these holy relics of theirs." Suddenly, a noise rang out, startling everyone. What was that? Ilya also turned back, saying, "It came from behind the building." Jia repeated, suspiciously, "Isn't that Sua's area?" Du Hoen led the other two, rushing towards the sound. When they arrived, both he and Ilya were shocked by the scene before them. Sua was being pinned down by a robot. Everyone worriedly called out to her. Sua, covered in injuries, struggled to get up and replied, "Boss." Julian used electric shocks to attack the robot, causing it to bounce back. Because it was short-circuited by the electricity, the robot became erratic and then caught fire. Du Ho ran over to help her up and asked, "Are you okay?" Shu A sat up, her voice trembling, reminding, "We need to be more careful. That holy relic, I don't know what kind it is at all." Her words confused him. "What?" Julian stood in front of the pile of broken metal, saying, "Forget it, it looks like it's broken." He stared at the robot for a long time, wondering, and exclaimed, "It looks very strange." Suddenly the pile of metal transformed into a slime that reached out, wanting to pounce on Julian. Ilya dodged aside, watching the slimy mass pressing down on the guy, and exclaimed, "What is that thing?" At this moment Julian was struggling to resist and cried out helplessly, "Damn it! It's heading towards Ya." Seeing that, Du Hoen shot lightning at it and said, "Careful." He gritted his teeth, saying with a helpless tone, "The lightning isn't working." Sua weakly pulled herself up at this moment and explained, "This object can change its form. Depending on the form of attack, it will change to resist." Du Hoen frowned, looking at it with sharp eyes, and decided, "A bizarre skill, so I'll have to take it down with one big hit." He shouted loudly, summoning lightning to appear, and ordered it. "Come here, lightning, destroy this muddy swamp." Du Hoen said with full confidence, "You have to end it in one go." It waved its hand holding the lightning, reassuring him. Trust me. The lightning struck a powerful blow on the muddy swamp, causing it to splash everywhere.
Continuously afterwards were more strikes, creating what looked like an explosion in the middle of the cornfield. Du Hohin struggled to stand firm and shouted,
Damn it, I didn't want to fight this noisily. After a while, the lightning reported back, but look, it's turned to dust.
Du Hohin walked closer to observe and muttered, What kind of relic is this?
Behind him, a crow, shaped like fire, appeared. The crow showed up, looked at it, and commented, It's worse than what I saw before. Its words made him curious. Worse? Then the crow scanned through the slime and repeated, This thing is named like this.
The system panel finished scanning and showed, Unidentified, Legendary Tier 5, Heroic, Holy Attribute. Du Hohin muttered, repeating, Unidentified. The crow sighed and said,
Last time I could still read the name, but this thing? He also sighed, wondering, Is it a mutant? Sua stepped up behind and said, When I discovered it, it was like a wolf. It changes its appearance when it attacks. Jay used it to paralyze her after she was imprisoned. After hearing it, Du Hohin kept mumbling and analyzing in his mouth. From a wolf to a robot? From a robot to a gooey monster. Sua looked down, her eyes showing a little fear, saying, I have never seen a relic that can change its form so continuously. Du Hohin immediately turned to comfort her. It's no surprise. The crow can read the name of this creature. I'm sure it's not normal. A hawk flew over and yelled, Are you guys crazy? It landed on a branch and wildly screamed, Are you planning on letting the whole world know you're entering the grand prison? Everyone blankly exclaimed, A hawk. Du Hohin craned his neck up to reproach it. It's because of this strange relic. If there's something like this, you should have told me sooner. It lowered its voice, calmly saying, And blame me? Speechless. It seems the mutated creature of Prometheus has gone mad. Hearing it, he asked suspiciously, A mutated creature gone mad? Suddenly Jaw urgently urged, Hey Du Hohin, we don't have time to chatter here. We just took down all the enemies. Now is the time to enter the grand prison. Yes, you guys need to hurry. It seems Prometheus will catch up here. Alright, got it, let's go. We'll talk about that relic later. The crow then explained to everyone. The hollow skull is the entrance. Du Hohin said with question, Doesn't look like it much, does it? But there are many auras radiating out. At the skull, a challenging voice rang out, Who dares to step here? He stepped forward, reaching into his pocket, arrogantly saying, Not fighting, just opening it. I have the code, you know. Then, Du Hohin held out a cipher block, saying to the skull, Here, look at this.
Urgent voices echoed throughout the high-rise building. A massive explosion was detected outside the field. The forces dispatched there have lost connection signal. Upon hearing the information, all the soldiers in the building immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed after the rescue team, fully prepared and equipped. Prometheus' face darkened with rage. He clenched the lightning bolt in his hand, roaring, Du Hohin, just you wait, I'm coming for you. Back at the cornfield, after everything was taken care of, the place was eerily quiet. Du Hohin held the blue stone in front of the terrifying skull. It looked at it and exclaimed in surprise, Oh, you have the king's authorization code. It then generated a purple power that surrounded them. The skull approved their entry. Alright, come in. But the toll will be a little higher. Still holding the stone, he raised an eyebrow in confusion upon hearing that. The toll increased? What do you mean? The skull, feeling looked down upon, retorted angrily. How arrogant you humans are! What kind of relic do you take me for? It unleashed a massive surge of power, light enveloping its entire body, dazzlingly. It didn't want to say anymore. In short, you can enter. Just go! That light quickly enveloped and teleported everyone, all caught off guard and bewildered. His group was no longer standing in the cornfield. They were free-falling into a bottomless dark space. It seems we've been sucked into another world. They rushed through the swirling vortex, falling straight down. A bleak, ghostly energy filled me. Du Hohin let his body fall freely, unable to do anything. He gritted his teeth, looking straight down, a little worried. He could sense the smell of hell somewhere. As if he had died in this great prison before. The past flashed through his mind. Du Hohin unconsciously recalled facing Bacillus. That terrifying memory returned. Perhaps eating it is similar to others. It feels like we have to achieve our goal and get out of here as soon as possible. The deeper they fell, strange buildings gradually appeared. His group plunged straight down. The blue light crashed forcefully onto the ground, creating a rather large tremor. The surrounding space was quite terrifying, with square iron cages hanging suspended. The sky here was pitch black, the space gloomy and silent. Everyone stood up straight after landing. The great underground prison. At that moment, the silhouette of the falcon appeared. Du Hohin calmly looked around and observed, then said, We've arrived. It flew to perch on a gate of the prison, speaking up to attract his attention. Hurry! I'll show you where Rezi is being held. Follow me closely. Suddenly, Du Hohin refused its request to follow. No thank you.
The falcon was taken aback upon hearing him. It exclaimed, "What? Wait, what do you mean?" He smiled meaningfully, his eyes deep as he stated, "I'm going to save the crow first." It stared blankly at him and threatened him with a promise. "Huh? You're violating the promise," he replied cunningly. "Didn't you think I would? You blockhead." It knew it had been tricked, loudly cursing him. "You cruel, heartless bastard." Yu Hoen, finding it too noisy, used his power to pull it back. The falcon became horrified. "Stop squawking, just be quiet inside. I won't let you out until Redzi is saved." Then he used something to suck it in. It struggled fiercely but to no avail, while he crossed his arms, gleefully watching. "Just you wait," Yu Hoen excitedly exclaimed. "All right, let's go." He glanced down at the black smoke clinging to him and asked Crow, "See where we are?" Crow quickly appeared, frowned, and reported, "We're in the deepest part of the prison. We have to go through many gates to get to it." It flew in front of him, worriedly saying, "In the past, you had to go through with the 7 relics, but I'm worried you might need an awakening key to get there." Yu Hoen looked puzzled. "Huh? Can I use the heavenly seal? What's wrong?" He took out the stone from earlier. Now the stone looked very old and had many cracks. It wondered, "I wonder how long it will last." He looked at the stone in his hand, unable to hide his surprise. "What is that? Why does it look so old?" Yu Hoen worriedly brought the stone closer to his face to examine it. Crow then continued, "You used it to get to the prison entrance. It's normal for the durability to wear down. Didn't that skull say the toll increased?" An image of Prometheus enraged appeared. It continued to explain to him, "That means the more you use it, the more durability will be consumed than usual." Prometheus, that bastard, he'll do anything to make it difficult for anyone who enters here. Yu Hoen lowered the stone, gently lowered his head to look at it and asked, "So we can't use it many more times?" Crow flew closer to him, looking and answering, "That's right." After pondering for a moment, he suddenly became resolute. "We can't let it be like this. It's time to work." Dia, standing nearby, froze upon hearing him say that. "Now? Is it now, boss?" Seeing that you had other intentions, it quickly flew in front of you, analyzing, making you a little startled. "The seal of heaven is a relic equivalent to a treasure. You can't just change it." Yuho glanced around the place, seeing how vast and dark it was, and felt troubled. "So what do? We made it all the way here but can't go any further?" A voice echoed. "Looks like we've been swallowed." Seeing that, Crow suggested a different solution. He hesitated and said, "If we can awaken the 7 relics to treasure level, then?" You asked, unclear. "Awaken?" An image of a golden key appeared, and he patiently analyzed. The 7 awakened relics are the keys to dignity. Each key is assigned to govern each place. Mentioning relics at this moment, you had some sweat on your forehead. Yu-Ho crossed his arms, looked at him, and said, "Didn't you say sacrifice is necessary to awaken them?" He replied, "Neither fast nor slow." "That's right. You started to become more uneasy. Things were getting more and more chaotic, making you just bow your head and purse your lips, everything gradually becoming more complicated." Silently pondering for a moment, you suddenly raised your voice, catching his attention. "Wait!" Yu-Ho didn't look troubled anymore. You raised your head excitedly, triumphantly exclaiming, "We can sacrifice this relic." Prometheus arrived at the chaotic place. His footsteps trampled the field. He looked at the scene before him and frowned slightly. He said, unhappily, "What a mess." Prometheus stood before the mess caused by your group. He looked closely and knew who did it. Looking at the traces left behind, it seems they were really overwhelmed. Must be Shoen's work. Suddenly, Hei appeared from behind him. Prometheus turned his head to look. Damn it, how did he find it? But it's suspicious if he turned it into a large prison, right? He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking of a way to plot against you. He's not an idiot. This has gone too far. I need to make sure everything is in order. The skull appeared at this moment, and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, look who's here." It slowly approached Prometheus, facing him respectfully, saying, "What wind has brought you to this mundane place?" Prometheus. He frowned and looked down, his words full of threat. "Watch your mouth. I am the leader of the relics. Answer me." Prometheus then leaned down and asked, "Has anyone entered here through you?" The skull answered honestly, "Yes, of course." Horus, standing behind, rushed forward in panic, shouting loudly, "But how? They don't have the key!" It leaned to one side and replied, "I let them in because they have the seal of heaven." Hearing this, he shouted in disbelief, "The seal of heaven!" Prometheus lowered his head, his eyes cold, grinding his teeth. Since when? He must already be inside. Reaching the end of the road, he said, "There's no other choice. We have to go in too." Hearing this, Horus exclaimed in shock, "What?" Seeing that he really intended to go, he anxiously stepped forward, grabbing Prometheus's shoulder to stop him. "It's too dangerous for you to enter such a large prison. It's like you're entering enemy territory." Even though he was stopped, he didn't waver, his determined eyes looking straight ahead, emphasizing, "Even so, the relics are currently prisoners, and I am the master of the large prison." Prometheus, majestic and tall,
ordered with a terrifying expression. "Open it!" The skull whispered.
"Oh!" It immediately obeyed, emitting the same light from its body as before, taking the order. He looked down expectantly, a threatening look appearing in his eyes. "So, Yu-Ho, I'll make sure you never get out of here again." At this time, in the basement of the large prison, a place where the atmosphere was always filled with gloom, and then someone's voice suddenly rang out, urging in every word. "Hey guard, I heard a strange noise, go check it out quickly."
Hearing this, the guard turned his head. Of course he wouldn't be gentle with the new guy urging him.
"What did you say? You know there will be trouble if you lie, right?"
But the other party emphasized.
"I'm not lying.
There really is."
Just as the guard didn't have any clear expression, a flash of blue light suddenly appeared at his neck.
Turns out, Yu-Ho had infiltrated and thrust a decisive spear, ending his life. Excitement spread across every feature of his face. He even laughed heartily at the guard's fate. One more thing to sacrifice. The relics trapped behind the bars were all stunned. The noisy chatter started again. "Who are you? He looks a lot like a human."
"Human?" Yu-Hoen didn't care at all, silencing them with a direct question. "Why are you so interested in other people's business?" And of course, he wouldn't let these guys off the hook either, even enthusiastically waving his hand to sacrifice 2 items at once. Witnessing Yu-Hoen's frenzy, Julian immediately shouted, "What if it makes too much noise and we get caught?" But he didn't pay any attention. The achievements here are really easy to take down. He even sighed at the next words. "When you give advice on the current situation, we should be happy that it's easy to get enough sacrifices we need."
The 3-headed crow right next to him was burning fiercely. It didn't stop him, but supported and praised Yu-Hoen.
"Your strategy is good. Those rather weak relics are all being held here." Its tone slowly rose and began to lecture about everything. "The rank of the guards is also weak in proportion. That's why you can take them down so easily," making him even more excited than ever. "Hit the jackpot, be careful, there might be a treasure." However, just when the 2 of them were about to celebrate together, the crow's tone suddenly changed. "But it's still very dangerous. Just one small mistake, the alarm will ring, and the strongest guards in other areas will come here immediately."
Even though these words emphasized that for Jen, it was clearly just an additional challenging test, so it means we need to stop that thing. It also wants to run out of words.
It's not that easy. Suddenly, a loud crash that shook the entire place erupted. A pillar of light appeared, as if it wanted to pierce through the entire prison area. The sudden presence before him made him also surprised. All attention was focused on that side. "What's that?" Crow spoke to inform. "Someone has entered the great prison." Facing Yu-Hoen's sweating face, it immediately presented what it had noticed. "Very close to us. There's a high chance they entered here like us." Just hearing that, he understood and made a judgment. That's Pandora. After all, they were too eager to monitor every entrance. It's beyond expectations. Then, he didn't intend to stand still. His sharp eyes turned to Julian. "Let's go, we have to quickly gather enough sacrifices." He immediately followed. Okay. At the same time, on that side, someone's feet appeared after the misty smoke. It turned out that the owner who caused that shock was none other than Prometheus. He and his tense muscles looked up, his mouth emphasizing each word. "It's been a long time since I've been back here. Great prison." The subordinate next to him was not at all surprised, but took the lead and asked for instructions. "Where do we start searching, sir?" He slowly analyzed.
"We came here like them, so they haven't gone far. The guards here may have chased after them, so we can ask them for help."
However, the scene before his eyes did not change at all. Apart from the commotion Prometheus caused, there was nothing at this moment that made him suspicious. But why is it so quiet? At the same time, 2 guards were passing by. They were even confiding about what had happened. That's why I made it difficult for him. The one next to him laughed loudly. "You're good." At the moment when they were still talking, someone's voice suddenly echoed. "Hey, you two?" Clearly from the solemn Prometheus in front of them, he spoke straight to the main issue. What if there are intruders? In return was the bewilderment from the guards, because they ignorantly replied, "I haven't heard of anything, who are you?" Prometheus, eyebrows immediately furrowed. "What?" Not stopping there, the lion-headed guard also roared, "Who are you? Why are you wandering around in my territory?"
His companion was just as clueless. "You're pretty huge too." Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and declared his identity.
"You seem so relaxed that you don't realize there are intruders. I hold all the relics in my hands." Prometheus. As soon as they heard this name,
how could they not know? With a drop of sweat lightly falling. So they knelt down in unison, and were so unanimous, that they pleaded with the same words.
"Oh my God, please forgive us. It's been so long since we last saw you, Lord Prometheus, and it was impossible to be as peaceful as that."
The group of them panicked and screamed, "Emergency! Emergency! Prometheus is here! Gather all kinds of guards together!"
Hasty footsteps were all heading in one direction. Suddenly, what's going on? It's been 2 millennia already. What's going on? I don't know. Just run. It'll be too late, and we'll lose our heads.
The whole group ran past the group of human intruders,
because they were so busy complaining that they didn't have the strength to observe their surroundings.
Damn it, it's been a long time since I've run like this. I'm so tired. Yu Hoen took the opportunity to listen from a distance. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Prometheus came here? The situation is getting more serious. Slow footsteps turned away.
At this moment, his group also couldn't do anything else. We'll still do what's necessary first, stay as far away from them as possible. At the same time, on Prometheus' side, it was extremely chaotic. A series of thunderbolts descended, punishing the guards, accompanied by a roar.
Someone infiltrated, and none of you knew? Damn it!
The flames of fury filled every word of his rage. Clearly, he wasn't planning to let anyone off the hook. Don't make excuses, you've become too complacent. Looking down at the cowering guards, Prometheus declared with an imposing voice, "From now on, everything is in a state of emergency. Gather the forces, and the rest focus on searching." The voice, without a hint of softness, issued the necessary instructions. Relay the news to the basement as quickly as possible, leaving them all stunned. The basement! And of course, inseparable from him was his sharp gaze, enough to intimidate everyone. Are you all clear? This matter is now of utmost importance. Before Prometheus could even finish his sentence, the guards consciously scattered. Move out now, poor guys. So, immediately after Prometheus arrived at the prison, Du Hoen's group felt the security suddenly tightened, with guards swarming all around. At this moment, they had to be more cautious than ever. A stark contrast to the previous patrols. It seems like they're looking for something, and they're searching everywhere. According to Crow, they received an alert to increase security. Du Hoen's group had been moving around without being caught, but it was unlikely now that Prometheus had appeared, and had already collected most of the sacrifices needed to awaken the first key. You're still lacking a bit, causing them to be confused and pause. Facing the current situation, Du Hoen couldn't help but blurt out, "The problem is we're wasting a lot of time just hiding here." Moreover, the level of these guards will only get higher and higher. In the end, they didn't have any other plans. So he, as the leader, emphasized, "It's better if we just reach a sufficient number, awaken the key, and move to another area. Because with so many changes, I have to wonder if it's even safer here anymore." Sua turned and added, "We'll have more advantages if we succeed." Ilya didn't think so, and enthusiastically suggested, "Why not attack them right now?" "Those guards are moving in groups," Giuliano complained. "What? You want to go where there are more sacrifices to collect?" But these ideas excited Du Hoen. He ignored everything and rushed out. "High risk, high reward, follow me!" He scared the hell out of him. Huh? Really? The result of that conversation was that the whole group went hunting for sacrifices together, which was more difficult because they had to handle many things at once. A large-scale massacre was unleashed, with the number of sacrifices increasing rapidly. Just a little more, and they would have the 1,000 sacrifices Du Hoen's group needed to awaken the key and move to another area. Suddenly, he paused, remembering that they needed 7,000 relics to awaken all the keys. For these people, there was still a long way to go. He stomped hard on the unlucky guard. "So, you will now be a sacrifice." But no one expected that he would still have the strength to resist, even grabbing tightly onto Du Hoen's ankle. Ignoring the tear on his body that was glowing blue, the guard gritted his teeth and spat out each word. "You disgusting human! You think I'll die like this? I'll drag you down with me." At this moment, it seemed that his resentment had an effect. His face immediately changed for the worse. "Damn it!" Then an explosion erupted with extremely powerful force, causing a shockwave throughout the area. A blinding light, accompanied by a gust of wind, forced everyone to brace themselves. While Aya was still dizzy, Sua exclaimed worriedly, "Boss, are you okay?" Du Hoen raised his hand towards them, reassuring them. "No, don't worry about me, I'm fine." He looked at his still shaking hands and sighed. Suicide attack? They actually used these dirty tricks. I should have used the defensive relics to block them. Guards rushed in from all directions. "So, you're here, you thief!" Du Ho saw this and panicked. "They're here!" He was so annoyed that he clenched his teeth. The guards here are really fast, especially considering how big this prison is. The guards cornered them against a wall with no escape. "Give up, you're surrounded! You damn bastards! Do you know how much trouble you've caused us?" Daha, sweating, glanced behind him when he heard his name. Daha prepared to run. He didn't hesitate, and followed orders. Then, suddenly, a deep, gloomy voice rang out. As expected, "It's you." They all looked towards the source of the sound, their faces gradually changing as they saw clearly what was coming. Prometheus slowly stepped forward from the back. As Du Hoen saw him, he unconsciously tensed up as well. "Prometheus." He smiled and threatened. "You will regret daring to set foot here. You and your friends will all die. Attack." Du Ho's gaze didn't waver, not daring to take his eyes off his opponent for even a moment. He gripped his weapon tightly, determined to engage in close combat with the approaching guards. Yu Ho swung his blade, cleaving one in two, while the others behind him took down more to provide cover. The current situation made him a bit disoriented. It was truly chaotic. A wolf-faced one lunged, trying to bite him. "Just die already!" Yu Hoan swung his blade powerfully into its flank.
You're the one who's gonna die.
Some Daha screamed in a panic. Boss, a giant ball of light is hurtling towards you at high speed. The surrounding earth and stone were blasted away. Yu Hoen remained rooted to the spot. Just as he dodged that blow, Prometheus gripped a bolt of lightning in his hand. Take this, see Yu Hen. He quickly evaded the lightning bolt. He's charging! It's not a lost cause. He stabbed fiercely into the belly of a rat monster. We can gather sacrifices to awaken the key and create an opportunity. The one behind him, having just taken down another, called out loudly, Shoen! Julian in the back, retracting his hand still crackling with lightning. Deal with it. Dua had also just brought a large one crashing down. Here, boss. Yu Hoen's eyes lit up as he looked at her. You want to use them as sacrifices? Good idea. Her gaze was unwavering as she looked at him. We've almost collected enough, right? He flashed a smug grin. Right. Hand them all over. You guys are really getting the hang of this. Everyone chorused. Understood. He skillfully skewered one after another. When we use this strategy, the sacrifices gather at an incredible rate. The guards kept swarming as they intended. The atmosphere is different from when we were hiding and taking them down one by one. 10, 9, 8. Prometheus stood far back, always watching the battlefield, crackling with lightning. It ends here. See Yu Hen. He paused when he saw that he was just skewering the guards without any apparent purpose. What are they doing? Just a second later, Prometheus's face turned ashen, his body breaking out in a cold sweat with anxiety. His whole being trembled as if struck by a concussive blow. Impossible. But at this moment, Yu Hoen had also achieved his aim, smiling with satisfaction. Finally, a thunderous explosion took place, leaving the other guards rooted in place. Stunned, the system panel rang out with a notification. You have collected 1,000 sacrifices. The awakened relic is the Emperor's key. A god, bathed in dazzling light, introduced himself arrogantly. I am Ozim Dios, king of all kings. Behold my feats, you true men. He even spewed out a savage and desperate sentence. He just smirked with amusement. This guy seems pretty hyped. The guards on the other side were blinded and dizzy, stunned by the aura he emitted after being awakened. Although unexpected, it was quite useful. Daha, enveloped in that light, heard his instructions. Hey DHA, ready to run? The time is right. He quickly regained his composure. Oh, of course, let's go. By the time they had gradually disappeared, only faint shadows remained, and the guards finally realized. What? They're disappearing! They shouted and charged forward to catch them, but couldn't take another step. The light is too blinding. I can't move. Damn it. Prometheus gnashed his teeth angrily. They seem to have escaped. Say Yu Hen. He thrust a bolt of lightning into the ground. You were collecting sacrifices the entire time? You treacherous bastard. Prometheus's eyes were filled with murderous intent. But the key you awakened allows me to know where you'll go. A massive door encased in a blue glow. According to his deduction, he awakened the key of arrogance. Therefore, his destination is the door of the enslaved. Yu Hoen's group slowly approached the door. So big? Is this really a door? Yunhao gazed upwards, a mocking smile on his lips. It's just a big prison, calm down. Jehaz sweated, skeptical. So that's it. He stared intently at the gold ring on his hand. It seems to be blocked by a barrier. But with this key, we can overcome it. Ia looked at the ring curiously. They call it a key, but it just looks like a ring. Yu Hoen moved his fingers playfully. Ah. A sacred relic with a normal appearance revolves around its name. The gold ring he's wearing has strange characters engraved on it. This is the key. The system panel displays its information. S rank King's Key. Holy grade. Possession type Sacred relic. Yu Hoen raised the ring high, and orange lightning converged. Look here. This is the key for us to get inside. The door suddenly lit up and transmitted a voice. Wait, that's the treasure of the king. In that intense light, they all widened their eyes in horror. The sacred relic of the great king. You're finally here. He smirked triumphantly. You can say that. At any cost, I must get through here. The blue light dissipated, and the door slowly creaked open. Understood. I will open it now. When the door fully opened, inside was a pitch-black scene, revealing nothing but their silhouettes. Yu Hoen's footsteps led to the staircase that led to the deepest part. Crow whispered that this was the first basement level of the great prison. She said she was trapped on the lowest level. But just how low is it? They stepped inside. It was another vast forest. Anyway, this is the first basement level we've arrived at. Stepping through the tunnel, they entered a forest shrouded in a hazy mist with a layer of vapor surrounding it. The gloomy forest landscape, covered by a thick fog and dense canopies, created a chilling atmosphere. Yu Hoen spoke up. What the hell is this place? It looks like a forest. Compared to the last place, the air here is much better. Jeha spoke, and suddenly, the thing he was holding lit up. They said this place is underground, but wait, what the heck is this? What's happening to it? He was thrown back by that light, exclaiming, I'm pretty sure there's something rummaging around in the original sacred relic area. Yu Hoen approached him, saying, Get it out of there. The hawk, after being released by Jeha, quickly flew out and shouted loudly, "It's nearby, not too far from here." He immediately interrupted. "Hawk, I told you to be quiet."
Caught off guard, it hesitated and said, "Listen, if you go a little further, you'll reach Rot's place. Stop by there on the way and release him." He immediately ordered Jeha, who was standing beside him, fidgeting. "Shut up. Jeha, put it back in."
Without another word, he locked it back up. The hawk angrily continued to shout, "You evil little brats!" Yung Ho-hen, standing beside him, requested, "No matter what tricks it plays, don't let it out." He replied, "Got it." Just as he retracted it, a figure of some creature lurking from the nearby bushes suddenly caught the attention of the two. Yu Ho-en quickly drew his sword to fight, while Jeha ran off. These must be the guards from the nearby areas who heard the noise and came here. Anyway, I need some more sacrifices. Looks like it's doing a pretty good job, he challenged loudly. The panther pounced. "Come here!" However, those two didn't charge to attack him. They turned and ran away, leaving him bewildered. "What? Why are you running?" Jeha, seeing this, excitedly exclaimed. "They probably came here just to scout. Perhaps they'll find more relics if they have more teammates supporting them." He didn't give up, and quickly chased after them. "We can't let that happen! Come back here now!" Seeing this, he had to quickly run after him, shouting, "Why are we running around in the forest?" Suddenly, he stepped on something blue and became curious. "What's this?" It turned out to be a trap. Jeha, hanging upside down, screamed, causing him to turn around. Sua warned everyone. "Everyone, be careful where you step." As soon as she warned them, Yu Ho-en stepped on something, startling him. His foot was inevitably entangled in vines. A trap? Yu Ho-en swiftly drew a small knife from his person, cutting through the vine in one swift motion. Sua on this side was also dodging fiercely. She used her knife to cut it in half. He turned to look at his teammates and saw all three of them hanging. Julian called out, "If you're done looking, how about you let us down?" Yu Hoi looked over and scolded angrily. "Hey Julian, how did you get stuck with them too?" He retorted. "I was afraid they'd get shocked if I used lightning." He didn't say much more. "I get it, I told you to use sword-type relics more often." Suddenly, there was something on the ground. A depression, as if wanting to reveal something. Unexpectedly, the depression opened into a small hollow containing some strange liquid. Jeha cried out in fear. "Is there no end to this?" Seeing the situation becoming more serious, he took out a golden rope and threw it. "Here we go, rope." He threw the rope, wrapping it around everyone, pulling them all out of danger. Dex stood next to the hole, the rope released. He sighed. "That was close. There wasn't this trap before. We need to be more careful in this area." Yu Ho-en, leaning on his sword and kneeling next to the hole, replied. "Yeah." The panther on the other side paced back and forth, saying with a bored voice, "That's right. Too bad. That strange guy doesn't bother to appease it. It's okay. It won't be long anyway." He spoke loudly, shocking everyone there when he mentioned, "The owner of the sacred relic will handle the rest." Prometheus, holding lightning in his hand, slowly stepped out. He frowned as he approached. "You foolish brats, did you think you could escape me?" The group cried out in alarm. "Damn it, it's him again!" He glanced down, sneering. "I see you used some rather cute tricks to awaken the first key, huh? But that won't happen again, you're stuck here now." He clicked his tongue softly, tilting his head and muttering, "No wonder the guards are trying to save their own lives." He then said, "Now there won't be any relics that can bear the shock and sacrifice for you anymore." The massive Prometheus raised the lightning in his hand, intending to strike him in threat. "No need to prolong this conversation, just die." The lightning struck, exploding the ground there. Jeha screamed and ran. "We're going to die!" Yu Ho-en chuckled, running with him, saying, "You're being too pessimistic when we've only just begun." He ran quickly, anxiously looking back and replying, "But he's right. If we don't collect the sacrificial offerings, we're trapped." As he was running, suddenly a voice rang out. He stopped abruptly. "Oh my king!" Red eyes appeared all around. Yu Ho-en turned back to look, confused. "What the hell?" Sounds continued to echo. He glanced around, surveying. "We are the imprisoned relics. If you release us, we will help you fight him." Many different creatures were locked up in cages. It kept manipulating him. Although we have weakened greatly after being imprisoned for so long, we are still full of fighting spirit when it comes to facing Prometheus. Those words kept coming out. Suddenly, the golden ring he was wearing on his hand glowed. "Since you hold the keys to this place, you can release us by using them." Yu Ho-en looked down at it, a fixed smile on his face. "I understand." He provoked them, raising his hand high, the ring in his hand emitting a brilliant light. He shouted an order. "Come forth, release them!" System notification sounds continued to ring non-stop. "The prison gate has been opened. The prison gate has been opened. The prison gate has been opened." The cages were opened, and the imp inside came out gleefully. The iron prison beneath the ground was the same. They slowly opened, the grotesque monsters looking up, smiling with satisfaction. They rejoiced endlessly, rushing away shouting, "We are free, the king has released us." Those monsters hated Prometheus immensely. They all turned towards him, attacking with weapons. "Kill the usurper! Damn Prometheus!" He stood, raising his hand to cover his face, the goblins constantly throwing at him, shouting, You imprisoned us in this swampy place, it's time to pay the price. You son of a bitch! Prometheus was furious from being cursed. He clenched his teeth. Go to hell! How does betrayal taste? Suddenly, his tone became murderous. The imps, who were hyped up, suddenly stopped in fear. If you want to die that much, then come. He gripped the lightning bolt tightly and struck it down on the ground. A massive bolt of lightning erupted, blasting away the goblins. The goblins screamed in pain and indignation. How dare that thief use his lord's power? You will be punished by the heavens. The boy and Dai Haha watched in fear. Du Hoen lightly clicked his tongue and cried out, They won't last long. Let's keep going. He turned and looked at his running teammate, saying, Go ahead. I'll go to the original relic to observe inside for a while. Hearing him, the teammate was startled and exclaimed, What? What's in the original relic? He continued indifferently, I'll meet Eagle later. Du Hoen turned back, forcefully hitting his hand on the ground, making the debris fly everywhere. He straightened up, looking at the pile of stuff, panting, and muttered a complaint. My God, what a mess is this? I didn't expect it to be clean, but this is terribly filthy. He walked closer to the pile, glanced at it, and remarked, I need to tell him to clean up before coming out. What in the world is this pile? The falcon, trapped inside, seeing him, immediately shouted and asked, Du Hoen, what are you doing here? He smiled brightly and assured it, Calm down, I changed my mind. I came here to meet Rot first. It immediately shouted in surprise. Huh? Are you serious? He looked up, his eyes firm, and said, Yes, yes. But, is he in a fighting mood right now? He moved closer to the mess the falcon had made and spoke to it. I heard that prolonged imprisonment can lead to the weakening of a relic. The falcon flew cautiously away from him and replied, That only happens to the lowest ranked ones. Rot's power is supreme, so he's fine. Du Ho tilted his head and looked over, smirking. So can he fight Prometheus right after being released? It looked worriedly at him and said, You changed your mind because of some ulterior motive, didn't you? Well, that's what Rot wants anyway. So hearing it, he responded excitedly, All right. The image of Rot being imprisoned appeared, indicating the location where Rot was held. The falcon chuckled with pleasure. Of course, his expression became serious, and his eyes shone menacingly. Finally, I can eliminate this humiliation. The scene shifted to an eagle. Eagle seemed delighted to hear that he would go to free Rot. It directed the way to where Rot was being held, but then when you turn left, a small lake appears. And then you turn right? The person opposite interrupted him. Hey, that's enough! Yu Hoen stood opposite, crossing his arms. Too complicated. I'll just take you outside, so you'll have to guide us yourself. The eagle replied wearily. Oh, come on, Prometheus is coming here. One small mistake and we'll be caught. Making a mistake in this place. If you lend me some power to disguise myself and appear with a different look, maybe the story will be different. He smirked, somewhat intrigued. Disguise. Not bad. Maybe I should have thought of this sooner. It got cut off several times and angrily burst out. Instead, why don't you lend me some power to disguise? Yu Ho was equally unwilling to yield. The two of them, side by side, were no different from water and fire. All right, such a hot-tempered eagle. The eagle pointed to the dark lake. The trees were dense with a pile of vines to the right of the tree, right in front of the person. From here, we will go straight for a while. Yu Hoen also determined the direction according to its instructions. Okay, by the way, why did you choose a mosquito? What about turning from a great eagle into a mosquito buzzing in your ear? I need a disguise that no one can recognize. The size of this species is very small, and they are quite suitable for this place. Yu Hoen led the group, continuing to argue with the eagle. But if you keep buzzing in my ear like this, I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. It suddenly became agitated, and shouted loudly. Look ahead! There are many guards here, right? This is evidence that we're getting very close. He looked around curiously and asked, Isn't there another way to escape this surveillance? The eagle stuttered and paused for a long time. He glanced back, looking at it suspiciously. What's wrong? We've come this far. You shouldn't be reacting like this. These guards have more skills. It's quite difficult to take them down. Also, if they catch us, they will immediately notify Prometheus. The eagle explained awkwardly. This is also my first time here, so there are some things I don't know. Won't work? I'm so tiny right now that I can go scout around. He disgustedly dismissed the idea. Forget that idea. Too time-consuming. Let me ask Crow. Crow? Yu Hoan looked up, a little confused, and called out again. Crow. Shua curiously asked. What's wrong? He was sweating, a little panicked. Crow didn't answer. What happened to her? Cutting to a prison-like place. Crow was wearing an iron chain around her neck. She was chained up and gagged, unable to do anything else. Damn it, the connection is lost, he needs my help. Suddenly, a scepter slammed into the floor from an unknown location, accompanied by a fierce voice. Don't move. Do you want another hit? Someone was approaching with two monster guards beside them. Unbelievable, you could actually help Leader get here himself. All of us have been extremely struggling in the past, because of you. Being locked up, I can't even twitch or move a bit. She glared at the person speaking. There's an order to increase surveillance on you, so you better protect yourself. Yu Hoen seemed to realize something, and thought to himself, strange. Crow usually talks a lot, but now it's as silent as can be. She would communicate through the windows when she couldn't speak directly, but now even the windows aren't showing up. I can't just wait around. I have to keep moving into this forest. And then we found a stone temple right in the middle of the forest. Looking at the countless guards patrolling the forest, we knew this was the place. The eagle flying around him spoke up. It's here! Inside this temple are many of the great Greek gods imprisoned. Yu Hoen stroked his chin, observing below. Not just Riot, but other gods as well? He looked at him, asking about the situation. What about Crow? Still no response? Yu Hoen was out of options and had to entrust this to the eagle. Yeah, so I need you to scout. It flew around in front, expressing its attitude, and then obediently accepted. Mom said, sure, let's go now. Suddenly, Yu Hoen smacked the mosquito-sized eagle hard in his hand. No way! How can you scout such a vast place with a body as small as a mosquito? We need a strategy and must focus on places that are likely to be where we need to search. Things like water pipes or air ducts or something? Are there any? Places with high security but have connections linking those buildings. The two members, Sua and Jae, were a bit curious about this. The buzzing eagle updated its knowledge. That's what humans would think of, but for us bug gods, water and air aren't necessary. Yu Hoen was a bit confused, and quickly asked, so why need water pipes or air ducts? Isn't there something the gods need? It fired back, questioning him. What would you need that you have to get from outside? What? Oh, that's it, the sacred recovery artifact? If the gods' condition worsens, they'll have to bring in the sacred recovery artifact. Yu Hoen figured out a solution, and he excitedly continued the eagle's words. There must be a passageway to bring them in. That's exactly it. After that, the eagle went to scout, and it quickly returned. I'm back. Yu Hoen glanced over, probing the situation. So? What do you think? The buzzing eagle gave its plan. We need to eliminate those guards and then go straight inside. He lowered his head slightly. His face darkened, emitting a dangerous aura and sharp eyes. Okay, let's go inside to see what this rumored god Riot is like. The scene changed immediately. A great fire erupted, spreading quickly and burning countless people, along with sounds of resentment. Damn it! Romitius struggled to walk step by step, leaning on his cane. See Hoen, you scumbag, how dare you destroy my artifacts? He stopped abruptly, excitedly discovering something. Prometheus spun around. Their aura, they're here! He tilted his head, directing his gaze toward the forest. Wait, how is it in that direction? Prometheus widened his eyes in excitement. Could it be Yu Hoen? Don't tell me! On the other side, a spear pierced the monster, causing it to painfully lurch away. Yu Hoen held the spear in his hand. I tried to stay quiet. Aya came up from behind. Can't be helped. These guards are pretty strong. Yu Hoen gleefully collected the dark orbs flying out of the monster. There it is. Since we defeated him, I'll use him as a sacrifice. The group led by him entered the tower. Let's go in. Dee observed around, evaluating. This place doesn't seem like it's for the ancient Greek gods at all. Yu Hoen agreed, watching the droplets of water fall steadily in the corridor. I don't think they'll care about a prisoner's requests. He offered more ideas. They could imprison them somewhere else. The eagle finally spoke up, confirming, You're right, they're truly wicked. The gods complained the first time they came here about how hot, humid, and slimy it was. Yu Hoen cut off the topic, spotting an exit ahead. Alright, finally out of this passage. The group slowly stepped through the iron door and were immediately met with one of the infamous fallen gods. Medusa, with a mass of snakes, locked in a cage. Sounds of disbelief echoed at the sight of the imprisoned god. Heavens, what is this, a chicken farm? This can't be where the gods are held. Yu Hoen found it amusing, looked up at the scene, and smirked. Seeing this really makes me want to... Everyone in the room began to discuss. This doesn't look like a place to hold ancient Greek gods. Yeah, seeing them gathered here makes me want to find them even more. Yu Hoen thoughtfully gazed into the prison. Inside, they continued to argue. What? You're the divine restorationists? What are you doing here, you bastards? He couldn't help but provoke them. Bastards? You're being disrespectful to your future master? The mosquito beside him complained. What nonsense are you talking about? We're here to rescue Fall, remember? Yu Hoen came up with a new plan. Who said I wasn't going to rescue him anymore? I'll release Fall. And right after Fall is released, the mosquito panicked. Then what? Yu Hoen was completely confident in his calculations. I'm thinking of becoming his master altogether. A voice echoed down. What the hell are you saying? The words were meant to remind everyone. No, God Fall doesn't like working like that. Daha excitedly asked. Why not? Fall is just like a sacred object anyway. He needs a new master, doesn't he? Yu Hoen arrogantly stated. Or, more accurately, he has to beg me to release him. I don't think he has another choice, does he? The gold-helmeted soldier was unwilling. Why are you going back on your word now? Come on, just release him. Yu Hoen mockingly replied. Don't want to. He turned to the eagle. He wants us to obey him in exchange for freedom, right? It vaguely guessed. I think so. Suddenly, an angry voice boomed. Why is it so noisy here? The force of the voice seemed to want to submerge everything. Fall looked at Yu Hoen's group and offered, Mortals, if you need anything, tell me, for I am the supreme king of them all. Daha couldn't help but be stunned. The aura is real. He's definitely the top god. Yu Hoen was filled with interest. I also have something to discuss with you. He brazenly called out, God Fall. Yu Ho wasn't afraid at all. He approached closer. I don't like beating around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. In an instant he made a deal between the two. I'll free you from here on the condition that you kneel and obey me. Hearing this, the others in the prison couldn't hold back. They cursed. That crazy bastard. What the hell is that bastard saying to Godfall? Another impatient one disregarded and attacked. Can't stand this bastard anymore. Yu Ho gently put out his hand, and in a flash, the tentacles that had just stretched out to attack him shattered. While defending, he repeated the offer. I told you, I don't like beating around the bush. The other prisoners were surprised at the scene just now. What kind of demonic power is that? Yu Ho only cared about Fall. He continued the negotiation. I am your master. I will bring a surprise gift to you. Don't be impudent to me and be careful of your words. Fall had some praise for him. You have incredible dominating power, and the key is in your hand. I don't think you're deceiving me. Yun Hoen focused on the main point. I don't speak nonsense. Now what did you say just now? If I release you, will you obey me? Fall's answer was easier than he thought. I am asking myself that. Fall was somewhat hesitant. Although it's not a very attractive offer, if I don't intend to leave this place, we don't need to waste time listening to that condition, do we? Not expecting the negotiation to be so easy, Yu Hoen was stunned. That's not the reaction I expected. I thought they were desperate to get out, weren't they? Yu Ho tried to think of the worst-case scenario and asked again. No, maybe he's acting. So, is living in prison to your liking? Fall was also honest with his thoughts. If I become a mortal's possession just to exchange for freedom, then I don't need freedom at all. By the way, Yun Hoen also wants his curiosity satisfied. Is he one of the gods who hates humans then? He could easily defeat Prometheus. Why is he imprisoned here? Root's answer completely refuted his thoughts. You think I hate humans, so I would side with Prometheus? Don't misunderstand me like that. Our relationship is not simple. The mosquito hurriedly criticized. See? I told you that wouldn't work. Don't do that again, just let him out. It's a waste of time. Root still praised Yu Hoen even though he is a human. I can sense the power from my eagle. Right, the mosquito interrupted. Master, it's me. The mosquito reported that, these are the people I struggled to drag here. I will figure out how to release you first, okay? They were being secretive, standing before an abyss, always in a state of panic and anxiety. Ja was both confused and worried. He blurted out. What is that? Yu Hoen was extremely perplexed and disappointed. Damn it, it looks like they have caught up to us. He discovered that it seemed to be Prometheus. He had to affirm that it was him, because he carried a distinctive smell. This is the smell of that bastard Prometheus. I'm sure of it. But why is that old man here? Seeing Yu Hoen say that, Root was furious and roared dreadfully. Open this gate, I want to be released and give that old man a good beating. Open this damn door now. Suddenly he felt smug as the plan was progressing well, secretly thinking. Their reaction changes quickly. If I can seize the opportunity, I can have Root in the palm of my hand. He stated a few words. I think this is also his aura. What is going on? Root exclaimed in surprise. How did that bastard Prometheus get all the way here? Yu Hoen immediately thought with satisfaction. This is good. His attitude has changed. He flashed a wicked smile, showing contempt for the god. None of your business. I thought you didn't want to leave here. Do you want to change your mind, now that your sworn enemy is right in front of you? Yu Hoen was even more outrageous, provoking Root. I can't tell you what is happening here. I'm very busy, and a lot of chaotic things are about to happen. He struck a psychological blow, intending to make the god bow to him this way. The key point here is the moment for him to choose. Will he rush out and achieve something great, or will he rot behind bars? It's his choice. Yu Hoen tipped his head back, his voice mocking. What do you want? Root calmly gave a small laugh. Interesting. You have oratorical talent, mortal, he replied cautiously. All right, I accept your offer. As soon as he was accepted, Yu Hoen grinned smugly. My proposal is that you will submit to me if I release you. Swear before your Pantheon temple. He was surprised by the proposal. Does it have to be this extent? Yu Hoen wanted to take precautions against his promise. I prefer assurance, because I have been betrayed by people before. Since you followed him all the way here, he has no choice but to accept. Very well. Root raised his hand and spoke calmly. I swear before the Pantheon temple. At this moment, satisfaction filled his heart, and he smiled like a victor. All right. Suddenly he noticed something unusual, and exclaimed in surprise. What? The intruders have made it here? Stop, you bastard! Prometheus met him and asked. Xuan, you have reached here? He took the first step of his plan. There you are, Prometheus. He even sneered once, "But you're a bit slow."
Prometheus turned around, but it was too late. Too sudden, leaving him no time to react.
"What?" Prometheus was enraged, shouting, "Say you Hoenn, don't tell me you have." The people in the prison suspiciously questioned him. "What? The prison door hasn't been opened? You bastard, what do you mean?" Curses rapidly poured out. "You bastard can't open the prison door, can you? Then why are you pretending to be the master of this place?" Yu Hoenn scoffed, not replying, but muttering to himself. "Everything must follow a procedure, you fools." Prometheus and the beasts stepped inside like a fish caught in Yu Hoenn's trap.
This moment was quite suitable for him to reveal his hidden meaning.
He slowly spoke, each word revealing a sequence of dangerous conspiracies. "This key is used to open doors, right? But it is also used to lock all the doors, isn't it?" Yu Hoenn drew out each word, as if pressing the truth into their hearts with a hint of cold mockery.
"This place has been surrounded by a great wall.
You are trapped in here, Prometheus, and surrounded by these crazy gods."
Prometheus was boiling with rage. He let out a roar that shook the entire prison. "Say Yu Hoenn, this bastard! Come here!" The prisoners were sequentially released and leaped out.
They all rushed out seeking freedom. As promised, Zeus followed him. Yu Hoenn burst into excited laughter, taunting Prometheus. "Oops, I accidentally slipped and opened the prison door." He was surprised to see Zeus following him, calling out resentfully,
"Zeus!" Zeus greeted Prometheus in return.
"Long time no see." Zeus roared fiercely. "Freedom for my brothers." Then he decisively ordered, "Eradicate all the guards. Prometheus is mine. No one touches him." Ilya and Yu Hoenn stood outside, watching the intense situation with great interest. He gaped, saying, "These ancient gods are truly mighty. I didn't even notice when they were imprisoned." Hearing this, he scoffed. "They are, after all, renowned gods from ancient Greece." His eyes gleamed dangerously. Yu Hoenn continued, "It's possible the prison itself was meant to suppress their power. Now that the door is open, everything's in chaos." The roars of the main players continued to echo. A deep voice mused, "This rage of the gods is truly rare." Hora, a large, strong man draped in a lion's pelt. Then Zeus added more information. Pegasus, a famous winged horse with white wings, unleashed a powerful kick, while the centaur charged into battle immediately afterward. Looking at another scene, he noticed something else. Cerberus, the three-headed dog guarding the gates of hell, and Chimera with its lion's head, goat's body, and snake's tail. Zeus concluded, "The appearance of many monsters and heroes is only the beginning of the guards' struggle. If everything continues in a good direction." Suddenly Prometheus's sharp voice cut in. "You fools, keep calm." In the midst of the battle, he roared a reminder. "Get into your battle positions! How can you let those prisoners fight back like this? Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing the familiar voice, the mythical creatures' expressions immediately turned joyful. They cheered in unison. "Ah, Lord Prometheus, he's here! Fight back! Throw them all back in jail." All of this was within his sight. Ilya stroked his chin, commenting, "Prometheus is another problem. This battle might last longer than I thought."
Zeus stated firmly, "Not with me here, that won't happen."
Yu Hoenn exclaimed, "Zeus! His presence has made them give up." Aya replied thoughtfully, "After all, he is the king of the ancient Greek gods."
The battle between the mythical creatures unfolded fiercely.
Zeus roared impatiently, "Stop it, Prometheus! That's not how lightning is used." Appearing before Prometheus, he reminded, "You don't even know how to use it. Don't just wave it around like that, give it back to me." Prometheus hesitated, replying, "Zeus!" He screamed madly, lunging to attack Zeus. "If you could taste it yourself, you wouldn't be standing there spouting nonsense."
Zeus scoffed at him. "You plan to use it against me?"
He calmly mocked Prometheus. "You know you can't." With that, the two of them clashed, engaging in an extremely tense confrontation. Only a bright, powerful light could be seen emanating from Zeus's hand. He muttered as if sharing a warning. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" He used the large light to shoot out dozens of smaller bolts toward Prometheus, uttering each word slowly and deliberately, increasing his authority. "Now, my lightning, return to your true master."
Zeus reached out, sending thousands of lightning bolts straight at Prometheus.
All the mythical creatures stared in astonishment, witnessing the scene, the lightning being absorbed.
Prometheus was both startled and bitter. He was so angry he growled like a wild beast. "No, my power is fading." Zot took advantage of the situation, laughing loudly with contempt and mockery.
"Yours? The shameless one!"
He scorned Prometheus like a reckless animal, uttering harsh words. "You only knew how to grab it and stab it randomly around, and yet you dare say this is your power?
My lightning can absolutely do so much more." His bulging, muscular arm lifted a powerful, swirling sphere of lightning as he proclaimed arrogantly, "Let me teach you a few things." Looking at the chaotic battle before him, Yu Hoenn was truly satisfied and smug, silently praising himself. One gathering the clouds, one controlling the thunder and lightning. Just as homie Cher nicknamed Zot, he truly is the master of thunder and lightning. The continuous, non-stop chain of attacks, Zot unleashed countless different bolts of lightning around Prometheus, and the final strike was far more brutal. The most terrifying and powerful of all was when Zot shot down a bolt of lightning shaped like an eagle, soaring straight at Prometheus. This was the exact illustration of the story where Zot sent an eagle to eat Prometheus's liver. No one could withstand such an earth-shattering powerful attack. Prometheus knelt, bitterly exclaiming, "God damn it!" Zot cracked a bright smile, raised his head, and confidently announced, "Surrender. That is what you should do now, and your punishment will be even worse than this." With his wrists still in shackles, Prometheus clawed at the dry ground, submitting to Zot. "You actually dare to despise me? The king of the gods, huh?" Zot was even more surprised when he uttered such shameless words. "King? I spit on it." Prometheus was humiliated but could do nothing, only howling in despair. "Go to hell." Then, suddenly, a blinding flash of light plunged straight down onto the ground, as if something strange was about to happen. Zot, who was standing there, tightly shut his eyes. It turned out that this was his final blow, used to end Prometheus, turning him into ashes. Having fulfilled his promise, he stood tall and proud, breathing a sigh of relief as a heavy burden lifted from his heart. Jaiha was so shocked that he broke out in a sweat, yelling that he couldn't believe the monster vanished in an instant like that. He was alarmed when he saw him suddenly turn into a log with a bright blue flame. That was Duhosin, quickly clarifying Prometheus's original form. He picked up the log, looked at it, and slowly explained. "People say that when he gave fire to mankind, he kept it inside a hollow log. I think this thing must have been modeled after that story." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the log. "Don't touch me, you bastard!" Duhuan blurted out, "Damn it!" The strange log sprang up and he yelled, "Stop! Damn it!" Knowing he fell for his trick, he threatened him. "There's no way I'll let you run away." The log warped, making Duhuan freeze in shock right on the spot. He issued a warning. "You really did capture him, but you should be careful, or he will die." Zot gently replied, "I won't be fighting the guards, so I'll just return to my normal form." He continued, "There's no need to fight the giant anymore, so I'll change back to normal." Duhoan looked at him and added, "But it will be more natural." Zot confided a few words to him. "Don't force yourself to shrink your body, just relax, but it will be more natural. Don't worry, I'm the one who wants to interrogate him the most." He also feigned surprise. Oh, really? Not only Zot had such thoughts, but of course, the other ancient gods would do the same. After all, they had been imprisoned for so many years by the enemy who betrayed them. The imprisoned group unanimously agreed. "Absolutely. I'll have to punch him first." He interrupted one person and spoke. "Me first. Everyone calm down. Let's deal with the remaining guards first. Everyone will get their revenge eventually." Then, he turned back into the blue flaming log, lying motionless on the floor. But the battle did not slow down because of this. Afterward, the remaining gods went to deal with all the surviving guards. Prometheus was thrown to another place, like a second hell. The imprisoned people seized the opportunity to take great revenge on Prometheus. He was beaten, trampled, even burned alive, and finally crushed into dust by the stone grinding machine. One turn each would have been enough for him to die. But there were still more. These ancient Greek gods were waiting for their turn. We witnessed them venting their anger on Prometheus, and they had their own solutions. I left Jai behind to restore Prometheus. Ja didn't want to scream, "Why am I the only one who has to do this?" Despite that, I really had no choice but to find out more about whether he was truly the only god ruling this world. That was his tragic end. Seeing all the imprisoned captives satisfied, it was also the moment that Riet thanked Yuhoan. "I owe you a lot. Thank you, humans." He was also very pleased, smiling contentedly. "There are plenty of opportunities to repay me. You don't need to worry about it." In the midst of this joy, he seized the opportunity to offer an idea. "So let's make a deal. We still have a long way to go." He questioned. "Deal?" Rieten then posed a question full of hidden meaning. "A deal can't be done slowly, can it?" He was slightly surprised by his words. "What? Didn't you say that you would follow us if I released you?" He made him half believe, half doubt, and also said, "That's right, I know. But what will you do?" "I'm saying that I don't want to." Yuhoan went silent, his voice lowered as he asked him, "So you want to break your promise?" He quickly denied. "Of course not." He glanced at him, his voice even, and indifferent. "Just some promises to insignificant humans. From the start, I had no intention of fulfilling them." He reminded him of his words. "I told you that I would rather rot between these bars than become a slave subservient to mortals." His complexion turned ugly as he retorted. "But you changed your mind and swore an oath to me, remember?" Riet's mocking voice rang out. "And I can change my mind many more times, can't I?" His people, upon hearing this, laughed mockingly in agreement. "That's right." They each said a word, advising him to give up. "Hey, mortal, give up. That's the will of the holy gods. Can you change it?" Riet, his face full of triumph, turned around, reminding, "Now everyone, let's go. It's been a long time since we've enjoyed this freedom." The soldiers, upon hearing this, were delighted. "Understood. Hail God Reet, you order them. Let's smash this prison." A large hole suddenly appeared from being broken. One appeared with his eagle, his face clearly beaming. "I volunteer to go out first to scout the situation. We're free." Yu Hoen looked at him, asking directly, "Well, Reet, so you want to break this oath?" Reet replied in an impatient tone. "That's right. How many more times do you want me to say it before you understand the problem?" As soon as he heard this, his complexion immediately turned gloomy. "I understand." God Heem didn't have time to react before a surge of power struck him painfully. The soldier next to him, seeing this, shouted loudly, "God Heem!" Druzay's mouth hung open. God Heem's face was filled with fear. He turned around and saw that God Horak was also being punished, and shouted loudly, "God Horak!" The others all had to endure this pain one after another. Riot panicked, only knowing to shout loudly to gather the gods together. "Damn it! God Dionysos! God Artis! Quickly move closer together! What the hell is this?" He angrily shouted, questioning Yu Hoen. "You bastard! What did you do?" He crossed his arms, looking at him in a panic, full of enjoyment. "You seem surprised?" He smirked, looking at Riet with gloomy eyes. "You swore an oath before your people, didn't you? Because you broke the oath, it's no wonder they have to endure this torture." Hearing Yu Hoen's words, he angrily clenched his fists, still trying to justify his breach of promise. "What nonsense are you talking about? A promise is just an empty promise. I even thought those were the tricks you used before." Yu Hoen crossed his arms, smiling meaningfully. "Oh, that's right. I told you already. I like sure guarantees." He revealed to Riet a secret that he didn't know. The Code of Hammurabi. "When you and I made the oath, I secretly activated this code." His face darkened, cursing. "That's just an oath. You tricked me, contingency plan." Yu Hoen calmly replied, "Old man, who told you to go back on your word first?" He used the crowd to threaten Riet. "If you obediently submit to me now, they won't have to suffer anymore." He was in disbelief when he heard this. What the hell? He looked at his wounded loved ones, his voice full of resentment. "You massacre my descendants, yet you still demand that I submit at your feet?" He raised a finger to reassure. "Calm down, because I haven't completely killed them yet." Drizay stopped again, blurting out, "What?" Yu Hoen's words made Riet's face even darker. "Yours? Define your thing, so I can use my power to redirect it to something ambiguous, right?" His smile and eyes became terrifying, uttering, "For example." Yu Hoen looked at him meaningfully. "The thing below you can also be called your descendants, right?" Riet still didn't believe in Yu Hoen's power. "How ridiculous! This will never happen, even if it works. How could your inferior power hurt me?" He still kept smiling, saying sorry, but that inferior power is nothing compared to the influence of the Code of Hammurabi. Regardless of whether the redirection is successful or not, you will feel it soon. The voice was so loud that even a passing mosquito was startled. "Hey Yu Hoen, you're taking things too far. What if it affects Riet's power?" Du Hoen looked at him like he was a lunatic. "What the hell does that have to do with me? I couldn't care less what happens to that divine old man who can't obey me." Hearing that, the old man grew even angrier. "Hey, you wicked bastard!" Root looked behind the other man. "Eagle, no need to beg that bastard anymore. Come to me." The weak thing replied, "But I can't." He refused to submit. A surge of power appeared from his hand, wanting to destroy himself. "Accept you as my master so easily, I will destroy myself." The boy was full of anticipation, but from behind. "Law of Hammurabi, execute!" Rut's eyes turned bestial. "Don't you dare dream of it." The two sources of power clashed, fighting like ice and fire. After the two streams of light disappeared, leaving only dust and smoke, the locked log grumbled curses. "Seriously insane, Xiao Du Hoen. That crazy bastard." Root's face was distorted in pain, his mouth ceaselessly screaming. Something fell out right at the boy's feet. Eagle saw him collapse, and quickly called for him to wake up. "God Rut, master, please wake up." God Root, the others, looked at him lying on the ground in agony, discussing amongst themselves. How can this be? That thing of God Root was knocked out? Hey, stop saying such disrespectful things. "Well, I'm just telling the truth." Du Hoen chimed in with a delighted face. "That's right. He's just telling the truth. What's the big deal?" Seeing the boy's foot about to reach the object, one person spoke up to stop him. "That bastard, don't kick it." Du Hoen ignored the man's words, continuing, "I'm just reclaiming what belongs to me. That is appropriate punishment." The rope wrapped tightly around the object. Curious. "What is this? What is this?" Du Hoen said to Root, lying on the ground. "If you admit your mistake and silently become my slave, I will return this treasure to you. But if you want to resist again, then I can only throw this filthy thing to the bottom of the sea." Upon hearing that, everyone was enraged. "See, what the hell are you babbling about?" He smiled, and reminded them of the myth they all wanted to forget. "You must still remember the myth about the genitals of god Uranus being thrown into the sea? The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, was born from that thing. Remember? Root was not the first king of the gods. God Kronos was Root's father, and God Uranus, Kronos' father, ruled the gods before that. Under pressure, they rebelled. The journey to the throne for each god was filled with wicked schemes, violence, and even war. What? Get off the throne, father! The father oppresses his children, and the children turn around and challenge the father. The boy continued the story. When God Kronos challenged God Uranus, Kronos used a giant sickle knife to cut off his father's genitals and threw it into the bottom of the ocean. That genital fell into the ocean, turning into sea foam. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, was born from there. Du Hoan burst out laughing about the reason. That's why I wanted to try throwing that thing into the sea once. Hearing that, they grew even angrier, watching their words carefully. Mortal! They angrily gathered to deal with the boy. Everyone, let's go together and kill this guy! Du Hoan looked at them with contempt. Look at how pathetic you all are. But he still agreed with them and ordered his side. I accept your challenge. Everyone, prepare for battle. Dia was startled when he heard that. What? Are you serious? He still tried to stop Du Hoan. They greatly outnumber us. We'll get stuck here if we dare to face them. The boy paid no mind to the words, remaining resolute. It's worth a try anyway. Right? We are facing the greatest Greek warriors. Well, I also have a few other reasons. His tone was full of confidence. That this fight is too easy for me. The sky was gloomy. Cold winds blew through the silently resting graves. A stream of power appeared from Julien's palm. The white-haired man pointed towards him and shouted, Attack! A blue light appeared. Stones flew out from within massively as if to attack the people. Du Hoan smiled within the smoke. Just as expected, he hasn't changed his mind. Jeha asked the boy with a curious face. What's going on over there? Even if Root and his son don't kill each other, he still has to fight with other ancient Greek gods, right? Yu Hoan was certain of his judgment. Rost and his gang aren't staying out of this fight. They're absolutely furious. You explained why, so the sacrifices around them were also affected. Many lost their ability to fight because of it. A girl, presumably Rost's daughter, knelt down hugging his corpse. Rost had many children. His children will explode together with 2 or 3 sacrifices around them or something. You turned to look at him with a smile and a promise. They'll all be dealt with when we make our move this time. And then it'll all be ours. A provocative voice rang out. Everyone there was astonished. You wretches, focus on grasping and receiving information. Are you giving up because you can't fight Rost and his brothers? The guy continued to taunt. There are still many other gods on Mount Olympus who can help. Poseidon, Hades. Yu Hoan's eyes sharpened, and he coldly replied, The god of the sea, Biden? And the god who rules the underworld, Hades, huh? Do you think we don't have any gods on our side? He immediately summoned his own gods. Come forth, Anubis, Osiris. He pointed at the crowd and ordered, Show them whose gods are stronger. They saw what was in front of them and were immediately terrified. What the hell? Why are there ancient Egyptian gods here? Seeing himself at a disadvantage, the guy resorted to moral grandstanding. Don't you have any self-respect left? A surge of power struck the soldiers on the other side, leaving the guy stunned. What? How dare you? Mummies appeared one after another, but the guy was still arrogant. You weaklings dare to act tough? You weaklings dare to act tough? They charged into battle, and this is how the gods of Greece and ancient Egypt clashed fiercely. Yu Hoan also plunged into the battle. Because the numbers were too different, I had to join the battle with my team. Everyone rushed forward with all their might. Right from the start, the trend changed, of course, entirely in our favor. After a while, the gods fell. The dense smoke dissipated, revealing ruins. Yu Hoan, still holding his weapon, looked at the god. Now will you admit your defeat? The god, battered and exhausted, knelt on the ground and admitted. How disappointing! His voice was unwilling. If we hadn't been weakened by so many years of imprisonment, the battle would surely have had a different outcome. You gave a mocking smile. I don't care. No one can change the past, right? Yu Hoan turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence. Even if you could, things would still be the same. Enraged, he could only curse this arrogant bastard. He approached Ziha and ordered, Z, throw them all into the original sanctuary. He was a little stunned, but still replied, Understood. Ilya looked at him worriedly and asked, We haven't even met yet. Is wasting your strength like this okay? Yu Hoan smiled and replied, Doesn't that mean Prometheus won't be able to hinder us anymore? He opened his mouth and laughed. And also because he stole all the ancient Greek relics, so it's a benefit for us too. Alright, let's go. Scene change. They went to a forest in the night, left the temple that once imprisoned the ancient Greek gods, and finally arrived at the place of the fruit. They entered the forest, and everyone glanced around. The atmosphere here was completely different from when we first entered the temple. Before, the guards attacked us uncontrollably. Suddenly, someone rushed out from behind Yu Hoan to scare him, and now they did it because they wanted to, as if they were no longer controlled by Prometheus since he was defeated. But the other person just stared at him. Probably Prometheus had ordered them not to attack us, so his guards and subordinates didn't want to become lambs sacrificed to awaken the key. Then 2 or 3 more strange things appeared one after another. But now he was defeated. There were no more orders, so the guards were like snakes without heads, not knowing what to do. They don't know if they will attack us as usual, or do what Prometheus told them to do. The ring on his hand sucked out black smoke from the mushroom in front of him. Those who forced me to become valuable items, although it took quite a while to process them. Yu Hoen was lost in thought and didn't notice that he had stepped on it. But the real problem is the traps. He hurriedly shouted to announce, "Everyone stop, it's quite difficult to deal with a head." As soon as he finished speaking, the next person stepped on it. I stepped on it. Ilya looked at the trap under her feet angrily. "Every step there's a trap waiting. Why are there so many?" Yu Hoen interjected. "There are definitely more than before. Prometheus may have increased the number of traps to help the guards defend better, and at the same time prevent us from collecting sacrifices to awaken the key." Sua listened and agreed. "It can't be otherwise." Yu-Ho walked with difficulty on the muddy ground and said to her, "If I could still contact Crow, she could help us deal with this mess. But I can't contact her, so we have to continue." Julian spoke up behind him. "Wait a minute, Crow hasn't responded yet, so can we find the way to our destination?" Yu-Ho listened and pondered. "That is indeed a problem. Although I got some information from her to get there, I'm still not really sure what to do next if we make it." He looked at him and continued. "This situation is just like when we first entered Great Brierson. So what?" Julian was frightened after hearing that. "We were screwed right after. Don't say such ominous things." Yu-Ho was engrossed in chatting and didn't notice what was behind them. "But we've collected more sacrifices than before." So the other guy cried out in panic, "Boss!" He was startled and dodged to the side. Luckily the dart didn't hit him. The guys who just threw the darts threatened. "The 5 people standing over there, hand over all the sacrifices. We have twice as many as you." An unexpected expression appeared on Yu Hoen's face. "What? Why are there people here?" The others stammered after seeing clearly. "Wait, isn't that Xiao Yu-Ho?" They hurriedly shouted to each other. "It's him, damn it! Run!" Seeing them about to run away, he immediately ordered the rope. "Rope, hold them back." It immediately chased after them. Got it. Yu Hoen's expression was bad as he gritted his teeth. "I can't believe those idiots got in here." He was tattered and bound, pleading in fear. "We know we were wrong, Mr. Xiao Yu Hoen. We didn't know it was you. Because it was quite dark here, we acted inappropriately." Yu-Ho asked them, "Enough. How did you guys get in here?" The guy answered in fear. "We have a small scouting team, and heard that the great prison had been opened." He raised his eyebrows after listening. "What?" He looked at them suspiciously. "You guys didn't crawl out of that Pandora's box, did you?" They denied in unison in fear. "No, we didn't." They hurriedly explained further. "We simply came here to collect more sacrifices." Yu Hoen was curious since they got in here. "All the entrances and exits of Great Prison are covered by Pandora. So you guys know where they are?" Julian's face was full of horror. "They hid it? Red prison masters appear as ordinary graves. That's what they said on TV." Yu Hoen looked at them and shouted, "You brats!" The guy's voice trembled. "Yes." His face gloomy, he ordered them. "Now tell me everything that happened outside Gray's prison. I'm annoyed, so don't make things worse." This guy seemed surprised by his question and hesitated. "You want to know what's happening out there?" "Yeah." So he began to tell. Suddenly it appeared on the news. The reporter reported that a strange tomb suddenly appeared, a small island floating in the sky, and then steel towers rose in the middle of the desert. Seeing the changes, the government urgently convened a meeting. But who knew it was leaked? The Pandora organization said they hadn't grasped any information from the strange events that had recently taken place. The secret meeting between the high-ranking members in Pandora was leaked. Jen remained silent, listening to him. It printed the content of the discussion related to the fact that these tombs did not look normal at all. But the entrance to the tomb brings us closer to things that are much greater. And those are priceless, ancient relics. His face was smudged as he looked at him. So now people are flocking to hunt for those relics to make more money. Yu-Ho couldn't understand after listening. That's weird. Weren't all the great gates and dungeons already there? Sao pushed forward to say, "And no one can pass through that gate." He heard the two people talking, astonished as if he couldn't believe it. "What? We just passed through. There was no ban. No way." A voice came from his ring. "It's a dog hole." He looked at it and softly called, "Ramesses." He crawled out of the ring and explained. When the gate to the Greek relic area was opened, a few dog holes were also opened to the outside world. It seems everything is out of control. This is the first time this has happened. Yu-Ho was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. "What? Are you saying I'm the one who caused this?" He confirmed his words. "Of course. Could a great god like me make such a stupid mistake?" Dick came forward to interrupt the leader. "I don't think this is the most important thing. If our enemies follow us in here through those dog holes, things will be disadvantageous for us, right?" Another person also comforted. "That's right, don't worry. The door can be closed after it's opened." Ramesses still calmly confirmed. "That's right." He raised his hand. "Then close the door first." He reminded Yu Hoen to focus on Feel the door you want to close, and put all your strength into that area. A huge force descended throughout Pandora. Teenagers in the middle of the road saw a strange phenomenon and shouted loudly, "The towers are collapsing!" They pointed forward in horror. Damn it. The entrance to the dungeon is disappearing. They urged each other to leave. Run! At this rate, we'll be buried under these buildings. The workers looked up at the sky, some angry, some panicked. Damn it! We'll continue right after setting up all this equipment. No, we can't move any further. Report back to the captain now. At Pandora HQ, an angry voice boomed. What the hell just happened? A figure of some importance walked while fuming. The entrance that opened not long ago is disappearing again? The person behind him irritably retorted, How would I know? The high-ranking directors were all discussing amongst themselves. Well, this is also for the best for the Pandora organization. The most troublesome thing is that we can't oversee what's happening in this area. He continued worriedly. That's true, but I've already dispatched a scout to investigate. The other person beside him raged. How long ago was that, old man? The two of them walked and chatted. What a waste of manpower. But what else can we do? Back on Duen's side, Ramesses spoke up. All done. All the rat holes leading to the dungeon have been sealed. Sua listened to the conversation between the two. What about those who've already entered? He replied uncaringly. Just leave them be. He crossed his arms and looked down at the group of people tied up. But what should we do with these guys? The person being looked at trembled and begged for mercy. Please, spare our lives. Duho grinned menacingly after hearing that. Then hand over all the sacred artifacts you found. I will crush them and use them to awaken my sacred artifact. Deha and Jilin looked at each other, exasperated. The boss is really cruel. Well, that's just his nature. The other immediately objected to this idea. Wait a minute. You want me to give the sacred artifacts to each of them? Isn't that too much? Duho looked at him and repeated the threat. What nonsense are you spouting? You were just threatening me to hand over all the sacred artifacts to you. Hell. He was scared but still unwilling. It's true that I said that, but he continued, hoping to soften him. How can we escape this dangerous forest without any sacred artifacts in our hands? Duho smirked. Escape this place? Who said I would let you go? The others were locked back in the cage despite their screams. So I just imprisoned them in the cage after extorting all the sacred artifacts from them? Boss Si Duhen? Boss, please let us out, please! Compared to encountering the gatekeepers without any sacred artifacts, it's better to just lock them up. They continued walking, but didn't know what to do next. The only remaining issue was that there was still no reply from Black Crow, with possible information for the direction they should take next. What should we do now? The side of Duhoen's face was suddenly injured by something. He put his hand on his cheek and felt the wound. Seeing this, Deha asked, What's that? What's wrong, boss? Not only on his face, but his hand was also hit. Duhoen's expression was not good, as if he recognized the origin of the attack. Where did this come from? He hurriedly called out to everyone. Turn back quickly. That's the mist of annihilation. Jeha and Iria ran for their lives, but still managed to say to each other, This is insane. Is that the mist that grinds us into powder? That's right, it's that. Duhoen worriedly turned back and said to everyone, It will be worse if the wind blows that mist over here. We need to get out of here as far as possible. Ilia cried out in pain, stopping everyone from running. It touched me. It's right behind us. Stop, stop. The five of them stopped together, everyone's face filled with extreme fear. The mist was surrounding them, and there was no guarantee that the path they had taken was still safe. Jaha fearfully suggested. Then, let's find a place without mist, and go. July Lin also started to get scared. If we keep moving around like this, we'll get lost in this forest. Duhoen spoke up. We have no other choice but to run away from this place. It's much better to escape and get lost than to die here, right? Hearing this, Deha gave a thumbs up. That's what I wanted to say, he urged. Then run! She started crying as she heard that. This is insane. They were so focused on running that they almost went over the edge of a cliff. They looked down the cliff, their voices filled with fear. Damn it, this is a cliff? It seems like there is a lot of annihilation mist like this below. Damn it, the mist is too thick. We will die if we accidentally fall into it. Deha turned to look at Duhoen. We need to get over this cliff, right? He replied helplessly. That's the most feasible plan. Duhoen ordered the rope. Okay, rope, create a bridge. It nodded after hearing that. Bridge, I understand. Understood. The rope shot out countless other small ropes. Seconds later, he completed the bridge. Duhoen looked at the bridge. All right, let's cross it. The goat, not yet stepping on, trembled. I think I'm gonna pee myself right here. He suddenly spaced out, looking down at the ring in his palm, curious. Why is the celestial ring suddenly like this? It was practically dead. Ramesses appeared, explaining, It seems to be reacting to a nearby treasure. He exclaimed in surprise. Treasure? Duhoen looked at the ring with interest. Treasure, huh? Then I can't ignore it. Hey! The goat next to him angrily retorted. Bro, we need to figure out how to get across that bridge. He looked at the bridge, assessing.
I think crossing that bridge should be easy. Yu Hoen then asked curiously, "What? Why?"
He looked at him with great curiosity. Ramesses quickly replied, "That treasure is deep at the bottom of the chasm." His voice was gloomy, as cold as the abyss amidst the incredibly thick fog. Ramesses hovered between the bridge, muttering again, "It's hidden in that incredibly thick fog." Yu Hoen then realized the hidden meaning in the words.
"You mean the treasure is in this fog?"
The fog began to whistle in bursts, paralleling his prediction. "Just like you said, they seem to be gathering in one place." Seeing what was happening below, Julian inwardly marveled. "It's like a whirlpool."
Shua Aka came up with an idea. "Let's get closer and see." The goat then cried out in fear, "Whatever, but can we please cross this hideous bridge first?" Seeing the group confidently moving forward, Goat Ha asked in shocked amazement, "How is everyone so calm?"
Yu Hoen replied, "We're all ready. What's there to be afraid of?" He followed with a weary look, muttering unlucky words. "Suppose this fog could rush over and sink us down." Just then, Shu A, looking at Damzao down at the fog, seriously exclaimed, "It's coming! It looks terrifying up close." Yu Hoen stared at the churning fog, asking, "So now we need to go through all this?" Julian offered his opinion. "I don't think it's possible, unless this fog disappears."
So he immediately called for Ramesses' aid. "Aren't traps your specialty? Do something." He adamantly refused. "Impossible! To avoid these traps, you need its own key. Ixloth governs all the traps in the great prison."
Hearing this, he immediately recognized the implication of the key of sloth. "So you mean I have to awaken Nero?" He seriously looked at him, explaining the situation right now. "But to awaken him requires more offerings, and you don't have that much right now. You also need to awaken the key at the next entrance." Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, unable to think of any plans. "Damn it! This is bad. What should we do now?" Julian offered a safe move. "How about we just leave it here and wait for later?" He certainly didn't want to, but it's a treasure. Right at this tense moment, he came up with a bold idea. "Is it okay if we awaken the key before the trap?" Ilya strongly agreed. "Makes sense." Sua added a few notes. "If so, then we have to stop now and gather more offerings." Yu Hoen stroked his chin, seriously pondering something. "Wait a minute." A few seconds later, he curled the corner of his lips, talking about how there's still a way to gather more offerings without hitting them, right? Julian couldn't believe it, immediately asking, "What way?" Yu Hoen's smile stretched from ear to ear, his face darkened with malicious words. "Rob anyone who enters here." Then he raised a finger, continuing to boast about his calculation. "We'll reopen a loophole for them to come in." Julian, hearing this, roared, "Isn't that the same as hunting for offerings?" Then he seriously mentioned the problem. "Worse yet, we won't know what kind of people will come in here." Yu Hoen leisurely crossed his arms, asking, "So what? They can't be more dangerous than Prometheus." He continued to speak in Julian's uncomfortable gaze. "I wonder what will happen to them. The elite army that he brought is truly on another level." Once again, Yu Hoen smirked and asked sarcastically, "In your opinion, what would be better? Going to gather guards and offerings with a trap waiting? Or attacking that group of people that might mix in with those fools?" Due to a string of questions, he raised his hand and said the final words. "I'm right, aren't I? Open it." Even at this point, he was still hesitant, still feeling that something was wrong. But regardless of Julian's concerns, Yu Hoen suddenly called out to Ramesses, "Ramesses, reopen those loopholes." He, though a little confused, agreed. "Seriously, close, then open again." "All right, I hear you. Consider it practicing controlling the keys anyway." As he finished speaking, a giant pillar of light appeared from the middle of the forest, reaching high into the sky. At the place where the Buddha statue was lying, another tremor occurred. Everyone around shouted to each other, "What's going on? The great prison door is open again!" The little island floated in the sky once more, astonishing everyone. "What the hell is that?" Again, steel towers rose from the desert. A man announced loudly, "I guess the great prison is open again." The group of three brothers looked towards the emanating golden light. The one in the middle pointed and signaled. "Luckily, we waited instead of leaving. Let's go in and collect all the offerings inside." In an instant, a series of blue rays landed in the forest. Everyone looked around to investigate. Among them, a brother excitedly exclaimed, "It looks so different from its name, like a tropical rainforest. Let's explore this land first." Just then, a deep voice sounded from behind. "No need." The group turned around, startled, and asked, "Who are you?" Ahead, many mummies with glowing red eyes were staring at them. The cowardly group screamed in panic. "What? Damn mummies! Is the first offering this difficult?" And then the order was given, attacking to capture them. Yu Hoen, hearing this, could only sneer, not forgetting to add sarcastically, "These fools are quite brave." He stood there with his arms crossed, arrogantly continuing, "They will pay for not knowing that these are the elite troops of the god-level offering, Anubis." Anubis suddenly muttered two words, "Humans." Yu Hoen immediately reminded, "What about humans?" Your master is also human. It stammered, hastily denying. It's nothing. Now the intruders were covered in dirt, facing a horde of mummies still burning with fighting spirit. Just as the battle was getting intense, someone called out, "Okay, let's stop here." Yu Hoen strode confidently amidst the solemnity of the mummies, his smug voice ringing out steadily. "If you hand over all the offerings you have, I will spare your lives." A dirty-faced man immediately shouted, "Shut up, we will never do that." He simply replied, "Then go to hell." And then a chaotic scene unfolded. Wait a minute, okay, just don't come near me, I'll give it to you, take everything." Julian and Sua could only stand there silently. That's how Yu Hoen's group robbed all the offerings from those unlucky people. And then the same with other groups. With this method, they bagged a lot of stuff. Thanks to the constant suppression efforts, everyone finally successfully awakened the second key. Bright golden rays began to emanate from Yu Hoen's ring. He exclaimed excitedly, "Great, everything is going smoothly." At this moment, Nero looked down and asked, "So, Yu Hoen, you used 1,400 offerings just to awaken me?" He replied curtly, "That's right." He angrily shouted, "What a cruel bastard!" he said, frustrated and speechless. "Look who's talking." Now Yu Hoen had another idea. "Alright, although we can now go straight to the treasure, shouldn't we go rob a few more things?" Just as a series of blue energies flew down into the forest again, he cried out happily, "Another bunch is here!" Before the group could catch their breath, the mummies appeared with Yu Hoen's greeting. "Welcome, everyone." One turned around and asked, "What are these people?" "Get ready to fight. Prepare." Right behind, Anubis suddenly recognized something. These people are a bit different. The intruders skillfully pulled out guns and fired away with the order, "Get in position! Keep your distance from the guardians first." At the same time, a panicked person ran to report to Ronnie. "Report, Commander. I don't think they are guardians of the Great Prison. They are completely different from the guardians we know." He immediately understood what was implied. "You mean this could be another team?" The person answered loudly, "Yes!" After identifying the problem, Ronnie cleared his throat a few times to catch his breath. Then he blurted out a few words. "Hey, you who possess these mummies, please listen. We know these mummies aren't the guardians here." Then he declared aggressively, causing Yu Hoen to pause for a moment. "If you don't stop attacking, you will pay the price. You are attacking Pandora." When he saw Yu Hoen on the opposite side, Ronnie also stared in surprise. Both sides made eye contact. The atmosphere extremely awkward. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek as he softly called out a name. "Seo Du Hoen." He responded with a playful jab. "You look surprised." Without a second's hesitation, he curled his lip and sneered at them. "And what's Pandora doing here? Did you all sneak in?" Ronnie regained his composure, sternly reminding him, "None of your business." Du Hoen continued to needle him. "Weren't you the one who started the conversation? I'm just politely replying, right?" Those sarcastic remarks were starting to annoy Ronnie. "I don't have time to chat with kids." Then he pointed at Du Hoen and yelled, "And right now, we're on opposite sides." He nonchalantly retorted, "I've never even met you before." Right then he summoned Loki, arrogantly asking, "Well, it's true you might not have met me before, but surely you've met this friend of mine?" In the air, she stood proudly with her hands on her hips as Du Hoen called out her name, "Loki." Then she pointed directly at him and cursed, "It's that bastard, you thieving scum, dared to attack the Tower of Arrogance." He hastily defended himself. "Thieves? I was just exploring the tomb a little." At this point, Ronnie threatened, "Since you've stolen treasures from the Tower of Arrogance, we will punish you for that arrogant act." Du Hoen maintained his contemptuous attitude and replied, "I'll make you taste humiliation soon enough. But can you endure this scorn?" A multitude of red eyes from the mummies and monsters stared at him, followed by his question, "So, are we starting this fight now?" Without a word, the beasts began to open their mouths wide and charge towards the group. Very quickly, a scream rang out. "My hand! My hand!" Ronnie hastily warned, "Damn it, don't let your guard down, attack!" Just as he was worried about his teammates, Du Hoen rushed forward with his sword. "I don't think being distracted and careless is wise in this situation, old man." A fierce slash came down, and he quickly created a sturdy shield, shouting, "Damn it!" Then, something suddenly burst out of the ground beneath his feet. Loki appeared in the form of a bear with sharp teeth, constantly growling in front of Du Hoen. He was a little surprised. "Now a bear, huh?" He clicked his tongue, a look of regret on his face. "I remember I still had some powder from him. Doe's horns. Too bad I didn't bring it because I thought it was unnecessary." Then he commanded Anubis, "Well, if I don't have fangs to tear you to shreds, I'll use anything to attack you. Anubis, increase the legion, attack directly." Anubis began to release energy, replying simply, "Understood." The mummies continued to charge forward as its call echoed. "Awaken, my warriors of the underground, kill all the enemies for me." Seeing the situation before him, Julian asked with some concern, "What are you going to do now? They seem to have poured all their forces into this battle." Du Hoen replied indifferently, "So what? We still have to face them on the battlefield." He seriously reminded him, "We're going too far from the original plan. Remember, our goal is to rescue the chick? We have to conserve our strength for the long journey ahead. His words made him thoughtful. While he was busy pondering, Loki stormed over and asked, "You guys have time to chat? You dare to look down on me like that?" Instantly, it lunged and collided directly with the sword in Du Hoen's hand. He exclaimed with difficulty, "Damn it!" The sword, with red letters carved on it, trembled and said to Jen, "Master, you can only defend against sacred objects with defensive functions. I'm going to shatter into pieces." He clicked his tongue, asking a clarifying question. "You're only effective against supreme deities, right?" At this moment, Loki raised its sharp claws high, its aura surging with the question, "How dare you ignore me like that?" Just then, Ronnie shouted a reminder. "Hold your defenses." In the midst of the tension, a subordinate rushed over to report, "Captain, there are too many and more soldiers are arriving." Ronnie frowned. "It's come to this, I have to give the order. There's no other way but to use our sacred object. Bring the sacred object here." The subordinate replied immediately. "Understood." Then he shouted, "Bring the sacred object here." In an instant, a pillar of light piercing the sky appeared in the midst of the chaotic sea of people. The light shone out extremely fiercely, causing Du Hoyan to pay attention to it. Unable to take his eyes off the phenomenon, he wondered, "What the hell is that?" Julian was no exception, his gaze fixed on the brightly lit place. Suddenly, Ilya's whole body convulsed repeatedly, and she screamed inaudibly. He fell down, his face pale. Dema rushed to support him, asking, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" He stammered, I think that's an ancient religious artifact." They both looked up at the glow. Ilya exclaimed in horror, "I lost all my power when I saw that because I'm using a demonic artifact." He panicked upon hearing that. "What?" At this moment, the heavenly artifact spoke. "Listen clearly, my people. This is the will of the Supreme Divine." A violent surge of light energy was released below, alongside the declaration, "First, you shall have no other gods before me." A terrible collision occurred as the aura descended to the ground. A gaunt Daha cried out, "What the hell? Did all the mummies turn into dust?" Each mummy began to crumble. No one could evade this fierce blow. The beasts were similarly suppressed, as the artifact droned on. "You shall have no other gods before me. You shall have no other gods before me." At this moment, a wave of light grazed Julian's arm, and he gritted his teeth in anger, cursing, "Damn it." In the midst of the tense situation, the artifact pettily spat out a few words of contempt. "Wait, why are there so many lowly heretics around here? I haven't finished 9 more commandments. You're distracting me." Hearing this, Yu Huo questioned, "There are 9 more? A total of 10? 10 decrees of the divine? Is it related to the 10 commandments of Moses?" The 10 commandments were heard by the religious leader Moses from the divine and spread everywhere. The 10 commandments play an extremely important role in Judaism and Christianity. This is not a strange request because they worship their religion. In front of him, a subordinate was excitedly telling Ronnie, "As expected of our special artifact. Right, Captain? Not bad, huh?" That made him question things. But why did that guy have this artifact? Yunhuo wondered. That's because religious artifacts are only given to those who absolutely believe in that religion. At this moment, Anubis ran out, angrily questioning the artifact above. "Who are you calling lowly heretics? I am the guide to the afterlife." Anubis. He began to unleash energy, his eyes flashing red with resentment. "I will bury you deep in the ground, so you will no longer be able to recover." A pillar of light began to head towards Anubis. The artifact replied disdainfully, "I told you, I don't like brats like you," it angrily shouted. "You bastard! How dare you attack when I'm transforming?" While Yu Huo was still bewildered by the events before him. What the hell were they doing? Dahad approached and said, "Leader, I think dealing with this artifact will be very difficult." He continued to explain in a panic. "It's attacking us with clusters of light, incredibly fast. Furthermore, we'll get hurt if we get hit by this artifact." It seems like Julian is already injured. Sua also came to announce, "My ghost and Ilya's demon don't stand a chance against that thing either." Hearing everyone's words, Yu Shuho also began to make a plan. "This is an unequal battle. Then we'll lure it closer to the mist trap." Shu A was clearly confused by his words. Bai was wondering. He explained more carefully. "The thick mist will block out the light, and because we have the key to control that trap, we can take advantage of this. More importantly, the treasure we're looking for is underneath it." Just then, a large figure jumped high and lunged straight down at him, shouting his name, "Yu Huo." Loki in bear form slammed to the ground. The two jumped to opposite sides. Yu Huo urged, "Quickly, inform the whole team." Then he said smugly about his part, "I'll search for the treasure first." She hurriedly obeyed. "Understood, leader." At this moment, Loki was still grinding his teeth, his eyes gleaming as he glanced at Yu Huo. The rays of light continued to attack, and soon the people on the other side pointed and announced, "Captain, the number of undead soldiers has decreased significantly." Ronnie smiled with satisfaction, then gave the order. "Great, we finally have the upper hand. Continue to drive them back." A subordinate replied, "Understood." At that moment, Loki the bear announced, "Master, that's not what we should be worried about. Look at them. He hastily recounted what he had seen. Their artifact is holding the line, and those bastards are retreating deep into the forest. They're trying to escape from here. He wasn't worried at all, but instead smiled, saying, "Looks like the situation has reversed, huh? Go, cut off all their escape routes. We won't let anyone get away." At the same time, Yu Huo had quickly dashed through the forest and soon reached the cliff with the thick mist, looked around and wondered, "Is this it?" After that, he began to use the ring, raising it high and giving the order, "Nero, dispel the mist." In just a few seconds, the deadly mist had been significantly reduced. Looking deep into the bottom of the chasm, Yu Hoen exclaimed excitedly, "Great! The bone mist is all gone." Then, with some hesitation, "Is that the gate?" Without giving it much thought, he used a rope and followed the rough cliff face to climb down. Yu Hoen walked step by step towards the gate, muttering, "Let's see." He placed his right hand on the gate, and light sang out from his ring as he guessed, "It should open if I do this." Sure enough, the gate gradually opened after the impact. A cold draft rushed out. Inside the gate was a place completely covered in ice and snow, and a chilling wind howled from all directions. Yu Hoen stepped inside, thinking to himself, "Is this place a freezer? A mist with terrifying destructive power, a steel door, and now this freezer." He advanced step by step with the rope, feeling joyful at the thought. With such strict defenses, how amazing must the treasure hidden here be? After only a few steps, Yu Hoen's feet stopped on the snow. Ahead, an unclear creature was standing tall and erect, its aura extremely fierce. Yu Hoen was stunned for a moment, saying, so big, so huge. What is that?" He slowly analyzed the skeletal structure of a cow, a metal forehead, a bronze head, 4 eyes on its face, 6 arms, and countless weapons. After an assessment, Yu Hoen concluded, it seemed to be a Ji Yao, the rope confused by the previous words. Ji Yao? With his extensive knowledge, he explained, it is a demon in Chinese mythology, a notorious god of war, said to be very skilled in the use of weapons and magic. As the rope approached for a closer look, Ji Yao suddenly moved, its deep voice booming. "Seems like you know me pretty well." The rope hid immediately behind Yu Hoen, fearfully saying, "It moved! It just moved!" At this moment, Ji Yao bitterly announced, "Sadly, I cannot move because those bastards froze my body in this place." Hearing that, he curled his lips into a smile, excitedly asking, "So you are the treasure?" It was initially stunned by the word treasure, then recounted, "Yes, there was a time when I was a great treasure. I was once a brave warrior of a certain emperor and participated in every battle. Now that is all in the past." Without much thought, Yu Hoen immediately asserted, "Then come back. I will release you. I will be the next emperor you serve." Those words made Ji Yao burst out laughing. "What did you just say? How amusing." Intrigued by the strong-mouthed human in front of it, it began to invite. "You say you can melt the frozen power on my body? Then let's see what you can do, little kid." Then it spoke of a deal. "But I will only make a decision if I am released. And if I think you are not worthy to be my new master, I will swallow you whole right here. If you don't want to die, turn back while you still can." Those grim warnings did not make Yu Hoen's will waver even slightly. Outside, footsteps were still running quickly through the deep forest. Julian and Sua urgently ran forward. He asked, "Is the mist trap far from here?" She immediately replied, "Yes, we must hurry." Then, a very relieved statement. "Fortunately, the 10 Commandments sacred object is quite slow, and the surrounding trees are blocking that ray of light." Behind, Yeha, panting, suggested, "Can we rest for a bit? I'm exhausted from running and supporting him." Julian also spoke up. "It seems I am better, because we are quite far from that damned sacred object." So he demanded, "Then run yourself." Just then, XA noticed something, and urgently shouted to warn the group, "Everyone, be careful!" Right now, the fierce Loki bear was running straight towards everyone. It rushed forward, swinging its sharp claws, everyone quickly jumping away. Suddenly, Loki was struck by a devastating blow, her entire body jolting. The one who launched the attack was Julian. With a cloud of green smoke erupting around him, he materialized into human form. He shouted the name, "Loki!" She fiercely retorted, "That's right. Did you think I'd let you escape so easily?" She noticed Jeha and Ilya, loudly demanding, "Where's Seo Du Hoen? What are you planning?" Ilya spoke up at this moment. "Stop the nonsense. Let's fight." His words infuriated Loki, the arrogant bastard. Emerald energy waves began to emanate from her entire body, her voice becoming even more aggressive. "Just because you beat me once, you think I'm an easy opponent? You're dead wrong." Another cloud of green smoke erupted as she continued. "You're weakening from the 10 Commandments, and I know your capabilities from the last battle." Loki transformed into a giant 3-headed dragon. A warning was issued. "I will win if I have enough time. Just a little longer. My support team will arrive." Julian quickly raised his electrified hand, shouting loudly, "Everyone, be careful!" At this moment, the dragon heads began to attack. They slammed down on Jihei and Ilya, forcing them to quickly jump away. In a desperate situation, Sua hurriedly summoned the relic for support. Judo began to attack. Abruptly, she stopped in midair, her jaws clenched, causing Exxon to worry. "What's wrong, Judo?" Judo replied, "That name is very close." Just then, the 10 Commandments unleashed radiant beams with a lament. "These damn trees are blocking my light. I'll burn them all." The group all turned to look in the same direction. Julian exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, things have gotten worse. We won't make it to the mist trap in time." As everyone was despairing, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Why are you giving up so easily? Didn't you promise me that you would get there no matter what happened?" At this moment, Du Hoan slowly stepped in front of the three-headed dragon, saying as he walked, "Your words have forced me, a leader, to drag my ass all the way here to save your lives." Black Loki, upon seeing his smug face, roared, "Seo, Du Hoan, you son of a bitch!" Then, he praised sarcastically, "I didn't think you'd come back here alone like this, kid. You've got some nerve. With just a few words you deduced my identity. Judging by the way you talk like an idiot, you must be Loki." Then he smirked, asking him smugly, "Now isn't the time for you to try to look cool. Your job is to guard this place. You think I left suddenly for no reason?" Du Hoan raised a brown mask in his hand, slowly announcing, "I came back because I found the thing needed to win." The mask was put on, and a series of crimson energy waves erupted, accompanied by the question, "Now let's try and see how good this thing is." Energy crackled through every cell in Loki's body, his eyes staring intently, wondering, "What the hell is this?" A heavy aura emanated from the figure in front, and the 4 eye sockets began to glow. Previously, in the icy snowfields, small flames suddenly blazed from nowhere. The heat from the fire melted the snow, and Chidiu's body became clearly visible. He exclaimed joyfully, "What a surprise! My body is melting! I can move again!" Behind Du Hoan's majestic figure stood Hoffa, Ekaistis, and Nero. At this moment he proudly asked, "Do you like it?" Then he reminded, "I'm happy to repeat it once again, but you better follow me." Chidiu didn't rush to answer, just slowly lowered his body. He opened his mouth, his giant hands reaching out with the question, "I like your gutsy attitude. Seems like you aren't afraid of anything, huh?" Du Hoan still stood tall, his tone without a trace of fear. "Afraid? Should I be?" Seeing the lip that was always curled up on his face, he secretly thought, "You seem pretty interesting." Without hesitation, Chidi said in agreement, "Okay, I'll follow you for now." His quick decision took Du Hoan by surprise. Chidiu's entire body began to transform into a swirling mist, accompanied by his straightforward explanation. "Don't get me wrong, me following you doesn't mean I'm on your side. I just want to observe and assess whether you're worthy of my servitude." Murky vapors swirled overhead as Yu Heian spoke to it. "Keep up the act. You've already decided to follow me, and I don't really care. Just obey my orders for the time being." It offered a brief deal. "If you ask politely and kindly, maybe I'll listen." Back to reality, Yu Heian, after putting on that mask, transformed into a formidable figure, energy blazing red, the armor absolutely solid. That bizarre appearance stunned everyone. Zhu Akia exclaimed, wide-eyed, "Leader!" Julian was speechless. On the other side, Loki, unconcerned, recklessly lunged forward. "You think you can stop me? I'll swallow that armor of yours." It darted towards Yu Heian's lower body, biting down but grasped only air. Now his lower body had turned into streams of energy rising, which confused Loki greatly. What is this? On the opposite side, he calmly explained this unique situation. "Amazing. I'm like a ghost now. It's because I've mastered that mist." Yu Heisan's entire body suddenly turned into a cloud of mist, alongside the question, "And can you do this?" With those words, wisps of bone shot straight toward Loki on the wind. As each bone streak whistled past, the scratches on him increased, and a sense of fear surged. "What the hell? I get hurt just by touching that mist." Just a second later, Loki shouted, "Damn it!" as he transformed back into his human form and flew away. At this moment, Yu Heian raised his hands full of deadly mist, softly asking, "Surprised? Isn't this the mist that destroys everything? It used to belong to you, right?" Loki admitted without hesitation. "That's right. They stripped my power and used it as a trap here," he added. "Looks like they humiliated you quite a bit." His hair flowing in the wind, he seriously mentioned. "And now you can't even solve this anymore. What are you going to do?" Loki gritted his teeth, sincerely blurting out, "Damn it, I'm treated like dirt here, but you're right." Loki's words from earlier made Yu Heian a little suspicious. "That doesn't sound like you at all." Suddenly, Loki turned into a bat, flying away while replying, "Oh, running away is the best strategy." He yelled, "Hey, get back here!" It spread its wings and flew, miserably asking at this point, "Would you run if you were me?" At lightning speed, it met its allies ahead, immediately yelling, "They're Pandora's people! Trap here!" It flew past the group and instructed, "Everyone prepare for battle." One of them watched, confused.
Isn't that Thunder God? Before he could understand the situation,
dense mist began to spread from within the forest. The Pandora's people began to get scratched. They were still stunned. What the hell is this? Our artifact is being destroyed. From within the mist, Yu Hei-san darted out, asking, "These guys are from the Pandora organization, right? Do you understand the problem yet?" One of them shouted, "Who are you?" He smiled eerily, his tone equally cruel. "Well, I just need to clean you all up in one move." One of them gaped in shock when he recognized that voice as Seo Yu Heian. Ronnie angrily questioned, "Where did that bastard Seo Yu Heian get that armor?" He didn't wait, immediately shouting the command, "It doesn't matter, attack the guards." In unison. Understood. Thus, the second decisive battle broke out. But the situation was completely different from the beginning. Because now, Yu Heian was using an artifact with immense offensive capabilities. The opponents could only defend in fear, but they couldn't hold out for long against that terrifying power. Once the opponent's defensive artifact was completely destroyed, it would be his greatest victory. But there was still another big obstacle waiting ahead, and that was the 10 Divine Commandments artifact. Just as he was dealing with the small fries, Yu Heian suddenly remembered something. "That's right, that guy too. I'm searching for the treasure because of its presence." After finishing up, he transformed into a stream of mist, rushing straight towards the 10 Commandments with the intention, "I have to take care of that thing carefully before it destroys everything." The 10 Commandments were still glowing. It was indifferent to his appearance. "Look at that dark black smoke. What a bad omen. Don't come near me. I'm in the process of spreading the 10 Divine Commandments." Yu Hoen soared upwards, letting out a sardonic remark. "Well, you're destroying everything just like me. Did the god tell you to do that too?" He launched an attack while kindly explaining in detail. "Now, I'm going to imprison you in that thick fog. Once I succeed, you won't be able to project that damned radiance anymore." The fog enveloped him, as Yu Hoen declared. "And I'm sure you know this already. Because this is the destruction mist, I'm turning you into ashes right now." The 10 Commandments screamed frantically in the sky. "Release me, you bastard, you evil demon!" The Pandora people below stared in shock as they watched the 10 Commandments' holy object being destroyed. In this urgent situation, they rushed away after receiving orders from someone. "Quickly gather any holy objects capable of attacking." Suddenly, Ronnie reached out to stop them. "Wait, stop. We have a chance to take down Scene's faction." Then he analyzed the current situation. "Look, that bastard is focusing all his attention on the 10 Commandments' holy object. Therefore, the entire fog is gradually disappearing from the ground." As usual, an arrogant smile spread across his lips as he came up with a plan. "I should take this opportunity to eliminate all those bastards. We might even be able to take them hostage." Following the order, "Brothers, advance." Quote, the group immediately turned their attention to Yu Hoen's comrades. Julian began accumulating energy, adding a curse. "Those bastards! They don't have any good intentions at all." Sua quickly summoned her holy object. "Judd, bring as many demons here as quickly as possible." High in the sky, the 10 Commandments' entire body was gradually being destroyed. It screamed in pain, "My body! My body!" Suddenly it erupted with a series of intense radiances, instantly dispelling the fog. As expected, Yu Hoen was caught off guard by that swift counterattack. He became flustered, a sense of unease rising in his heart. "Damn it. I've just thought this through carefully. I don't have any fog left to protect myself from that destructive light. I can't believe I put all my effort into stopping it. But I've come this far, I have to focus all my strength to end things faster." So he continued to spin a series of fogs around the 10 Commandments. It yelled resentfully, "You bastard, stop it now! You will be punished by the gods!" Without a reply, the fog spread throughout the sky, while the radiance crashed straight down to the ground. Julian was stunned, not daring to blink at the phenomenon in the sky. Shua was also dazed, her gaze fixed, softly calling out, "Leader!" Up in the sky, streams of radiance continued to emit. The fog faded more and more, beside which was a dark shadow falling down. Shua stared intently, crying out in a broken voice, "Master!" Just as Shua wasn't paying attention, a tall man kicked her hand, asking, "What are you looking at?" She clutched her hand in pain. Julian was again confused by their eagerness to win. "It's time! Eradicate them all! Let's fight!" He raised his palm, which was blazing with lightning, gritting his teeth as he said 2 words, "Damn it!" Before he could launch his attack, Loki in bear form swiped his claws across, not forgetting to mock, "Too slow." Julian clutched his aching back and turned around, resentfully asking, "It's you again?" Loki grinned wickedly, uttering a threat. "You made a mistake by not forgetting me." A light began to flash in its eyes, its arrogant tone ringing out, "Now go to hell." At the same time, in a place in the forest, the 10 Commandments fell heavily to the ground, its entire body covered with cracks. Yu Hoen approached, observing carefully for a long time. Seeing that it wasn't moving at all, he secretly concluded, "It seems like it's over." Suddenly a series of explosive sounds rang out. He was startled and quickly turned to look. Lightning was erupting, hitting him directly in the eyes. He immediately turned into fog and rushed over. Shit! I forgot about the other side. When he arrived, everything before his eyes was the tragic sight of the Pandora people lying flattened. Yu Hoen rushed towards Julian, immediately asking, "What happened here? Did you eliminate them all?" He was weak, struggling to speak each word. "There's still more." He pointed to a nearby area, quickly relaying the message to Yu Hoen. "Loki and his master. Shua is still fighting them. They're over there. Right now, her moon assassin is shifting forward step by step." Opposite her, Loki was furiously slamming his hands down, growling each word. "Come here! You're so annoying, just die already! I need to become something else!" As Shua gripped her knife tightly, Yu Hoen suddenly spoke. "Stop!" He hovered high above, surrounded by mist. Seeing this, she called out, "Master!" Loki cursed resentfully. "Damn it! What, Yu Hoen?" He raised his hand, flickering with electricity, growling. "You want to fight me now? Your subordinates are all dead and I've destroyed the 10 artifacts." He continued to threaten. He remained indifferent, not afraid at all. "And I'm still overflowing with energy. If you don't want to suffer a painful death, hand over all the artifacts." Knowing he wouldn't easily surrender, Ronnie behind him smirked, mentioning something. "You seem to be doing okay, but what about your subordinates? They're probably very weak." Yu Hoen remained with his arms crossed in the air. His words still echoed. "But we're still much better than you, because you're all alone. Stop stalling, and answer me. Do you want to surrender?" Suddenly, Ronnie uttered something that made his spirit waver slightly. "Sorry, but I'm not alone." From the forest, people with guns were slowly advancing, alongside Ronnie's announcement. "They'll be here soon. The Prometheus security force." In an instant, the figures of those just mentioned emerged. Julian in the forest was a bit confused. "What's this? There are still many enemies there." He clutched his scratched arm, struggling to walk with a thought. "Damn it, I need to inform Master." At this moment, Yu Hoen was still silent, judging in his heart. The Prometheus force might have been brought here by him, they might have been led here by him and are around here, but if they arrive late— Before the thought could finish, Julian arrived to report. "Yu Hoen, enemies are coming." Yu Hoen cursed under his breath. "Shit." In front of him was Ronnie's arrogant look. "See? Like I said, right?" Following that, Loki lunged forward with an open mouth after the command. "Loki, attack him! We can kill him if we drag this out a little longer." Suddenly, a cloud of mist flew from somewhere in front of Julian. Shua was currently surrounded by that pile of bones. She wondered and called out, "Master!" Jaha and Aya were also held tight by bone gas. He asked worriedly, "What the hell? What are you doing?" A series of mists had also appeared around Yu Hoen. He replied concisely, "What?" "We're escaping." A mist tornado spiraled straight up, piercing the sky. He continued to explain. "We're at a disadvantage, can't you tell?" One by one, they were flying up with the momentum. Yu urgently asked, "But what are you planning? Where are we going?" Yu Hoen laughed gleefully, answering in a very calm manner. "Of course we're going home. We still have some dog holes that need me to dig sooner." As the mist swirl continued to churn, Loki transformed into a hawk and flew over, saying, "You think I can't catch up to you just because you're running towards those clouds?" Still with a self-satisfied look, Yu Hoen spoke in response. "Try to catch up to me. But be careful of the meteorites." He wondered, not understanding the warning just heard. What? Before Loki could realize the danger, a series of meteorites from the high sky had begun to fall. Yu Hoen's group had reached the dog hole connected to the outside world. The excavation team, wanting to take the artifacts, was still coming here. He was determined to go out, close everything up, and restart the group's organization. He looked up at the light ahead, with the thought appearing in his heart. The people from Pandora and the others who came here will all be trapped. But they aren't my partners. In an instant, the steel buildings in the desert appeared in the sight of the transition hole. Carrying a swirling cloud of mist, Yu Hoen and his members came out in a magnificent manner. The cloud of mist gradually dissipated. His majestic appearance slowly appeared amidst countless curiosities. Something is coming out with fierce power. Who is that? In a moment, each person in the group had landed safely on the sand. Those onlookers immediately chimed in like parents. "Who are you? And why are you coming out of there?" Yu Hoen scoffed back. "Are there a lot of people gathering here to get into that wonderful prison?" Then he summoned the rope and commanded, "Rope, throw them into that prison." It replied simply, "Okay." In an instant, those nosy people were tossed into the teleportation pit. At that moment, he took off the mask, and the armor disappeared. One guy loudly exclaimed, "Sango Yu Hoen again? What the hell are you doing?" He nonchalantly said, "Aren't you guys trying to get in again? I'm just lending a hand." Just then, those guys who had been thrown into the pit were trying to climb up the walls. Dia angrily shouted loudly, "You bastards, get in there!" As he kicked one of them, the guy still pitifully wailed, "No, pull me up!" He seemed to be learning. Why are you trying to climb up when the reason you're like this is because you wanted to get in there? Even in a difficult situation, that brother loudly shouted, "Motherfucker, that's clearly not it. If you tell us to go in, we definitely won't go in." Then he reached out and grabbed Yeeha's leg, sinisterly asking, You think we're stupid?
He didn't have time to react, and while still confused, his body gradually slipped down. Just as he was about to fall into the teleportation pit, Yi finally came to his senses and raised his hand, shouting, "I'm falling!" Hearing the call, Rope came out to assess the situation. "Big bro, are you falling? Falling?" It quickly rushed straight down to Yi-ha, repeating, "I'll save you. I'll save you." Just a short distance from the teleportation pit, he was lucky enough to be held back by Rope, and couldn't help but gratefully say, "Rope, I survived thanks to you." But it didn't grab onto the cliff, and just fell straight down with a faint announcement. "No! We're falling together! We're both falling!" Daya turned his head to look at the bright teleportation pit, desperately shouting, "No, are we going to die? Save me! Leader!" No miracle happened, and he and Rope plunged into the forest. While plummeting, he painfully screamed, "What the hell is going on? Am I going back to the big prison?" Rope naturally said, "We're falling, falling." The two passed by, and the shock made the trees in the forest sway quite a bit. Yi was foaming at the mouth on the ground, and Rope anxiously asked repeatedly, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" He stammered, "Of course." He then sat up abruptly, his tone filled with resentment. "I'm not okay. I just went back to the big prison. You should have tried to pull me over the exit where I fell." Then Yi mentioned something. If he didn't escape from this place before all the exits closed, he wouldn't be able to see his beloved master again. Hearing this, it was utterly confused. "Master, I have to see him again. I have to see him again." Rope shot straight into the sky, urgently calling, "Let's go!" Yi-ha hugged the rope, relievedly saying, "Great!" Before he could celebrate for long, Loki Eagle flew in front of him and asked, "Aren't you Seo Yu-ho's subordinate?" Immediately after, it grabbed his legs and excitedly continued, "I was just about to chase you guys. This is great!" With fierce strength, Loki pulled Yi-ha and Rope down. He panicked and screamed, "We're falling! We're falling!" Very quickly, it brought the dusty Yi in front of Ronnie and reported, "Master, I caught one of them." He was a little surprised. "Loki, what's going on? Where's Seo Yu-ho?" "This is the weakest one. He's completely useless." Its face went blank at his words. Loki dropped Yi-ha down. He glanced at him and instructed, "All right, just leave him here for us to watch. You go find the others." It annoyedly complained a few times. "Damn it. What a waste of time." At that moment, Rope stirred, rising with imposing force, and spoke up. "Don't even think about keeping us here. Don't even think about it. We're leaving. We're leaving." So it hit Loki on the head with a thud, growling each word, "Get out of the way," much to Yi-ha's fear. Seeing that it wouldn't stay put, Ronnie immediately waved his hand and ordered, "That damn Rope, quickly bring out the sacred object to restrain that rope." So a series of things were thrown at Rope. Each explosion severed the connection, and it confusedly shouted, "What are you doing? What are we doing?" At this moment, Ronnie turned to distribute tasks to Loki. "Loki, you quickly go find and bring Seo Yu-hoen's car here." It was a little surprised, but then agreed, "Fine." In an instant, it soared up into the blue sky. Deha realized it in time, and immediately spelled out each word. "Damn it! He's one step ahead of us. We need to get out of here." When he shouted, "Rope, let's go!" It swung its rope, hitting the surrounding people a few times. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, a black guy suddenly approached, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Not so fast." Nearby, Ronnie was proudly crossing his arms as Jia Xiao announced, "Just two little brats. You think we'd let it slide? Lord Prometheus just sent troops to join our side, so our numbers have increased significantly, you know?" Hearing Daha's screams from afar, "You bastard, let me go, let me go!" Ooh! Rope instantly erupted with lightning and turned around. Just as he was yelling, I said, let me go, let me go. Ooh! It launched a series of ropes forward. In an instant, Rope had wrapped around Daha several times. He gripped the rope tightly, quickly signaling, "Now run! Run quickly!" Suddenly, a series of blue lights shot down from the portal. Loki's eyes widened, utterly stunned by the scene before him. After the series of blue lights flew out, rays of energy began to swirl around the portal. Outside, Yu-hoen was completely oblivious, holding up the shining ring and asking, "Is it time to close the portal?" His face darkened, and his lips curled into a complacent smile at the thought. "Cutting off all your escape routes, so you dumbasses can't get out anymore." Inside, Loki was charging like a mad dog, his face revealing a clear look of panic. "No, please." He desperately lunged towards the gate, but his whole body passed right through the glowing portal. Sweat dripping down his cheek, he turned back in dismay, confusedly saying, "Damn it, I can't go in, I can only fly through it." At this moment, Rope was rushing over quickly, and he suddenly noticed the anomaly. "What? What's going on?" Rope's head arrived, but the portal had closed, leaving only a faint light. He asked in horror, "The only escape route is gone?" Daha's face turned pale, his voice trembling. "How is this possible? I knew this would happen soon, but..." He screamed in despair. "Why didn't the leader notice that I disappeared?" Outside, Yu-hoen closed the portal, laughing triumphantly. Inside, Loki plunged straight down, shouting loudly, "You bastard!" He stuck close to Jeha's ass, constantly yelling, "Open the portal for me now!"
he replied painfully. I wish I could. Filled with indignation, he continued to scream each word. Did you inform Xiao Duan to close the gate? Tears streaming down his face, he retorted. What good does it do you to chase me? I'm just someone they threw away too. The distance between Loki and Rope had noticeably shortened. Seeing this, Daha urged, he's catching up, I need to speed up. Rope continued to run, not forgetting to announce one thing. This is the fastest speed possible. The fastest. He asked miserably, can anything else be done? Suddenly, it whipped its head around, stopping as an idea came to mind. Let's fight back, let's battle! But the timid Daha was a little worried. Isn't that a bit too much for the two of us? Without thinking, one end of Rope then flew across Loki. Rope wrapped around Loki dozens of times, and he immediately cursed. You low-life bastard, you dare attack me? Very quickly, he regained his composure, and his tone became more triumphant. All right, I'll do as you wish, but do you think you can beat me? With those words, he transformed into a huge boulder, and the ropes were pulled down. Rope used all its strength to pull the Loki boulder and D straight up, shouting, too heavy. The weight of the boulder is too great. Rope can't handle it. And in an instant, it fell down. The group landed violently on the ground. Seeing Jeha lying flat, it quickly rushed over to ask, that human, are you okay? Are you okay? Does it hurt much? Does it hurt a lot? Just then Loki spoke up and said, damn it, it seems the human is too weak to survive it, he'll be fine. Don't worry too much. Then it made an offer. What do you say about leaving him here and joining us instead? Rope went furious upon hearing that. What did you say? What did you say? Loki began to offer reasons to tempt it. We are a group on an expedition for relics. Although the skill seems simple, we will utilize it as much as possible. Rope naturally disagreed, straining to lift Loki while yelling, don't be ridiculous. Loki chuckled contentedly and complimented. Quite strong. Once again Loki transformed, not forgetting to add a few words. But there's nothing you can do. After all, you cannot defeat me. This has happened before. Do you still remember? When I was caught by you, I could only transform into something small to escape. Rope looked around everywhere, immediately asking, where did you go? Where did you go? When it wasn't paying attention, Loki had transformed into an open clamshell, and Rope was neatly tucked inside. It haughtily said, so now I will transform into something much larger to suppress you. While Jeha is unconscious, an extremely loud crash rang out, along with Rope's scream. Leave me alone! Leave me alone! A part of Rope's body was held inside by Loki, which slowly threatened. In short, there's no way for you to defeat me. Just then, a group of Pandora people ran over, and the leader immediately spoke to announce, he's here, Captain. We found Loki, and also recognized them. In time, the Pandora people are finally here. Ronnie looked at the scene before him with curiosity. Loki, what happened here? He stated his deduction. It seems Xiao Duhoan escaped from that prison, and he closed the gate. He threw the miserable Jeha down and gave his opinion. But I think we should reopen that gate because we have someone here. Now we have his subordinate here to hold as a hostage. Will he come and rescue this person? One guy sarcastically asked, is he even alive? Look at the glows on his hands. One person hurriedly spoke to announce, Captain, his wound is healing itself. Ronnie secretly judged. Does he have a healing relic? Hearing that, the guy next to him came up with an idea. Should we steal his relic? He vehemently objected. No, we shouldn't let him die, just let him recover for a while. Not long after, when his body had healed somewhat, Xi's facial muscles began to move. Someone who saw it immediately announced, it looks like he's waking up. Ronnie glared at him, then issued the command. We will interrogate him immediately. Pull him up! The Pandora people all responded clearly in unison. They together pulled Jeha up, calling out aggressively, get up! This jerk, he weakly groaned. It hurts so much. Just as Ronnie spoke a warning that made him a bit flustered, stopping his childish complaints and saying, Xiao Duhoan opened the gate unless you want to die. The other people pushed Jeha's head down in front of him. He asked back bitterly, God damn it, are you serious? I told you, I can't contact him. If I could, I would have done it ages ago. He continued to offer an explanation. Ronnie was furious. My master closed that gate without knowing I was coming here. It's useless for you to make me do that. Suddenly he rushed forward and kicked Zhen in the face, while angrily shouting loudly, how can that be? He grabbed the dirt-stained face, every word thundering out. Xiao Duhoan closed the gate without knowing his subordinate was here? There's no way he's that stupid. Stop lying and contact him now. Just as the situation was extremely tense, Zishi suddenly widened his eyes upon seeing something. Opposite him, Ronnie was still yelling. He had a strange feeling in his heart again. This guy's face felt very familiar up close. All of a sudden, his eyes went wide, and his facial muscles also began to twitch. Only at this moment did he recall something shocking. That's right. I remember this jerk. Ronnie Hansen, the owner of the Loki relic, and a member of the Pandora Roundtable. This This troublesome jerk imprisoned me in the jail and monitored my previous life. Back then, when he was sitting in the prison cell, that guy had asked contemptuously, "Are you still feeling all right, King of Deceit?" He stood there proudly, his cunning tone ringing out steadily. "Reevaluate your thoughts while staying here. The number of relics needing restoration is still piled high over there." At that time, Z was huddled in the cell, pondering everything. After the members died in that jail, I was handed over to Pandora. Pieces of terrifying memories flooded back. Those bastards broke my leg and forced me to restore relics for days. I considered exhausting myself to death. But I won't let myself die alone. Before I die, I will teach them a memorable lesson. His eyes at that time had become vacant, and his mind was also severely affected. Just one lesson, definitely. By making them like that, I will expose Pandora's secret. He asked himself, "What is it?" Then he answered himself, "Pandora made that relic, and they used humans to do it. That's insane." Remembering all this, Jae-ha couldn't contain his disgust, and immediately started vomiting in front of the astonished crowd. Seeing his actions, Ronnie became enraged. "You bastard! Why are you doing this? I'll kill you!" One of the men hurriedly intervened. "Calm down, sir." The man then explained to him that Jae-ha hadn't recovered enough. He might die if you hit him. "Aren't we keeping him as a hostage?" Jae-ha continued to throw up relentlessly. Ronnie clicked his tongue and ordered, "Take him to the dungeon!" At this time, the rope was trying to break the seashell. "Let me out! Let me out!" The Pandora members then went to drag him away. "Hurry up!" At this moment, Ronnie angrily declared, "Hostage, or whatever, I want to beat him to death." Loki beside him could only say softly, "Calm down. If we wait a little longer." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed something unusual behind her. She whipped her head around and shouted, "What's that? I feel a very familiar power." Then, Loki announced, "This is the scent of those sick freaks." Ronnie was initially a bit doubtful. "What are you saying?" And then quickly understood. "You mean relics like Odin or Thor are around here?" She quickly responded, "That's right, they have been imprisoned here for a long time." Hearing this, he announced loudly, "Everyone gather around, we have relics nearby. We will gain a lot if we get them." One of them was a little confused when asking about, "What should we do with the hostage?" Ronnie calmly gave the answer, "We'll lock him up. Nothing will happen if we do that later." Immediately after, he seriously laid out his plan. "Our goal is to collect as many relics as possible. Okay, even though things got messed up after we met Seo Du-hoen, we will only leave a few people to watch over him and the relic whip, and the rest will follow me." The others responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Not long after, Jae-ha also woke up. The bars in front of his eyes were the first thing he saw. He looked around dazedly, wondering, "What's going on?" Seeing the fully equipped people below, he became even more puzzled. "They locked me up in a cage while I'm outside? But where are they all going?" Just then, someone asked, "What's that? Is he awake?" So Jae-ha quickly laid down, thinking to himself, "Okay, there are still some guards here, but this is a good opportunity. I'll tell Master." Below, two soldiers were looking up at the iron cage together. One of them suspiciously asked, "Did I hear something wrong?" The other sneered, reminding him, "Take a rest." At this moment, Jae-ha made up his mind. "I will tell him about the brutality of these Pandora." He clenched his fist, his eyes firmly looking down. "There are some things only I can do. I must get out and meet him." Not long before that, after a long journey of moving of the group of people, Loki finally stopped and announced, "We're here. It's over there." Right in front was a scene of a large, ancient tree growing among the glowing rocks. Ronnie observed the area and then commented, "A strange area right in the middle of the forest. There are inscriptions on that rock?" Loki quickly replied, "Yes, that is a message from the gods." His eyes suddenly stopped when he just saw something in front, then asked, "Who's over there?" At this moment, the sacred relic Odin and Black Raven were sitting majestically guarding the big tree. He stared with steely eyes and then spoke, "Do you still recognize me? I'm not surprised, though you guys look very shocked." Then he slowly explained that, "I can understand the reason why. Because you guys think I'm shackled and locked up in a dungeon. If I can't stand up for the allied nations, am I still worthy of the title of king?" Someone appeared after Odin's words, "I created this to make you guys a little more comfortable." The group was startled when they recognized that it was Thor. In contrast, Loki seemed very interested when saying, "It seems he made a deal with the guards. That's Odin for you." Ronnie quickly turned his face to the side, muttering in his heart, "Not good at all." He looked at the two tall men, his heart filled with unease. The executives thought they would weaken after being imprisoned here for a long time, but they don't look weak at all. It seems we can't capture them in this case. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but open his mouth and call the name Odin. Then, he announced a fabricated story. "We are here because we want to cooperate with you." Odin gaping asked back, "Cooperate with me?" Ronnie began to explain. "Instead of defeating those mortals who are threatening the sacred relics with the immense power from the chief god of Norse mythology, That would be the greatest help in completing our mission. Without a second thought, he refused. We cannot leave this land. At this, Ronnie summoned a scroll and continued to persuade Odin, you don't need to worry about that. As a representative of the god Prometheus, and as a representative of the supreme sacred object, we can guarantee your freedom, that you'll escape this prison. We can even take 1 or 2 gods out with you. Hearing this, he chuckled, muttering the name Prometheus. Then, he blurted out something that shocked Ronnie to his core. I reject your offer! Odin spoke of his resentment. I'm sick and tired of hearing that name. He's the one who imprisoned us here. If he wants our help, shouldn't he apologize to us properly? His words were so reasonable that Ronnie hesitated. That? Odin continued, mocking him. Mortals daring to threaten sacred relics? How ridiculous! It seems you're also involved with the people threatening Prometheus, aren't you? Then, he glared sharply, uttering each word. But that has nothing to do with us. Get out of here! He cursed inwardly. Damn it! On the way back, Ronnie was genuinely unwilling to give up. I had to travel a long way to get here for nothing. Loki seemed very calm. I was sure he wouldn't listen, and things would go that way. Her words surprised him. What? Loki grinned from ear to ear and explained that those gods were also divided into factions. Did you think it would work with him? Hearing this, Ronnie made a suggestion immediately. You should talk to Odin about this. She laughed and responded disdainfully. Me? That's just ridiculous. You know the answer already. Haven't you seen I'm not imprisoned with them? They hate me. Those words made him suspicious, and he immediately speculated. You betrayed them? Just as he was lamenting, how annoying! If only I could find more mythological gods. Loki inadvertently saw something. At that moment, a great achievement with abundant energy appeared before them. She immediately recognized Sleipnir. Then she added some important information. Look at its 8 legs. That must be Sleipnir. Odin's warhorse is here. Loki gave a sly smile as she offered her suggestion. Hey, master, we could mess with that animal, right? Although it might run away when we try to approach it, she continued. But want to give it a try? Ronnie hesitated at first. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. All right, let's do it. Loki excitedly exclaimed, Let's go! At this point, the soldier laughed, saying, I was so scared at that time because I kept thinking I had let it run away. The guy next to him sighed, That's crazy. Just as they were gossiping, Yu-Hoen suddenly appeared from behind and called out, Hey, you stupid Pandora guys! Then he sneered, asking with a disdainful tone, What are you talking nonsense about? After realizing that the person in front of them was Seo Yu-Hoen, the 2 guys shot their guns like crazy. He created a shield and ran away, while they shouted to each other, Attack him! Damn it, we have to face him while the main force isn't here. The 2 kept taking turns to remind each other. Ji silently lay in a corner observing, carefully keeping his distance when attacking. Someone go notify the main troop! Then he raised the key and softly muttered, All right, it's time. He opened the iron cage with his hand while saying delightedly, Luckily they didn't confiscate the divine relic of Irenian before locking me in here. Did they underestimate me because they thought I was the weakest? Well, it benefits me then. The iron gate swung wide open. Ji exclaimed excitedly, It's open! Excellent! He observed the current situation and assessed, Just need to get out of here. I'll probably break a few ribs if I jump down from here, huh? His face was slowly turning blue. But Jeha still tried to calm himself. It's okay, because I have the phoenix, so it will only hurt like hell. Without thinking further, he jumped out of the iron cage, landing on the ground with a thud. As expected, a bone in his leg cracked. He cried, hugging his leg, and shouted, Damn it, it hurts so much. Come on, Phoenix, do something quickly. Jeha immediately shut up when he heard the voices of the Pandora. Hey, I think the door's open. Those 2 are gloomily looking towards the iron cage, taking turns sighing. You were right, the cell door is open. He hurriedly ducked down, cursing first. Damn it, why are they back so soon? Then, he calmly deduced the most obvious reason. The fake leader has been taken down. The group rushed to the fake body of Ye, immediately realizing something was off. Look, it's just a fake, a trap. Those words broke his heart. So disappointing. I thought it would do better. Even though it's only a quarter as strong as the real one, shouldn't it have done better? Yeha's real body is gradually recovering. He still regrets in his heart. I mean, if I had let the real one get caught and thrown into prison, I wouldn't have had to make a fake like this. Damn it. At the same time, the real Yu-Hoen just came out of the bathroom and exclaimed refreshedly, That's so refreshing. Then he asked Chloe, How are the others? She quickly replied, They're all injured, but luckily the injuries aren't too serious. After giving first aid to Wetin and Irin, now I have to take care of the vice captain and SUA. Are they trying to work me to death? Seriously. At this moment, Sua's eyes lit up when she saw Jen and called out, Leader! Chloe suddenly remembered something and immediately told him, Oh right, vice captain. I was going to tell you this when you got back. Nina is doing much better. Hearing those words, Julian immediately asked again, Nina is better? Really? Yu-Hoen smiled at Chloe and said, Good news. Now that we have time, let's go see her together. She excitedly replied, "Of course." Jen had prepared very carefully as they entered the dungeon. But the initial news was quite positive. Nina is the patient that Chloe has been taking care of diligently. The person being talked about is Julian's younger sister, the one the dragon called Jack the Reaper. Chloe is trying to evoke Nina's memories and emotions, and it seems like Nina has made great progress. If this reduces the burden in Julian's heart and makes him feel more comfortable, then Julian will be in a better state for the next expedition. Everyone opened the door to the sick room, and Di Yang said, "Hello, Nina." Chloe gave a bright smile and kindly asked Han, "How are you feeling today?" Julian next to her was stunned. At this time, Nina turned her head to look at everyone. She smiled brightly and said, "Hello." Everyone stood outside waiting. Only Chloe and Julian went inside. She walked over and asked, "Long time no see? How are you feeling today?" She replied briefly, "I don't know. I think I'm okay." Chloe heard this and was satisfied. "I see. Good." Then she turned to introduce, "Oh, this is my colleague. Julian, say hello." He was flustered and stiffly said, "Hello, Nina." She continued to give a brief introduction. "He is also quite special to you, so talk to each other." After he sat down in the chair, Nina said, "Hello, are you close to me?" He replied awkwardly, "Yes, so are you." At this time, Nina suddenly blurted out, "Then I'm thinking about it now. You look very similar." Chloe quickly picked up a pen and suggested something to her. "If you remember anything, would you like to talk about it?" Outside, Yu Hoen, after seeing Julian talking endlessly, cursed in his heart. "Julian, you heartless bastard, this is the first time I've seen him talk so much." At this time, Sua ran over to explain that it might be because she is his biological sister. He suddenly understood. "Is that so? All right." It seems like they're enjoying this conversation. His eyes looked into the sick room again, suddenly stopping in surprise. At this time, Chloe and Julian were both stunned. That kid, Yu Hoen, was extremely curious. What's going on? Why are they acting so surprised? Sua speculated. It seems like they're surprised. Inside, Chloe was excitedly saying that she mentioned that she didn't remember anything at all. Could she be regaining some memories? If so, that's great. I can't believe she regained her memory after meeting her real brother. It feels like a movie. But after continuing that conversation, after a while, the two of them came out of the room. As soon as he saw Julian come out, Yu Hoen asked, "How does it feel? Why were you so surprised?" Julian's whole body trembled, and he stammered, "My sister." Then he lowered his head, his voice becoming more and more painful. "My sister. She had a hard time remembering my face, but she could remember that much." Ye immediately, he hadn't finished his sentence. Sua repeated the name Ye in horror. Julian continued to recount in misery. "She was looking for Yi Ha, the person she stabbed repeatedly without killing." Hearing this, Yu Hoen was speechless, only knowing to spit out a mouthful. He stood there with a dark face and said, "Damn it." Chloe rubbed her head in frustration. "I thought that she could recover her memory if she met her real brother. Maybe she only remembers her memories as Jack the Reaper." At this moment, Yu Hoen smirked with satisfaction, mentioning something. "I'm thinking about it now. She only remembers being angry when we caught her, right? Even though the reason is a bit strange, it seems he left a deep impression on her." Hearing that, Julian went ballistic, immediately grabbing his collar and yelling, "Are you kidding me, you bastard?" Chloe quickly intervened. "Vice Captain, calm down. Her memories will return." At this moment, Aya hesitated and asked, "But where's Jean?" Then she spoke about her question from earlier. "I don't think I saw him in the room." The four stood there, looking at each other, silent for a long while, so they decided to go find someone to help. That lucky person was Ilya. After hearing the question, he asked in astonishment, "Josiah? How would I know where he is?" Sua was a little confused, immediately mentioning something. "But Jin supported you when we were in the prison, right?" He replied, "Yeah, that's right. He was by my side when you guys left. He kept muttering in my ear that it would be easier when we drove the excavator into the dungeon." Hearing those words, she suddenly speculated a possibility. "Don't tell me, did he fall into the dungeon?" Yu Hoen was stunned by her speculation. "What? How could that be?" At this moment, Julian also agreed, adding a few words. "The entrance is like a volcanic crater, so it's not impossible." Ilya was surprised, and Vuvan asked, "Does that mean we have to start preparing a funeral for him?" Yu Hoen clicked his tongue, not worried at all, saying, "He has the secret of the Phoenix relic. He can't die that easily." Ilya burst out laughing and asked, "Stop saying nonsense. So what if it's a relic?" He looked up at the ceiling, muttering to himself, "Wait. Relic secret, that's right." Then he quickly explained to the group, "Everyone focus on the relic secret in the brain. It seems that secret can connect people." So everyone went to find Hisite and inquired about something. "You know about the condition of the Phoenix, right?" It replied. "The Phoenix is normal. What's the matter?" Julian didn't rush to answer, continuing to ask, "That relic secret connects everything, right?" It nodded. Yeah. After asking a few questions, he turned to Yu Hohan and said, "Does that mean Jae isn't dead yet?" Hearing that, he excitedly opened up to he. "That's great. Can you find out where he is?" It sighed, calling everyone, "This is so troublesome." According to me, SUA at this time was extremely excited when thinking of something. "I guess we can find the phoenix." It brought the group to the dog hole that connected to the dungeon, the place everyone had been to before. Standing in front of the pit, Yu Hoen was still a little doubtful. "Are you sure it's here?" It looked down, its tone not very certain. "Or at least, it's near this entrance." Hearing that, Yu Hoen made a decision immediately. "Alright, I'll open this gate." Suddenly, Hekote urged, "Hey, hurry up and open it!" Those words awakened the suspicion in his heart. "Huh? What's the matter?" It peered down into the depths of the abyss and said, "Something is wrong with the phoenix's movement. It's moving faster. It's approaching this entrance." The information shocked Yu Hoen. "Really? What's happening inside?" Without any hesitation, he raised his hand with the shining ring, saying, "I'll open it first then." Just then, Julian reminded, "Be careful not to open another hole." He smirked triumphantly, confidently declaring, "Don't worry, it's easy for me to do it right now." In just a few seconds, when the energy from the ring shot down, a column of purple gas surged up, piercing the sky. After finishing, Yu Hoan turned to he and said, "This path is open. We hope the phoenix will fly out soon." It responded hesitantly, "It'll appear soon." But it blurted out news that shocked him to the core. "That's strange." The phoenix went further away. The anger rose to the peak. Yu Hoan cracked his knuckles, asking, "You bastard! I opened it because you said it was urgent, but now you're saying it's not?" Harite hurriedly explained. "Wait, I only said it was nearby, I'm not lying." It gritted its teeth, looking down below, the worry clear in its words. "The phoenix can't have such speed. It approached nearby, but now it's so far away from the hole." Yu Hoan clicked his tongue, disappointedly saying, "Forget it, I'll know what's happening if I do it myself." Aya then asked, "You're going alone?" He looked down into the deep abyss and instructed the group, "I'll be back in a moment, so make sure no one runs away before I get back." And at that moment, Yu Hoan entered the dungeon and saw something flying out of the entrance. Ahead, a charred black figure with a rope and a horse were flying straight up with immense energy. The black figure gradually became clear, none other than the pathetic human HHA. Yu Hoan looked in the direction they were rushing up, calling out, "Lu Dongli!" And just like that, he flew on the horse up into the clouds. "Everything is settled." Ilya immediately reminded Yu Hoan, "I think he's gone outside. You should close the gate. You're still spacing out because of what just happened." He just managed a perfunctory From high in the sky, Lu Dongli, with tears streaming down his face, was desperately pleading with the horse. "What the hell is this? Let me down!" In mid-air, the white horses neighed repeatedly. Their steps were rapidly crossing the layers of clouds. "Everyone riding a horse to keep up at this moment?" Yu Hoan annoyedly asked. "Faster, Ilya. Can't they go any faster?" He honestly replied, "This is already the maximum speed." While riding the horse in fear, he continued, "These horses are not easily slowed down, but that horse moves especially fast. What kind of monster is it?" The group paid attention to the horse Lu Dongli was riding, Yu Hoken. Regarding its name, "It is Sleipnir," Ilya asked back in confusion. What?" With a smug look, he began to give a brief overview of the creature. "Sleipnir is Odin's horse, able to descend all the way to hell. People describe it as having 8 legs, and the one in front of us looks exactly like that." One day, a builder visited the gods of Asgard and told them, "I will repair the most solid wall on the condition that the gods give me Freya, the goddess of beauty, the sun, and the moon." The gods had no intention of fulfilling the builder's ridiculous wish, but only agreed to his request for an extremely short period of time. The builder owned a horse named Svadilfari. The two of them worked non-stop. They were close to completing the construction of the solid fortress. That was when the trickster god Loki transformed into a beautiful mare and lured Svadilfari away. And the gods got both a sturdy defensive wall and did not have to hand over the goddess Freya. Yu Hoan smirked with pleasure as he spoke about the next part of the story. "Sleipnir is the cult of Svadilfari and Loki." Hearing this, Ilya asked in shock, "That Loki guy can give birth to a cult?" Then he blankly remembered Loki's face, along with the curse. "Do you dare to look down on me, you damn mortal?" Then he internally conceded, "But that's right, Loki can transform into a mare. Loki is very good at transforming into different animals." He continued to gallop. More sunlight had begun to penetrate. Then he wondered, "Putting that aside, why does it look so far away from us? I can't even hear his screaming anymore." At this moment, Yu Hoan seriously spoke about the plan. "Unfortunately, the rope is with him. So we have to get to Lukidongli first." As soon as he finished speaking, the rope from a distance received the signal, immediately announcing, "Master is summoning me." And then it started urging Sleipnir, "Master wants us to go back, go back." And then it desperately shouted, "But we're out of control, out of control." Now Lu Dongli's face was pale, his hands still tightly gripping the rope, and he asked in a shaky voice, Is that the important thing right now? The rope started loosening its grip on Sleipnir, determined in its heart. Just keep carrying us. Just keep carrying us. We will surely get to you. Get to you.
Very quickly, the rope escaped the 8-legged horse. Lu Dongli fell off the horse, unable to hold back his scream. I'm falling.
The rope wrapped around him a few times and reassured. Don't worry, don't worry.
Very quickly, it and Lu Dongli appeared in front of Yu Hoen, emotions welling up in it.
Master, I missed you so much. Missed you so much. He immediately asked. Rope, when did you get into the dungeon? Then he curled his lips into a smile, not holding back a word of praise. Thanks to you, Lu Dongli isn't hurt. Everything's fine. The rope was overjoyed to hear that. I did a good job, didn't I? Didn't I do well? Before it could celebrate for long, it worriedly announced, Oh master, I let the horse get away. Got away! Yu Hoen continued to gallop his horse, calmly replying, We just have to chase it down. At this point, he summoned a holy relic to assist. He held up Gungnir, which was glowing with electricity, and proudly introduced, I have a holy relic even faster than that horse. After gathering enough energy, Yu Hoen issued a loud command. Gungnir, pursue and attack Sleipnir. It muttered the name Sleipnir back and immediately replied, All right, I remember. So he cupped his palm, directed Gungnir's head straight forward, and signaled, Good, go! That holy relic and he sped away like the wind, disappearing in an instant. The rope excitedly exclaimed, It's gone! It's gone! Currently, Yu Hoen's 2 hands are tightly gripping Gungnir, which is shooting forward at lightning speed. Even while moving at such an incredible speed, he was still laughing in absolute excitement, constantly shouting, Amazing! So fast! Amidst the scorching summer heat, the surrounding atmosphere was utterly still. Yet, the clamorous neighing of the Gungnia horse unexpectedly echoed through the streets. It bolted about uncontrollably. People began to notice, shouting to one another, Look, an 8-legged horse, be careful! Someone report this!
One person quickly grabbed their phone, typing frantically, sweat beading on their brow as they questioned, I'll report it. What the hell is Pandora doing?
On the road, a young couple in a car, unfortunately, faced the horse head-on. At Pandora headquarters, the news spread rapidly. Someone voiced their inquiry. Mr. Doc Feller, the global marketing team, is asking how to handle the monster horse. It seems there's trouble, as many citizens are demanding a solution. Austin, overwhelmed, clutched his head in exasperation, replying, Tell them to take a break. They're best at resting, aren't they? The employee nervously added. And they mentioned they don't have enough manpower to guard the gates to hell. The doors are opening too often, and we've lost many people. He replied indifferently.
Tell them to wait, and you may leave.
Before leaving, the employee added something that made Austin's head ache.
Lastly, the board of directors is waiting for you in the meeting room.
He suddenly shot up, slamming his hands on the desk and bellowing, I know! Now get out! The employee immediately took a few steps back, terrified, and apologized. I'm sorry. At this point, Austin ground his teeth, his face darkening, as he began to lament.
More and more problems just keep piling up, and that damned Prometheus hasn't shown his face from the dungeon.
He clenched his trembling fist, bitterly shouting, Prometheus, say something! What do you want me to do? If you still remain silent, then I can only take action.
Simultaneously, in the meeting room, the directors were all present, some seated, others whispering amongst themselves. The atmosphere in the room was abuzz with voices. It's chaotic. The dungeon issue isn't resolved, and where did that monster horse come from? Still no contact from Prometheus? Just as everyone was whispering, Austin strode in confidently, with 2 bodyguards on either side. He walked heavily onto the stage, everyone holding their breath, their eyes following him. Everyone was bewildered by his appearance. At this moment, Austin's sharp eyes scanned the room, and he seriously announced, What are you all staring at? Let's begin the meeting. Not long after, outside the district, a series of cars in the parking lot were heavily damaged due to Gungnia's appearance. Some people bitterly cursed behind it. That damn horse. It sure knows how to find a place to rest. Why did it pick my residential area?
Just as the 2 guys were complaining, an employee from Pandora approached to reassure them. Everyone, don't worry, Pandora is here. Then, gun sights were aimed straight at Gungnia, next to the command. Squad, take your positions. We will concentrate all firepower at once. Squad ready and awaiting orders. One squad member carefully aimed the gun behind the horse, replying, Understood. Just as they were about to proceed,
something echoed from the sky, and everyone simultaneously looked up.
Something dazzling was hurtling down, and someone immediately reported, Captain, something is flying towards us.
The captain asked in confusion, What? Turns out,
the bright thing in the sky was Yu Hoen and his holy artifact, Gungnia. The crowd immediately screamed when they saw it. What the hell is that? Stop it! Yu Hoen didn't bother with those words. He crazily rushed down with a grin from ear to ear, happily saying, Found you. As the team stood in the middle of the city, a soldier shouted in panic, Captain, something is flying towards us. What will the captain respond immediately? Unexpectedly, Yu Huowen appeared from above, carrying Gung Nia, falling down with dizzying speed. He laughed with pleasure, shooting down with this speed. Slepnia was startled, his eyes wide, clearly not expecting that sudden blow. The impact created a large explosion, with dust and rocks flying everywhere. Yu Huowen landed on the ground with firm feet. It roared, angrily exclaiming, "You've pissed me off! I can't kill you with just one hit." Meanwhile, he firmly gripped his spear, a confident smile blooming on his face, and said, "These guys are fast, so you need to work together. I'll lure it again. Make sure you land the hit." Gunjia responded, roaring with fiery eyes, ready to charge. Instantly, Sleipnir lunged forward, without a shred of fear. Yu Hoen bravely took on Gung Nia, the powerful assault from it, he muttered. "Truly, a high-level beast." Yu Hoen said softly, "All right, I think I should do this." But before he could act, someone shouted, "Wait! Yu Hoen, is that you? We're doomed. Bandora will summon the anomaly." That person protested. "We got here first," but he just smirked. Isn't the anomaly supposed to belong to the one who defeats it first? Just then, it angrily charged like a tank. Yu Hoen dodged. "Here you come, watch out." Not showing any fear, he flashed a cold smile, his sharp eyes full of confidence. Yu Hoen swung his spear, colliding directly with the monster. He held onto Gung Nia tightly, bracing against the direct impact from the beast. Yu Hoen stood firm with one leg planted on the ground, sliding slightly backward. A group of people watched from afar, utterly stunned. What the hell? He actually defeated that horse monster. That monster charged like a car. Sleepia let out a piercing scream. It lowered its head, a mocking and confident look on its face, sneering. "What's wrong? Don't you see that you're about to die?" Yu Hoen's voice rang out. "I used an artifact to gain strength like this. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of it. It's called Hakos." Horkos is a demigod created by Zeus and Alcmene. He is a legendary hero in Greek mythology, known for wisdom, strength, and beauty. But when Zeus broke his promise after making an oath to his sons, the Heracles artifact was shattered and has not been restored since. It's a pity. I can't use him to satisfy my heart. So, before he loses all his power, I need to win. Hora painfully cried out for help. "Human, you're hurting me." His face showed a clear expression of surprise. His eyes widened, his pupils contracted. Immediately following that was a huge explosion. Sleipnir kicked up its hooves high, yelling. Yu Hoen backed away, screaming in pain. Elsewhere, two soldiers in black armor laughed gleefully. "We can't lose sight of the target. Just stay here." "Good, keep attacking." He knelt on one knee on the ground, breathing heavily and angrily shouting, "You bitch, what do you think you're doing?" Sleipia stood still, emitting a soft sound. Seeing it run away, Yu Hoen yelled, "Stop! Damn it!" Because of this guy, he gripped it tightly, flashing a confident smile. "All right, I'll use Gunjia to escape." Yu Ho grabbed it and soared into the air, taking off. He was struck by a powerful attack directly, and he screamed. The blow caused Yu Hoi to lose control of it. His face revealed a look of tension and pain. At that moment, I was throwing Gunjia. Who knew Pandora would attack me and cause me to be struck back by Gunjia? Seeing the soldiers running away, Yu Hoen shouted as he chased. "You bastards, stop right there!" One of them ordered. "He's coming! Prepare to fight!" Team 2 runs behind the horse. He unleashed his power. "You're not going anywhere." The horses flying down from the sky appeared mighty and imposing. Julian asked, "What happened here? The road is completely destroyed." Rope suddenly appeared, shouting, "Master, master!" Zihan Ha riding the white horse called it, "Hey, Yu Hoen is worried. I threw Gung Nia, but I couldn't stick to it because Pandora blocked my attack. Come to think of it, I haven't heard anything from Gung Nia yet. I wonder if it defeated the target." He decided not to hesitate any longer and raised his empty hand, declaring, "I'll summon it now. Come back, Gung Nia." In an instant, it flew back into Yu Hoen's hand. It protested. "Why would you tell me to come back like that? I was having fun with Sleipnia," he asked. "Did you subdue any part of it?" Jia quickly replied. "Of course I did. I injured it. Serves it right for being so slow," Yu Hoen said, satisfied. "Good. Well done. No more waiting." He pointed the spear forward. "Let's push our advantage with another round." It laughed excitedly. "Okay, let's go." Right after that, he called, "Roy, come here with me." It happily shouted, "Okay, let's go together." Before the crowd below could figure out what was happening, Yu Hoen shot straight into the sky. He dove down like lightning, targeting Sleipnir. Gunya emitted an electric glow, ready to strike, deciding to descend upon Sleipnir below. It rushed toward the target like a fiery lightning bolt. In an instant, Gung was deeply embedded in it. Yu Hoen was confident that it had hit the weak spot, but in the moment before he could even celebrate, his eyes widened in surprise. "Huh?" Immediately followed by an angry shout. "What the hell? How can you still run with that in you? You really are a monster." Even so, Yu Hoen didn't flinch, flashing a challenging smile. "But I'm not weak yet." Meanwhile, the ropes coiled around Sleipnia's body. "I told you I would fight, didn't I? Didn't I?" Not fleeing at all, Sleipnia roared louder than ever. The ropes glowed, shooting straight into the air. Yu Hoen smirked confidently, tightening the ropes. "Ha! Go wild like that, you won't be able to throw me off." He continued gloating, tying Sleipnir's mouth shut, treating it like a warhorse. Just accept your fate.
Suddenly, support teams riding white horses appeared in mid-air.
Shua exclaimed. We're here!
Yu Hoen stood tall beside Sleipnia's collapsing body,
reins still in hand, decisively declaring, Hey, it's over! Ilya said in surprise. Wow, you were the only one who managed to capture it.
He looked down at it, still struggling.
I captured it rodeo style, but of course it wasn't easy. As he spoke, Yu Hoen tightened the rope another turn. So I decided to lasso its legs. Finally, he calmly tightened the knot, looking down at the completely subdued spoils, smiling. Now there's only one thing left to do. I'm going to force it to submit to me with complete domination. Seeing this, Julian worriedly asked, You were exhausted last time when you did that with Gungaria. Are you going to be okay? Yu Hoen muttered to himself. Since Grynia and Sleipnia both belong to Odin, perhaps they have similar resistance, he calmly continued. But with Gunnia, I wasted too much power before subduing it. I'm fully rested and full of energy. It will be different this time, right? Yu Hoen raised his hand, a blue electric light flashing around the gold ring on his finger. Anyway, call Chloe if I pass out. Submit to me, Sleipnir! A surge of intense energy erupted, Yu Hoen riding on Sleipnia. A chilling smile was visible on his purple-tinged face. Sleipnia roared furiously as the golden rope tightly bound it. A terrifying explosion erupted, forming a fierce blue pillar of light that shot into the sky in the middle of the city. The scene seemed to tear apart space, shattering the ground, with wheels and debris flying in all directions. Finally, Sleipnia knelt down in submission at Yu Hoen's feet. He gently reached out to caress it. See? Shouldn't you have been this obedient from the start? Sua approached with concern, asking, Are you okay? Yu Hoen, unfazed by his injuries, turned to her with a bright smile. Yeah, just a little tired, but it's nothing. Now I have this super fast-moving sacred object. I can easily return to my hideout and rest to recover my strength. But before that, he touched Sleipnia, Nafia, which radiated a brilliant blue light. I need to change your form first. The next second, a silver supercar appeared out of nowhere. I've always wanted a sports car. A team member, slightly agitated, hesitated. Leader, that shape. Unbelievable. It's exactly like a sparkling, top-of-the-line supercar. Yu Hoen stood proudly next to the car, touching it. The team members exclaimed in admiration. A real Lamborghini! He urged the members. Let's go! Everyone get in! The stylish side doors automatically opened. Seeing a luxury car in real life for the first time, they couldn't help but marvel. The doors open upwards. Jiha, following behind, suddenly stopped as if remembering something. Wait, aren't there only 2 seats? Yu Hoen smirked, turning back. I've created a completely different interior. Take a look. He gaped in shock. Inside is a long row of seats, no different from a luxury car. It's really spacious, like a van. Ia also praised. Amazing! From the outside, it looks like a sports car with 2 seats. Yu Hoen smiled brightly at Zhen's astonished expression. Because it's a sacred object, the interior can be designed completely differently. He sweated, feeling a slight chill down his spine. I like the spaciousness, but I guess it won't feel like a supercar, right? Yu Hoen's face was calm, but his words were unsettling. You don't like it? Want me to change it again? Zhenha looked at the luxury car, and suddenly the interior transformed back into a bus, looking somewhat gloomy, and cried out, Please, change it back to the way it was. Suddenly, a panicked shout attracted Yu Hoen's attention. What's going on? Where is this? A stranger appeared, dragging several others behind him, pointing and shouting, I heard there's a sacred object that looks like a horse. Did you guys get here first? He looked at the group, only smirking. Coming to interfere again? I thought they were gone already. Zhenha stood behind him, slightly apprehensive. What do we do now? Yu Hoen was full of momentum and fearless. What else can we do? Just go. Ignore them. Let's go. A team member behind them, the one who had shouted earlier, called out, Wait, you bastards! The car's headlights suddenly turned on. A voice filled with enjoyment rang out. The sound is really satisfying. Yu Hoen was already sitting in the car, firmly gripping the steering wheel. All right, let's go. I'm going to speed back to base. You guys should fasten your seatbelts. Zhen, sensing something ominous, reminded him. Don't overdo it. It's best not to crash into anything. Yu Hoen didn't listen. The wheels immediately exerted full force and sped off. The supercar turned around and changed direction, making a cool skid. The newcomers helplessly pointed. Damn it, they're leaving! The supercar, under Yu Hoen's control, quickly sped away. The people behind shouted orders. Take out the moving sacred object. We'll chase after them and contact our allied exploration team. The team member urgently received the order. Understood. In the distance, a young man was relaxing and drinking tea, looking puzzled as he turned to look at the road. The supercar sped past like lightning, leaving only a trail of smoke. The young man sitting opposite him was startled. What was that? Yu Hoen appreciatively assessed. Smooth driving. Yu glanced outside, evaluating. I think we've shaken them off, but why do I still feel uneasy? Do you even have a driver's license? Yu Hoen was slightly startled, looking to the side. What are you saying? Of course I do. Sua chatted happily in the back seat. The leader has a driver's license. Rest assured. Jean, sitting next to him, laughed loudly and cheerfully. He was teased a lot for not having a license until he was 20. Yu Hohan was a little stunned by his words. But we're going back to the past now. Yu sat in the passenger seat, sweating. So, you don't have one right now? Yu Hohan flashed a bright, carefree smile. It's okay, as long as we don't get caught. He's gonna be so pissed. Damn. So you don't have a driver's license? You're still joking around, it's my fault. Julian yelled, sternly ordering. Stop the car, let me drive. Yu Hohan frowned, refusing to give in, arguing, come on, seriously, skills are more important, screw the license. Aya froze, eyes widening as he looked ahead, seeming to have noticed something. He saw the large rocks blocking the road ahead, and softly reminded, isn't the road blocked over there? Up ahead, a group of people were waiting. They're here, that's right, they're probably the people you mentioned. We've blocked them, so hurry over. Yu Hoan was annoyed, quickly spinning the steering wheel. Another troublesome bastard. Everyone, hold on tight. The supercar smoothly turned around, changing direction. We'll take a detour since they've blocked the front. Leader, they're behind us too, Dia exclaimed in a panic, excitedly reporting. Yunli looked at the cars behind them charging towards them, a feeling of exhilaration suddenly rising within him. These guys have some brains after all. The front was blocked by a pile of old cars stacked on top of each other, and a group of people waiting, causing Yu Hoan to exclaim in surprise. What the hell is this? Deha, sitting in the back, lost his composure and shouted, Boss, let's land and fight. Yu Hoan glanced back and snapped, shut up, why are you so worked up when you're not even in the warrior team? Julian turned to him and seriously suggested, how about I go down and lure them away while you guys escape? The suggestion made Jen a little awkward, but he finally stepped on the gas and refused. No need for that. Everyone hold on tight. The car recklessly reversed, causing Julian to scream in fear. What are you trying to do? Yu Hoan didn't stop, smirking. Overcoming obstacles, what do you think? Julian asked again, slightly trembling. What? He slammed on the gas, speeding forward, and repeated, I said, prepare to overcome obstacles. At this moment, Julian shouted in fear. Do you think I'm asking you because I didn't hear you? The car sped up like the wind, smashing the car in the middle of the road aside. The wheels gradually slowed down as Yu Hoan spoke with a triumphant tone. All right, obstacle destroyed successfully. Contrary to his exhilarated feeling, Julian was still scared, and asked, what obstacle? Yuho looked at the mess that his car had just smashed out there, and blurted out, hey, SPN is one of the people who made the area a mess. This freaking mess has happened because it charged constantly. Then he looked back at his shiny car and said proudly, look, it's completely fine even after charging into 4 cars. Julian wondered and asked, what do you mean? Yu Hoan liked and gave all the praise to the car. This thing is probably the best. It's such a great and heavy thing in transferring energy into objects, right? Not wanting something like that to happen again, Julian shouted out loud. Are you still going to charge through more things? Ignoring his complaints and obstruction, Yu Hoan stepped on the gas again and said, of course we should make sure we are owning the best weapon ever, shouldn't we? The car was speeding fast on the road. Then there was something plunging from the sky. That huge blue ball block and pressed on the car and made a thunderous sound. Everyone in the car was screaming in panic. Shua looked at the dent and asked, what is that? Deklat this time shouted in fear, a rock? I think there was a rock falling to us. Footsteps were coming closer. A person with long boots came and said, you're here, Ronnie said angrily. I've finally caught up with you all. This guy is. Yuho looked out of the car and wondered, how can he get out from the dungeon? Julian answered annoyingly, I think he knew some of the escaping paths. He mimicked his words and shouted, I think he knew some of the escaping paths. Hand me Slapnea immediately. That is mine. Loki also jumped out somewhere and added, that's right. I'm the one who created Sleipnir. Loki hit on the front of the car and shouted, Sleipnir, what kind of monster shape is this? Why did you abandon your majestic original form? Come to father. Or not. Mom is fine too, come to me. Right the next second, the silver car has transformed back to the horse, making everyone in the car were flung out. Yu Hen was enraged at this point. Slapnia, you bastard, how dare you change into my form? Master chose me. Loki chimed in with a playful retort. I am an expert in transformation. Then, a second later, Loki burst out. Wait, Master, who decided that you were the master? She stood opposite him, reaching out her hands and calling, SP, why are you standing behind him? Come here to me. Slepia. Yuhen grinned triumphantly, embracing Sleipnir's head and saying, I told you, I am Sleipnir's master now, and Sleipnir has accepted it. Loki gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. You son of a bitch! Loki blackened and transformed into a monster with a mouthful of sharp fangs. I'll make you pay, I'll kill you. Loki raised her jaws, biting at Yuhen's staff, and said, I wonder how you were able to do that. But as she struggled for the staff, she noticed something unusual, and wondered inwardly. What's going on? I can't move. The lion badge on the head of the staff emitted a flash of electricity. And at the same time, Yu-Han cried out, "Don't let me end this fun." Inculate used his strength with one hand to hold and flick the staff out. Loki was knocked off balance and flew backward. Loki clawed at the ground with her nails to break from sliding backward, her voice faltering as she asked, "What was that?" Yu-Han took aim and launched the pointed end of the staff toward her. Loki was pierced through the body and flew further away. He turned his head away triumphantly and said, "End here." Yu-Han turned back and strode toward Ronnie, saying, "Because I need to take care of this guy while waiting." His voice dropped menacingly as he threatened him. "I heard you have the password to the dungeon. Tell me." Ronnie was so frightened that he stammered, I don't have that." Yu-Han smiled sinisterly and interrogated, "Someone who can enter and exit without a key? That's impossible. Surely only I can enter and exit the dungeon freely like that." Cornered, Ronnie repeatedly called out, "Loki! Loki!" Yu-Han looked towards her and clicked his tongue, saying, "Looks like she's busy fighting, huh?" Then he grabbed his neck and lifted him up, saying, "Don't you have any better familiar than Loki?" As Ronnie struggled to pry his hand off his neck, Yu-Han nonchalantly taunted, "I guess you have a familiar that can change everything, so you won't need much else." Then he leaned his face close to him, his dark eyes boring into his eyes to say, "I'm saying this one last time. Give me the password, or your neck will be broken like this." Ronnie's eyes welled up with tears, his mouth opening and gasping for oxygen to the point where drool dripped out. He replied with difficulty, "Okay, I'll give it to you." Yu-Han threw him to the ground, smugly replying, "You should have done it from the start." Ronnie held out an elegant rolled-up piece of paper and explained, It's not the password. It's the Prometheus condensed aura." His face was covered in sweat as he anxiously continued. "I was able to enter and exit the dungeon because it is the Master's Relic authorization code." Yu-Han reached out and took it, saying, "So that's how it works." A light flashed from the scroll, astonishing him. As soon as he held it in his hand, an explosion rang out with a flash of light. Sua called out worriedly, "Boss!" Yu-Han replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." He held up the scroll and laughed, saying, "I wasn't hurt much because I activated the protective relic." Hopefully what he said is true. Seeing Ronnie running for his life, Yu-Han clicked his tongue, assessing, "Seems like this key is real. Did he use a detonating relic? That's a terrible tactic to do so." Ronnie ran away like a ghost. Every so often, he turned back to look around to be safe. Seeing him so scared, he said playfully, "Maybe I need to give him something back, right? I can't let him go empty-handed after giving me the pass." Yu-Han stared with a listless but murderous gaze, his voice low and heavy. "I am supposed to be a gentleman." A moment later, Yu-Han suddenly yelled, "What? He escaped?" W. Heyman hastily asked, "Should I order the subordinates to pursue him?" He tightened his grip on the spear, refusing. "No, there's no need." Yu-Han raised the spear and stabbed it straight down at Loki, saying politely, "I still have this spear that can chase and pierce any enemy." He pulled out the spear, got into a throwing stance, took a breath, and called out, "All right, Gunjia, go stab Loki's master." Gungnea asked back, "Are you talking about the one we just saw?" "Understood." Before launching it, he left a request. "But I have one request. Please pierce him slowly." Gungnea sulked slightly. "I wanted to stab him quickly." Yu-Han grinned sinisterly, carefully instructing Gungnea, "I want him to feel the fear creeping in slowly. Go around the neighborhood once, okay?" Even Gungnea had to exclaim, "Master, you're really like a villain." Without waiting any longer, he took aim and launched the spear, saying, "Stop complaining and go." Inside the building, after receiving the news, a voice exclaimed, "What did you say? The team sent to capture the horse monster has been wiped out?" Ivy leaned back in her chair, her voice thoughtful as she surmised, "It must be that damn bastard Yu-Han and his team again." Then a staff member spoke up. "We'll send another team to pursue them now." Ivy's eyes seemed to fall into contemplation as the staff member said, "We're just waiting for your orders." After thinking for a moment, she spoke, "Handle it quickly. Tell them to set off whenever they're ready." Two staff members stood at attention and shouted, "Yes, ma'am." The two stepped outside, leaving Evie alone in the room, deep in thought. She tapped her finger on the table, muttering to herself, "They're just waiting for orders from me." Ivy excitedly jumped up from her chair, exclaiming, "Doesn't sound too bad. Evok Feller of Pandora? Although this isn't my initial goal, perhaps becoming the master of Prometheus might bring some benefits." She stood looking down from the high floor of the apartment, exclaiming cheerfully, "This is truly a wonderful opportunity." Suddenly, Evie's excited eyes dimmed. She looked at the person running around in the courtyard below and said somewhat suspiciously, "Is that Ronnie Hansen?" Running over, a young man asked anxiously, "Captain Hansen, what happened?" He hurriedly answered the question and wanted to run inside the building. "It's nothing. I need to go to headquarters." Seeing the two staff members standing outside still dumbfounded and not making way, he shouted madly, "I'll explain after I get inside, so hurry up." But it was too late. Grilania rushed over and stabbed Ronnie right in the back. The staff member standing there exclaimed in shock, "Where did this spear come from?" Ivy rushed out of the building, asking anxiously, What's going on here? The staff member saw her running down and exclaimed, Miss Rockefeller. They then explained the situation to her. A spear came flying from somewhere and pierced Captain Hansen. Evie froze, whispering, That's Guamia. Evie was so angry that her veins popped, her teeth grinding as she snarled. Yuhoen, that damn bastard! She used a relic to control Gunjia in order to pull it out of Ronnie's body. Gunjia was annoyed at being pulled out, constantly grumbling. Honestly, I can't believe I was pulled out. Looks like you guys have a powerful relic. Ivy controlled it and ordered, Be quiet, and return to the Pandora warehouse. Gunjia. But Gunjia not only disobeyed the order, but also retorted, I don't want to. I have a master now. She was shocked, only able to blurt out, What? With that, Gumia broke free of control and said goodbye. I hit the target. I'm leaving now. Evie could only watch it go, cursing under her breath. Damn it. The others looked at Ronnie motionless on the ground, cautiously asking for her opinion. Miss J.C.K. Feller. I don't think the captain can be saved. What should we do? Ivy stood looking at Ronnie's body lying there, unable to swallow the anger she felt towards Gunjia. Night fell, and all the apartments in the building were lit up. Yu Hoen leaned back on the sofa and sighed. Finally, I can rest. Jia crashed through the apartment's glass door and rushed in, shouting, Master, I'm back! Yu Hoen greeted it warmly. You're back? Did you finish the job? But Julian stood helplessly in the distance, yelling, Don't wreck the hotel! Gunia shook itself, recounting its victory. Of course, I pierced him thoroughly, but I was a bit disappointed at the end. Yu Hoen vaguely repeated, A bit disappointed at the end? Du Tu, on the other hand, stood rooted to the spot at the door, watching helplessly with a questioning look. Are you even listening to me? Yu Hoen's face turned serious as he listened to Gung Nia continue. Their boss forcibly pulled me out of him. I think she used the Merlin relic. Waiting for it to finish, he explained. The one who uses the relic in Pandora is IVJF. He crossed his arms and leaned back, a smirk on his face. But she's the boss now? Interesting. I guess the rabbit crawled out of its hole to take the place while King Ho is away. From behind the door, De poked his head out, a bewildered look on his face, asking, Boss? Are you busy? Seeing someone arrive, Gung Nia turned her head with the intention of leaving. Yu Hoen shook his head in response. No, not busy, but not exactly free either. Shouldn't you be the busy one right now? He sat up straight, questioning. You have a lot of restoration work. What have you been doing? De timidly approached, stammering. That's true, but I have something to say. Then he made a suggestion that piqued Julian's curiosity as well. If possible, I'd like the whole team to hear this. It's related to Pandora. In the other corner, Wachman, who was doing something, also turned his head to listen. What? Jaded was so tense that sweat dripped from his temples, his eyes wide and unblinking. A few minutes later, everyone quickly gathered, sitting attentively to listen. Jaha took a breath and began to explain. After I regained my memories, I told everyone to be wary of Pandora. He recalled the day Yu Hoen saved him and continued. Because Pandora operates based on the benefits they obtain from relics, the information about Prometheus being Pandora's main power is also accurate. He glanced up at Yu Hoen and said, Besides that, I've also done research on them and learned a few other things. Yu Hoen, noticing him looking over, asked, Isn't that about creating relics, right? Demay's hand, placed on the table, trembled as he spoke, with a slightly pressured tone. That's right, but only half of it. That's the part that's still a bit vague in my memories, but I've recently remembered it. Another piece of information he revealed surprised SUA and everyone else there. Those Pandora bastards are creating artificial relics. Dellen's voice gradually lowered as he spoke the next sentence. The problem is, the materials they're using are people. Yu Hogen turned cold, radiating anger. Julian couldn't stand it and shouted back, Wait, what? They're using people to create relics? Demey replied, Yes, I can be sure. His body trembled with fear as he continued. And the relics created in this way are called devoured womb. They're a bit different from normal relics. They're much more unstable. Ja recalled that day. In that instant, the names of the relics that I couldn't read before. He remembered the muddy swamp he encountered and continued to explain, I suddenly thought of the relics known as devoured womb, class S, or myth-grade relics with demonic attributes. So that's it. And Dima also recalled the time when Crow swept through that muddy substance. Crow said she had never seen it before and didn't know the cause. But if those are artificial relics, then everything is clear. He alluded to the corpses piled on top of each other and continued. And they use humans as materials. Yu Hoen interrupted Daha and suggested, Tell me the details from the beginning. He suddenly lowered his voice and cursed, confusing Julian, who turned to him. These bastards have crossed the line. We were sure of it when we heard the story. His expression turned cold, his voice low. Then let's see how far they've gone. Empty liquor bottles were scattered all over the floor before Yu Hoen returned to the past. After they were lost in the great prison, Roseha had almost gone crazy with guilt. He sat slumped in a corner of the room with a disheveled body, because even though he thought he was helping us,
He was still indirectly serving the chairman's and Jiang Chen's plan. The chairman doesn't need a useless piece of trash. The chairman put his hands in his pockets, scolding, "Bastard, how dare you get drunk and even sleep at the company like this? Do you think this is your home?" Dell's eyes were blurred despite all the scolding. "Forget it. Talking to you is useless. Take him away." The following secretary did as he was told. "Yes, chairman." He treated him like a slave, and after a period of being used up, he was thrown to Pandora for them to dispose of at will. In Jeha's old, cluttered room, filled with miscellaneous items, he struggled to live, to resist, but there was no other way. Gradually, he dedicated all his time to restoring relics in the cramped space. Something caught Jeha's eye, but among the relics that needed repair, there were a few strange ones mixed in. An old typewriter emitted strange flickers of light. Those relics radiated a much more uncomfortable and unsettling feel. Every night, he lay behind those bars, in a completely awake state. That's why he started investigating. He eavesdropped on the conversations of the Pandora who visited this room. Items like the hatchet also began to communicate with Jeha. He used the relics to eavesdrop, with the excuse of testing if they worked, or just listened to the gossiping relics. A picture of a building pieced together from small fragments. Gradually, after assembling the pieces, the truth began to emerge. The truth was that the relics called devourers were created from human corpses. Soldiers secretly carried a corpse away in the night. Because of that, Pandora went to great lengths to collect corpses, and even created one themselves. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the story. "Wait, what did you say?" Ilya turned around in surprise, raising her voice. "They create corpses? Don't tell me they deliberately kill people." Jeha remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Relic syndrome." He frowned, trying to recount everything in detail. Although many people died from it, there was still no cure, and because they couldn't find a solution, Yu Hoen's eyes immediately turned cold as he voiced his speculation. They just gave up. From the high-rise buildings to the houses below, everything was dilapidated, and it seemed like they were the ones spreading the disease. Even when conflicts occurred in devastated areas, and the people had no funds, those who survived wandered amidst the ruins, and Pandora would pretend to lend a helping hand, but in reality, they deliberately made the situation worse. Because the longer the conflicts lasted, the more people would die. Julian frowned, skeptical. "Wait, but there are already people with relic syndrome now. Have they started acting? We have to stop them." The next answer startled him a little. "Of course, we have to stop them, but the question is, can we?" Turning to see Yu Hoen's grim expression, he forced a wry smile. "I can't think straight because I'm so angry right now." He stood silently on the balcony, deep in thought. Yu Hoen stepped outside to calm down. "Exploring Great Prison is also important, but I can't let the Pandora run rampant." Yu Hoen sighed helplessly. "Honestly, it would be nice to have some advice at times like these, wouldn't it, Raven?" He leaned forward, resting his hands on the balcony railing, utterly conflicted. "I need to find a way to contact Raven again too. But now, this involves human lives." Yu Hoen could only look at the vast, luxurious city and send a message. "Raven, please wait for me a little longer. It seems like you've been waiting for a few centuries already, so please, just wait a few more days." The coffee cup on the table had long gone cold. A voice broke the silence of the room. "I've decided." Yu Hoen stood in front of Julian, firmly declaring, "Our priority now is the devourers instead of GR prison. I'm sure there are already victims because of it." He listened intently to every word he said. "And we have met all those devourers." And without hesitation, nodded. "I agree." Yu Hoen looked into the empty space with concern. Now all that's left is finding a way to stop them completely. The people in this city are still going about their lives normally in this quiet night. Perhaps I should let the whole world know about the devourers, but I don't have any evidence. Who would believe something like what I saw in my past life? Jeha looked like a prisoner waiting for his turn to be questioned by his father. "Ah, that's right. Do you know of anything that could serve as evidence?" He opened his eyes wide, trying to remember. "I think there's an independent unit that handles devourer relics." Yu Ho glanced at him. "Can we get evidence from there?" He smirked upon hearing that. "Good idea." The four of them sat upright at the table, listening attentively to him. "Investigate carefully to see where this unit is and how large its scale is. If we fail, they will hide even more thoroughly." Yu Hoen's pupils carried a warning, killing intent. "We are not allowed to fail this time." Edward was the first to receive his call. "Hello, Director Cell." After that, I also asked a few others to investigate. Ricky also received a similar call. "Because I don't want people to feel betrayed by an organization that claims to protect humanity. Pandora Research Facility." Yu Hoen cracked a triumphant smile as he made the calls. "If this goes smoothly, we can destroy them once and for all." Without hesitation, he began. "Hey, I need a favor." Soon after, the news was all over the place. "We also have a broadcast going on with a pretty decent viewership. Now, all we need is the proof, and things will move at the speed of light." His skilled hands glided across the keyboard. "Proof, huh? I need any kind of lead." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Boss,
Trouble? Jaha burst through the door, breathless. It seems Pandora ambushed us. A sleek, silver supercar was speeding ahead. The engine roared loudly. The guards yelled at each other, "Make sure no one escapes!" They all rushed over, using relics or whatever they could find. A giant magnet appeared on the roof of the supercar, bringing it to a halt. Coincidentally, my relic is a super magnet. Yu Hoen stepped out, completely nonchalant. "What are you doing to my beloved warhorse?" A guard recognized him, and he gritted his teeth. "Yu Hoen," he glared at the car, questioning loudly, "and why aren't you fighting back? You guys will take responsibility, right?" The car responded with the roar of its engine. The car declared boldly, "We'll go all out too, so give it your best shot." The guards braced themselves as they saw them preparing to attack. "They're coming! Be careful! The target is that car. Don't forget!" Unexpectedly, the car, with the magnet attached, rammed into the guards, sending them flying. "Damn it! The car is going berserk!" The magnet was still trying to stick to the car, so the other guards weren't afraid. "Don't worry, as long as that relic is still attached to it, we can control the car as we please." The car suddenly swerved, then revved its engine and spun in circles. Then the car sped towards Yu Hoen, causing him to yell, "Boss, get out of the way!" The car zipped past him, making him tense up involuntarily. "Boss Nia, don't let them control you. Transform back to your original form." The car gradually transformed in a blue light. "That's it!" The guard with the magnet raised his hand and smiled smugly. "Don't think you can get away that easily." Unexpectedly, the magnet just melted away. It was being melted by an invisible flame. A fiery red light melted even steel. Others who saw it were also a bit horrified. A horse with a fiery red mane appeared. The magnet was now a horse's bridle. Julian pointed at it, his eyes wide in disbelief. "It looks like it's trying to control Sleipnir by sticking to it." Yu Hoen was also helpless. It was indeed a troublesome relic. A second later, he bit his lip in confusion. "Wait, it's not a transforming relic. How can it change its shape so easily?" He widened his eyes in astonishment. "And it can even transform at will. No way." The horse was roaring, its appearance different from what he knew before. It was unnerving. The magnet relic had transformed into armor. A horse was frantically trying to escape the bond with Sleipnir and restrain it. Sleipnir was constantly being controlled by it. Yu Hoen said coldly to Ilya, "Ilya, you take care of those guys. I'll assist Sleipnir." Hearing this, he was startled. "What? You want me to handle all those guys by myself?" He rushed off, not caring. There was no one to help him. "I need to remove that relic that's clinging to Sleipnir. That will be a good lead." Finishing his sentence, he approached Sleipnir and scolded. "Hey, you damn relic. Enough nonsense. Stay away from my horse. Even if you are controlling my horse, you can't beat me." He grabbed it tightly, restraining it. "I don't know who your master is, but he must be busy dealing with Ilya. How about you submit to me?" Yu Hoen's eyes were full of desire. "I must have you." He kept commanding it to control Sleipnir. "Instead of taking possession of the relic, which we don't even know what it is, I'll just use my usual dominating power." But a strange reaction occurred. When Yu Hoen touched it again, a whinny rang out. Sleipnir leaned back and threw him away. Yu Huang, covered in scrapes, cursed under his breath. "That bastard, how strange." Confused, he thought. Why did it suddenly explode while I was using my dominance power? Normal holy relics usually consider whether or not to follow the owner when faced with dominance power. Yu Huang observed the situation. This thing had a conflicting feeling when facing the dominance power, and rushed forward fiercely just now. This holy relic is completely different from normal ones. He quickly calculated the most effective method. Perhaps the strength of the unknown holy relic had suddenly increased. If the dominance power wasn't enough, then Yu Huang took out a glittering golden rope. The rope bound that holy relic. It obeyed. All right. Boss Sleipnir was tightly bound and screamed in pain. He stood coldly, examining the horse. It was strange that it kept shouting like that without saying anything else. This holy relic must not have the ability to speak. After a moment of groaning, the holy relic's entire body began to melt. Yu Huang was utterly surprised. "Oh ho, are you trying to escape by changing your shape? What a difficult holy relic to deal with," he lamented. "But at least I've freed you, Sleipnir," Yu Huang commanded. "Rope, release Sleipnir." The rope loosened, but it had already screamed out. "All right, the holy relic is running, it's escaping." Yu Huang sighed. What a tough one. He stepped into a puddle that the holy relic had just melted into, which wasn't very fast. Yu Huang's face was contorted. "If I use dominance power, another conflict will occur. Do I have to use a similar power?" Suddenly, a blinding red light shone straight at him. Damn it! Another explosion? Yu Huang's body was thrown far away. It seems like it won't have a choice to change owners. It continuously resisted me even though I used a different approach. The remnants of the explosion smoked violently, and its durability decreased along with the resistance. It looks like it will be destroyed soon. He observed them meticulously. If it were other holy relics, I would try to restore it. Although it is damaged, the problem is that I don't think it will work with this holy relic. Scene change. A security guard was thrown away. Ilya stepped in, his voice full of inquiry. "Are we done here yet?" Julian and Sua ran over. What's up? Ilya was surprised. You guys came? You came after the hardest part was over. Seriously. He had no choice but to explain. We went out to look for some things. What's the situation? Where's Seu Hen? Ilya led the way. Oh, he's over there. The two of them looked at his disheveled appearance and discussed. I think he's struggling with that strange holy relic. He must have subdued it by now. Julian ran over to check. How is it, Yuhen? What's the situation? He was slightly startled. Ah, you're here? Yu Huang analyzed the current situation for him. Those Pandora bastards were chasing Slepnia. If we don't stop them soon, they must have stolen it. They also brought along an incredibly strange, unidentified holy relic, with the ability to control other holy relics. Julian panicked upon hearing that. What? Unidentified? That means... He provided the answer. I intended to capture it and gather information about it, but I couldn't win. No matter what method I used, it was destroyed at the last minute. Yu Huang tried to touch the slime from the explosion earlier. If it was destroyed, there must still be some flaw inside. But there was nothing like that. Sua stepped forward and joined the conversation. Good heavens, I thought I could gather some more clues. Don't be too disappointed, we'll find something soon, she continued. We found the location of Pandora's research facility. Yu Huang was surprised. What? Scene shifts to a building. Sua analyzed for everyone. A few people saw holy relic researchers from Pandora going in here all the time. She manipulated the computer. If you look at the map, this is Pandora's headquarters. The building not far from the headquarters is their research facility. An image of a neighborhood map appeared. And there is also a secret passage between these two buildings. This is also a large building with a strict security system. Yu Huang pondered. That looks pretty suspicious. Yun immediately needed the file folder to reinforce the information. Besides having a security system, augmented troops from Pandora's headquarters can get there extremely quickly. Therefore, we should avoid engaging them head-on. Julian presented a file folder with some people's resumes. Edward gave me a list of names that frequently appear at this research facility. We can use them if we want to conceal our identities. Oh, this guy even came up with a strategy for us, hasn't he? Yu Hoen wore a smug grin, clutching the valuable item. He always whined to me about giving him work. While reviewing the documents, he noticed something unusual. Yu Ho-hin was curious about the middle-aged man's paper. Alan Rubb, it seemed like I've heard this name before, Liam Alan Rubb. Upon finishing reading his information, he discovered something horrifying, a luxurious building in the city. Yun hears his brother's phone call. What is it, Yun Hoen? Why are you suddenly calling me? The other end hastily replied, Your name is Joy Allen here, right? She confusingly replies, Yes, why are you suddenly asking? Are you drunk? Yu Hoen explains to his sister. I just wanted to confirm a few things. Do you know who Liam Allenby is? Yugon's response, that he's her adoptive father, stunned him. Yu Hoan regained his composure and continued talking to Yugon. I'll send a picture, can you confirm it? After seeing the image his brother sent, Yugon confirmed. Yes, that's him. Yu Ho carefully observed the photo. His sister's adoptive father is actually on the board of directors of the Pandora Corporation. Don't tell me the reason he adopted her was, but sensing something he panicked and shouted, I'm coming to find you now, let's talk. Hearing his brother's tone, Yugon was surprised. What? I was about to go home anyway, but he didn't care. Whatever, just wait for me there. Yu Ho's eyes were extremely serious. This is very important, what strange things are happening here. Outside, gusts of wind blew relentlessly. Yu Hoan landed on the ground. His sudden appearance startled those around him. The hell? He ignored them, and turned to leave. The spear cried out. Master, why did you stop me from skewering him when I was so close? Yu Hoan scoffed. Shut up and keep it. You better get used to this. He forcefully opened the door. Someone yelled in surprise. Ugh! What the hell? Yugon couldn't believe her eyes. You actually came? Yu Hoan's voice was cold. Give me a few minutes. She felt annoyed. Seriously? What's so urgent? As soon as they sat down, he hurriedly asked. What are your adoptive parents like? Yugon was surprised. Why are you suddenly asking about them? She added. I haven't seen them recently. He continued to ask. So, what were they like in the past? Yu Hoan had no choice but to tell his sister the truth. I got information that your adoptive father is part of Pandora. I was suspicious. And paid attention to your adoptive mother. And she's actually connected to Pandora too. His eyes were full of determination. I need to investigate them thoroughly to decide what to do next. Yugon was also somewhat stunned. So, if I say they're bad people, you'll kill them or something? She probed. Like what you did to those people from Pandora before, Yu Hoan explained. I think I've explained enough for you to understand what kind of people those belonging to Pandora are. Yugon rubbed her head. I know that, but it's too difficult for me to say anything in this situation. Yu Koyan reassured her. Don't overreact like that. Who said I'm really going to kill them? She felt vague. Actually, I can't say they're good people even if it's empty words. She remembered the past. Back then, I had a cute dog-shaped keychain on my bag. My parents didn't like me. Yoon's innocent eyes looked up. For the first time, I thought they were just normal people. She looked at the happy family in front of her. But I realized something, after seeing how warm and kind they were to men. I hate this family. Yu recalled the disgusted look that family gave her. And that's why I wanted to get away from that family after I grew up. Because they were openly unfair to me. She flashed back to the first time she met Yu Hoen. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to meet CEOXW. Although in the end, it was all thanks to you. Yu Ho felt that he didn't have enough information. Are there any other issues besides discrimination? UW replied, I'm not sure. I really don't want to remember the times I lived with them. As soon as she finished speaking, he stood up hastily. Okay, let's stop here. If it touches on your pain, I might get the answer when we look into their minds. Yu Jun was surprised. What? What did you say you were going to do? Yu Hoen said calmly, Aya will read their memories. Hearing that, she became agitated. Read their memories? Where are you going? At least tell me why you're doing this. He turned away coldly and left. Pandora is the most brutal organization in history, and your parents are connected to Pandora. So I just want to clarify my suspicions. Yu Hoen's eyes stared into the void. But it seems I was right. Yu Jun still wanted to hold him back. Wait a minute. But he wouldn't care at all if something unfortunate happened to them at this time. Yu Hoen walked to the door. Those are just the consequences they have to pay for the crimes they committed. It won't be related to what you told me today. Yu Hoen's voice echoed in the quiet night. So don't feel guilty or think of anything useless. He began to immerse himself in his own thoughts. The moment I knew Aelin was part of Pandora, I was very worried. Would the people in Pandora take good care of the children they adopted, or not? Based on his experience, bad people don't just do bad things. Sadly, he was right. Images of his teammates trying to work hard appeared. In that case, the question I have now is, why did they adopt children, even though they treat them so badly? Bright faces were dedicating their efforts. What were they intending to do? Pandora is most likely doing this. I want to read their minds as soon as possible. Scene change. The sound of hurried footsteps rushing over. Jaha hurriedly reported to Yu Hoen, Boss, I've completed the disguise for infiltration. He was surprised. That was fast? Jia said smugly. This is just a trivial matter for me. Yu Hoen said casually, I see, I'll take care of this. His voice seemed to suppress the other person. Now that the preparations are complete, should we begin? Jaha hesitated. Maybe I shouldn't have told him that. On the highway, a line of cars rolled along. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hello. A middle-aged man was sitting in the car, answering the phone. Yes, I'm on my way to the research lab. He was Liam Allenheb, Joy's adoptive father. His subordinates listened solemnly as Liam spoke. Do you guys think we've been playing all day? I have things I need to take care of. The conversation continued. Aha, the excavated tome? I guess you've gained interest in it, right? HMPH, that's right. I'll try and figure that out for you. As the car stopped, they were still talking. Show your sincerity? Okay, I'm looking forward to it. After ending the call, Liam got out of the car. He asked his assistant, Where is the meeting being held? The assistant replied skillfully, In Building B, 2nd floor, sir. I'll take you there. Liam scanned his fingerprint. Okay, well, I guess that's your job, huh? The security system's voice rang out. The door opened. The automatic door opened as if welcoming Liam. He and his assistant walked in. The security system continued to scan. Scanning. Please remain still until the process is complete. After a while of checking, the system successfully completed the scan. No anomalies were found. The door to the room was pulled open. Liam smiled. Is everyone doing well? I'm a little late because of a bit of traffic. A professor laughed it off. It's okay, we just arrived. Liam replied blandly. Oh, really? That's good. The door to the room closed. Only the sound of their exchange remained. But there are only 2 people here? Where are the other guests? A grotesque smile appeared on the assistant's lips. A rope was thrown out, tightly binding Liam. It's time. Yu Hoen removed the mask. I can't believe you didn't realize your secretary was swapped out. You're an idiot. He was ambushed, so he angrily yelled, You think this will keep you safe? Julian and Aya removed their masks one after the other. Of course, it's not much. Julian reported to Duhen. I've disabled the surveillance cameras in this room. Are you satisfied? Good. We can begin then. Duhen ordered, Ilalia, prepare yourself. He was clearly interested. Boss. He walked closer to the trembling Liam. It's Allenby's meeting time. Each of Duhen's words was sharp, as if trying to saw him apart. Oh, look at your eyes. Do you think this is unfair? Are you wondering why this is happening to you, right? He cracked a bizarre smile. Put your hand on your heart and think about it. In the silent room, only Duhen's voice echoed. We'll be able to get the information we want from this research room. Liam listened to him in fear. But there's a reason why we chose you. Duhen ordered, Ilya, start. He acknowledged the order. Yes, boss. You want me to dig up memories from a long time ago? He agreed, watching how they had raised my sisters. Ilya enjoyed the task. Understood. It'll take more time. Then he approached Liam, saying to him through gritted teeth, "Hey, look into my eyes." Ilya began to use his powers. That's right, exactly that. Scene changes to a quiet afternoon. I wonder if everything is going smoothly? Jaeha waited outside in the car, a little worried. No news is good news. I guess they're okay. Shua also reassured himself. You're right. They'll notify us through the telepathic holy relic if there's a problem. They observed the guards outside the door. By the way, we can use the holy relic to communicate, but why do we need to stand so close? It's a bit risky standing so close to these guards. They can't see us from outside, so it should be fine. Sua thought. Although standing here will make it easier for us to control them. I think so. Suddenly, a guard ran over in a panic, saying something to the others. The people inside the car were curious. What's happening? They watched closely, as they began to move. That bastard. He's running toward the other side. At this time, anxiety rose. Shua thought of the worst case. Maybe they found us? But Daha didn't think so. No way! Our disguise is perfect. She picked up the badge to contact Duhen. It's best to report to the boss. He inside the building heard Sua's report. Hello, boss. The guards are heading towards the building you're in. Maybe they found out. Please be careful. He crossed his arms, telling the two others the situation. They said the guards are heading our way. Julian was surprised. What the hell? How did they find out? Duhen asked Ilya. Ilya, can you hear anything? How many more memories need to be read? We need to act now. He was surprised. So fast? Ilya said what he had read. I've found the location of the artifact test research room already. I'm preparing to read Joy's memories from 2nd grade. Duhen interrupted. Stop there for now. Suddenly he said loudly, Boss, this guy is trash. He treats Joy like a servant. Aya's words made Jen angry. His wife and daughter are the same, worse than racists. They abuse her and even steal her property. He had an idea. It seems his wife is in another research room. Should I check it out? He stopped him. All right, just grab her on the way back. Because of the urgent situation, Duhen's group had to retreat. I'll take everything of yours myself later. Julian, swallow him into the holding artifact. Acknowledged. The order. Understood. Hurried footsteps were getting clearer. A masked man thought far ahead. Is this really an emergency? If I'm mistaken and disturb the research, we'll all be punished. But Razi denied it. Stop talking and move quickly. We're just checking for a moment. He stopped, asking a subordinate. Are you sure someone discovered the memory of a strange artifact? He honestly replied, Yes, I'm sure. After his answer, he decisively said, We'll have to go in and check then. They entered the research room with their weapons ready. We're coming in. But when they entered the room, it was completely empty, throwing them into confusion. What? No one's here? The younger subordinate panicked. Impossible. I'm certain the device detected the aura emanating from this place. Razi barked. Could the device be malfunctioning? Another subordinate replied, I'll check it now. Suddenly, someone spoke up. But I heard that Secretary Allenby was supposed to have a meeting here now. I find it strange that no one's here. The group stood around discussing. Are you sure? If we're mistaken again, the subordinate confidently stated, I guarantee, when he passed by, I specifically said the meeting was on the 2nd floor of Building B. He insisted. This is the only meeting room on the 2nd floor of Building B. Razi seriously ordered. We need to tighten security inside the building. I'll report to my superiors. Yu Hoen, conveniently eavesdropping behind them, thought. The security is indeed tighter. We should hurry. Ilya reported. Boss, it's done. The research lab is in this direction. Let's go. Someone knocked on the door while calling out, Professor Alansheb? Professor Alanshebi? Han opened the door, irritated. Who is it? I gave orders not to be disturbed during my research. When she clearly saw who it was, she was shocked and stunned. Yu Hoen said with a smile. Hello, Professor. How about we have a little chat? He quickly covered her mouth. I heard you're creating something interesting called devouring. I'm very interested in it from an academic perspective. Yu Hoen ordered Julian, who was standing behind him, to pull her in. He replied, Okay. Having achieved their goal, they hurried. After getting everything we wanted, we immediately headed to the underground devouring research lab. The staircase was pitch black, the descent seeming endless. Perhaps even they were aware that their actions were inhumane. Yu Hoen pondered as he ran. Maybe that's why they hide underground. Whether they're self-aware or not, it doesn't change the fact that their actions are disgusting. Suddenly, something caught his eye. It was the password panel in front of the door. Looks like there's another troublesome obstacle in the way. Releasing the A and B couple won't be a problem. These guys can open it. Hin shouted. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Yu Hoen nonchalantly replied. Oh, I thought you'd had time to think about it inside that thing. He revealed the whole truth. Joy Alanseb, the girl you adopted and tortured. Yu Hoen's eyes deepened. Is my biological younger sister. They were surprised. Impossible. He told the old couple. The information was confirmed by my subordinates after reading your husband's memories. Ilya said with a smug grin. Chao Shin, Yu Hoen continued. That's also how we found this hidden research lab. Both of them were petrified by his words. So it's better not to act like you don't know anything, Yu Hoen threatened. I can't guarantee my behavior when I'm angry. At this point, the Allenby couple relented. Alright, please calm down. Hen approached the lock. You just need me to open it, right? Yes, here. Yu Hoen smirked. Just opening it isn't enough, he ordered them. Explain in detail what you're doing inside. We'll make sure you have a good time, so don't worry. Julian, standing aside, held his tools with excitement. Camera ready. Yu Hoen's voice continued to echo. The whole world will know about your actions. Hen snapped. You're crazy! I can't let that happen. Her hand trembled as she entered the password. Luckily, I can control the swap device. He doesn't seem to know I can call for help with this device. Hen formulated a plan in her head. Okay, I've called them. Now I just need to cooperate and stall for a bit. It's open. Yu Hoen entered the laboratory, observing every small detail. Yu Hoen stood behind her and said softly, Look at all this. Just looking at it reeks of shadiness. A series of sounds echoed incessantly. A subordinate hurriedly turned around to report. An alarm has been triggered from the research lab in the basement. Henry and his subordinate walked in and asked, An alarm? From the security office of the Pandora Research Organization. He was puzzled, disbelieving the alarm, unable to believe the warning was sent directly here. This has never happened before. The subordinate quickly responded, Perhaps it's an equipment malfunction? That underground equipment room is strictly guarded against unauthorized personnel. There shouldn't be an alarm. Seeing him rush over, Rozzy anxiously shouted, Captain Henry, you're here! He asked. What's the matter? Covered in sweat, he shouted at Henry. A strange signal was detected in Building B. We detected the presence of a strange relic. Rozzy kept reporting to him. Henry felt a wave of dizziness after hearing this. The location detected was in the conference room, but when we arrived, no one was there. The room is secured by a strict metal door. His voice rang out as he commanded. It seems something has happened. Let's go down to that research lab immediately. Meanwhile, Yu Hoen's group had Liam lead them down to the underground laboratory. As soon as we entered the relic research lab, we saw a row of large test tubes. Inside, there were many strange things. He approached a test tube, glancing at it. The glass was thick, making it difficult to see inside, but we could see many small, round creatures inside. He crossed his arms, approached Hen, and questioned her loudly, startling her. What are these? She fearfully said, These are fuel. Julian, standing nearby, was filming with a camera. Suddenly noticed something, and lied. Why are you keeping the fuel in containers like these? He looked at the test tube emitting electrical sparks. His eyes widened in surprise as he heard Hen stammer. That's expensive fuel. Julian walked behind him and asked her, Wait a minute, open this one up. Yu Hoen, arms crossed, turned around, puzzled. What's the problem? But the words he said next shocked even him. I think there are people inside these things. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, a surge of anger rising within him, and grabbed her collar tightly. He narrowed his eyes, bringing his face close to hers, and said in a low, murderous tone, Old woman, I told you not to piss me off, didn't I? How dare you lie? Hen fearfully avoided his gaze, trembling as she denied. I'm not lying. There aren't any people in there. Really? He didn't care about what she said, glancing back and asking, You found it with a copy? You, Julian? Julian quickly nodded in response. That's right, it's faint. But I'm sure there's human energy emanating from them. Yu Hoen, seething with murderous intent, gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on her collar, threatening. Did you hear what he said? Open it up now! She was terrified, stammering. Okay, I'll open it. Hen turned and approached the keyboard. Her hands frantically pressed the keys, fearful, thinking to herself, Damn it, where's the security team? I already sent the alarm. She cautiously turned back to look at him, her face full of resentment as she contemplated. Now there's no choice but to open them, but it's not a bad idea to keep them here. After pressing the keys for a while, she pressed the final button on the keyboard, saying, It's done. As soon as she pressed open, the sections of the test tubes containing the strange things slowly lowered the water inside. Then, suddenly, the tubes filled up again, finally overflowing. Water from the test tubes continued to flow out, more and more, surprising everyone. Ilya looked at the test tubes, seeing the strange orbs, and asked, What are these? Orbs or gems? He also wondered, speculating, Could it be fuel? It is! Hen angrily turned towards him, raising her voice to shout, I told you there aren't any people inside. They're just fuel. Leave us alone. Julian was kneeling down, reaching out to touch one. Seeing this, he asked, Julian, what is it? He held an orb emitting red sparks, his eyes lowered, darkening. The electrical sparks continuously emitted. He looked closely again, his eyes widening in horror. He held the orb and imagined the image of them killing people. His voice somewhat hurried as he reported, This isn't ordinary fuel. Each of these orbs is made from people. He looked around the room, his voice even louder. There must be dozens of these in this room. Hen didn't expect this. She gradually retreated, denying, No!
Julian shouted in fear. They turned all those people into this?
Yu Hoen walked closer to take a closer look. His face darkened. He gritted his teeth, turning back to look at her. A flash of murderous intent in his eyes as he asked clearly, "Is what he said true?" She stammered about it, his voice disbelieving, trying to ask, "Is this something a human would do?" Hen widened her eyes, loudly defending, "I meant to say it was raw material, but I confused it with fuel."
Before she could finish explaining, a massive explosion sent her flying.
Yu Hoen, unable to contain his rage, looked down with a fierce and imposing gaze. "Because you keep lying. Maybe you'll understand after a few ribs are broken."
Just then, a hurried voice called out, "Wait, Liam!" Frightened, he rushed over, grabbing his arm and pulling him back. "I'll explain, so please calm down. She's acting like this because she doesn't realize the severity of the situation. Please forgive her."
Yu Hoen gradually calmed down, looking at her trembling in pain. He ordered Julian, "I'll let you off for now, but I won't forget. Remember this, if I have enough time, I will completely destroy these things."
"Julian, record this."
He stood, hands on his hips, facing Liam, demanding with pressure. "Now look straight into the camera and tell me everything. What are these things? How were they made?" He stammered. "They are, by necessity, unavoidable." Liam looked into the camera truthfully. "They are relics made from corpses." The terrifying image of Prometheus appeared. He had no choice but to reveal all the masterminds. Prometheus is the direct commander of this project. He said that new relics must be created for him to rule the world. A dark society. People bustling around, he spoke of this goal. Relics are born from stories and lives, and each person can be considered a story. Liam continued to confess, his face gradually becoming terrifying, with murderous intent.
So, he wants to use humans as the core to create new relics. Suddenly, Yu Hoen interrupted him.
Liam was startled. "You say that every human life is a beautiful story? What an elegant way to put it." He immediately raised his voice in protest. "Then why do they look like this?" He didn't hesitate, angrily rushing forward and yelling, "You bastards! You're using them to create relics so carelessly?"
Julian hurriedly tried to stop him. "Hey, calm down."
Out of control, Yu Hoen could kill someone at any moment. He gritted his teeth, suppressing himself. "Not only that, you're spreading diseases to kill people too. Tell the camera now." Liam tilted his head up, unwilling to admit it, and replied, "What? We never did such a thing. From the beginning, we only processed the bodies we were given." He stared at him, asking, "So you don't know the origin of these bodies?" Liam stood up straight, pointing directly at him and answering, "That's right." He carefully clicked his tongue, informing him, "Then I have to find the person involved in that stage and make him confess everything." Yu Hoen stepped on the marbles, ordering, "Now, show us the bodies that were brought here." He immediately said, "They are stored independently, so I have no way to access them." Yu Hoen moved closer, yelling, "What? Is there anything you can do?" At this moment, Henry and his soldiers stormed into the laboratory. He shouted, "Stop! Don't touch Lord Allenby!" He was excited, exclaiming, "Finally, the guards have arrived!" Yu Hoen glared at him angrily, asking loudly, "Did you call them?" He shook his head repeatedly, replying, "No, I didn't." He looked towards them, his eyes not leaving them, quickly saying to Julian, "Julian, collect all the marbles here first." He carefully instructed, "These are important evidence. Take them all." He then took out a small jar, continuously scooping the marbles into it. "Don't worry. I guarantee there won't be a single one missing with this." Henry ordered his soldiers to charge forward. "All right, Teng Hong Huang, deal with them. Don't let them get away." Ilya stepped in front of the two of them, releasing his power. From within, Beast Warrior rushed out. He happily said, "Not so fast. Did you think I was just a guide?" Another massive explosion appeared, knocking everything away and destroying everything. "This is the perfect time to vent my anger in this battle. Don't damage the equipment." Outside the building, everything was still calm, when a sudden sound rang out. What was that? Jay was sitting in the car. He looked up and asked, "What's that sound?" "It sounds like an explosion." Shu, sitting next to him, also worriedly said, "I heard they were testing achievements." Her eyes were dazed, looking up and wondering, "Is something happening inside?" The outside of the building remained calm, but a loud noise erupted again. Inside the building, the soldiers were struggling to resist the Beast Warrior army. Julian also joined the battle, firing powerful electricity at one of them. "Damn it, Captain Henry. These bastards are pretty strong." Yu Hoen smirked with a familiar smile, taking out his weapon and saying, "Pretty strong, you say? Don't talk big, you can't even withstand our attacks." Without hesitation, he swung his blade hard, sending the soldiers flying away with powerful force. "I know you're all trembling right now." Razi flew to Henry. He slammed his back hard against the wall, causing Liam to look over. Hen had recovered by now. She shyly approached him from behind, whispering, "Honey, now is not the time to be daydreaming. Hurry up and follow me. This is the perfect opportunity for us to escape." She looked at him intensely, attacking, saying, "While they are focused on the battle, we might be able to escape." Liam trembled and replied,
but they're blocking the exit.
Luckily, he calmed down and left, turning back to look at the man crawling behind him, saying, "We just need to go deeper inside and hide. Have you forgotten about the secret room?" As if suddenly remembering, the man exclaimed softly, "Ah, right, that's true." As Liam was diligently crawling along, a rope suddenly appeared from behind him, and a voice asked, "Hey, where do you guys think you're going?" Hearing someone behind him, Liam turned his head and exclaimed in shock, "What?" Over on this side, a giant lion rushed in, roaring. The soldiers cried out in terror, "Careful! It's coming!" It slammed down hard on the ground, the powerful force sending them flying away. Henry angrily gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he cursed, "You idiots! How can you struggle so much with just 3 people?" He spoke with disdain, slowly drawing his sword. "And they're even using some weak demonic relics." Henry strode forward proudly, holding the glowing sword in his hand, and said, "Do I have to step in directly?" As he swung his sword, the dazzling light seemed to burn the lion, and it roared. Ilya was also affected, raising his hand to shield his face in fear. "What is that?" He collapsed right in front of him. Yu Hoan asked worriedly, "Ilya, is there something wrong?" Ilya's face was charred black, smoke rising from his mouth as he stammered, "Damn it, I think that's a relic related to religion." Yu Hoan clicked his tongue softly, then turned his head to look at Julian, signaling him that he couldn't fight anymore. "Julian, take care of him," he said anxiously. "But then I can't fight either. Are you planning to fight alone?" Hearing this, he turned his head to look at him, asking teasingly, "What, worried about me?" Yu Hoan charged forward with his Dao, standing opposite them and challenging, "Hey, you with the sword, you've got a pretty interesting relic." The image of the sword appeared, a powerfully glowing sword. He analyzed, "That's one of the holy swords, right? There are only a few relics related to God, so I'm not sure, but the important thing is that relic is related to religion." Henry pursed his lips, looking at him as he listened. "And I also know that you belong to the religion of the relics, because if not, it would be very difficult to use, so there's a high probability you're a believer." 2 glowing stones converged, creating a source of power. He continued, "Thinking back, there have been some similar things happening before. I struggled a lot when the Pandora brought out any Christian relic." His excited expression darkened after analyzing it. Clenching his fists, he asked with a sly smile, "Looks like there's a connection between Pandora and the churches, isn't that right? Are you guys best friends or something?" Henry couldn't stand still any longer. He rushed forward, swinging his sword and yelling, "Enough with the nonsense!" He slashed his sword toward him. Yu Hoan hurriedly raised his Dao to block it. He seemed to sense something, his eyes widening as something appeared behind him. Those rotating, glowing spheres suddenly attacked. They landed on the ground, creating an explosion. Yu Hoan dodged away, landing some distance away, exclaiming, "The lightning that just struck illuminated him. Is it begging people to acknowledge it as a holy sword with strange powers?" Then, he reached out, tightening his grip on the Dao in his hand, and ordered it to transform. "Xiangyu, transform!" In addition, Yu Hoan released Igis. It appeared right in front of him and Igis. "Come on out!" He held the sword in one hand and held the Aegis shield in the other, standing up straight and challenging him, "Let's fight a little more easily." Henry frowned, holding his sword and charging forward. How is that any different? He also didn't hesitate to advance. Swinging his sword, he smiled mockingly. "We'll have to wait and see about that." The two fought fiercely, and the surrounding area was shaken slightly. On this side, Julian was kneeling next to Ilya. He placed his hand on Ilya anxiously, looking even worse than last time. "I have to find a way to get through this." While they were talking, Tai suddenly rushed out from behind Razi, startling him and causing him to turn around. Very quickly, Julian raised his hand, generating an electric shock that knocked him out. He grabbed Ilya's hand and lifted her up, urgently saying, "Get up! Lying here is dangerous!" He was exhausted, staggering. Julian draped an arm over his shoulder, helping him up completely, and said, "We should go deeper inside. Maybe you'll be more sober when you get away from this sword saint relic." A rope lying nearby was tightly wrapped around a huge object. It saw the two of them and curiously asked, "Where are you kids planning to go?" Julian looked at it, puzzled. "What's that big thing? What are you tying up?" At this moment, it revealed a gap. Inside was Liam, tied tightly, groaning. "I tied him up because they were trying to escape." The rope then pointed to another room in the corner. It then guided him. "They said there's a secret room." "A secret room?" Julian quickly helped Ilya to the door. He opened the door and stepped inside, looking around. He then turned back, looked at Liam, who was tied up, and ordered, "This is the deepest part. Open this thing quickly." He was tied tightly, struggling in protest. "You must be mistaken." His eyes rolled back, straining to argue. "I just planned to hide in that small room. There's no such thing as a secret room." Julian then tilted his head to look at him, asking, "Are you sure? Are you saying the rope misheard?" Liam weakly, happily replied, "Of course." Without hesitation, the rope angrily whipped at his face, yelling, "What? Shut up, don't lie! He gritted his teeth, his eyes looking up, constantly sweating, thinking to himself, no, we can't let them find out about that room. If it's revealed, all of Pandora will be doomed. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it seemed he believed him. Julian gently placed Ilya to the side, exclaiming, then I'll open it myself. He froze, trembling. What? Open it myself? His eyes were firm, shining brightly as he looked straight ahead. Liam fearfully pleaded, he's gonna find out what's inside. Haha, no, don't! He stood in front of a faint circle. Julian then looked down, judging. It exists beneath this. But wait, is this underground space itself a relic? The name of this relic is... He was still struggling on the ground, while being tied by the rope. He called out, hey old man, you lied to me. There really is a secret room below. His eyes full of coldness, Julian glanced back, gritting his teeth. The secret room of Bluebeard. The story goes that long ago, there was a nobleman called Bluebeard. He was very rich and owned countless castles. Bluebeard made a woman his 7th wife, and they lived together in those luxurious castles. One day, Bluebeard needed to go away. He gave his wife a bunch of keys and said, you can open everything in my castles, but remember not to use that small key. However, out of curiosity, the wife still decided to disobey her husband. She opened the door that fit the small key. There she found 6 corpses. Precisely the 6 corpses of Bluebeard's 6 previous wives. When he realized she had opened that door, he went crazy and tried to kill his 7th wife. But at that moment, some siblings of the deceased wives came to the castle and helped the unfortunate 7th wife. The wife stabbed her husband to death and was said to have lived happily ever after. A fiery gaze swept towards Liam. Julian shouted angrily, you bastard, you dare lie to me? He enunciated each word. If you dare lie to me again, I'll strike you dead with lightning. The murderous aura erupted, making Liam gasp for breath. His face turned pale. I've already prepared to kill you. Julian's voice dropped significantly. So hurry up and open the door. Liam trembled and nodded, stammering. Can't you not abuse your power even once? If that room is discovered, then we're really done for. As he said this, a fierce bolt of lightning suddenly struck Liam directly. His whole body shook as if electrocuted. A flash of light shone from Julian's eyes, filled with warning. Open it now. Okay, I'll open it. Liam screamed in panic. The rope wrapped around his body, let out a chilling, mocking laugh. He's scared, really scared. As soon as the last word fell, a strange light appeared beneath the group's feet. The ground split open, revealing the heavy vault door. It slowly slid open in front of everyone. A long staircase appeared, leading deep down into the dark earth. In Julian's palm, a flickering flame blazed, like a ghostly torch guiding the way through the dark earth. Julian glanced back, his voice curt in the stone corridor. How much further? The old man peered ahead, sweat streaming down his temples. Not far now. It's right there. Just then, a faint groan echoed from behind. Ilya was being dragged along by the rope. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze blank. Where am I? Julian turned back, raising an eyebrow slightly. You're awake? Not too far now, but you woke up. I guess the secret relics room can block the outside aura. Just a few steps later, a rotting wooden door appeared, standing alone in the stone wall. Liam pointed. There it is, that secret room. Julian's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. But just a second later, his expression instantly shifted to horrified shock at what was inside. What the hell is this? In the freezing room were hundreds of corpses wrapped in plastic bags, lying scattered on the floor like lifeless merchandise. Julian gritted his teeth. All the dead bodies are here? He turned to Liam angrily. How did you get so many corpses? The old man trembled, almost collapsing. I don't know. We only store what we're given, right? Liam tried to justify himself. I swear I really don't know how they got these corpses. Ilya asked curiously from behind. What are you guys talking about? Curious. He stepped forward to find an answer, only to be enraged by the scene before him. What the actual FCK? Are all those corpses dead people? Even demons wouldn't do this. You're kidding me! Ilya's gaze swept across the wall filled with small wooden boxes. Wait, aren't the corpses all stored in those boxes on the wall? Liam forced himself to speak. Yes, each box holds about 5 to 6 corpses. Ilya cut him off, angrily hissing. What the hell are you guys doing? Using that many corpses in just one day? Liam shouted. We don't use them in one day. We keep them with this relic so they don't rot. His words only fueled Ilya's anger. You're proud of yourselves? You're even bragging? Julian said nothing. He took out his phone and started filming the room. Seeing this, Liam cried out, Wait, are you really going to film this scene? Isn't this going too far? Instantly, a gun was pointed straight at his face, accompanied by a cold voice. Shut up! I'll kill you right now! Liam only managed to let out a miserable scream. Suddenly, the rope burst into flames, engulfing his body. The smell of burning flesh assaulted everyone's lungs. Then a sneering voice echoed.
You better repent for your mistakes while you're here,
because afterwards, Du Hoan will lead you to hell. Silence enveloped the room for a few seconds. Julian and Ilya looked at each other, then turned back to the pile of corpses. He clicked his tongue. Well, should we get started? At the same time, outside the relics room, Du Hoan was still fiercely battling Captain Henry. Die! Suddenly, a golden arrow of light shot towards him, tearing through the air like lightning, aiming straight at his head from behind. Even in the middle of an intense one-on-one fight, Du Hoan managed to spot it. He immediately swung his sword, deflecting the arrow off course. At the same time, the blade swept across, blocking Henry's counterattack from the front. He said unhappily, "This is really a busy day." The captain threatened coldly, "You can't keep this up. You think you can kill them all?" Glancing at the people crawling on the ground, Henry chuckled contemptuously, his voice as cold as steel. "How foolish. Can't you see they're all over the ground? So many you can't even count them." The sword in his hand blazed with golden light, reflecting his cold eyes like someone accustomed to destruction. "Of course a few will die, but what if more and more keep coming?" Henry stepped forward. "I'll call the other teams, and reinforcements from Pandora will be here soon. This lab can lead directly to Pandora's headquarters." Just then, a subordinate rushed in, shouting to Captain Henry. A smile of satisfaction curled on his lips. "They came just in time! The others from Team Whatever are already here." But on the contrary, the subordinate's face was pale, sweat dripping down, his hands trembling. "There are ghosts there." "What?" Henry frowned. The subordinate gasped, trying to recount. "On the way here, they were ambushed by ghosts." As soon as he said that, 2 greenish ghosts appeared right behind him. Henry's face darkened. He clenched his sword tightly, grinding his teeth. His mind was filled with images of the ghosts screaming as they tore apart his soldiers. He muttered, "Damn it, what the hell are we?" At that moment, Jae and Sua also rushed in, the former holding a large baseball bat, yelling, "Go to hell, you son of a BTCH!" Du Hoan frowned in surprise. "I told you guys to wait outside. Why did you come in?" Jae grinned. "We came to help you." It didn't look good from the outside, so... Before his teammate could finish, Du Hoan chuckled, cutting him off. "Really, but you guys did great. We need the help." Daya cheered loudly, grinning from ear to ear. "Right? Damn it, I said we should rush in." After saying that, he charged forward with the baseball bat like a shot. "Go to hell." Henry tilted his body in a slight spin. He disappeared, then suddenly reappeared behind Daha. A devastating blow landed squarely on him, blood spraying from his mouth like rain. Henry asked coldly, "You really think this war will change if someone else joins in?" An insidious smirk unconsciously crept onto Jaeha's face. However, Henry was completely oblivious at this moment, even to the appearance of the 2 specters closing in from behind. They lunged forward, their gleaming claws piercing straight into Henry's back. He crumpled, legs trembling, vision blurring, his lips starting to go numb. This sight made Jaeha laugh like a maniac. "You fool, you shouldn't be so distracted. I'm the bait while the specters attack." "Idiot." Sua, standing nearby, reminded him, seeing his teammate boasting too loudly. "Hey, don't talk like that, you're all talk." Even Yu was quite surprised. "No wonder I was wondering why you were attacking him with such a weapon. It's completely unlike you." Jahan tossed his head back and laughed. "That's the tactic of empty vessels making the most noise." Henry, bruised and battered, struggled to get up, glaring over and cursing. "Bastard!" His subordinate rushed over to support him, anxiously advising, "Captain, take care of yourself first. If you push yourself too much, the seal will have problems." Henry, already annoyed, snapped back, "Shut your mouth! Who do you think you are?" making the subordinate afraid and speechless. Ua stepped forward, instructing, "Jaeha, Sua, you 2 take care of little Spud for me, and I'll finish off that bastard over there." An aura of faint murderous intent blazed around him, his eyes fixated on his opponent with relish. Henry wasn't about to back down either. Flames erupted from his blade as he stood up, 2 divine sword phantoms hovering on the pommel. Henry's gaze was fierce, as if burned by pride. Without a word, he swung his sword, the flaming blade whistling through the air, tearing through space, and heading straight for Yu. He raised the Aegis shield to block the blow. A clash exploded, the energy of the 2 sacred relics colliding, the shockwaves spreading like a roaring tide. Yu took half a step back, eyes flashing with excitement. "Here's my chance. I'll seize this opportunity to close the distance and attack." A flaming sword streak tore through space, hurtling towards him. The scorching pressure felt like it would incinerate his very bones. He immediately raised the Aegis shield to block. A resounding impact. Sparks flew everywhere, but before he could stabilize his stance, a second sword strike came unexpectedly from below. Yu reacted like a reflex, gritting his teeth and hissing, "Annoying." A blast of light slashed through the air unexpectedly. Yu only managed to pull back his leg to dodge. However, Henry's flaming sword still grazed his thigh, cutting a deep gash, blood spurting out. He glanced at the wound, curled his lips, clicked his tongue, while Henry frowned, somewhat disappointed. "Not bad, I didn't think you could avoid that." Just a step slower. and you would have lost a leg. But Yu wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he smiled, his voice disdainful. Using 2 swords while you're all alone? It doesn't feel like much of a one-on-one fight. Should I show off a little skill then, perhaps? Finishing his words, he crouched down and lunged forward to attack. The 2 swords clashed once more, sparks erupting fiercely, the energy radiating intensely, shaking the space in all directions. Henry gritted his teeth, trying to hold his ground. You bastard! What did you think you were going to do when you said you wanted to show off your skills? Waving your sword and shield around is what you call skill? He said, then forcefully knocked Yu's sword away. Without bothering to reply, he retracted his sword and then slammed it hard into the ground. A special energy burst forth, the ground cracking open. Henry was affected and blasted away. Yu asked back, "Are you satisfied with this?" Henry spun around, skidding along and lowering his stance, legs trying to grip the ground, his face contorted. You call sword force a skill? Then let me show you what true skill is. Henry roared, stomped his foot and shot forward like an arrow, the sword in his hand shining, swirling like when swirling energy. Very quickly, Yu immediately raised his sword to block, the 2 swords clashing again like old acquaintances. But this time his gaze was different, his eyebrows furrowed, wondering, not yet? It should be showing signs soon. The instant the 2 swords touched, Yu's sword vibrated violently, emitting a piercing sound. Henry's eyes widened as he was thrown back, as if struck by an invisible force, his voice laced with horror. What the hell was that? He looked down at his precious sword, his face darkening as he met Yu's smirk. What? What's wrong? Looking at the countless chips and cracks on the sword, Henry's voice trembled. How could this happen? Yu scoffed. That's the technique I've been using all this time. I infused it with dominating power every time we clashed, because defending 3 swords at once is what it takes to break through the defenses like this. He asked smugly, how do you like my technique? Henry clenched his fist, his voice strained. You dare call that cowardly trickery a technique? Yu smiled faintly, lunging forward, his sword a whirlwind, pressing close to his opponent as he retorted. How is it cowardly? You know very well it's strategy. At this moment, the electricity surrounding Henry's sword became chaotic. He stared at the vibrating sword, his eyes panicked, muttering, No, I won't accept defeat like this. Flames erupted even more fiercely. Henry was enveloped in the energy of the sacred relic. His blazing dual swords charged like meteors, simultaneously striking down at Yu, but he didn't flinch, merely turning his head indifferently, a sneer playing on his lips. Futile. In a flash, Yu wielded his sword, unleashing a storm of counterattacks, shattering the 2 streams of sword energy crashing down. The sacred relic's energy was torn to shreds, light scattering in all directions like deadly fireworks. He also gave a pointed reminder. Your indestructible relic will shatter if I repeat that attack. Sure enough, on Henry's precious sword, cracks appeared like spiderwebs. And then, crack. The sound of shattering echoed. The world's most durable sacred relic, breaking into pieces in its master's hand, each fragment falling as if shattering Henry's heart along with it. Before he could grieve, Henry's eyes suddenly widened, expressing extreme pain. A sword pierced straight up from below. Yu stabbed him through the heart, blood spurting out. Henry's body stiffened. He screamed in terror, his pupils constricted, his face utterly panicked. Yu just stood there, nonchalant, a victorious smile on his lips. 2 junior subordinates rushed in, their faces tense, shouting as if on the verge of tears. Captain! But Henry roared. Don't make a fuss, I'm not dead yet. Yu raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes with interest. I see. I'm guessing you used a defensive sacred relic. Or maybe 2? I can't believe you're still alive after I stabbed you through the heart like that. He tilted his head, his eyes cold, as he affirmed. I will completely crush you next time. Henry trembled with rage. Just try it. At that moment, a strange surge of energy erupted within Henry, so violently that it broke every joint in his fingers. Henry was horrified, not understanding what was happening. Even Yu was momentarily taken aback, his face becoming serious. What followed was a horrific and bloody scene. That deformed entity surged out like a nightmare from Henry's body, tearing through flesh, splattering red blood throughout the chamber. Henry screamed in agony. The entire laboratory was stained red, the terrifying sound of screeching echoing between the stone walls. The horrifying sight terrified even Henry's own subordinates. What the hell is this? Then, they didn't think twice before screaming and running for their lives. Damn it, that's Leviathan! Run! Yu frowned, suspicion flickering in his eyes, and he immediately threw his sword to block their path. Hey, stop right there! He stepped closer to the trembling figures, asking coldly, What? What is Leviat? How did it appear inside that bastard's body? Their voices cracked with fear. Because no one could control that sacred relic, the captain sealed it inside his own body. Yu raised his head, looking at the thing emerging from the grotesque wreckage, and said, So he sealed a sacred relic that even he couldn't control. What the hell was he thinking? The monster opened its deadly blue eyes,
glaring at the people before it. It was a massive monster, its body long and writhing, its teeth as sharp as razors. It opened its enormous mouth, roaring with madness. At the same time, in the secret storage room on the lower level, everything began to shake violently, chunks of stone wall falling down. Julian frowned as he surveyed the scene, then said to Ilya, "I'm guessing something happened upstairs. Since we've recorded everything, let's get out of here quickly." Speaking of that hideous monster, its name is Leviathan. If I remember correctly, that's the name of a monster that appeared in the Bible. It's a gigantic monster, looking exactly like a serpent. It represents the fierce ocean and was ultimately destroyed by God. Yu Hoen stood facing Leviathan, staring at it and pondering. This monster is likely a sacred object with a level equivalent to a god. It won't be easy to take down. In this super dangerous situation, he turned around and said to his teammates a sentence that was half joke, half serious. "It should be fine. It's good that it's large in size." Zhao looked confused. "Good?" he shouted loudly. "How is that good?" But Yu Hoen was still grinning. "Isn't it capable of flattening this entire place?" The monster was still roaring madly, struggling in a cramped space. Currently, only Yu Hoen's group remained, facing this evil and powerful rage. He laughed, assertively stating, "Isn't our job to destroy everything here? To obliterate this damned laboratory that created a sacred object beyond human control?" Leviathan roared wildly, causing the laboratory walls to explode into pieces. Iron and stone flew everywhere. Jaha screamed in panic, "Someone, save me!" Leviathan's roar sounded like thunder, charging straight toward Yu Hoen, Sua, and Jaha. Faced with this immense power, they could only run for their lives. Every time the monster smashed something, it yelled loudly, "It's right behind me, almost crushing me to death!" Sua gritted her teeth and shouted, "Endure a little longer. We can get to the roof with that staircase." As she spoke, her eyes looked forward. Yu Hoen agreed. "That's right, let's go." The three of them ran frantically up the stairs as if being chased by fire. Xin ran last, panting and constantly slipping. "Why are there so many steps?" Yu Hoen seemed impatient. "Less talking. Run faster." Behind them, Leviathan followed, its long body making it quite fast. Hearing the hiss right behind her, Zizi yelled, "It's coming! It's chasing us!" Reaching the fork in the road, Yu Hoen immediately stopped and lowered his voice. "You guys run ahead and turn left. I'll distract that bastard. Lead it to the surface, and destroy it." Hearing this, Shu-A panicked. "What? You want to do this alone?" Yu Hoen shouted and ran away quickly. "Don't follow me!" Zihao said so, then yelled, "Let's go together! How can we leave you alone?" As he was about to rush after him, Zhao was pulled back by Sua. "We're going this way." Even though he didn't fully understand, he still followed her. Leviathan reached the fork. Its long body paused, its eyes searching for prey. It hissed menacingly. Suddenly, a sword flew from somewhere, carrying immense power, plunging into the monster's body. Yu Hoen roared, "You idiot! Where are you looking? I'm over here!" Seeing Leviathan glare over, the great sword said loudly to it, "You bastard! You can't do anything to me!" Then, from Leviathan's mouth, a dense cloud of dark green smoke spread out, reeking of death. Its mouth opened wide, and a torrent of green flames surged forth like living lava. At this moment, Yu Hoen relied on the shield's ability to create a barrier to temporarily avoid the monster's green fire. The fire crashed into the shield, creating a shockwave, sending rocks and debris flying. He planted his heels firmly into the ground, creating grooves under his feet to withstand the force. Yu Hoen frowned, his strength faltering slightly. "Unexpected," Yi's shield said tauntingly. "Are you annoyed, you bastard?" Yu Hoen ignored it. He glanced at the green flames engulfing the laboratory and muttered, "That attack seems to have destroyed the laboratories. I think this place will collapse faster than you think." Hidden in the sea of fire, Leviathan roared, its eyes frantically searching for its prey. Suddenly, Yu Hoen's clear voice rang out. "Hey, you dragon, I'm over here!" Leviathan roared angrily, provoked by his taunts, its monstrous eyes glowing with an eerie green light, its mouth opening wide, roaring, its whole huge body slithering like a ghost through the rubble. Yu Hoen smirked, turned and ran. "That's right, follow me, destroy this place!" Then, he deliberately circled around the research facilities while luring Leviathan, which, like a raging fire with its huge body, crushed everything. The researchers who ran out afterwards were screaming while fleeing. Chaos filled the air. The building collapsed right as Duho could see the sky, and he was ready to fight this giant spirit snake in a life-or-death battle. Amidst the ruins, under the bright moonlight, Duho faced Leviathan, a colossal monster hissing with icy breaths. "All right, this is wide enough to start the fight. You did well, you damn spirit snake." His voice was noticeably more confident. "Because there's nothing here to obstruct me. I can use the relics for an all-out attack now." Instantly, the desert relic set was summoned. "What do you need me for? You see that big-ass snake over there?" Duho flashed a sly grin. "Crush it with a sandstorm!" Set roared excitedly. "Sandstorm, I like the sound of that.
It'll be awesome to crush something as huge as that thing.
The desert winds immediately surged. Giant tornadoes and sandspouts from the desert realm erupted, rushing to surround Leviathan.
The tornadoes roared like steel, the swirling sandstorm threatening to swallow the sky. The great snake hissed in pain. Hearing that, Set grew even more delighted.
Now die!
Does it hurt like hell?
Its entire body was somewhat affected, but for Leviathan, it was just a slight itch. A massive blast of blue energy erupted from its mouth.
The energy of annihilation surged out like a waterfall. The sandstorm was shattered to pieces.
Set glared. It didn't even get scratched after being attacked by my sandstorm.
Ah, I won't give up. Set yelled. Okay, then how about this? Waving his hand to summon weapons, the sandstorm rose again. This time, swirling more fiercely than before, all of it enveloped the snake that was actively spewing fire. Set yelled angrily, Die, you damn snake! But Leviathan was unaffected, and it whipped its tail straight into the desert god's face. Caught off guard, Set didn't have time to react, and ended up face-planting. Seeing the great snake slithering towards Duho, he shouted in horror, Master, watch out! It's coming this way! Leviathan didn't stop. After the last burst of flames, it lunged straight at him, mouth wide open, the deep darkness inside seeming to swallow his very soul. But Duho stood still, calmly remarking, You're smarter than you look. The relic mask of Chiyu in his hand emitted a brilliant red light, a sharp smile evident beneath the mask he had just put on, as he judged.
It probably thinks it needs to defeat me to claim victory in the final battle.
Back below ground, in the buried room, the sound of digging echoed everywhere. Ilya strained, shoveling each rock, constantly lamenting. This is bad. Why did it collapse so quickly? We're not going to be buried alive, are we? Julian stood beside him, nonchalantly saying, Isn't this the perfect time to use your demons? You have 72 demons, right? Hearing that, Ilya seemed awakened. Oh, that's right, I have demons. Immediately, he summoned a dense crowd of fire demons that appeared in a cloud of smoke, along with a clear command. Ron, clear the rubble and summon the subordinates to open the gate. The demons acted in unison, some shoveling dirt, some removing rocks, a chaotic but extremely effective scene. Julian gaped. Ilya's voice was weary. There's too many of them. I should have done this sooner. Why did I make things so difficult for myself? After a moment of busy work, the last rock was kicked away. A hand covered in bloody mud suddenly reached up from the hole, clutching the edge of the floor. Julian leaned forward as a body squeezed out of the earth, face smeared with dirt, panting, eyes scanning around before asking, Where's Seo Duho? Right before his eyes was the fierce battle unfolding. Julian squinted, watching the warrior, then muttered in astonishment. That's Chiyu's armor? It looks like he got it. He's still fighting that monster so fiercely after all this time. There was a hint of admiration in his voice. Leviathan still rushed forward aggressively, but its speed had clearly slowed down. The power of the desert and the mist seemed to erode its scales, causing the monster's body to be broken down layer by layer of tissue, smoky dust everywhere, heat radiating outward. Seeing this, Duho was excited. It's working! Its flesh is being torn apart. It seems that the combination of Set's sandstorm and Chiyu's mist is a perfect tactic. He turned back and ordered decisively, Keep attacking! The desert relic Set laughed and roared. All right, very good. Leviathan was buried under the fierce attack. It screeched in pain, but this time it didn't roar madly like before, just feebly flailed like a beast driven into a corner. Yu Hoen yelled, Excellent! It's getting weaker! Then he called out loudly, Rope! It heard the call and immediately popped up from the hole, replying, Master, did you call me? Yu Hoen, in his red armor, coldly ordered, Rope! Bind Leviathan. It's time to end it all here. Leviathan roared again, the echoes swirling across the sky. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth and decisively shouted, Rope! Tie it up! The radiant golden rope immediately shot up like an arrow of light, responding, Understood, Master. That appearance startled the great serpent. A great burst of light bloomed right above Leviathan's head. Then, from it, dozens of divine ropes radiated out, long and bright, like lightning falling straight down. They wrapped tightly around the monster's massive body, pinning down every joint, every muscle, a final strand whipping out, locking the wide-open maw shut. Leviathan, an inviolable monster, now could only writhe and struggle like a defeated beast, its rage turning into desperate flailing. Yu Hoen seized the opportunity. His entire being surged with intense power, his eyes blazing. Now is the time. He shot towards the monster, red armor ablaze in the light, a fatal stab tearing through the thick scales at Leviathan's weakest point. The long spear trembled in his hand, spiritual energy surging back, causing the air to explode. Now I'll tear you to pieces. An immense power from the weapon erupted, a flash of light tearing through space. The energy blade slashed down, powerful enough to shatter reality. Leviathan only managed to let out a miserable roar, the sound echoing like its final dying words.
In an instant, its massive body was torn into countless pieces, scattered across the ground like the remnants of a nightmare brought to an end.
Elia, who had just climbed up, was stunned by the sight before him. He looked at the scattered mess and the great serpent corpse in awe. What is that thing? Julian and Ia ran to Jen's side, urgently asking their boss, "How did you turn into that?" Yu Hoen calmly said, "You guys arrived?" Then turning to give an order, "Well done, Rope, bring Sua and Jaha here." The Rope immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Seeing himself ignored, Ilya frowned. "Wait, how did you do that? Don't ignore my question." Yu Hoen only smiled and retorted, "Do you have any demons that are good at controlling fire?"
Fire? Ilya hesitated, looking rather confused.
A moment later, Rope returned. It was also pulling two people behind it, Sua and Jaha. "Master, I've brought them." Just then, Yu Hoen mumbled with his mouth full. "You've arrived? You two hid quite well while I was fighting, huh?" Jaha immediately tried to justify himself. "We waited with Slepnia." "Oh, what are you eating?" "Meat." Yu Hoen replied casually, "Come eat together. It's almost fully cooked." In front of him was a charcoal grill with fragrant grilled meat. Jaha exclaimed, "Smells delicious. I'll grab some too." Sua looked at the pieces of meat, curiously asking, "But where did this meat come from?" Yu Hoen calmly replied as if it were normal. Where else could it come from? Leviathan meat, of course. Jaha was about to take a big bite, but when he heard that, he froze for 5 seconds. Then his eyes rolled back as he shouted, "Why are you eating it?" In contrast to him, Yu Hoen emotionlessly replied, "Why? Well, in the Kinthon, it said that God shared Leviathan's meat with everyone after he killed it.
Something about feeding it to the desert beasts or holding a banquet.
Stuffing a piece of meat in his mouth, he casually said, "That means Leviathan's meat is meant to be eaten." Ja jumps towards Yu Hoen to hit him awake. What kind of weird logic is that? But even so, you don't necessarily have to eat it. Yu Hoen tried to argue. Don't you think it's wasteful? Ilya's even using hellfire to grill it. Ja showed a look of disdain. The more you say, the less I want to eat it. My bro said that, Yuho? Alright, let's go to work then. Ja was surprised. Work? Yuho immediately said, "I dragged you here because I have something for you to do." This made Ja even more surprised. Now? So urgent? Yu Hoen explains it's about the achievements of Leviathan. I want to make sure he submits. So I used a little too much force, so it was damaged a bit. Maybe it needs to be restored as quickly as possible to survive. Looking at the plate of meat in his hand, Jaha angrily shouted, "So why are you grilling the meat of the relic that needs to be fixed right away?" He glanced over at the large chunk of meat on the ground and said, "Don't worry, I left a piece for you to restore it." Ja howled. "It's so big, and only one piece." Enraged, he snatched the plate of meat from Yu Hoen's hand, yelling, "Please, don't be so unreasonable." A shrill voice kept complaining, "Why did you destroy the relic and then tell me to restore it?" Yu Hoen nonchalantly replied, "Come on, it's already grilled, so let me eat it. I left you a piece, didn't I?" "Seriously, stop eating, Mom. You're such a glutton." Seeing them bickering like this, Shua could only offer an awkward smile. As night fell, in a skyscraper, someone's groaning echoed before they fell. Ivy, her face filled with murderous intent, bit down hard on her finger, grinding out each word. Pandora's red center has been destroyed. The subordinates standing nearby, seeing this attitude, were all worried, not daring to utter a word, just standing silently listening to her. It was an uncomfortable situation, as most of Pandora's staff didn't even know that facility existed. Ivy's face contorted in rage, repeating the question, "How the hell does Yu Hoen know?"
She roared, slamming her hand down on the table, making the whole room shake. "I'll find that rat myself." The subordinates shouted in unison, "Understood, madam."
Avery was about to turn and leave when another person called out. Madame Joff Feller, that subordinate, looking somewhat fearful and timid, asked, "What do we do with that facility now? We need some orders." She turned and replied, "Have you calculated the extent of the damage yet?" He answered hesitantly, "We're still investigating, but we have confirmed that the gay relic and the relic connected to it are undamaged." Hearing this, Ivy narrowed her eyes, her eyebrows furrowing in calculation. In Ilvy's mind flashed a brilliant scene of a giant garden, flowers blooming everywhere, the golden light dreamlike. She smiled slightly, her voice full of ambition.
"That's good news, because Gender's forest is the final step in the process of creating Annun.
The quantity of the unfinished Annun in storage will be sufficient for the time being." Then, she coldly ordered, "Tighten security at Gear's place. Deploy more forces there." The subordinate acknowledged the order, replying seriously, "Understood." Before leaving the room, IV added, "Update me on the situation of Red after you've reconfirmed. I'm going to find the mole." With that, she forcefully pushed the door open and stepped out. As soon as the door opened, a group of people were already waiting there. Evie paused, frowning slightly. What? Why are you all gathered here? The group, seeing her, immediately became somewhat apprehensive.
One person spoke up. We were preparing to go into the room.
Another asked nervously. I'll ask directly. Is it true that the Red Center was attacked? Ivy sighed, her eyes narrowing. News travels fast, I see.
Karis continued to question.
Wasn't that a facility that Prometheus valued highly? How could it be lost like that?
Those words made Ivy even more annoyed, her eyebrows furrowing, her lips pursing. After a few seconds she spoke, her voice icy.
Prometheus is not here.
The whole group froze.
What?
Ivy recounted everything, her voice eerily calm.
It's true that he valued the Unknown project highly, but for Pandora, it's not that important.
When she said this, her eyes became cold, her voice strained.
Because there are dozens of other ways to obtain the relic. Do you understand?
What I mean is, there's no need to cling to the ways of those scholars.
The group looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion.
Karis hesitantly asked.
Is that really okay?
That question made Evie truly angry, her voice ringing out extremely sharply.
Are you questioning my orders?
Karis quickly waved his hands.
That's not it.
She raised an eyebrow.
Then that's good. By the way, I need to check a few things.
Once again, the crowd was frightened by that attitude.
What do you want to check?
Evie's whole body suddenly glowed, sparks of electricity surrounding her, flashing with surging murderous intent.
An attack at this time is almost impossible.
If there is no assistance of a spy, I need to find that coward before we take more damage.
A terrifying force emanated, causing the entire hallway to shake.
Evie's voice deepened, the power suppressed.
I will begin investigating each person here, one by one.
Her power immediately spread out. The whole hallway was flooded with blinding light.
All the people standing there panicked, raising their hands to shield themselves, sweat pouring down like rain.
Wait, how are you planning to do that?
Ivy's eyes were as cold as a winter lake. Have you forgotten that I have the McClellan relic?
Cut to Yu Hoen. He was intently reviewing the video that Julian had taken in the secret room.
These guys are insane. They stack all the corpses up like this?
He said softly beside him.
If I could, I'd take them all and send them back to their families. But I can't. I'm afraid they'll find out.
Yu Hoen nodded in agreement.
You did well. We still need time before doing that.
Jaeha chimed in.
Now that the research facility has been completely destroyed, won't they find out something's wrong? I'm just afraid they've bribed the media already.
I'll be fine, Yu Hoen said calmly.
Pandora is probably still focused on the destroyed research facility.
I'm sure they don't even have time to notice that their secret has been stolen. He stood up, turning his gaze towards old Liam, who was tied up in the corner, his voice decisive.
Because we've caught all the bastards who knew we had the evidence, it's more likely Pandora will just think this is an attack. Before they can react, we'll upload the video and expose them. Yu Hoen smiled, a smile full of strategy. I think this video will be quite interesting. He immediately gave orders to the team.
Get ready as quickly as possible.
Everyone answered in unison. Yes, sir.
Suddenly the phone rang.
Yu Hoen glanced at the screen, frowning. Picking up the phone, it was a call from Yu.
He looked puzzled.
He's calling? As soon as he answered, Edward's voice immediately rang out, full of urgency. Director, there's new information about Pandora. Everything's generally good, so I'm calling to report. Yu Hoen was curious. What's happening?
Edward then recounted.
Evie Keller is interrogating all the high-ranking directors. It seems she's trying to get people to confess using the Merlin relic. She thinks an insider helped with the research lab attack, so she's trying to track them down. But no matter how hard she tries, she can't find anything. And those people she's torturing. Hearing this, Yu Hoen laughed. Looks like she's doing a good job. Anyway, that's Pandora wasting their time. Alright, just keep monitoring and inform me. Edward chuckled along. As long as we don't touch the apple of their eye. While they were talking, the scene shifted to Pandora's headquarters.
Evie slammed her hand on the table, her voice harsh with anger.
Damn it.
Her whole body trembled.
Why can't I find the mole? A subordinate spoke cautiously. I don't know if I should say this, but a portion of the board of directors is dissatisfied with the current situation. They're asking why we're attacking our own people in such a crisis. Not only haven't we found the spy, but we're also injuring our own people and being questioned. Evie shouted back, Isn't that why I'm searching? Right? I'll definitely catch the spy.
Ikavi clenched her fist, her face as cold as ice.
Top secret organization information was leaked, and then the base was attacked. How can I sit still?
The subordinate nodded worriedly, answering,
What you said is right. But before he could finish speaking, another subordinate rushed in, panicked. Miss Feller, you have a guest. Ivy stood up abruptly, coldly ordering, Take the guest to the conference room. I'll be there right now. Without delay, she went to the conference room. Soon after, she entered the room. Inside, two men were already waiting. Seeing her, the older man spoke. Mess J.F. Long time no see. Ivy replied politely. You two look well. Is everything all right in the Vatican?
Anrad replied.
Yes, it's currently very stable. However, Chlor, sitting beside him, had a tense expression, not at all satisfied. Anrad continued, looking serious. But everyone is worried about the recent incidents. We need to know if our brothers, sisters, and the relics we entrusted to Pandora are safe. Our brothers and sisters were also involved in guarding the base that was attacked this time. We haven't been able to contact them. Has something happened? Are they all right? Hearing him speak, Evie's expression turned somber. Before she could answer, Anrat said, "Not only that, but there are also things like the 10 Oaths and other relics we lent Pandora to explore the Great Prison." She interrupted abruptly and pulled out a chair, sitting down. "First of all, please calm down." Ivy propped her hand on the table, her voice low. "We are still calculating and investigating the damage from this incident. Because this incident is very large, it will take more time. The Great Prison is like a tomb, with completely cut-off connections, so it's very difficult for us to know what's happening inside. These are normal problems for things related to relics." About the relics that the Vatican collected, we also helped provide them in the past, and I know we will never refuse. The person from the Vatican then said, "However, because the relics related to Christianity are particularly important to us." Those words made Ivy uncomfortable, and she frowned, glaring at them, cursing those bastards inwardly. But she still maintained a pleasant attitude on the surface, and offered a condition. "Then how about this? I've been thinking about this for a long time, but in order to establish a stronger relationship with the Vatican, if you can support us more, we also won't hesitate when you need help. And to show our gratitude, we are considering increasing the number of Vatican members in the Round Table." These words from Ivy surprised Anorak quite a bit, as he had never thought of it. He turned to look at Chlora, who was seated beside him, with an inquiring gaze. After being silent for so long, he finally decided to speak up. Chlora's attitude was quite skeptical. "From what I understand, Pandora has always been conservative about replacing members of that round table. Could I know the reason for this sudden change?" And a smug smile suddenly crept onto Ivy's lips. She lowered her voice and simply said that Ree and Ivy J. Feller of Pandora were two different people. In her heart, she knew clearly that even if it cost more, they needed the clergy on their side, because the clergy possessed many powerful relics. And now, the supply of holy relics was being disrupted. They had to find a way to secure a source of relics to utilize if possible. Thus, an agreement between the two parties was signed. As she put pen to paper, Ivy affirmed to herself, "Prometheus doesn't care about human faiths, but I won't make the same mistake." And that handshake was the first step in her grand plan. "Just you wait. I will definitely overcome this crisis." Time flew by, and a few peaceful days passed. During that time, my staff were busy editing videos to expose the Pandora group and preparing for what was to come. Because a war with Pandora was highly likely, Xuan's team was actively preparing and ensuring that all combat relics were in top condition. And at the same time, the source was sending to the popular people to carry out the process. There was a ton to do. The good thing was that there were no sudden visits from Pandora during this busy time. During this time, Du Hoan thought that they must be in a frenzy about what happened to the research facility. So this was quite unexpected, but anyway, if they wanted to attack, they had to find this base first. Suddenly, Jay ran in from outside, calling out loudly, "Boss?" Du Hoan asked in surprise. "What's wrong? Is something urgent?" She said urgently, "We found Samuel." Hearing this information, he was immediately stunned. The Samuel they were talking about was the person who supported the search team, and Du Hoan's team needed him very much at this moment, because he was different from the other members who were also in charge of excavating the relics. He had very good skills in support, so the two went to where Samuel appeared. Standing in a corner, Sua pointed to the man in the long coat. "He's over there, the one with the gray bag. What is he doing in New York?" Du Hoan said excitedly. "It doesn't matter. Thanks to that, we have one more person to work with." Hearing that, she turned around in surprise and asked, "What? You want him to join right away?" A satisfied smile bloomed on Du Hoan's lips. "What are you worried about? With the crow's tears, he will remember everything. This is very good. When we have a ton of work to take care of." His eyes stared at Samuel and then flashed with a sinister light. "I'm not letting my subordinates waste time like that. Kidnap him now." Shua was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. "What? Kidnap?" In the quiet and still space of the city at night, when the tall buildings glittered with electric lights, Julian entered the room and announced to Du Hoan about the issue of drug supply and so on. He stopped before he could finish speaking. The room inside was empty, making Julian wonder, where did he go? Dune was startled and glanced over. She said, "Are you looking for the boss? He left a while ago." Hearing that, he asked helplessly, "Do you happen to know where he went?" Dupreme replied indifferently, "I don't know. The boss went with Sua." Julian sighed in frustration, a look of worry clearly on his face. Where did he go when there is a mountain of work to do? Suddenly, Du Hoan's voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. "I'm back!" Julian turned around anxiously and called out, "Du Hoan!" In contrast to him, he and Shu-A walked in leisurely and responded very enthusiastically. "Are you looking for me?" Du Hoan threw out a man who was tied up from head to toe and reported, "Here, I went to catch a fresh laborer. He ordered to untie the rope at the mouth. Samuel shouted angrily. Who are you people? What are you planning to do to me? Julian stared at the man in front of him and asked, Samuel Dugon? Startled when he saw the image of the man in front of him, Julian asked curiously, What? How did you find him? Ilya also looked over curiously. What's going on? Yu Hoen recounted. Sua also added, explaining, I found it by chance. Samuel looked at them in fear. He compromised, constantly begging, Please let me go. I'll give you everything I have, though I don't have much money. Yu Hoen felt extremely happy hearing these words. He reached into his pocket, rummaged around, and replied, Thanks, but I don't need it. Then, Yu Hoen held out a beautiful jade green vial. He said, What I want is your ability. Yu Hoen smirked. Because there are so many things to do, we need to use him right away. Yu, standing next to him, suddenly remembered. I encountered this too, I suddenly remember. Yu Hoen pointed the sharp end of the vial towards Samuel and teased him. Hey, hurry up! Samuel cowered in fear, stuttering, asking, What is that? What are you going to do? As soon as I finished speaking, a slight scratch grazed Samuel's cheek, startling him in terror. Samuel recalled the image of Yu Hoen's group, including him, Sua, Julian, and Ilya, in the dark room with torches illuminating the deep corridor where Yu Hoen fearfully fled, followed by a panicked Samuel. The whole group ran together in anxiety and fear, as if something incredibly terrifying had frightened those brave people. Someone's hands reached out, despite the crisscrossing wounds, both large and small. Then, a scream echoed. Time returned to the present. Jugon and Ilya were startled by the scream and looked over. Samuel gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain. He trembled, wondering, What are these? Samuel looked up at Yu Hoen and stammered, Boss, you knew that Samuel remembered everything. Yu Hoen smiled and said hello. Samuel, long time no see. He quickly presented a stack of papers and spoke frankly. Let's start signing the contract, shall we? Ilya, seeing the papers filled with writing, thought with some trepidation. Here it is, that contract, that compulsory standard of this team. Yu Hoen happily recounted what had happened. It's good that Samuel adapted quickly. As soon as he signed the contract, the first thing he asked was what to do. It would be even better if he didn't cause any trouble after 2 or 3 days when he regained his memory. But I'm also grateful that he adapted quickly. After fully familiarizing himself with the work, one day Samuel was angry when he heard the news. He exclaimed, Wait, what? Pandora did that? Are you serious? Yu Hoen replied calmly. Didn't you hear what we said? He continued. We have enough evidence. Now all that's left is to tell the whole world. So there's a ton of work to do. Samuel actively volunteered to work. I'll help edit the video. Then Yu Hoen advised. All right, I can't ask someone who just regained their memory to do such brain-taxing work. Yu Hoen comforted him. Take it easy. Then he reminded Sua, choose something easy for him to do. She replied while holding a pile of documents. Okay. Yu Hoen watched his teammates working together seamlessly. He smiled happily and said, All right. Now that we have another person to help, we can finish the work faster. Yu Hoen calculated that it wouldn't be long until those Pandora bastards were punished. Cut to IV. She's sitting at a table with a stack of documents in front of her. A man approached, breaking the quiet atmosphere. He spoke. Sorry to keep you waiting. You must be Miss Feller? Avi stood up and greeted him. Welcome. Please have a seat. Mr. Ali. Avi greeted him happily. Thank you for coming all the way here. Ali replied, Actually, it wasn't that much trouble. I happen to have some business in a nearby country. He admitted frankly, You're too kind. I'm interested in why you invited me here. Ali wondered. Didn't you just make some agreement with the Vatican congregation recently? Why are you coming to us? Avi smiled and asked back, Mr. Ali, as far as I know, you belong to Islam, right? He admitted. That's right. Avi began to explain the reason. Since the relics appeared in the world, I've been searching for the relics containing the teachings of God. She confidently stated, and it seems I've found the right person. Avi looked into Ali's sharp eyes, her voice filled with confidence, explaining further. When Pandora seeks allies, we work with all denominations. In fact, in such chaos, we all need to unite. She made the offer. I'm not just asking for your help for nothing. We have some Islamic relics within Pandora. Ivy didn't forget the terms of the deal to reciprocate. We'll hand them over to you. We want your support. Ali stroked his thick beard. He remained silent, deep in thought for a long while. Suddenly, his assistant burst into the room, shouting. Director Rockefeller the First Fee angrily stood up, slammed the table, and yelled, What are you doing? Can't you see I have a guest? The assistant hesitantly replied, I apologize. He trembled as he explained. But this is an emergency. I need you to see this immediately. Ivy glanced at the assistant and asked, What's so urgent? She stepped forward, snatched the tablet, and snapped, Give it here. she angrily complained. How dare you interrupt a meeting? If it's not important, you'll fool. But as soon as she read the content displayed on the tablet screen, Ivy paused, stunned, unable to process the information she had just received. Meanwhile, Yu Hoen was sitting at his computer desk, his eyes deep in thought, his fingers flying across the keyboard, creating a pleasant melody. Yu Hoen smiled, completely satisfied with the plan he had written. His fingers flew even faster across the computer keyboard. Yu Hoen said to himself, "It's time to begin our plan. The moment Pandora's darkest secrets are exposed to the whole world." Yu Hoen recalled, "At that time, we even put in the effort to promote it, as if we were talking about tombs, manipulating public opinion to make it impossible for Pandora to respond. As expected, the public is exaggerating this matter. Thanks to the viewers waiting to watch the forecast news, the video's views skyrocketed immediately after it was uploaded. Not only that, all media outlets started reporting on the incident, appearing on all newspapers, TV news, and social media. That was also the moment Pandora fell to the bottom of society, since from the beginning they were just a bunch of scammers." After seeing this information, Ivy was so angry that her whole body stiffened. She stammered, "What the hell is this?" The assistant standing opposite her explained, "This is a video that was recently uploaded." Ivy felt extremely suspicious. She asked her subordinate, "The most recent attack on the research facility wasn't just that, was it?" Ivy seemed unable to contain her anger. She threw the tablet to the ground and yelled, "They knew," and went in there to collect evidence. Ivy screamed and cursed madly, "Those bastards!" The assistant felt extremely confused at this moment. He tried to persuade. "Director, please calm down." Ivy angrily retorted his attempts to reassure her. "You think I can right now?" The assistant, enduring the wave of his superior's anger, obediently replied, "No, I know it's difficult." But Ivy didn't let him finish. She immediately ordered, "Gather all personnel immediately. We must stop this at all costs." Night fell. At the high-rise building, shimmering lights reflecting from the glass windows between the floors. Segun-A entered the room and asked, "Yu Hoen, boss, the video has over 7 million views already." He happily replied, "Good, everything is going perfectly." Yu Hoen turned to listen to Samuel's report. Besides the people using the relics, ordinary people are also reacting violently. He was completely satisfied with this result and replied, "Exactly, that's what we want." He praised, "Samuel, well done. You've done well even though you only regained your memories recently." Samuel humbly replied, "This is nothing yet." Boss Yu Hoen asked, "Do you know how Deharian reacted when he first regained his memories? You announce what needs to be done next. Anyway, we need to start preparing for the next phase. For now, let's observe the situation." On the desk, the phone suddenly rang. Yu Hoen answered the call. "You asked Irin, what's up?" She hurriedly replied, "Ja Hoen, I'm in Atlanta for some family matters." Irin looked down at the street, recounting the situation. "And there are protesters in front of Pandora's headquarters. The murderers are demanding Rian to show his face. I think they're angry after seeing the video." Irin looked at the guard standing outside and continued, "The problem is, there are guards using relics there. It's not like you can just meet them whenever you want. It'll be dangerous if they don't leave." "Should we get involved?" Yu Hoen speculated. "I think it's just protocol, so we don't need to step in yet. But if those bastards suddenly go crazy, things will get dangerous." Irin calmly replied, "I'll observe, and if there's danger, I'll step in." Yu Hoen worriedly asked, "Are you sure?" "It'll take up your time." Irin reassured him. "It's fine. I'm done with my business here." Yu Hoen reminded her, "All right. Be careful." Sua listened to the conversation beside him. She looked at the time on her phone and announced, "We need to start preparing. Protest videos are being posted on social media too. Not many, but it's causing chaos." Yu Hoen replied with a sharp gaze, "All right, focus on that." Sua obeyed. "Understood." Yu Hoen recounted the situation at that time. "But we didn't have much time to focus on it." After sunrise, angry crowds flooded the streets. Protesters arrived at all Pandora branches in every region, and because a large number of people came to protest in front of Pandora's headquarters, the situation became increasingly serious. Although I guessed it would happen, it happened too fast. This situation, a war could break out, and someone could get hurt. We decided to split up and monitor the protests. There was no other way. As protests were happening one after another, I was in charge of the head branch in New York, the most important one, and the other members split into pairs and went to the crowded protest areas. At the protest areas, people were extremely active, constantly shouting, "Pandora are murderers! Pandora, you traitors, come out here!" Ilya and Samuel stood from a distance, a little surprised by the situation. Ilya spoke, "There are a lot of people here too." Samuel carefully observed the situation and speculated, "But the situation doesn't seem too dangerous yet." Ilya turned to look at Samuel and reminded him, "Let's go up to a higher place and observe them. We have to wait a long time anyway, so we need to find a good spot." The two walked to the rooftop of a building.
Samuel wondered. Isn't the rooftop of this building difficult to escape from if something happens?
Ilya casually replied. We can jump down if there's a problem. We can land safely.
Samuel suddenly spoke in a cold voice, emphasizing each word. I understand you, demon, Samuel suddenly said. Speaking of which, we're quite an interesting pair. I use Greek relics, and you're a demon. Ilya was startled, embarrassedly replying. That's right, let's see. A place to observe? Samuel seemed to have achieved his goal. He frankly stated his intentions. I didn't expect you to lead me to a place to isolate yourself like this.
Ilya didn't understand what was happening for a moment. Suddenly, a sharp knife pierced through Ilya's body, shocking him greatly. Ilya looked at the tip of the knife in front of him, his mouth spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. Ilya was stunned and asked, What? In that fateful moment, Samuel stabbed Ilya from behind. Both their eyes were filled with conflict and regret, as if affection and trust had vanished in the cold wind on the lonely rooftop. Ilya desperately asked his teammate, What are you doing? Time seemed to rewind to the time when the Gen group was running for their lives, because something was threatening their lives. A hand reached out from the rubble of bricks and stones, as if grasping for a last glimmer of hope. It was Samuel. He stood up, smiling like a victor. Returning to the present moment when Samuel ruthlessly stabbed his teammate in the heart, he whispered in Ilya's ear, Ilya, you know what? I still belong to the Vatican. Finishing his words, Samuel laughed gleefully, decisively kicking Ilya forward. He completely collapsed to the ground, blood spraying from the wound everywhere. Samuel spoke mockingly. How is it? It'll hurt, even though it's just a small holy sword. He watched his teammate struggling in pain, his mouth still spewing cold words. That should have been a fatal blow, but don't worry, I'll finish you off painlessly. Ilya glared angrily at Samuel, grinding his teeth and emphasizing each word. Traitor! Samuel didn't feel ashamed at all. He smiled and asked, That's right, so what? It's your fault for being too trusting. Blame yourself for being fooled twice in the next life. Unexpectedly, a voice boomed out of nowhere. Contract breach detected! Samuel, upon hearing this, froze in shock for 5 seconds. Just a few seconds later, the rooftop of the high-rise building exploded, attracting a lot of horrified onlookers below. Samuel, for violating the contract, was blown up, his entire body riddled with wounds. Samuel, stunned, muttered, What the hell? Ilya, lying in the distance, struggled to stand up. He looked at Samuel writhing in pain on the ground and wondered, why did he self-destruct? Anyway, this is my chance. Finishing his sentence, Ilya summoned his relic and commanded, Gap, get out here! Teleport me away immediately! Samuel, injured, still tried to stand up. He warned, Just wait, I won't let you get away. Another voice echoed, Contract violation detected! Samuel was blown away again. He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What the hell is going on? On Yu Hoen's side, he was sitting in a room in the high-rise building, looking down at the crowd. At that moment, people were still constantly protesting. Bandora are traitors, get out, get lost. Bandora are murderers, get out. Yu Hoen calmly sat, drinking water, looking down without expressing any particular emotion. Suddenly, one of his relics appeared beside him, without warning. Yu Hoen looked at everyone around him in confusion, and angrily snapped, Hey, why did you come out on your own? Think about your size. You're scaring everyone around you. The relic ignored his words. It reported, I have detected a breach of contract. Samuel attacked Ya. These words caused Yu Hoen to pause. In the air, the horse's hooves were flying swiftly. Ilya clutched his wound with one hand, while the other controlled his relic. He commanded it faster. Looking down below, Ilya was overjoyed. There, Chloe! He's too badly injured. When he tried to descend to where Chloe and Sua were standing, suddenly his hand slipped. Ilya only managed to call out, Chloe! Then he fell from the sky to the ground in shock of Chloe and Sua. Chloe worriedly approached and asked Han, What's wrong with Ilya? What happened to you? Sua was more calm. She spoke up, Wait, let me get the immortal herb. Then Sua poured the bright red herbal fruits into Ilya's mouth, not forgetting to remind him, Hey, swallow! A streak of light flashed across the dark sky. Ilya gradually woke up from his daze. Yu Hoen flew straight down from the sky, his mouth smiling with an incomprehensible delight. A streak of light shot straight through Ilya's face, causing him to startle and scream in fear. Ilya reproached Yu Hoen. Seriously, please don't move like that, please. He landed perfectly, not forgetting to ask his teammate, Are you still okay? How's the wound? Chloe, while treating the wound, announced, It was a stab. He's seriously injured. He must have been attacked by another relic. Again, Jen said calmly. Ilya heard that Samuel was the one who attacked him. Sua and Chloe were stunned when they heard this, looking at Jen. Disbelief and astonishment appeared on their faces. Samuel? But why? Ilya explained. Why else? That bastard is a traitor, that's all. He recalled the moment he was stabbed, and recounted it. Thinking back, he said some strange things. That he still belonged to the Vatican. Yu Hoen silently listened to why, continuing, He also said that we were all deceived twice. Maybe we were betrayed by him in our previous life too. He was a little doubtful. If he became a traitor because we helped him regain his memory then, Yu Hoen suddenly interrupted. Understood. No need to say more. He grabbed his weapon, announcing to everyone, I'm going to ask him directly. Yu Hoen commanded his relic. Gung Nia, stab Samuel. It weakly replied. You're using me as a mount again. He stated bluntly. This time, you can stab him. Gung Nia couldn't believe his ears. He asked again, huh? After confirming the information, Gung Nia happily set off. Then, let's go! Yu Hoen sped along on Gung Nia, wondering to himself, Samuel's a traitor? Since the last life? It seems like the pieces are slowly falling into place. No wonder there were some strange things about him, so that's how it is. The strangest thing was probably his reaction after using Munin's tears. Because he also died in the Great Prison, he should have been triggered by that experience. But there wasn't any reaction at all. He just screamed a little, that's all, and he was able to work immediately and insisted on helping edit the video. If we let him do it, the video would probably be deleted entirely. Could it be that he had memories of his past life, even before using Munin's tears? But how? Suddenly, Gung Nia swerved, making Jen nearly fall off in shock. He asked it. What's wrong? Gung Nia hesitated and probed. Something's very strange. It reported the situation. I can't lock onto the target. Yu Hoen asked again. You were fine just now, weren't you? Nia replied. That's what I'm saying. He suddenly disappeared. He landed on the ground, looking genuinely annoyed. Yu Hoen walked on the rooftop, constantly looking around, not forgetting to remind Gung Nia. This is a first for you too. It was just as angry. Gung Nia admitted. It's my first time too. It's really annoying. It huffed and said. No one can escape me in this world unless they're dead. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, rejecting this idea. How could he suddenly be dead? Could it be that his aura recognized it was being marked? Gung Nia thought, then replied, impossible. It was confident in his abilities. I'm not like those hound dogs that sniff out their targets with aura. I'm drawn to their existence, Gung Nia asked pointedly. If I only searched by aura, how could I be an undefeated spear that pierces through every target? Yu Hoen seemed to realize something, and spoke up. Wait. He stroked his chin and thought, you locate by existence, so that's how it is. Jia asked curiously. What? He looked down at Hammurabi and speculated. This relic probably works the same way as you. Yu Hoen realized. Because the contract is bound to the target's existence, Hammurabi's code. Is Samuel being punished for breaking the contract? Hammurabi replied, that's right. It admitted his body was exploding every 10 seconds. Gung Nia, hearing this, exclaimed, that's terrifying. Yu Hoen remembered. Ah, I did put that penalty in the contract. He deduced. He probably can't do anything about the explosions happening every 10 seconds, so he's trying to stop the explosions. Yu Hoen reasoned. To do that, he has to cancel the contract. But it's a lifetime contract, so unless he dies, there's no way to get rid of it. He stated confidently. So he decided to die so he can be reborn. The two relics, hearing this, were half in disbelief. It asked again. Die to be reborn? Can humans do that? Jia asked curiously. I thought when humans lose all endurance, they can't recover like relics? Yu Hoen explained. It's called life, not endurance, and you're right. We can't fix it, he recounted. But since he belonged to the Vatican from the start, he probably used some holy relics related to God, including some related to resurrection. He must have used something to hide the contract with the Hammurabi code while avoiding the pursuit. Gung Nia realized, but then wondered, I understand, so how do we find him now? Yu Ho looked at his 3 pet dogs and smiled. What other way is there? We'll use his natural enemies to find him. He ordered the puppies. Search around for any Christian relics. Shu narrowed his eyes upon hearing that. He asked, God, what? Osiris, standing next to him, asked for more details. Are you asking us to find relics of another religious sect? There are too many around. Yu Ho chided playfully. Why are you acting so indifferent? I thought the god in Egypt had issues with those sheep? Anubis asked blankly. Really? Why do you think so? Yu Ho explained. Because Moses fled to escape the persecution of Egypt. This isn't what I expected. Anubis laughed loudly upon hearing that name. What? Moses? He's talking about Moses. Shu also laughed heartily, mocking. It's been a long time since I've heard that name. How old is he now? Anubis tried to remember the last time he saw him. He was just a toddler learning to walk. Yu Ho, seeing the reactions of his good dogs, murmured in admiration. It seems like they're not interested because of the different era. I thought they would see it as a kind of motivation. Yu Ho remembered. Ah, that's right. Do you remember what happened in the Great Prison? That. 10 Commandments. Relic called you guys bratty demons or something? Set, hearing this, opened his mouth wide in anger. He remembered. Wait, now that I think about it, it's true. Anubis and he were both there, and they punched me in the face. Anubis, not expecting such a grudge, flinched and shouted, Hey, I wasn't the only one who took a beating. Yu Ho, seeing the reactions of the 2 dogs, was very pleased. He ordered, They clearly despise you guys. Shouldn't you punish them? Jackpot. Just find relics with a similar aura. Set, Anubis, and Osiris obeyed the order. Alright, we have 3 noses here, we'll find them quickly. Those kids just wait, Yu-Ho teasingly said. You guys are foul-mouthed but trustworthy. Let's go. On the other side, Samuel's footsteps were becoming more hurried. He held the tears of Munin in his hand, smiling smugly. With this, I can die any time. So convenient, now I can continue the mission. Samuel stuffed the tears of Munin into his inside pocket, walked steadily outside, and calculated. Now I just need to finish off IA first. He cut through the crowded demonstration, asking for help. Sorry, excuse me. A hand reached out from the shadows, trying to grab Samuel's sleeve. Yu-Ho caught Samuel alive, smiling and saying, You dog, got you. Just as he finished speaking, a large explosion suddenly occurred in the chaotic crowd, causing everyone to look at each other in fear. They wondered, what was that? In a dark, unlit corner, Yu-Ho's voice echoed. I'm only going to ask you this one thing. He stared at Samuel's motionless body and asked, Did you betray us in the past life? Samuel secretly summoned his sword and said, What the hell? Suddenly, Samuel woke up, his eyes sharp as he wielded his sword towards Yu-Ho. He asked, You want to know about it again? Yu-Ho quickly summoned his sword, asking back, You want to fight me in that condition? Yu-Ho coldly smirked with confidence, while Samuel furiously charged forward, the 2 blades clashing and sparking, creating a suspenseful and breathtaking moment that opened the life-or-death battle. Samuel gripped his sword tightly, his eyes sharp and full of determination, launching a fierce attack towards Yu-Ho, causing the surrounding air to seem to tremble with extreme tension. Yu-Ho coldly responded, his eyes as sharp as swords, each strike decisive and precise, making the state of the fight become thrilling to the point of suffocation. A coldness filled with deadly intent flashed in Samuel's eyes. He lunged forward with fiery eyes and blue lightning tearing through space. Emotions and concessions were now superfluous and weak. The atmosphere was tenser than ever. Yu-Ho gritted his teeth, resisting the fierce attack. His eyes flashed with resilience and invincible strength. The surrounding air seemed to freeze in a suffocating life-and-death moment. As the attack sent Yu-Ho staggering, Samuel finally spoke. Even if you find out, will anything change? He thought of a pathetic Yu-Ho with many wounds. Samuel stated firmly. No matter what you ask, the truth is, you were deceived and died like an idiot in your past life, and that cannot be changed. Yu-Ho quickly realized. So you know. He struggled to get up, pointing at Samuel's feet. So you really did betray me? Yu-Ho sneered. You ask what's different? He stood up, one hand clutching the wound on his side, and declared. The way you die will be different. Let's see if you'll go quickly and cleanly, or writhe slowly in pain. A ruthless glint flashed in Yu-Ho's eyes. He answered himself. Looks like the latter, huh? Laleon was suddenly summoned, she wondered. Why is a human summoning me? You've never used me in battle before. Yu-Ho explained. Because you are the only demonic relic I possess, and we are surrounded by holy relics like this. You will be the perfect choice to face them, Lexon retorted. You know he can also influence me for the same reason, right? Ignoring all reasons, she exclaimed happily. Whatever, it'll be fine. It's been a while since I've been able to show my power. Then, Laphion became a sword, with eyes blazing with fighting spirit. It would surely be a more intense battle, with the help of a completely new relic. Lateon looked at his opponent and taunted. You ugly bastard over there, you're dead meat, how dare you touch my human? I'll make sure to chop you into pieces. Samuel disgustedly sneered. You talk too much, you low-level demon. Amidst the exploding power, Yu-Ho desperately braced against Samuel's barrage of attacks. Their eyes met in a breathtaking moment. Life and death separated by mere inches. Yu-Ho's eyes turned icy as he glared at Samuel, who gritted his teeth to block his attack. Leon exclaimed regretfully. Almost got it. Suddenly, from a corner of the rubble, a pair of hands with sharp claws emerged from the thick layers of rock and soil. A voice rang out. I can't take it anymore. Hava Estes appeared unexpectedly with his comrades. My masterpiece. Come out now. Yu-Ho looked at them and shouted. What are you doing? He wondered. Why are you acting on your own? I didn't ask you to. Hava Estes explained briefly. I'm trying to wrap this up. How long will it take to finish fighting like this? Yu-Ho replied. That's not the point. If the subordinates are injured, your endurance will also be affected. Hava Estes suddenly remembered. Oh yeah, you guys ignore it, just keep fighting. Yu-Ho angrily scolded. Then what's the point? A slash quickly grazed Samuel's body. He fell to the ground, accidentally dropping his sword. Samuel was startled. Damn it, my sword! Seeing the unfavorable situation, Samuel stepped forward and growled. Don't touch my stuff! In his hand, he was summoning a powerful blue orb. Angrily roaring, Samuel unleashed a devastating attack that shook the entire space. The surging energy exploded like it wanted to devour everything in an uncontrollable rage. He roared, You damn filthy demons! Lahoun's eyes gradually faded. She cried out in pain. Lathan looked at Samuel's arm. She wondered. Did that human just shoot a beam? Yu-Ho sarcastically said. If you could do that, who needs a sword? Lamont frantically asked. What do we do now? Should I cancel the summoning of the subordinates? Yu Hoen replied. No, leave it like that. He looked at the current situation. Speculations immediately arose in his head. He's standing still after firing that beam. I'll take this opportunity to strike. Samuel seemed to realize his intention. He turned around, his eyes sharply saying, Not that fast. That face and attitude startled Yu Hoen, extremely surprised. Just a second later, a burst of energy violently tore through the space. The dazzling light swept everything away, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the ground violently. The sword La Fawn flew far away due to the large explosion and was stuck on the ground. She exclaimed, That hurts. What's going on? Seeing that Yu Hoen was nowhere around, Lamont anxiously called out, Human? Spotting him wearily emerging from the fading smoke, Lamont frantically asked, Human, are you all right? Yu Hoen sluggishly replied, Shut up, I'm not dead yet. Lamont guessed his intention. You threw me out so I wouldn't get hit by that thing? Yu Hoen responded, Of course I need you to attack him. I can't have you breaking down before that happens. She asked, heartbroken. So you still chose to take it for me? Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, thinking back. Did I have a choice? That thing was crazy fast. He recalled a few minutes ago, I'm already pissed that I got slammed into buildings twice, and now I have to be grateful to a traitor. The desolate, ruined scenery made Yu Hoen ache inside. Because he didn't care about his surroundings, the buildings were all destroyed. In that case, I'll use the relic without holding back. He smiled wryly as he stepped forward to take the hit. If anyone blames me, just put it all on this guy. Samuel turned his head to observe Yu Hoen wearing the mask. The emotions he felt were too complicated to put into words. He prepared to unleash a new attack, shouting in admission, Yu Hoen, you really do have a lot of demonic relics. Samuel's attack tore through the air like lightning, carrying an explosive, destructive power that swept away everything in its path in a blinding light of death. Yu Hoen, wearing the mask, transformed into a ninja. He retorted, Demon my ass. Are all relics demons just because you don't understand them? Look closely. This is a treasure relic. Then, Yu Hoen darted past at the speed of light, making it impossible for anyone to see where he was. With a single blow, Yu Hoen decisively finished off Samuel. He turned around and shouted his name. Yu Hoen. Samuel wasn't ready to give up. He unleashed another, more violent attack, but he bluntly commented, It's useless. Seeing that the attack had no effect on Yu Hoen, Samuel's relic questioned in disbelief. Unbelievable, my attack had no effect. What the hell? Lamon, having managed to slash Samuel's arm, cheered with joy. Finally managed to land a hit. It would have been prettier if I had cut deeper. What a pity, the Hakenhifa Eastus relic inquired curiously. But it hurts more than it looks, right? Because the two relics carry opposite extremes. Lamon laughed loudly. Even so, I won't let you retaliate. Samuel stubbornly refused to concede defeat, preparing to summon power for a new attack. Anger fueled his question. How dare you? Samuel's attack crashed down like a tsunami of light, sweeping away everything in an explosion of rage that shook the battlefield violently. Yu Hoen appeared behind him with lightning speed. He said, Your back finally has an opening. Samuel gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at Yu Hoen. He turned away, his whole body swaying and bobbing as if he were casting a spell. Suddenly, a huge wall appeared before Yu Hoen, as large as a villa's reception hall. He asked in bewilderment, What's this? A defensive relic? The relic explained, Within the sanctuary, everything is protected and healed by the power of God. Yu Hoen asked curiously, What? It even heals wounds? Upon learning this, a bit of pettiness arose in his heart. Yu Hoen said, I went through so much trouble to slash him, I can't let the situation be reversed. Then, a thick fog enveloped the entire space. Yu Hoen calculated, I'll destroy it with this disintegrating mist. Samuel, sitting inside, reminded him, Give up, it's useless. This relic is invincible to all attacks. He was diligently healing the slash wound, warning, While you're wasting your strength, I'll be finished healing. Once I recover, I'll again. Yu Hoen interrupted, Invincible? Is that really true? He boasted, I also have a relic that possesses an invincible state. When the accumulated damage combines, your relic won't be able to withstand it anymore. And that's the end. Hearing this, Samuel was extremely envious. He scolded in response, Don't be ridiculous. Most firepower has no effect. Yu Hoen didn't say much, confidently asserting, You can see for yourself if this is just ordinary firepower after experiencing it. The Egyptian trio is up to you. The three deities standing high pointed down and declared, Die, you heretical bastard. They made their decision. The sandstorm delivered the final judgment. Samuel sat watching everything around him shift, still blank with confusion. What? Samuel's relic spoke to reassure him. Don't worry, this level of attack can't destroy your sanctuary. Samuel smiled back. I know. I'll relax and focus on healing. Yu Hoen's relic tried desperately to burn the defensive relic, but it remained completely unscathed. Yu Hoen's other relics, seeing their teammate in trouble, chimed in to help. You need more firepower?
Come on, let's cast a stone statue after I smash this pathetic sanctuary.
Yu Hoen stood outside observing. He asked Engo, Nero and Ramset, who else has strong firepower? Lemon, standing nearby, worriedly asked, Hey, aren't you using too many relics at once? Yu Hoen casually replied, This much is fine, I can handle it. Anubis, seeing the current situation, was utterly shocked. He stared blankly up and asked, Master, has he always been this strong? Yu Hoi, hearing this, glanced at him in surprise. Anubis continued to exclaim, I didn't think he was this strong, he's burning like a god of fire. Anubis carefully observed the situation, and made a strange deduction. It seems that only Nero's fire can penetrate that defense. Yu Hoen suddenly realized that was the case. Nero was his nemesis. He recalled the story. During Nero's reign, there was a massive fire in Rome. It was known as the Great Fire of Rome. It lasted for days and destroyed the city. Nero began to build public buildings to provide housing for the victims, and tried to find solutions to provide food. But that's when the rumors started to rise. The imperial palace deliberately set the fire to build a new palace, because the rumors were not easily quelled. Nero came up with a plan. He accused the Christians, because many Christians were unjustly killed. Yu Hoen wondered, could it be because of that story? The sanctuary looks like it's in agonizing pain. The defensive sanctuary, facing an uncontrollable attack, was in intense pain. It cried out, It hurts so much. Samuel sat inside, as anxious as if he were on burning coals. He frantically asked, What's happening? Can't you endure until I'm fully recovered? The defensive relic honestly confessed, I don't have enough power to recover because I'm busy defending. Just endure a little longer. Samuel was furious. He suddenly came up with the next plan. Damn it, then I'll use the relic as bait and escape. But before he could run far, the familiar figure of the man appeared before Samuel's eyes. Yu Hoen spoke mockingly. How adorable. You ran out yourself. He smiled, raising his merciless sword, wanting to finish Samuel off with one blow. He shouted his name in fear. Sell! But before the name could be fully called, a fatal blow was decisively swung. Samuel's hands flew into the air as Yu Hoen's blade sliced through them. Samuel screamed madly in pain. My hands! He kicked Samuel straight in the chest, sending him tumbling. He glared at him. Shut your mouth, you bastard! Now, Yu Hoen completely had the upper hand. He interrogated Samuel. Answer me. Samuel hugged his injured arm and slumped to the ground, looking at Yu Hoen in front of him and saying, I have so many questions for you. Even though he was in a dilemma, he still shouted loudly, How ridiculous! You might as well just kill me! He glanced down and sneered. Samuel smirked and laughed, revealing, You think Taejun was the only one who abandoned you? Not at all. Your deaths were all desired by the Vatican Church and Pandora too. Yu Hoen pursed his lips, listening to the heartbreaking words. Because people who can replace you have appeared. They only kept you around to exploit you. But then realized there was a more useful way. He pressed his advantage, shouting, They decided that it would be better to kill you and turn you into relics. The weapon in his hand suddenly let out a groan. Human. Samuel recalled the past and continued. We were just following orders. He, with numerous scars on his face in the present, then revealed the whole truth. Jiang Chen prepared everything as a foundation, and I simply lured you into the trap. Now, do you have any more questions? Knowing there was no escape, Samuel deliberately provoked, Hurry up and kill me! Before him stood a cold and terrifying Du Hoen, like a grim reaper come to claim his life. His pupils suddenly lit up, his gaze as sharp as a knife poised to strike. But Samuel was momentarily startled when Du Hoen spoke. I almost fell for it. He quickly ordered, Rummage, and find all the relics this guy is holding, leaving him bewildered and jolted. Samuel watched the streams of energy rushing towards him, rummaging relentlessly, and groaned. What are you going to do with my relics? Du Hoen revealed his true intentions. You can revive even after death, can't you? Imagining the mysterious relic, he recounted everything in Samuel's mind. You deliberately provoke me by repeating useless information from the past. You want me to kill you because you can revive at any time. Du Hoen grinned as he snatched his 3 precious relics, not forgetting to sneer. Too bad for you, huh? Looks like without these you can't get a second life, can you? Samuel gaped at the challenge coming from him. Now let's see if you can still boldly tell me to kill you. Having been exposed, he couldn't be bold anymore. He glanced at him, who was bowing his head, and continued. Changed your attitude, haven't you? Good. Now answer my question. Without letting Samuel answer, Du Hoen went straight to the point. First, how did you restore your memories? He questioned if there was a relic in the Vatican that helped retrieve memories. Something like that. He was cornered, and could only offer his understanding. I stumbled upon it while working in the Vatican library. Because the library itself is influenced by that relic, the people who work there will naturally be attracted to it as well. Du Hoen wondered. Which relic are you talking about? He frowned when he heard Samuel mention the Forbidden Codex, an ideology propagated in the Anthroposophy spiritual movement. It is said to be the epitome of everything in this universe, from the vast universe to the tiniest insects. All events, past, present, and future, are recorded within it.
Sect, standing before Du Hoan, judged that the Forbidden Codex seemed to be part of the Emperor's treasure. He crossed his arms and explained, "Because it's a relic capable of recording all beings, it must be at that level." Then Du Hoan glanced down at Samuel and questioned, "What does the Vatican Order want to do with it?" He replied, vaguely, "They're not doing anything at all. It's simply being sealed in the library." Samuel imagined a stream of purple smoke causing everyone to clutch their heads in pain and scream before explaining. Because of the vast amount of knowledge released from that relic, the library's caretakers couldn't withstand it and went mad. I'm the only one who didn't go mad even after regaining memories from another spacetime. He smirked and sighed. Interesting. Du Hoan put his hand on his hip and mocked, "Even though it made me furious that you still decided to stab me in the back again after regaining your memories." He trembled and retorted, "I didn't have a choice." Samuel swallowed hard and continued, "Because the Vatican Order collects and manages relics. They keep an eye on all powerful relic users." He confessed honestly. "Recently, the Order has been working even more closely with Pandora, and I was dispatched." Hearing this, he frowned and scolded, "You really came here to hinder me, how dare you deny it?" Samuel quickly interjected, "Wait, listen." He clutched his severed arm and offered an explanation for himself. "I came here for that purpose, but I haven't caused much damage, have I? If you let it go this time, I promise I will." Before he could finish, Du Hoan cut him off. "What are you barking about?" He summoned his weapon, Gungnir, and questioned, "You're begging for forgiveness after luring us to the great prison and disposing of us?" Seeing the 3 sharp points aimed at him, Samuel yelled, "Wait, please don't." He quickly rattled off a long speech. "Relying on the Forbidden Codex, the fact that you died in the great prison is entirely in a different timeline. We are not reborn, this is a completely different world." Du Hoan listened intently, not missing a word. "I haven't done anything to you in this world yet. It's true that I hindered you a bit, I admit." But Samuel frowned and pleaded, "But it's not to the point of killing me, is it? If you let me go this time, I will never appear before you again." Seriously. Ramesses suddenly appeared behind him, crossing his arms and mocking, "What a twist of fate, forgive him because he hasn't done anything wrong here." He chuckled sarcastically. "Sounds convincing, doesn't it? What reason is there? It's all nonsense, isn't it?" Du Hoan remained stern, seemingly lost in thought. He observed the other's face and then said, "You're making things complicated by spouting nonsense about different timelines." Du Hoan swung his weapon back, accusing, "But think about what you did, deceiving me and stabbing Ilya." Samuel hastily raised his remaining arm, trying to salvage the situation. "What? Wait. But anyway," Du Hoan stated his principle. "I never show mercy to traitors," he retorted. "That's the principle. That principle only exists because you have memories from another timeline." Samuel kept babbling, "Think rationally. It doesn't have to go this far." He received a throw from Du Hoan in return, causing the weapon to pierce through him, splattering blood everywhere. Samuel stared wide-eyed, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Du Hoan frowned, reproaching, "If it were me, would you be able to forgive?" He clutched the gaping hole in his chest and screamed, "You son of a bitch, Du Hoan!" Ramesses and Nero quietly listened to Samuel's condemnation. "You're killing an innocent person. You'll become a murderer. I'll curse you forever." The boss and Anubis also heard his groaning voice. "Just wait. I will restore my memories in another world and succeed in my revenge, just like you are doing." He watched Samuel collapse in front of him and cursed, "You maniac." He only revealed his true nature when he was about to die. Afterwards, Du Hoan reminded, "Good job, everyone. Take a rest. From now on, I'll need your help even more." Lemon asked in confusion, "You're going to keep using us? For what?" He replied bluntly, "Now we need to find the Akashic record." Du Hoan turned around, affirming, "Such a powerful relic is in the hands of the Pandora. We can't let that stand." He pointed out the next target. "We're going to the Vatican." The scene changed to a high-rise building. Night had fallen, and suddenly a shout echoed, "What?" And then Jiha saw Du Hoan sprawled on the sofa and asked in confusion why he suddenly came there. He nonchalantly replied, "Because they have some terrifying relics." Du Hoan pressed further, "We'll be departing early, so go repair all the relics we used today." His eyes went blank, complaining, "Departing early? Come on. At least give me more time to restore them." Ja angrily turned and walked away. Sua asked worriedly, "But boss, is it okay to leave this place? There will be another protest tomorrow, and it looks like it will last for a long time. Won't the situation become dangerous?" He casually closed his eyes and announced, "What is it? You guys stay here, I'm going to the Vatican alone." The others shouted in panic. "What?" Joe judged. "That kid is too dangerous. The entire congregation will be swarming with their bugs and God's relics." She also chimed in, "Exactly. And didn't you say they have the treasure relic?" Du Hoan turned around, sighing and explaining, "Honestly, you guys are disturbing my sleep. They only possess the treasure relic. They can't use it." He pointed out the key issue. "But we need to handle this before another special case like Samuel appears." The other two nodded in agreement, thinking it sounded reasonable. Suddenly, a trembling voice rang out. "I will go with you, boss."
which slightly surprised Du Hoan. Ilya insisted on following. If you're going there, take me with you. He anxiously reminded. Why are you out here? Go inside and rest. You're a patient, he retorted. I'm not a patient. I've recovered quite a bit already. Du Hoan waved his hand dismissively. You just need to worry about that. There's no reason for you to go and get into fights, is there? Ilya made up an excuse. Who said I was going to fight? I just plan to guide you when we're there, he reminded. You know I'm an expert when it comes to that place, right? Causing him to pause for about 5 seconds. Du Hoan mused. He was right. Ilya did have a rather unique background. Even though he now wielded a whole arsenal of demonic relics, he initially aspired to become a priest. But the reason he became a wielder of demonic relics was because he was abandoned by the Vatican order. If they weren't pretending to be good while doing dirty deeds, they wouldn't be any different from those Pandora bastards, is what he said. He lost his beloved friend because of the priests he trusted, and he himself was severely wounded. The Vatican was a place he hated to the core. He questioned sternly. But you become weakened in the presence of relics, right? Will that be all right? Ilya hesitated to say it. He frowned and retorted. Are you confident that you won't stray if I'm not there? Du Hoan sighed softly, answering leisurely. Then all I have to do is destroy everything in my path. Just then, Julian spoke up. Stop arguing. Sua wondered. What if you're giving directions from a distance? Ilya glanced over and replied. It depends on the situation. It's best when I'm physically there. Hearing that, he snapped his fingers, exclaiming happily, That's it, exactly, leaving the other two slightly dumbfounded. Question marks appeared all over. Du Hoan took out the Mon bag, outlining a plan to infiltrate the Vatican quickly. I've decided to bring Ilya along. I'll put him in the film Mon bag borrowed from Sua. The remaining members of the team were assigned to different locations in America to watch over the protests. Because more and more relic wielders were joining the protests, the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. In Rome, regarding the current situation at the Vatican, a voice echoed. So we just attack from here and go inside, right? The voice on the other end replied. That's right. This wall is closest to the library. He looked at the barrier in front of him, curious. It's just a very short distance. Can we go further and do anything else? The voice from the earpiece replied. Sounds good. But it's not feasible, the other person explained. The wall around the seminary is a relic. The route may seem quicker than the other buildings nearby, but the barrier actually encompasses the entire area. Ilya looked at the pile of objects in front of him, setting his goal. We need to break a hole in the barrier first before we can enter. A silent infiltration was never an option. Du Hoan stood silently on the terrace, listening intently. And once the plan starts, it needs to end as quickly as possible. Not only are there a lot of relics and battle-hardened priests, but once the alarm is raised, reinforcements from all over Rome will rush in. He pulled out a treasure, muttering, So, we need to make a grand opening, huh? He divulged his idea. Let's confuse them and finish before they can react. A bird with crimson spiritual energy quickly appeared. Ilya added, Oh, one more thing, don't lose this one. Then it sat right on top of Du Hoan's head. He glared up at it, exasperated, asking, What is this little bird? He introduced. Its name is K. It'll be my eyes. Below, two people were walking and talking. Suddenly, they detected vibrations coming from the barrier. The two looked up and saw squiggly cracks on it, then shouted, The barrier is cracking! There's an intruder! The boss, now unleashing a terrifying tornado, burst out laughing, his tone sinister. Destroy everything. The two immediately saw the tornado fly through the barrier, exclaiming in horror, What? The barrier is broken? Sound the alarm immediately. This is an emergency. Du Hoan seized the opportunity to pull out his knife, grinning as he muttered. Not so fast. With just 2 elegant slashes, the two immediately spat out blood. He dashed away behind them. Suddenly, Du Hoan stopped when he heard a shout pointing him out. This way! He's this way! The others quickly grabbed their weapons and ran over, ordering. Take down the intruder! He commanded. Come out! Anubis and Nero! A man and a beast quickly appeared. Du Hoan urged. Anubis, summon your legion of the underworld. Instantly, a legion of Egyptian corpses arrived. Nero burst into flames, shouting, Isn't this Rome? It's great to be home. He stood behind, raising both hands to control the crowd in front of him. All right, block them. The others could only angrily yell, Demonic relics. Immediately afterward, he flew to the rooftop, urgently asking Ilya, All right, while they're being distracted, where's the library? He quickly pointed the way. Go straight, it's right in front of you. And so, Du Hoan walked alone on the winding rooftops ahead to get to the library. Suddenly, a curse word echoed right next to him, causing Du Hoan and Ketty to instantly freeze in shock. Bastard! A brilliant surge of energy instantly shot out from his left. In a flash, a terrifying explosion erupted. The little bird was also knocked away. Ilya anxiously called out, Boss, are you okay? Get up quickly! While Yu Hoisin was grimacing on the ground. He surveyed the situation and saw a figure standing above, looking down at him, along with a strip of ground indented from the impact. Just now, vaguely, I thought I saw a pair of pure white wings appear behind him, the person with the holy sword in hand, and the huge wings high above, standing under the dim moonlight. Ilya suddenly recognized an angelic relic. Yu Hoen got up, weapon in hand, and compared. It seemed a bit awkward. Is that an angel? Looks like a winged monster, he carefully observed, muttering. Look at him. He has armor and a sword too. What kind of damn angel is that? Yu Hoen imagined angelic children, wondering, aren't angels normally winged children? Or a beautiful woman playing the trumpet? Ilya, in confusion, dropped a bead of sweat, announcing, there are also sword-dancing angels. He is like an angel depicted as a bodyguard and warrior, wielding a spear to fight Satan, defeating him, and expelling him from heaven. He witnessed the other person raising his hand high, and affirmed one thing, the most famous angel is Archangel Michael. This information also surprised him a little. Michael, without a word, swung the sword in his hand straight down, sending a series of energy attacks towards where Yu Hoen was standing. His feet scraped on the ground to maintain balance. Yu Hoen spoke up. You're right, I think I've heard of him before. He scoffed and asked, the angel who defeated the dragon, right? He immediately confirmed, that's right, that dragon is the embodiment of Satan. Isaiah conveyed more information, and because he is the nemesis of Satan, the leader of demons, he is very strong. He looked at the tall figure before him, and confidently declared, he looks like it, but I think I can handle him. That angel seems like he'd be useful in my collection. Yu Hoen frowned and muttered to himself, the problem is, we don't have time. Defeating him will take time. He hesitated. If that's the case, then... Yu Hoen then ran away as fast as his legs could carry him, leaving Michael stunned for a moment. He rushed forward, yelling, bastard, where do you think you're going? Another surge of energy came from behind Yu Hoen, and he complained furiously. What the hell? How is he so fast? Aya anxiously predicted. At this rate, it won't be easy to escape. He was extremely flustered. What do I do now? Fight him? Couldn't help but anxiously ask, are you okay? Did you get hit anywhere? Immediately, Yu Hoen fell to the ground, next to a huge foot. He reminded through the intercom, it will be difficult for you to escape. You don't have the strength or speed. Yu Hoen, with several wounds on his face, still refused to give up. He muttered, okay, I have to use that method. Ilya looked blank, not understanding anything. What? What method? Yu Hoen revealed his plan. I will take out some items. Immediately, the mouth of the bag was opened, making him jump back. He exclaimed, you startled me. Several beams of light swept past Ilya, and he glanced over, shouting, what are you going to do with all that stuff? Leviathan immediately appeared in the sky, with several golden ropes wrapped around it. The relic was activated. It quickly swung around powerfully to show off. He enthusiastically introduced, ta-da! The one and only Leviathan has entered the battle. Michael paused. He wondered, impossible, Leviathan, that's definitely its aura, but how? Michael felt utterly perplexed. He should be trapped in a human body due to nebulous sins. Yu grinned and asked, so that's what happened, huh? He glanced at Leviathan, who was charging at him, and scoffed. Too bad, I already defeated its host, and now Leviathan serves me. Yu commanded. Leviathan, teach him a lesson. It shuddered before bellowing, roar! I will devour you! He fearlessly charged forward, yelling, like that's gonna happen! Michael unleashed 2 elegant slashes, openly showing his contempt. You may be an ancient monster, but you're still nothing compared to me. And so a chase and beatdown ensued between Leviathan and Michael. He turned away, his tone scheming, I think the dragon will keep him busy for now. Gotta seize the opportunity. Ilya, sensing its spiritual power, asked, didn't you have Genie repair that giant snake? Yu smugly replied, I brought some tail pieces with me. They looked delicious. He sighed and reminded him, it's not an eel, dude. He insisted. Either way, we can use it. Ilya sighed and urged the rope to try to keep Leviathan intact as much as possible. Yu casually responded, I don't know if it can. That archangel is crazy strong. He feels sorry for Jae. Jae will cry for sure. Moments later, he kicked a door open and declared, anyway, we've reached the library. The two inside, seeing Yu, gasped in shock. What? Who are you? An intruder. He pulled out a saint relic mask of Ziru and warned, quiet, and move aside. I'm busy. Yu turned and tossed it out, engulfing the two in a viscous, red spiritual power. His voice, filled with murderous intent, echoed in their ears. Now where's the treasure? Wait. Yu paused, as if sensing something. He glanced ahead, wondering, over there? There's definitely a saint relic with a dangerous aura hiding there. Aya exclaimed in surprise. You found it? Yu replied, I think so. Need to check it out. He grinned mischievously, predicting, there's a 50+% chance I'm right. The aura it exudes is truly malevolent. Yu, staring at a purplish-black energy source, affirmed, Samuel said the library managers all went insane. Now I understand. He slowly walked towards a nearby bookshelf. Yu cheered excitedly. Found it! He wondered. That's Ilya. In the book, it looked more like a box, comparatively speaking. He nodded in retort. Well, you can't tell just by looking at it, right? Yu, reaching for it, rambled on. But it's hidden in the library. It makes the most sense to be a book, doesn't it? The moment his hand touched it, a burst of energy erupted, accompanied by a warning. Don't touch me! The voice from the book declared. I already have a master. How dare you lay your hands on me? Yu asked in bewilderment. Huh? Judging by how loud it is, it must be the treasure, but wasn't your master the emperor? That guy's dead. The book was speechless, unable to retort. It unleashed its energy again, shouting, Damn you! How dare you speak of the king like that? The Saint Relic insisted. And my master isn't dead. Whatever you don't know, I can still sense my master's presence. Receiving this information, he was even more stunned. The emperor's still alive? I could have sworn Crow said he croaked. Are you sure? The whole world's in chaos, deciding who the next emperor should be. Yume immediately took off his ring, proclaiming, Either way, I'm going to be your master, no matter what you say. It still refused to surrender to fate, even adding criticism. How foolish and stupid. Don't do something you'll regret. You'll pay for your stubbornness with your life. His pupils widened, his words filled with murderous intent. Let's see how things will turn out, shall we? Yu Hoyan didn't bother to argue. He directly raised his ring towards the holy relic, instantly controlling its energy source. The holy relic was shocked at this sight, and shouted, What the hell? It was utterly surprised. How did you get the emperor's key? How do you have it? Yu Hoyan glared and declared, Didn't you hear what I said? Listen carefully. I am the new emperor of this era. His hand touched the holy relic. A sudden daze etched itself onto Yu Hoyan's face. He instantly jumped into the air within a circle of spiritual energy that it emitted. Yu Hoyan glanced around, looking puzzled. This is... He looked around and muttered to himself, I've been sucked into a completely different space. A blindingly bright, circular sphere was right in front of him. Yu Hoyan questioned, Is this the true form of the Akashic record? So terrifyingly huge? The record, with its endless strips of paper and a string of ancient letters, spoke. Welcome, nameless human. He looked up, praising. You've become more polite, haven't you? Are you ready to accept me as your master yet? It slowly continued. You can never know what lies within a book, just by its cover. Yu Hoyan frowned, listening intently. What you encounter outside is the form I present to the outside world. The record offered a reminder. And remember, seeing my true form doesn't mean I've acknowledged you as my master, it announced arrogantly. I brought you here only for a more thorough assessment. Those strips of paper kept bumping into him. The record senses that you possess a great dominating power, but it brings almost no goodwill, quite lacking to be a candidate for the emperor's position. It nonchalantly revealed further. Interesting, you've already acquired some treasures. The emperor's helmet, the key, and a temporary pact with the crown. Yu Hoyan couldn't help but wonder upon hearing this. The crown? Yeah. The record imagined a three-legged crow, then explained further. I'm talking about the hidden pact between you and that three-legged crow, he exclaimed blankly. You're talking about Crow? Yu Hoyan gritted his teeth and muttered. Crow's real name is Three-Legged Crow? It confirmed immediately. That's right. The record elaborated. The three-legged crow is a crow with 3 legs that lives in the sun. It is a divine creature that appears in myths in the East Asian region. He realized then, no wonder Crow was so strong. She's actually quite famous. It looked at Yu Hoyan suspiciously. Are you saying that you signed a pact with a sacred relic, without even knowing its name? The record added. The three-legged crow was appointed as a treasure relic because its master became emperor. It is also known as the emperor's mandate. Because you have a pact with such a relic, other treasure relics will also decide to follow you. More lines were inscribed onto the colored paper, it explained. The mystery has been solved. This is quite interesting. I'll record it immediately. Hey, are you going to get to the main point here? Don't act like this isn't your business. So are you going to submit to me or not? The record repeated its previous words. I've already said it. I already have a master. Even if you are qualified to become emperor, you still cannot control me now, it arrogantly proclaimed. Ah, the emperor's library and the emperor's cradle are treasure relics, entrusted with the most important responsibilities. The record reminded. Someone who has just become emperor like you will only be harmed if you accept me. Yu Hoyan frowned, thinking it was arrogant. You're just a tool. It challenged immediately. You seem confident, don't you? Want to try it out? The knowledge here will be like a flood that ordinary people cannot withstand. I won't be responsible if you go crazy. He wasn't afraid of anyone, so he agreed right away. Okay, let's try it. The record looked at Yu Hoyan's outstretched arm, provoking further. Really? The three-legged crow will cry at your grave, you'll see? Instantly, a blinding light erupted above his head. Record exclaimed in sudden shock. What? It frantically denied. Impossible. Record stared at him in disbelief, still unnervingly calm, and frantically questioned. You can control me without going insane? What the heck? Yu Hoan looked excitedly at a stream of books before him, teasing, "You even prepared a study desk for me to study?" It refused to abandon its thoughts. "Wait, there must be some mistake here. I won't accept this." Record, blood boiling, yelled, "Guards!" It immediately ordered, "Throw the intruder out!" Instantly, 2 white figures rushed towards him. He reluctantly pulled out his sacred relic mask, complaining, "Seriously, I came here because you invited me. How can you act like this? It seems I have to correct your erratic temperament." A stream of pitch-black energy was quickly unleashed to attack the guards. One by one, none escaped the fate of being shoved around and kicking the bucket. And just like that, the whole group was swept away by the powerful vortex of spiritual energy. Record watched as its people were defeated and shouted, even more heatedly, "What? Why are you still standing there?" It urgently urged, "Stop him immediately!" The powerful aura slammed straight into a nearby bookshelf. Record cried out in anguish. No. It gritted its teeth, harboring hatred in its heart. "The knowledge I poured my heart and soul into." Yu Hoan, emboldened, challenged, "Really? Then I'll destroy even more." With that, the energy continued to shatter the books around it. "I can't take it anymore." It frantically tried to stop him. "What do you think you're doing? Stop!" He continued his assault, while warning, "If you don't listen to me, I'll level this place." Record cursed this Yu Hoan. Yu Hoan, with the sacred relic Chi Diu raising his palm, affirmed, "Now I get the feeling after brawling like this, you're definitely not a combat relic." He shot off like a phantom, tearing through the guards in an instant, and didn't forget to challenge, "Just throw out as many of these brats as you like, see if they're worth a damn when facing me." Knowing it was at a disadvantage, it pleaded, "Stop! Okay, I get it, so please stop." Yu Hoan stopped accordingly and looked up to ask, "Will you submit to me?" Record sighed and lamented, "Depending on your goals, I'll consider it." He pulled out the mask and demanded, "Really? Then first, get out of the Vatican library. That way, Pandora and the Vatican won't be able to take advantage of you." It trembled and replied, "I've never worked with any humans before," Yu Hoan retorted. "That's just what you think. I was once backstabbed by a jerk because of the knowledge you spread." He tried to persuade further. "If you follow me, I'll guarantee you clean accommodations. There's no need to submit to me immediately." Record was still doubtful. "How can I believe the words of someone who just wrecked this place?" Yu Hoan nodded and replied absent-mindedly, "Well, you don't really have much of a choice." He immediately changed the subject. "All right, now we've dealt with the important part," it exclaimed in surprise. "What are you planning to do now?" Yu Hoan reached out his palm towards the books, wondering, "I'm in a place that contains all the knowledge of the world. I should take a look, shouldn't I?" His face darkened, and his smile became more sinister than ever. "It's okay, right?" A book titled, "Fashion for Sacred Relics, 100 Types of Stylish Fashion for Emperors," left Yu Hoan a little dazed, his head filled with question marks. He put it back in its place, muttering, "Well, it has all the knowledge in the world, including some bizarre knowledge. Let's find something else." The next book was Capturing a Woman's Heart, 100 Recipes from the Round Table Sacred Relic, Making the Most Delicious Dishes with Selected Recipes, which left Yu Hoan with a blank face. He sighed and scolded, "Why is it like this?" Record quickly explained, "This is the knowledge that the emperor collected himself." Yu Hoan shouted, blood boiling, "The previous emperor did these things?" He carelessly tossed the book behind him, demanding, "I don't need this stuff. Help me find something." It refused immediately. "No way." Record held out its paper body, touching a nearby book, explaining, "Finding the knowledge you seek in a place as vast as this is the ultimate skill in managing this library. I can't do that for someone who isn't the master." Yu Huo gnashed his teeth, cursing, "Petty little bastard." He floated in midair, shouting, "Wait, a book-searching skill?" Just now, there was even a table that appeared. Yu Huo reached out his palm, summoning a source of energy, smirking to himself. "Maybe this will work." Suddenly, his whole body was enveloped in a strange aura. Seeing this, it intended to give Yu Huo a beating. His whole body then shot straight down in utter bewilderment. Record even yelled, "I told you not to destroy the library!" Thud! His whole body crashed into the bookshelf below. Yu Huo hurriedly explained, "Not me. TCH." He squinted, looking at the books floating in front of him. A series of books appeared, just as Yu Huo had wished. He cheered excitedly. "This is what I wanted to find." Yu Huo then realized, "I was wondering why I was suddenly pulled away. So, it's helping me find books." Record hastily denied, "No way." It looked at him from below, puzzled. Although it's only at a basic level he can find the knowledge he seeks. Is he really a candidate for the emperor? Just as Yu Huo opened a book, he exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Record quickly explained, "That's world news. It records what's happening in your world." He wondered, "These things are happening right now? The protesters are fighting with Panorama, and they're even using relics." Outside in the world, the soldiers were indeed shouting, trying to persuade, "Keep pushing them back, disperse the crowd." But the people rushed into the streets to protest. The Pandora bastards are attacking us. You evil people, don't you have any conscience? Julian stood to one side, arms crossed, muttering, "What chaos." Below, a squad of soldiers was relentlessly fighting with civilians. Suddenly, the ringtone of a phone drew his attention. Julian pulled out his phone and saw a call from Chloe Lauren. He quickly answered. "Hello, Chloe." She, in the crowd, immediately asked, "Vice Captain Han, what's the situation on your side?" The voice on the other end replied, "These protesters are determined to fight Pandora to the death." Chloe quickly added, "Is it the same on your side?" "Okay." She observed the situation before her, judging. "Thankfully, there aren't many Pandora bastards on this side. It seems like it'll be over if everyone takes over Pandora's headquarters." Julian instructed, "Good, come over to this side when you're done there." But Chloe wondered. "It seems like the situation is pretty bad on your side." He glanced down below, reassuring. "It's still okay for now. The protesters actually have the upper hand. It seems like quite a few relic users have gathered. But that's precisely the problem, because their ultimate goal is Pandora's headquarters." She was so worried that she broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "The defenses will be tough." The voice on the other end agreed. "Yeah, that's highly likely. Help me inform the remaining members." Chloe glanced at SUA while replying, "Okay, I'll tell them to go to New York after they're done with their work." Julian said his final words. "Okay, thanks a lot." Then he hung up. After that, he said to himself, "Guess I should warm up a bit now?" "Shit," a voice echoed from a high-rise building. "Ngakfer, big trouble. The protesters in New York are heading this way." Ilwavy shouted from the front. "Didn't we send the defense force out there? What are they doing?" The subordinate lowered his head and trembled as he explained. "About that, the protesters are stronger than we thought. Even the excavation groups that are hostile to Pandora are participating in the protests." She clenched her palm and slammed it on the table, cursing, "Bunch of trash." Ivy gritted her teeth and ordered, "Let them come as they please, I'll crush them here. Tell everyone to reinforce the defense line." The two subordinates shouted in unison, "Understood." On this side, Yu Hoen was still contemplating Pandora's scripture. Rickard, finding it too quiet, urged, "Hey, how much longer are you going to read? Come out and take a look, because I need to start fixing what you've destroyed here." He closed it and said, "I've finished reading. Now I roughly understand what to do." Yu Hoen laughed and wondered, "Should we start right away?" Rickard, annoyed by this scene, shouted, "What now?" Yu Hoen took out a book and a pen, asking, "If I change what's written, the reality will also change, right?" Rickard flinched and tried to stop him. "Are you going to revise the scriptures? You're not allowed to do that." Seeing the pen striking a line through the book, Rickard pleaded frantically, "Please, don't do that." Rickard yelled in resentment, "How dare you tamper with the scriptures when you're not the emperor? I don't like pain, but I will use all my will to expel you from this place." Yu Hoen quickly released another scripture. Aegis raised a shield. Rickard mumbled, trembling, "I don't like pain." The guards quickly swung their swords at the barrier formed by Aegis. He calmly sat inside, revising the book, and said, "You can't do anything with that level of power." Rickard, full of schemes, said, "Looks like I have to use another method." Suddenly, the guards underwent some strange changes. Their sharp hands immediately reached out, stabbing their fingertips straight into Aegis's barrier. The sharp fingernails incessantly clawed at it. Aegis felt something was wrong and reported, "Master, these guys are very strange." Seeing this, Yu Hoen gritted his teeth and wrote furiously. Rickard, while resisting them, urged, "Please hurry up." While those fingernails were constantly attacking Aegis, a purple aura instantly flashed before the guards' eyes. Then, the two energies, blue and purple, collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Other books from the shelves fell into the air one by one. Rickard's long paper scraps fluttered in this narrow space. Rickard laughed excitedly and muttered, "It was so hard to drive him out." Rickard set his goal. "Now I just need to fix the damaged parts." Looking at the surrounding ruins, Rickard couldn't help but lament. "But he destroyed so much, I don't know where to start." The space quickly returned to the old library, a purple light shining in the middle of the library. Yu Hoen looked around blankly, wondering, "What's this? The Vatican Library? Was I expelled?" Suddenly, someone called "Boss," causing him to glance over to notice. The tree immediately flew over, conveying Ilya's voice. "Where have you been for so long? You suddenly disappeared and were out of contact for 2 whole days. I thought something had happened to you." Yu Hoen, shocked, exclaimed, "What? Has it been 2 days already?" He stroked his chin and pondered. "I thought it had only been about a day and a half at most," Yu Hoen predicted. "It seems the flow of time inside is different." He heard that and exclaimed in surprise, "Inside? Where did you go?" He picked up the book from the ground and pointed, "Where else?" "Inside the forbidden scripture, of course." Ilya asked in astonishment, "So, you succeeded?" Yu Hoen smirked at him and replied, "The book is just the entrance. Its real form is a vast library." He nodded and ordered, "Right, now is not the time for this. We need to return to New York immediately. Prepare to go." 2 figures quickly rode their beasts and flew away. Ilya summoned Basin immediately. "And then we set off for New York." Jen was thinking on the way, The Akashic records might be in the process of recovering right now. It might rewrite what I wrote, he predicted. But if time inside that place flows slower than reality, then we'll have time before it finishes recovering. Below, a crowd of people was still fighting Pandora incessantly. Some soldiers suddenly heard an explosion right next to their ears and stopped, their faces turning green with fear. It turned out that Julian was present at this place. He extended his palm and transmitted a golden energy to attack them. A second later, that person collapsed on the spot, with no signs of life left. Julian rubbed his chin, looking at the crowd discussing, "Not bad. We're gaining the upper hand." Everyone raised their hands high towards the tall building in front of them, shouting loudly, "Let's advance to Pandora's headquarters! Let's go! Let's defeat Pandora!" Ivy stood on the top floor, looking through the glass window and started cursing. "These disgusting bastards dare to set foot near here?" Her pupils turned bright yellow, her voice full of malice. "I'll make you regret it!" Immediately afterwards, a massive tower of golden spiritual energy shot straight down below. The soldiers looked at each other and screamed, "That's Dre's tower! Merlin is using Drit's tower!" The crowd hurriedly urged the Pandora defense team to assemble into a defensive line immediately. The people became even more excited and shouted, "They're running away! Advance! At this rate, we'll occupy the headquarters!" Julian looked up, suddenly having a different thought. They're retreating under these conditions? Something's wrong. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Julian muttered to himself. That is, in front of him was a golden barrier that had emerged from the ground and was gradually rising. In a flash, it had reached halfway up the tall building where Evie was observing. That's right, she was the one controlling this barrier. The people looked at the Pandora member standing in front of the building, protected by that shield, and stopped in shock, asking each other, "What is that? A shield is enveloping Pandora's entire headquarters?" Everyone had to look up and exclaim, "How tall is it? I can't even see the top." A soldier inside quickly raised the gun in front of his eyes and gritted his teeth, ordering, "Long-range relics, prepare to fire!" When the sound of firing rang out, it was also when the muzzle fired a fiery red light. Each shot of firepower pierced straight through that barrier. In an instant, those standing outside took a fatal blow. Those standing behind, Julian shouted furiously, "Counterattack! Break that shield!" While everyone was working together to attack from the outside, the soldiers standing inside the barrier laughed mockingly. "Useless, you idiots!" Ivy was still maintaining the flow of spiritual energy from her hands. She muttered, "Nothing can penetrate this tower, but firing from the inside is still possible." A person standing outside gasped for breath and exclaimed, "It didn't do anything?" He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Retreat! We need to retreat! At this rate we're all going to die!" Just as they were about to give up, a stream of purple incantations came from nowhere, closing in on the barrier. The crowd watched in disbelief. "What's going on? What was that tremor?" They pointed out the difference. "Look, there are patterns on the wall." As soon as the words left their mouths, the barrier shattered instantly with the dazzling light it emitted. The smiles on their faces were gone, replaced by fear etched clearly on the soldiers' faces. After the light dissipated, it left a large hole in the barrier. People whispered, "What's going on?" The crowd stood frozen, mouths agape, just staring. A moment later, someone regained composure and shouted, "The shield! It's broken!" She, up above, was still straining to reconnect it, but her power was limited. Fourth grabbed her arm, the one channeling spiritual energy, and roared, "What suddenly happened?" Some of her fingers suddenly realized that Merlin's relic wasn't obeying her commands. 4. Blood boiling, yelled wildly, "What the hell is going on?" They thought the crowd would seize the opportunity to attack. But they were hesitant. "There's a hole! Is it a trap?" From who knows where, a red carpet flew towards the hole, making the people scream again. "There's something else coming!" Immediately the carpet unrolled, causing a commotion among the crowd. Speaking of which, frantic shouts mingled together. "Everyone, run! Red carpet!" Meanwhile, a red carpet was laid straight from the hole in the barrier to the outside of the crowd. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, discussing, "What's this? Are they luring us in?" But it doesn't seem like it. Meanwhile, the soldiers inside were holding their heads and screaming. Jihad turned to look at the person in front of him, who looked doubtful. Meaning, the soldiers, seeing the people gradually entering, urged an attack. "The protesters are flooding in! Damn it, prepare for battle!" At the same time, Hero pushed open Ivy's room and stormed in, yelling, "Director the Fourth, what the hell is going on?" He frowned suspiciously. "Are you betraying us?" She turned her head and complained, "Why are you suddenly barging in here? You're distracting me." Hero, blood boiling, burst out. "You expect me to believe that? It's possible you're colluding with the enemy. How could there be a hole in the shield? Do you think we're fools?" Fourth hurriedly defended. "I didn't do it. The relic must be malfunctioning." He clenched his fist. "I refuse to believe it." "Malfunctioning? You think we believe that?" Hiron roared accusingly. "If the relic is still working, then it should be functioning normally, right? How dare you lie so blatantly?" She still didn't understand anything, and only insisted that this was the first time this had happened. "I swear I'm not betraying anyone." He saw Ivy retracting her hand and suggested, "You insist you're telling the truth. Then we can check the system again. If we use it, It'll be clear whether you're lying or not. She heard this and rubbed her chin thoughtfully. That's right. Our Pandora's system will be able to tell why there was a sudden incident if we look at it. Not long after, they arrived at a room filled with systems. 4 lamented. This place always looks so gloomy. She bent over and slowly typed something on the keyboard. When Ivy pressed enter, the screen displayed. Pandora system. Detailed search information is being run. Hiron from behind still asserted one thing. Seeing you lead us here so confidently, it turns out you really aren't a traitor. Turned her head annoyed and said wearily, how many more times do I have to say it? Instantly, the system displayed. The function of the relic has been modified, causing her face to freeze. 4 frantically typed on the keyboard and at the same time posed a huge question mark. What is this nonsense? How can the function of a relic be changed? The information that appeared stunned everyone. The Tower of Dries is the tower where Merlin was imprisoned in his story, right? Merlin being imprisoned in there was indeed a sad story. Because of that, he created a great wall so that everyone could have freedom. The story of the added function of the sacred relic. 4 slammed her hand on the table in anger, shouting, what is this? What kind of stupid plot twist is this? She stared at the silence from the system, cursing, damn it. At the same time, a golden barrier still surrounded the tower. Yuho immediately appeared, bursting into laughter and praising. It's really outstanding, he questioned. What is it? He quickly explained. Dre's tower, once activated, will turn Pandora's headquarters into an impregnable fortress. That is Merlin's unbreakable shield. He gritted his teeth, thinking, what a troublesome sacred relic. Yuho's lips curled up, posing a hypothesis. But if the influence of the forbidden scripture is active, then there is a huge hole in that shield right now. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Come on, let's go quickly. The 2 quickly landed below. On the side of the road, people were trying to transmit spiritual energy to heal the wounded. Chloe saw the familiar figure and called out, Boss Ilya! He put his hands in his pockets, turning to ask Chloe, how is everything here? She sighed, replying, it's a headache to even mention. Everything is too chaotic. Chloe recounted everything. After Pandora activated that shield, they fired long-range bullets continuously. Because of that, many protesters were injured. Yuho frowned, listening attentively to every word. And then a hole suddenly appeared, and those with combat abilities flooded in. Thanks to that, the injured stayed here. I don't know why that happened. He suddenly blurted out. It worked, which made her feel confused. Yuho turned his feet and called out, let's go, Ilya, we'll support them. His pupils suddenly shone brightly, his tone full of killing intent. Good luck here. From the tower the order still echoed. Attack! Drag these deceiving bastards out. The soldiers panicked, yelling, they keep pouring in! I don't care anymore, let's run! Suddenly, someone raised their voice. Don't retreat, it'll be okay. Because we're here to support you, causing them to startled and turn around in bewilderment. This is them. Looking at the group of people in front of them, they shouted, the board of directors, the Knights of the Round Table. Civilians also paused, muttering, Knights of the Round Table, what are they? They're creating so much pressure. That means they are the core members of Pandora. They are granted great power with the effect of the Round Table sacred relic. Julian continued. Because their energy and combat abilities are enormous. Everyone, please step back. I'll handle them. One of them pointed his axe at him, warning. You're underestimating the situation. You may be a member of the Senduhen excavation team, but there's no way you can fight us alone. On the system room side, several people were also frightened when they saw the camera recording that group of people. Where are we? Look, the protesters have reached the upper floors. They judged. It seems the Knights of the Round Table have come out to stop them. Honestly, what is the security team doing? It'll be okay since those guys have the blessing of the Round Table. Hearing this, Ivy suddenly paused. She hurriedly pressed the machine, muttering, that's right, the Round Table. Is the function of the Round Table still okay? Sweat poured unceasingly down Ivy's face. Information immediately appeared. The function of the sacred relic has been changed. I will read the edited content while that red-haired guy is burning with enthusiasm to attack, it announced. The knights have always existed for the king and the people. They can never attack the people. At this moment, he was swinging his axe behind him to gain momentum. And to those who came here to seek the king, that guy slammed down at Julian but failed. The following message was transmitted. Those who break the knight's code will be destroyed and cannot survive, causing her to scream in terror, her face pale. No. Just then, the other man's axe was about to hit Julian's head. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils contracting as much as possible. Julian was also momentarily stunned by this. The man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He collapsed in front of Julian, still groaning. What did you do? Julian widened his eyes, thinking to himself, I haven't even done anything yet. He looked at the man groaning at his feet and wondered, is he dead? A nearby shield-bearer couldn't help but wonder. What? We're supposed to be invincible, right? We have the Round Table relic. Suddenly, someone questioned. Bastard, what did you do to him? He widened his eyes, sweat dripping down, thinking to himself, I haven't even done anything yet. Suddenly, a footstep came from behind, accompanied by a familiar voice. Looks like it actually worked. Julian glanced back and recognized a familiar face. Sao Yu-hoen? He grinned and called out, Julian! Yu-hoen comforted him. Don't be too sad. These guys deserve what's coming to them for breaking the knight's code. He asked in confusion. What did you do? He implied. It's nothing too big, Yu-hoen casually added. I just slightly changed the function of Pandora's relic using forbidden teachings. Yu-hoen then explained in detail, simply put. These guys will die if they attack us. They're all just toothless tigers now. Defeat them and let's move up to the next level. Hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted, and they raised their sticks, shouting, Come on, you bastards! On the system room side, a trembling voice rang out. How could this happen? Hiro looked at the screen and dismissed it. Usually, the blessing of the round table would instantly blow them away. Aravi urgently urged from behind. Is this the time to be saying that? Cancel the contract with the round table right now, she warned with wide eyes. Right now, the round table relic isn't increasing your power anymore. It has become a cursed relic. Karis turned his head to object. But do you know how much effort it took to sign a contract with the round table relic? Wouldn't it be restored if we just waited? He suggested a solution. We just need to avoid the protesters until that happens. Meanwhile, Izvi clenched her fist, trembling as she stated. These guys, they're not even thinking about fighting. She presented her argument. But the protesters will reach the round table room soon. Suddenly, Hiro remembered something. Ah, that's right, there's that thing too, huh? He looked at Ivy and reassured her. The relic itself has a self-defense function, so it'll be fine. But she uttered a sentence, giving up on that thought, leaving everyone stunned. Ivy frowned and announced a crucial piece of information. The defense function has also been changed. Cut to outside the door, where two people were standing, looking up and wondering. There's a door here, it's so big, I wonder what's behind it. Then everyone cautiously opened it together. Suddenly, someone's eyes widened in surprise, their head full of question marks as they looked at the scene inside. A table of delicious food had been set up, causing the crowd to wonder, what are these? Why is there food? They stepped inside, looking at a series of delicacies on the table, wondering, is this the round table relic? Yu-hoen suddenly came up from behind and said, the wine and food are fine, so feel free to eat as much as you like. You've put in a lot of effort to get here. Let's celebrate the fall of Pandora. Everyone cheered up and whispered, we're allowed to do that? I'm actually a bit hungry too. On the system room side, a series of information appeared. The knights sat down at Arthur's round table, disregarding their ranks. It was a touching story where they shared a bit of the burdens in their hearts. Hiro and Karis stared blankly as they read. When the guests arrive, wine and meat are prepared, so everyone is happy. Until everyone eats all those fine dishes, no one can leave this place, the system further announced. The lavish feast function has been added to the round table function. Along with images of several shadowy figures sitting there, he roared, don't mess around. Ivy glanced over, hearing a barrage of accusations from Hiro. The round table's relic is supposed to represent the power of the Council of Chairmen. How did it turn out like this? Damn it. Cut to the banquet hall, two beer glasses clinked together, foam flying everywhere. Julian stood next to Yu-hoen, pointing his palm forward, wondering, isn't there a condition that no one is allowed to leave until they finish eating? Now they can't even stand up. Your explanations silenced him in thought. This is better. It will be more convenient if only our team goes on. A second later, Yu-hoen felt a little confused. But even after searching the entire building, I didn't see that one. You rubbed your chin, baring your teeth in a sinister smile. Looks like they still have a hideout. Where could it be? Yu-hoen unleashed his weapon with several sharp spears, continuing. If we can't find the answer, then we should seek help. You straddled your legs, swinging the weapon in your hand, and ordered, Gung, stab Evel. Gumiya curiously asked, are we really stabbing her? Yu-hoen confirmed. Of course, stab as much as you like. Then the relic flew